Chapter 1. The Newcomer of the Bureau of War Deception. I, Lin Feng, am a serious person, truly here to enlist. Lin Feng looked at the elderly man before him with a mix of disdain and innocence. At the age of 19, filled with youthful fervor, he had joined the military, only to be scrutinized by this old man the moment he entered. I see you are clever and handsome, and my department is also within the military, specifically a special unit. We not only require high intelligence, but also place great emphasis on appearance. As we are one of the key departments of the nation, the bureau chief said with a smile. Continuing his persuasion. Stop the nonsense. Do you really think I don't know you are from the Bureau of War Deception? Lin Feng immediately retorted. Who doesn't know Zhang Xiaozong, the chief of the Bureau of War Deception? He had once outwitted the Americans with just his words, even dismantling the production line of their F-22 fighter jets with his eloquence. Upon realizing his identity had been exposed, the bureau chief was unfazed and continued. Let me tell you, I have only mentored 2 individuals in my lifetime, and each has achieved great success. My first disciple has mastered the true art of military command, decisive in battle. He is destined to become an outstanding military strategist and has been taken by the military. My second disciple, though a woman, possesses remarkable prowess in technological research and will undoubtedly contribute significantly to our nation's scientific advancements. She has also joined the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The bureau chief spoke with pride, prompting Lin Feng to interject. In the end, they both just left with others. The bureau chief was left speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Well, I do not wish to impose my will on others. My Bureau of War Deception is filled with beauties, and the salaries are attractive. We need not worry about a lack of personnel." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. While the allure of beautiful women was tempting, it was the prospect of financial gain that truly piqued his interest. Despite his passionate enthusiasm, this was a time of peace, devoid of turmoil. Contributing to the Bureau of War Deception for the nation could be a viable path. Furthermore, there was no need to turn down monetary rewards. Noticing Lin Feng's interest, the bureau chief squinted, preparing to turn away, but Lin Feng promptly declared, as a soldier, one must maintain their principles and possess the fortitude to resist temptation. Not so. Thus, an increase in salary is required, Lin Feng stated. The bureau chief halted. Though not a dull person, his status typically discouraged others from speaking to him in such a manner. Yet, deep down, he recognized that he had not misjudged Lin Feng. The Bureau of War Deception did not require fervor or physical prowess. What was needed was a nimble mind. Now that his usual tactics of persuasion had been unraveled, the bureau chief was eager for someone capable to step up and serve the nation. He chuckled, tossing Lin Feng a token, saying, "Take this to the logistics department." After bidding farewell to the bureau chief, Lin Feng approached the staff in the logistics department. Upon seeing his token, they paused momentarily before smiling and handing him a paper, gesturing for him to sign it first. Lin Feng signed. He inquired, "Is there a problem?" "No," the staff member shook their head. Lin Feng felt a surge of anxiety and asked, "Is there a major issue with the Bureau of War Deception?" "Of course not," the staff member replied, shaking their head again. The Bureau of War Deception is not an official department. It primarily manages certain channels for disseminating information for our country. The IT would be even better if the enemy were to become aware of it. The staff member explained in detail, and Lin Feng absorbed every word. "If you have any questions, feel free to consult me," the staff member said. "Why should I go so far? Can't I just ask the staff from our Bureau of War Deception?" Lin Feng chuckled. The staff member burst into laughter, seemingly unable to contain themselves, and asked, "Do you know how many people are in the Bureau of War Deception?" Recalling the bureau chief's words about the abundance of beauties in the bureau, Lin Feng answered, "At least over 200 indeed. There are 2, but not that many." The staff member raised 2 fingers. 2,000? Lower. 20. Lin Feng's expression shifted as he thought. The Bureau of War Deception is far too small for such a prestigious title. Incorrect. The staff member's smile widened. "Not 20, it can't possibly be 2. No way, really just 2? Lin Feng gazed at the staff member, who nodded, and his face darkened. Damn. That old man truly knows how to deceive. I, Lin Feng, am evidently too young. You, Director Zhang has it tough, and the salaries are indeed high. Who believes that?" Lin Feng replied. His words cannot be taken at face value. He spoke, Lin Feng pondered how to escape this predicament when suddenly, a chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Newcomer detected in the Bureau of War Deception, obtaining the War Deception Technology System. What is this, Ding? Acquired a starter gift pack. One set of orbital weapon blueprints. Orbital weapons? A blueprint flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. No, wait, not a system. Incredible. Lin Feng was well aware of what orbital weapons were in today's technological landscape. Such weapons existed only in science fiction films. Moreover, considering that our nation is under a technological blockade by the United States, many fields are struggling. Thus, despite Lin Feng's lofty aspirations, he felt a tremor of excitement coursing through his body. Upon examining the system, he found an overwhelming array of items to peruse. Super aircraft carrier level 2, 1 million points. Super battleship level 2, 1 million points. As for the rest, there were many yet to be unlocked. What does this level 2 signify? Lin Feng pondered deeply. His mind raced, deducing that the level likely referred to the weapon's grade. This indicated the possibility of even higher levels. He was acutely aware that if this information proved to be accurate, the future of our nation would be a trump card. While Lin Feng was deep in thought, the staff member waved a hand before him, saying, "Lin Feng, are you all right?" That evening, Lin Feng gazed at the pile of blueprints before him, his face alight with joy. He took out his phone and directly called the bureau chief, asking without preamble, "Old man, do you know how to contact the research department?" "Who are you?" "Oh, I remember now." "What old man?" "You should call me teacher." The bureau chief's face turned grim as he inquired, "Why are you asking about the research department?" "I doubt your senior sister works there. Just go find her," the bureau chief said while hanging up, adding, "in preparing for interview, so I can't talk right now." "Damn, can't you show a little more patience?" "I have blueprints for orbital weapons in hand." The bureau chief hung up without a second thought, clearly unconcerned with Lin Feng's words. "Orbital weapons? Ah, that's a brilliant idea. Today, it'll inform the media that our nation is ready to research orbital weapons. After all, no one will believe it." Chapter 2. Calling the police over a disagreement. Lin Feng decided to abandon this unreliable leader, reasoning that the bureau chief was merely a smooth talker and likely lacked knowledge of technology. He accessed the internal network to review the map of the Eastern Theater and located the map of the research department, promptly making his way there with the blueprints in hand. He smoothly found the research department building, only to be immediately stopped by the guard. "What do you want?" In from the Bureau of War Deception, Lin Feng presented his identification token. "And then, I wish to." Lin Feng pondered, considering that even the chief of the Bureau did not believe in space-based weapons, and surely these unnamed bystanders would not either. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "I heard my senior sister is inside. I shall go find her." "Oh, you mean Dr. Qin? Please wait a moment while I inquire if she is available," the guard replied as he made a call inside. Inside the research department building, the atmosphere was tense. 6 months prior, the United States imposed a technological blockade on China, rendering many advanced technological fields altogether stagnant. It is crucial to understand that in today's global economy, technology is inextricably linked. If this situation persists, the future of China's Ministry of Science and Technology appears rather bleak, for your adversaries are growing stronger. Particularly, recent reports indicate that the United States has made significant breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion, aerospace, and other domains. In such circumstances, all pressure has been thrust upon the research department. Should China continue down this path, there lies a grave risk of falling behind the global pace. Qin Ru sat at her desk, her brow furrowed in worry. She had only recently joined, but, due to her exceptional talent, was immediately assigned to work on intercontinental missile projects. Gazing at the dense array of blueprints before her, her thoughts were completely absorbed until she was startled by a knock at the door. Irritated, Qin Ru glanced toward the door. The messenger, aware of her temperament, scientists generally detest interruptions, quickly said, "Dr. Qin, your junior is outside looking for you. Would you like to see him?" "Junior?" Qin Ru was momentarily taken aback. She thought for a moment, but had not heard of any junior, promptly replying, "Not available." "Understood." The messenger was about to leave when he heard Qin Ru raise her head and ask, "Is it from the Bureau of Misdirection?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ru immediately said, "Bring him in." She had heard the chief mention a recruitment drive at the Bureau and that they had already identified a promising candidate. Having emerged from the Bureau of Misdirection herself, she held profound gratitude toward the chief deep within her heart. Moments later, Lin Feng was ushered in. He observed his surroundings while inquiring of the messenger. Is there anything wrong with all this? Is the Bureau of Misdirection really that impressive? Lin Feng was astonished. The messenger doused his enthusiasm with cold water, saying, "If you all are unaware, how can you deceive others?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to have an epiphany, chuckling, "That makes sense, haha." Initially, the messenger worried he had spoken too bluntly, but upon seeing Lin Feng's expression, he felt a growing fondness for him. Leading him outside, he said, "Dr. Qin is right in there." "Thank you, brother," Lin Feng replied cheerfully. At first glance, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that as a scientist and the disciple of the chief, Qin Ru would be rather ordinary. However, Qin Ru was strikingly beautiful, with a perfect figure that truly captivated him. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself believing the chief's words. The Bureau of Misdirection indeed teemed with stunning women. Just one Qin Ru could rival many others. Seeing the beauty lifted Lin Feng's spirits, he smiled and said, "Hello, senior sister." Qin Ru appeared not to hear him. Lin Feng, undeterred, stepped inside, surveying the area and commenting, "This place is quite impressive, unlike the shabby office at the Bureau of Misdirection." Only then did Qin Ru glance up, scrutinizing her previously unseen junior. However, her first impression of Lin Feng was not particularly favorable. Though handsome, it was evident that his personality did not align with her preferences. In contrast, Qin Ru preferred grounded individuals. "This is not the Bureau of Misdirection. What you see here cannot be disclosed. This is classified information," Qin Ru stated sternly. "I understand," Lin Feng replied dismissively. "Did the chief send you to look for me?" Qin Ru inquired. "No, I have something I wish to show you." Lin Feng realized why Qin Ru could not remain at the Bureau. Such a reserved person could hardly thrive there. Saying this, Lin Feng placed the blueprints on her desk, but Qin Ru replied, "Just leave it here. I will take a look when I have time." She assumed it was not of significant importance. As a researcher, her technical work took precedence. Qin Ru was precisely this type of person. She was not adept at conversation, and her intelligence had drawn the chief's attention, leading her to the Bureau. In truth, she had not chosen this path herself. It was the chief who had recommended her. Lin Feng, hearing this, felt no displeasure. He had gained a rough understanding of Qin Ru's character. After a moment's thought, he said, "This is actually something the chief asked me to bring." "Is it from the chief?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ru immediately set down her pen. Deep down, she valued the chief's needs highly. Lin Feng's expression, however, suddenly shifted to one of astonishment, not due to Qin Ru's actions, but the system activated. Ding! Successfully deceive Qin Ru group leader level, earning 1,000 points. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. What was this? Wow, so this is how points are earned. Before Lin Feng could analyze the system further, Qin Ru became increasingly engrossed in the blueprints. Suddenly, she sprang up, her eyes scanning Lin Feng like a hawk. In the next moment, under Lin Feng's gaze, she pressed the alarm button on her desk. Simultaneously, alarms throughout the research department blared. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" At that moment, Lin Feng was bewildered. What was this woman's game? In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the entire research department. Chapter 3. Space-based weapons. The moment Qin Ru pressed the button, soldiers armed with rifles rushed in, encircling the area. What transpired? Unclear. An external invasion? The personnel inside were equally anxious, for those who worked here were acutely aware of the high level of confidentiality maintained in this facility. What had occurred? Dr. Qin, the leader, a Captain Gao, immediately scanned the unfamiliar face of Lin Feng upon entering. Should he perceive any threat from Lin Feng towards Qin Ru, he would not hesitate to neutralize him in an instant. "Seal off all entrances to the research base. No one is to leave," Qin Ru commanded. "Additionally, everyone who has been in contact with." She cast a glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood. This woman, undoubtedly from the Bureau of Misdirection, might lack eloquence but possessed a sharp intellect. She must have discerned the implications of the blueprints, prompting her immediate concern for information security. After all, space-based weapons were no trivial matter. "Lin Feng," he stated, "all individuals he has interacted with must be detained," Qin Ru continued. Captain Gao regarded Lin Feng with a hint of confusion, yet he discerned that Lin Feng posed no danger. With a bittersweet tone, he replied, Dr. Qin, your authority is insufficient. I will take full responsibility for any repercussions. Qin Ru declared with unwavering resolve. Understood. Although Captain Gao remained puzzled, he promptly complied. This only served to heighten his curiosity. Known for her calm demeanor, what could have transpired to render her so agitated? And who precisely was this Lin Feng? As soon as Captain Gao departed, Qin Ru inquired, how did you come by this document? Impressive, sister. You recognized it as a space-based weapon, Lin Feng remarked, his gaze reflecting admiration towards Qin Ru. Unexpectedly, she appeared momentarily stunned, asking, what did you say? Space-based weapon? In truth, she could not discern that this was a blueprint for such a weapon. However, her expertise in missile research allowed her to identify an exceptionally advanced jet propulsion system, far surpassing anything developed domestically or even by the United States. This alone warranted her immediate action to eliminate any potential avenues for information leaks. Lin Feng soon realized that Qin Ru likely could not truly comprehend its significance. He opted not to clarify, simply stating, I found it on the roadside. Do you believe me? Qin Ru rolled her eyes and reached for her phone to contact the bureau chief. Lin Feng quickly interjected, don't call, I previously deceived you. This blueprint was not given to me by the old man. Call him teacher. Qin Ru corrected him earnestly, even amidst the turmoil, and continued, how exactly did you acquire it? She was astute. If the bureau chief had obtained this document, it would have likely been delivered to the highest echelon of research authorities long ago. All right, Lin Feng exhaled, his expression turning earnest. He swiftly confessed, in truth, I am a scientific prodigy. My IQ has exceeded 220 since childhood. Unfortunately, others misconstrue my abilities. As she listened, Qin Ru twirled a pen, her initial impression resembling that of a fantastical tale. This Lin Feng boasted of his intellectual prowess. Sister, if you doubt my claims, feel free to test me, Lin Feng offered. It's quite simple. The anti-gravity propulsion system can be achieved by disrupting the balance of conventional magnetic and gravitational forces using a phasing energy system. The principles of this system are, Lin Feng spoke at length. Qin Ru grasped some of the concepts, yet much of it eluded her understanding. Indeed, Lin Feng was articulating the detailed explanations annotated within the system, knowledge that resided solely within his mind. However, upon hearing his discourse, Qin Ru began to believe him. Gazing at Lin Feng in disbelief, could it be that the Bureau of Misdirection had truly recruited another scientific genius? No. Comparing herself to someone with an IQ exceeding 220, could she even entertain the notion of being a genius? As Qin Ru pondered, the system in Lin Feng's mind chimed rapidly. Success. Deceived Qin Ru, team leader level. Gain 10,000 Bureau points. 10,000. Lin Feng paused, suddenly realizing that the more impressive his deception, the greater the rewards. With this revelation, he wore an expression of perplexity, murmuring to himself, how did I, Lin Feng, an upstanding individual, awaken such a system? As they conversed, Li Chongshan scrutinized Lin Feng, while Qin Ru respectfully handed the blueprints to him. What is this? Li Chongshan continued to appraise Lin Feng. This young man is rather handsome. As dashing as I was in my youth, he mused. As he examined the blueprints, he was taken aback by their contents, nearly stumbling backward. Qin Ru hurried to steady him as he adjusted his glasses, wiping the sweat from his brow. I'm fine. Me fine. Qin Ru swallowed hard, gazing at Lin Feng in disbelief. Her qualifications were certainly lesser than Li Chongshan's, thus her exposure was not as vast. Could it be that these were indeed the design blueprints for space-based weapons? Where did they come from? Li Chongshan never anticipated that he, a dignified head of the research division, would stutter in conversation. Qin Ru pointed at Lin Feng. Li Chongshan turned his gaze towards Lin Feng as Qin Ru's voice gradually articulated. Lin Feng, my junior and newcomer to the Bureau, a genius with an IQ of 220. The Bureau chief smiled faintly and remarked, I've said all that needs to be said. What should remain unsaid must indeed stay unspoken. I can assure you, space-based weapons are no mere fantasy. Of the 16 points discussed, Qin Ru authored them. This girl must be eager to impress. I've always known her to be tough on the outside, but soft within. Hey, "Old Li, what's the matter? Where the hell have you been? Hurry up and come here. Explain Lin Feng's origins." Li Chongshan's voice was hurried, breathless as he spoke, and he hung up immediately. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief's expression darkened. It was over. Had the newcomer, on his very first day, already created a debacle? In the next moment, he stormed towards the research institute, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, this little rascal." Chapter 4. SSS Class Confidential in the Office. Li Chongshan gazed at Lin Feng with the admiration reserved for an idol. Having a background in technology himself, Li Chongshan held a profound respect for those in the technical field, treating them with a certain deference. Conversely, he harbored a strong aversion to the old head of the bureau, who was a mere blabberer. Thus, when he learned that Lin Feng was associated with the Bureau of War Deception, he was utterly astonished. He thought to himself that he must recruit Lin Feng at all costs. "Minister Li, you should know that geniuses are often misunderstood. Throughout my journey, I have faced numerous disparaging glances," Lin Feng lamented. Indeed, Li Chongshan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at the ground. He looked at Lin Feng, somewhat embarrassed, and asked, "Could you first enlighten me on what this blueprint entails?" Beside them, Qin Ru was utterly astonished. Li Chongshan was essentially the encyclopedia of the East China Research Department. How could he not decipher it? Li Chongshan felt Qin Ru's gaze, but remained unfazed. Although he could not comprehend the details, he discerned a remarkable structure and system within it. Thus, he looked at Lin Feng with eager anticipation. Lin Feng shot him a glance, tinged with disappointment. Moments earlier, while he had been misleading them, the system had chimed incessantly. Ding. Successfully deceived Li Chongshan, academician level. Rewarded with 30,000 points. Ding. Successfully deceived Qin Ru, team leader level. Rewarded with 100 points. Exhausted, Lin Feng was taken aback. Exhausted? Did that imply he had drained Qin Ru of her potential? This thought intrigued him. He had managed to extract, no, rather acquire 29,000 points from Qin Ru. However, it paled in comparison to the points gained from deceiving Li Chongshan. Thus, the truth became clear. The more elusive a person, the greater the potential points they possessed. Oh, the blueprint for space-based weapons. No wonder I couldn't comprehend it, Li Chongshan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He then sprang up like a startled beast and declared, "What did you say?" I mentioned space-based weapons," Lin Feng replied, equally startled. He watched as Li Chongshan immediately retrieved his communicator, stating, "National Security Bureau? This is Li Chongshan. I have important information to report." When the bureau head arrived, he found a research department surrounded by soldiers. As he approached, someone with a firearm swiftly blocked his path. "What is happening?" the bureau head asked, producing his identity card to verify his status. However, the soldier merely glanced at it and replied, "Apologies, bureau head, but you cannot enter at this moment." It was then that the bureau head noticed the insignia on the soldier-s uniform, a red crescent symbol. This emblem belonged to a special forces unit exclusive to the National Security Bureau, piquing his curiosity further, as such units were deployed only under extraordinary circumstances. What transpired inside? He inquired. "Apologies," the soldier reiterated, "please leave immediately." The soldier's tone was decidedly brusque. Despite the bureau head's esteemed rank, at least a major general, he found himself barred from entry. Faced with the soldier's refusal to engage, the bureau head reluctantly dialed Li Chongshan. A short while later, he saw a sweaty Li Chongshan emerge. "Did you summon me?" Li Chongshan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Who else would I ask?" the bureau head replied, equally bewildered. Had Li Chongshan lost his senses? He suddenly recalled that he had come for Lin Feng. Could it be Lin Feng? He exclaimed, and Li Chongshan nodded in confirmation. In that moment, the bureau head felt a mix of shock and alarm. If it involved Lin Feng, it likely pertained to his background. Yet, he had investigated Lin Feng and found his lineage to be impeccably clean, with a military heritage. However, the involvement of the National Security Bureau was troubling. After a moment of contemplation, the bureau head said with utmost seriousness, "This matter is entirely my responsibility. I will bear all consequences." He lifted his gaze, only to find Li Chongshan studying him intently. "I am earnest," the bureau head insisted. To his surprise, Li Chongshan replied with equal gravity, Are you out of your mind? Upon entering the research department, the bureau head discovered that it had been entirely secured by members of the National Security Bureau. Even he was subjected to a thorough search. What on earth did you uncover to warrant such measures? The bureau head inquired as he underwent security checks. You will find out once you enter, Li Chongshan said mysteriously. He was eager to share, but the presence of so many eyes made him wary. If the space-based weapon were confirmed, it would be classified as a national SSS secret, on par with the research of atomic bombs. After clearing security, the bureau head entered to find the novice from the Bureau of War Deception whom he had just deceived. He approached, and Qinru immediately stood and said, "Professor." The bureau head feigned nonchalance, nodding slightly, and glanced at Lin Feng, who was beaming at him with anticipation. Lin Feng mused about how many points a person of the bureau head's caliber would be worth. To put it simply, being a genius with an IQ of 220, I often face disdain, Lin Feng remarked, gazing at the bureau head. The bureau head nodded, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, silently urging him to continue his fabrication. Lin Feng cleared his throat, realizing that this old man was indeed a tough nut to crack. What blueprint are we discussing? The bureau head inquired. At that moment, an elderly figure entered from outside, the esteemed Yang, a titan in the field of aviation in China, the founder of the Shenzhou series, the initiator of the space station, and the chief engineer of the lunar exploration program. The appearance of such a figure signified an S-level classified matter. Yang Lao, what brings you here? The bureau head immediately saluted in respect. Yang In, however, merely cast a glance at Li Chongshan, who, like an eager student, respectfully presented the blueprint to the venerable elder. Yang In accepted the blueprint and examined it intently. His first glance was squinted. The second, his eyes widened in shock. By the third, his body trembled violently. Yang Lao, the bureau head, rushed forward to assist, only to hear Yang An's ecstatic and trembling voice exclaim, It is a space-based weapon. A space-based weapon. Chapter 5. The arrest of the director and the space-based weapon. The director was struck as if by lightning. What did this weapon signify? The concept of a space-based weapon was one that existed solely in the realms of science fiction, a pinnacle of technological advancement that no nation could currently realize. Just as the director was grappling with this revelation, Li Chongshan quietly whispered a few words to Yang In, claiming to be a part of the 220 program. Before Li could elaborate, Lin Feng felt a rare flush of embarrassment. The individual before him had made extraordinary contributions to Huaxia, and while Lin Feng prided himself on his thick skin, he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of deceiving such a person. Unexpectedly, Yang In raised his hand, signaling Li Chongshan a halt, and stood upright, saluting Lin Feng. Do you comprehend the significance of this blueprint for our Huaxia? Yang In inquired. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Li Chongshan, the director, and Qinru were all visibly agitated, their breaths quickening. Yang In's words were affirmations of profound importance. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, contemplating the space-based weapon that appeared impressive, yet seemed insignificant within the confines of the system. If this was enough to elicit such excitement, what would happen when more astonishing revelations were unveiled? Would these individuals rush to the hospital? As if on cue, an agent from the National Security Bureau entered. Handing Yang An a comunicator. Yang In nodded at Lin Feng before departing, presumably to report to higher authorities. After all, his purpose here was to verify this information. No sooner had Yang In left than the director approached Lin Feng, whispering, "You little rascal, how could you not mention the space-based weapon sooner?" "I did mention it. You simply weren't listening." "Wait, I seem to have overlooked something," the director suddenly realized. Just then, 3 agents from the National Security Bureau hurried in, surrounding the director under the curious gazes of those present. "You are suspected of leaking national security information and need to accompany us," the lead agent stated. The director's lip twitched as he recalled the gravity of the situation. "You cannot speak until we have clarified matters," the lead agent continued, as the other 2 agents moved to take him away. Lin Feng was left in a daze, pondering what transgression the director had committed, only to see the director casting frantic glances in his direction, his eyes pleading, "Save me. I truly have no idea what he has done. You are not permitted to leave unaccompanied. You may only operate within the military district. These 2 agents will guard you, and I hope for your understanding." I must return to Yinjing immediately to convene the highest level meeting before any decisions can be made. May I take this blueprint with me? Unwittingly. His demeanor far from that of a high-ranking official. Of course, Lin Feng replied, nodding. Yang saluted once more, sealed the blueprint, affixing a seal before departing under the escort of a cadre of agents. Once they had left, Lin Feng turned to Li Chongshan, asking ministerly, "What exactly has the director done?" "You are a senior," Lin Feng began, but Li Chongshan, sweating profusely, quickly insisted not to be addressed in such a manner. It was not that he was being overly humble. Rather, he recognized that Lin Feng's status had now surpassed his own. "I truly do not know," Li Chongshan admitted, equally perplexed. Meanwhile, the television station that had just interviewed the director found itself encircled by agents from the National Security Bureau, recording every passerby. The station head was currently sipping tea at the bureau. The reason was that among those drinking tea at the bureau was not just the television director, but also the director himself. "I genuinely do not know," the director lamented, feeling overwhelmed. "How could you not know? Do not shine that light in my face. That tactic is ineffective. Comrade Zhang, do you understand the consequences of leaking state secrets?" "Of course. I am in this line of work. I certainly know." "Then why did you leak them?" "I had no idea that fellow possessed a space-based weapon. He is one of your War Ignorance Bureau's people. How could you be unaware?" "He mentioned it, but I—" The director began, only to notice the lead agent's increasingly hostile gaze. He swallowed hard, realizing he could not wash his hands of this situation. Frankly, he was willing to sacrifice his own life, but the matter of the space-based weapon must never be disclosed. Helplessly, he stated, "I wish to see Lin Feng." As the director found himself in a precarious predicament, Lin Feng reclined on a sofa, sipping Wangzai milk while watching the news of the director's interview. Upon hearing the director announce that our nation was preparing to research space-based weapons, Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. The director of the War Ignorance Bureau had inadvertently revealed the truth, which explained why he had been summoned for tea by the National Security Bureau. "Stop laughing and think of a way to save the director," Qin Ru exclaimed, her expression darkening as she viewed the news. She was in a state of urgency. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng understood that he could not delay. If they truly took the director away, the War Ignorance Bureau would be left in disarray. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the agents behind him. "I need to speak with the director." Half an hour later, under the escort of 2 agents, Lin Feng entered the room where the director was detained. Still laughing. "You little brat," the director exclaimed upon seeing Lin Feng, wanting to slam the table, but refraining upon noticing the agents' glares. Lin Feng gestured for the agents to step outside. However, they hesitated, fearing for Lin Feng's safety. Ultimately, Lin Feng devised a plan, suggesting the agents cuff the director, which allowed them to leave. "Ensure the surveillance is turned off," Lin Feng added. Once confirmed, the director raised his cuffed hands, expressing gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance," the director admitted. Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Leader, I haven't done much. The matter was disclosed because of your loose tongue." Initially, the director wanted to be angry, but upon reflection, he found Lin Feng had a point. However, his frustration lingered. Suddenly, he broke into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Feng teased. "We have obtained a space-based weapon. Of course, we should be elated, especially since it came from my War Ignorance Bureau," the director proclaimed proudly. Lin Feng felt a mix of exasperation and emotion. Many from the older generation possessed a profound sense of national pride. "Let's focus on how to extricate you from this situation," Lin Feng urged. The director turned serious, stating, "You must communicate clearly with them and see what they have to say first." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Will I need to leave the War Ignorance Bureau afterward?" The director lifted his gaze, responding, "Of course. It goes without saying." Although the director was unaware of how Lin Feng had acquired the blueprint for the space-based weapon, it was clear that following this incident, Lin Feng could not remain in the War Ignorance Bureau. "What if I do not wish to leave?" Lin Feng countered. "Why would you feel that way?" the director inquired, puzzled. The current War Ignorance Bureau could hardly accommodate someone of Lin Feng's extraordinary caliber. "Because I am sentimental, and you have shown me kindness," Lin Feng said with a serious expression. "Nonsense. You are full of crafty thoughts. Do you think I would believe such words? The bureau chief replied. Lin Feng smiled wryly, thinking that it was truly difficult to fool the bureau chief, as he was undeniably a seasoned veteran. I am being earnest. After some contemplation, Lin Feng added, there are compelling reasons for me to stay. Realizing that he could not deceive the bureau chief, Lin Feng decided to speak from the heart. It was only by joining the Bureau of War Deception that he acquired this system. Who knew if it would abandon him once he left? The bureau chief chuckled, saying, I'm certain you will be fine, as I assessed you when you joined. However, the higher-ups would undoubtedly disagree. The Bureau of War Deception deals with the media, which is too conspicuous. Are you implying that if I persuade the higher-ups, you would agree? Lin Feng laughed. The bureau chief squinted, saying, it seems you have already devised a plan for persuasion. Why do you speak like that? Lin Feng adjusted his collar and replied, in this world, only sincerity can touch the hearts of others. With that, Lin Feng stood up and departed, leaving the bureau chief behind, watching him leave with a look of disdain. It was only when Lin Feng had completely vanished that a smile gradually appeared on the bureau chief's face. He understood that Lin Feng must harbor many secrets. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He could sense that Lin Feng's heart was devoted to the nation. Chapter 6, 3S Level Project in Yanjing, a high-level conference straddling the realms of science and politics, is currently underway. The assembly is small, comprising only 8 individuals. Yet each possesses a formidable stature. Among them are Yang and Chen Haidong, the highest-ranking official of a national security bureau. I have verified the authenticity of this blueprint, Yang stated, concluding his report and taking his seat. And who might this individual be? Inquired Li Guocheng, a prominent figure from the military district. He spoke directly to Chen Haidong, who promptly interjected, all matters concerning Lin Feng are now classified as top secret, known only to him. Chen Haidong, what do you mean? Li Guocheng responded with dissatisfaction. This exchange caused both men to falter, and Li Guocheng, with a hint of apology, added, Yang Lao, I did not intend that. It is now time to discuss the nature and plan of this project, Yang interjected. As he finished, Li Guocheng raised his hand, declaring, my military district is fully supportive of this project. Others followed suit, expressing their agreement. Eventually, Yang mused, then, what shall we name this project, and what shall its level be? This question left everyone in a quandary, prompting a spirited debate among the attendees. Just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, the door was suddenly thrust open, drawing everyone's attention. They wondered who possessed the audacity to interrupt, unaware of the caliber of individuals present. To their astonishment, a secret agent clad in a black military uniform entered, adorned with a black dragon emblem on his chest. Instantly, all stood in reverence. The agent approached Yang and, presenting a document with the words, this is his directive. At that moment, the room fell silent. The gravity of the situation was palpable. Yang hastily opened the sealed document and declared, this project is designated as SSS level. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. This marked the second SSS level project in Huaxia's history, codenamed Breaking the Stalemate. Breaking whose stalemate? One might ponder. It was undoubtedly aimed at dismantling the technological blockade imposed by the United States across the Pacific. Chen Haidong, Yang continued. Chen Haidong, taken aback, accepted the information from Yang only to find the words. Lin Feng will assume the role of the project leader, his identity classified as top secret, and he is to be immediately placed on the national whitelist. Upon reading the initial line, Chen Haidong remained unfazed. However, the subsequent revelation unsettled him deeply. The significance of a national whitelist was monumental. Any foreign entity daring to act against its members would provoke a total national mobilization from Huaxia, irrespective of the stakes involved. Typically, this list contained only one individual at any given time. Yet now, there were 2. Please hold on a moment, the agent said, glancing at Lin Feng with a hint of hesitation. No rush. Allow me to share my fascinating story. Lin Feng engaged the 2 agents in conversation, who exchanged glances bemused. Agents of such caliber were generally taciturn, yet Lin Feng was remarkably at ease, as if regaling them since the dawn of time. Ding! Successfully deceived a passerby agent. Reward. 1,000 points. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. The system, while user-friendly, seemed a tad impolite. What did they mean by passerby agent? A proper designation would suffice. Nevertheless, Lin Feng confirmed a crucial insight. The system was highly attuned to status. The higher the rank, the more points accrued. This only piqued his curiosity further. How many points might he earn for deceiving the bureau chief? The old man held a status neither too high nor too low, suggesting a modest reward, yet he was eager to find out. While Lin Feng pondered, another agent approached, stating, "The chief wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sprang to his feet, accepting the call, which was a video conference. On the other end was, predictably, Chun Haidong. Upon seeing the 19-year-old before him, he was taken aback. This youth was about to lead a 3S project. "Greetings, I am Chun Haidong." He began slowly. "I have heard you were looking for me." Chun Haidong refrained from overwhelming Lin Feng with information, as his primary concern was Lin Feng's safety. Other matters would be handled by others. "Bureau Chief," Lin Feng replied, uncertain of Chun Haidong's demeanor. Chun Haidong chuckled softly but soon furrowed his brow, saying, "I know that Comrade Zhang was wronged, yet he has already spoken. Are you suggesting he should be eliminated?" Lin Feng queried. "Not to that extent, but the issue must be resolved," Chun Haidong replied with a grin. "Releasing him would suffice," Lin Feng suggested. "I have informed you." The old man was initially skeptical, and, coupled with my remarks, he subconsciously dismissed it as a jest. "And what do you propose?" "Let the jest continue. After all, no one will take it seriously," Lin Feng replied. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Haidong remarked, "I'll consider it." Hearing this, Lin Feng exhaled in relief, sensing stability in the situation. "By the way, you should come to Yinjing tonight," Chun Haidong urged. "What purpose does that serve?" Lin Feng inquired. "Your current identity and rank are no longer suitable for remaining in Donghai City," Chun Haidong explained. "What if I insist on staying?" Lin Feng countered. As he spoke, Chun Haidong narrowed his eyes, asking, "You do not wish to leave the Bureau of War and Deception?" "Indeed," Lin Feng affirmed. "Why is that?" "No reason," Lin Feng replied. "A reason is essential," Chun Haidong insisted. "The Bureau Chief has bestowed upon me a great favor." "That reason is insufficient," Chun Haidong replied. "There are no impenetrable walls. The tighter you protect me, the deeper the enemy's spies will infiltrate. How can you be certain that those guarding me are not traitors?" Lin Feng articulated. At this, Chun Haidong frowned. "Conversely, placing me in the public eye within the Bureau of War and Deception will render me a mere jester, a small apprentice to the Bureau Chief, and thus I will attract little attention," Lin Feng asserted. "What if I refuse to take that risk?" Chun Haidong inquired. Lin Feng replied, "This matter is beyond your jurisdiction." Instead of anger, Chun Haidong chuckled, filled with admiration for Lin Feng. At merely 19, his eloquence and poise were indeed remarkable. "I shall report back," he said. "Thank you," Lin Feng sighed with relief. Just then, the system notification chimed, "Acquired 100,000 points." This signified that the highest-ranking official of the National Security Bureau had placed his trust in him. "By the way," Lin Feng interjected, "there is one more thing." "What is it?" "Could you possibly replace the agents assigned to protect me with more conventional personnel?" "Why do you say that?" "They're all muscle-bound, with arms thicker than my thighs. It is evident they are trained combatants." "Wouldn't that jeopardize my identity?" Lin Feng pointed out. Chun Haidong paused, then chuckled, "Not a problem." Chapter 7. The printing press this rascal. Although the bureau chief knew that this was a standard procedure, he still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The Bureau of Strategic Deception is his domain. He sat on the ground in a bit of a funk, pulled out a cigarette, took a puff, and suddenly laughed, saying, "Looking at it this way, my vision is indeed keen. I might just strike gold." While the bureau chief was indulging in self-praise, Lin Feng was meeting with Yang Un, who elaborated on the details of the project. "I'm the overall person in charge?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Yang Un looked at him and said, "You're the most familiar with the blueprints, so naturally, it is you who must take the lead." "Yang, please refrain from calling me that. It makes me feel awkward," Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. Yang Un chuckled, gaining a bit more fondness for Lin Feng, and said, "Rest assured, I understand that you may not be well versed in the workings of the system. We will assign you an assistant, and for any questions, you can approach me or the relevant department." Lin Feng glanced at the department's name and felt his mouth twitch. The Department of National Affairs? ISNT, that the most prestigious department? Let me think, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng, Yang attempted to persuade Lin Feng, aware of the gravity of the situation, but was taken aback when Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm just considering how to start. Hearing this, Yang breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Lin Feng continue. Am I free to assign personnel as I see fit? Of course, Yang replied, looking at Lin Feng with anticipation. He was eager to recommend himself, dreaming of being part of this monumental project. Yet he feared that Lin Feng would dismiss him for being too old. All right, Yang nodded repeatedly, wanted to speak but ultimately decided to leave. Lin Feng personally escorted him to the door, where he noticed the bureau chief, who was still sulking on the floor, and exclaimed, Oh, bureau chief, are you sulking here? The bureau chief stood up, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng as they both walked inside. Lin Feng prepared to take a seat at the main desk, but the bureau chief began to cough violently. Here, you're so stingy, Lin Feng said, speechless. As the bureau chief sat down, Lin Feng noticed that he still bore a look of lingering fear and comforted him. I've already assured the higher-ups that everything is fine. My well-being isn't the issue. I'm just worried. The bureau chief said gloomily. What if someone in the U.S. actually believes what I said? At this, Lin Feng laughed outright, saying, You've deceived the Americans so many times. Do you think they would still trust you? What do you mean by that? My international credibility is quite high, the bureau chief retorted, slightly annoyed. That may work on Qin-Ru, but it's pointless with me. You're just trying to cultivate a successor to continue your deception. Lin Feng exposed the bureau chief's hidden intentions. The bureau chief's face flushed red, but he quickly laughed. Lin Feng truly was clever. He and team misjudged him. By the way, the bureau chief's expression turned curious as he asked in a low voice, What did Yang say to you? What arrangements did the higher-ups make? Lin Feng squinted and replied, Do you truly want to know? The bureau chief paused, suddenly realizing. This matter must be astonishing, of the utmost confidentiality. He would probably have to go to the National Security Bureau for a chat soon. You little rascal, trying to set me up again, the bureau chief grumbled, taking a sip of tea. This one tea do. I need to find a way to completely resolve this issue. After all, it was instigated by me. That. Lin Feng interrupted, pointing at the cup. What's wrong? This cup of tea belongs to Yang, Lin Feng said. The bureau chief instantly spat out his drink, exclaiming, Why didn't you say so earlier? It wasn't a matter of disdain. He merely had a personal hygiene obsession. You didn't ask, you just drank it. Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Feng then sat at the desk, paused in his writing, raised his head, and said, I mentioned that the cup belonged to Yang, but I didn't say he had drunk from it. The bureau chief froze for a moment, then his smile vanished, replaced by a furious outburst that echoed throughout the office, sending two agents outside into fits of laughter. Ding! Successfully deceived the bureau chief of strategic deception. Reward points, 100. 000. 100,000. Lin Feng was taken aback, counting the zeros, utterly astonished. When he had tricked Li Chongshan, he had exhausted his breath and only earned 30,000 points. Now, with just a small jest towards the bureau chief, he received 100,000? In that instant, Lin Feng looked at the bureau chief with sparkling eyes, as if gazing at a plump sheep. No, it should be called a printing press. His instincts told him that the bureau chief held immense potential. Bureau chief, feel free to speak your mind. Are you free for dinner tonight? Lin Feng asked with a grin. However, the bureau chief, staring at his smile, felt a chill run down his spine. This sly fellow undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Later that night, Lin Feng sat at his desk, deep in contemplation. First, he needed to clarify the direction he would take moving forward. Space-based weaponry was merely a beginning. An appetizer. Lin Feng's foremost task was to acquire a substantial amount of points. Only then could he continuously procure new super-technological weaponry. However, those super aircraft carriers alone cost millions. Even coaxing the bureau chief daily would be a daunting task. Lin Feng exhaled, turning the pen in his hand, pondering how to resolve this dilemma, when suddenly his gaze fell upon the nameplate of the Bureau of Strategic Deception. A light bulb went off in his head. Of course, the television station, As long as he could leverage the television station to deceive others, why would he lack points? Lin Feng was filled with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. In the United States, as the sole superpower on Blue Star, the nation reaped the world through its financial and military prowess. Upon witnessing the rise of China, they decisively acted, imposing a comprehensive blockade against this eastern giant, attempting to thwart its ascent. They understood that this nation, throughout history, had consistently surpassed all other countries on Blue Star. This nation, this people, could potentially surpass them entirely one day. Thus, they established a new department named the China Group. The head of this department, Wilson, held a significant position in the United States, directly liaising with the president. At this moment, Wilson was receiving reports concerning recent developments in China. Under our blockade, their chip, semiconductor, and economic sectors have faced severe repercussions, particularly in technology. Since the sanctions were implemented, their largest domestic mobile phone company is on the brink of collapse, with plummeting shipment volumes. The team member grew increasingly animated. Wilson then inquired, "What about new technologies?" New technologies? The team member chuckled at this question, saying, "We've issued a global ban. No country dares to collaborate with China now, relying solely on them. How could they possibly innovate new technologies?" While it's true that Easterners excel at imitation, when it comes to innovation, they're still trailing behind us. Chapter 8. Codename Butterfly. Upon hearing these words, Wilson could not help but smile. Though the words may seem coarse, they hold a profound truth. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "However, it is indeed true that China possesses the most comprehensive industrial chain in the world. We must remain vigilant in this regard. We must remember that these Easterners are exceedingly cunning. Previously, we were deceived by someone referred to as Juzwa, which allowed them to successfully produce fifth-generation aircraft." Upon hearing Wilson's statement, the team member nodded in agreement, cautiously adding, "This is an area of significant focus for us, especially concerning this Juzwa individual." As he spoke, he handed Wilson a dossier. Upon glancing at it, Wilson's eyes widened in disbelief. "Space-based weapons? What nonsense is this?" Wilson exclaimed. "We too believe it to be impossible. That old man is undoubtedly deceiving us," the team member replied. However, noticing the seriousness etched on Wilson's face, he added, "Lord Wilson, you do not actually believe it, do you? Our country is also undertaking a space-based weapon project, but we have merely just begun." Wilson interjected, "If they were to get ahead of us." "That is impossible. China's technology is limited." The team member countered. "One can never be too cautious," Wilson insisted. "This matter must be thoroughly investigated." The team member was taken aback. If the space-based weapon project were genuine, its classification within China would undoubtedly be high. How could they possibly investigate it? At this moment, Wilson declared, "It is time to make use of it." The team member was astonished, exclaiming, "But that is a pawn we painstakingly maneuvered into position. Is it not too soon to activate it?" "Go ahead," Wilson instructed, handing him a token. The team member inhaled deeply as he picked up the token, which bore the imprint of a butterfly. This was indeed the operational code name of that individual. "What?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Juzwen nearly jumped up. Are you trying to make matters worse for me? Do you not understand your current status?" Juzwa was flustered. While he may not have known the specifics of the breakthrough plan's classification, he could surmise its importance. If Lin Feng were to make a public appearance, he would become a public figure. "That won't do," Juzwa asserted. Lin Feng smiled and produced a token engraved with a black dragon pattern. Upon seeing it, Juzwa was left utterly stunned. He recognized the token. Its presentation was tantamount to issuing a military order. "Are you not putting me in a difficult position?" Juzwa protested. "Rest assured, I have reported this matter to the higher-ups, and I possess the necessary discretion," Lin Feng replied. "Lin Feng, you must understand that this matter is not. The most perilous locations often harbor the greatest safety," Lin Feng interjected, noticing Yang and entering the room. "I must attend a meeting now. I leave this matter in your hands." With that, Lin Feng departed, leaving Juzwa muttering about when he would next have to visit the National Security Bureau for tea. As Lin Feng entered the conference room, Yang rose to introduce him to the attendees, including the heads of the Space Department, the Aeronautical Engineering Department, and others. Lin Feng merely nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he smiled, and said, If everyone is present, please take your seats. As Yang En and the others settled in, no one dared to assert their seniority. After all, those in attendance were well aware of Lin Feng's stature. Yet curiosity lingered in their minds. Could a mere 19-year-old truly bear the responsibility of a 3S project? Was it conceivable that a design blueprint for a space-based weapon had genuinely originated from his hands? Now, I shall announce the roster. Chief Engineer of the Breakthrough Project, Lin Feng. Deputy Chief Engineer, Academician Yang En. As Lin Feng read the names, Yang En paused, momentarily stunned, before abruptly awakening to the revelation, nearly moved to tears. However, having weathered many storms, Yang En quickly regained his composure and prepared to continue listening, only to find Lin Feng folding the paper. That's it. Minister Yi Zhongshan of the Space Department asked in surprise. Yes, Lin Feng affirmed. The roster will be managed by Deputy Chief Engineer Yang. Wait. The others hesitated, exchanging glances of confusion. What was this? Typically, for such significant projects, the chief engineer personally selects the team. Was Lin Feng essentially delegating his responsibilities? Is that acceptable, Yang? Lin Feng inquired. Yang En surveyed the group, unconcerned as he replied. No problem. I'm somewhat familiar with the personnel. Yang En's words also served to clarify Lin Feng's intentions. Nevertheless, the others remained skeptical. They understood that before them lay a 3S level project, and even if Lin Feng was unfamiliar with the individuals involved, he could still consult with others. Before you are 5 project proposals. I hope each department can complete them on schedule, Lin Feng continued. As the others opened the documents, they found little substantial content, primarily consisting of equipment specifications and land usage. However, Yi Zhongshan, flipping to the last page, could no longer restrain himself and stood up, saying, Lin Feng. Chief Engineer Lin, I have a question. Go ahead, Lin Feng encouraged. Are you serious about this timeline? Yi Zhongshan's tone grew more intense. All eyes turned to the final page, revealing the written statement. Breakthrough Project Timeline, 180 days. At once, the room erupted in disbelief. 180 days? What a joke. This is a space-based weapon. In their minds, it was inconceivable to complete it in less than 3 years. 6 months? That was sheer fantasy. I have not made a mistake. That is indeed the timeline, Lin Feng asserted. You must understand that this. Yi Zhongshan's voice rose in volume. But Lin Feng stood up, stating, I have matters to discuss with the Deputy Chief Engineer. You may all leave now. Hearing this, Yi Zhongshan and the others felt a surge of frustration. Yet, they found themselves powerless. Lin Feng's rank was too elevated, directly tied to the highest echelons of authority. As they exited, they whispered amongst themselves. Finally, one could not contain himself. This kid is far too young. Should we report to the higher-ups about replacing him? Indeed. Another chimed in. As they spoke, Yi Zhongshan remained calm, saying, Are you certain you wish to replace him? This plan was his brainchild. If you change the personnel, who among you would take over? Do you understand anything about space-based weapons? With that, the group fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Indeed, who among them, or within the ranks of China's myriad scientists, possessed such knowledge? Meanwhile, Lin Feng, still in the conference room, had no illusions about their discussions concerning him. Yet he paid them no heed. Yang En, however, spoke up. Lin Feng, are you certain about this timeline? Yang, you do not doubt me, do you? Lin Feng inquired. The majority of the responsibilities for the Breakthrough Project will now rest on your shoulders, Lin Feng declared. You. Yang En hesitated, contemplating whether Lin Feng was genuinely prepared to adopt a hands-off approach. At that moment, Lin Feng added, I trust you, Yang. Yang En felt that Lin Feng was perhaps being too careless, too arrogant. However, he remained oblivious to Lin Feng's true thoughts. Lin Feng was not lazy. Rather, he was simply overwhelmed. In the days to come, numerous new weapon systems would be unveiled, and if Lin Feng were to oversee every project in detail, he would indeed find himself unable to cope. Noticing Yang En's skeptical gaze, Lin Feng opted not to elaborate. He understood that when the time came, Yang En's expression would no longer mirror the skepticism of the present moment. Chapter 9. Confidential Agreement Leader, you can't betray me. Please persuade him. The director, holding the phone, was communicating with Chun Haidong. However, Chun Haidong replied with a wry smile, I have no authority over him. My rank is insufficient. My responsibility is merely to provide protection. Well, I must attend to other matters. Good luck. Chun Haidong chuckled as he hung up. At that moment, the director appeared frantic, yet unbeknownst to him, Chun Haidong shared the same expression of desperation. However, Lin Feng's demands left no room for negotiation. Is the leader looking for me? Lin Feng inquired. Please refrain from calling me leader. It gives me goosebumps, the director hastily responded. As they walked together, Lin Feng remarked, It seems you made a call. How did you manage to convince them? The director asked. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, contemplating how to deceive him, but the director continued, Forget it. I no longer wish to know. Nothing can be changed now. With that, the director added, Let us go. Where to? Lin Feng inquired. To the television station. The director replied. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the director's vehicle. Lin Feng instinctively moved towards the passenger seat, but the director instructed, You drive. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, watched as the director tossed the keys to him. Though Lin Feng had decent reflexes, the keys fell to the ground. Unfazed, he picked them up, reasoning that it was not his car key. After all, I am the leader in public. Naturally, you should drive, the director proclaimed as he comfortably settled into the back seat. Lin Feng replied with an "Oh," took the keys, entered the vehicle, and muttered softly, It's an automatic. I only learned manual. What are you mumbling about? The director asked, gazing out the window. Let me tell you, if you've chosen this path, you must conceal your identity well. When we stop, assist me by opening the door. That is the duty of a department staff member. Understood, leader. Lin Feng finally recalled his driving lessons, shifted into drive, and asked, Leader, shall we depart? Indeed, and remember, there are techniques to maintain a hidden identity. Just as the director began to speak, he was suddenly thrust forward, nearly colliding with the front seat, his eyes catching sight of Lin Feng's foot pressing the accelerator. Flooring at the start, a sense of foreboding washed over the director. 20 minutes later, he paled as he flung open the car door, even before Lin Feng could assist him. Stumbling inside, the director neglected Lin Feng's question, What are you doing? After a few minutes of waiting, Lin Feng finally saw the director emerge, looking exceedingly weak. Are you carsick? Lin Feng asked. The director ignored him, merely inquiring, Are you a novice driver? Of course. Lin Feng replied. I'm 19. How long could I have had my license? The director suddenly understood, trudging inside, where numerous people greeted him, casting curious glances at Lin Feng. Remember, your current identity is merely that of my apprentice, the director instructed. Lin Feng nodded. Moments later. The director approached the office of the station chief and said to Lin Feng, I will go in. You should remain outside. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging that his identity did not warrant entry. He stood outside, curiously surveying his surroundings. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman in professional attire approached him. Lin Feng was not one to be swayed by appearances, but out of respect, he glanced over. To his surprise, the woman initiated conversation. Hello. Hello. Lin Feng replied with a slight nod, unfazed. Is someone inside? She asked, noticing her name tag reading Zhu Ting. He deduced she must be a host from the television station. Yes, he replied. Thank you. Zhu Ting smiled and stood nearby. An awkward silence ensued until Zhu Ting broke the ice. You don't seem to be a staff member here. Are you new? Oh no, I'm here with my leader. Lin Feng clarified. Leader? Is it the director? Zhu Ting asked, scrutinizing him. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing his affirmation, Zhu Ting's demeanor brightened. I've interviewed him before. She began, her words flowing effortlessly. As they conversed, Lin Feng confirmed her role as a host and noted her amiable rapport with the director. Could it be that the old fellow is a bit of a rogue? Lin Feng pondered. What's the matter? Zhu Ting asked, noticing Lin Feng's gaze. Before he could respond, the director emerged with a portly man. Zhu Ting promptly greeted the man with respect, addressing him as the station chief, then turned to the director. Ah, it's been 2 weeks since we last met. You look even more distinguished, the director said with a sly grin. Zhu Ting returned the smile sweetly. The station chief glanced at Zhu Ting and then at Lin Feng, stating, Truly, the director's prodigy. A remarkable talent. Thank you, Lin Feng replied, adopting a respectful demeanor. The director interjected, then it settled. No problem, the station chief affirmed, then turned to Zhu Ting, saying, Zhu Ting, take him to change and prepare for makeup. Lin Feng paused, but Zhu Ting quickly remarked, didn't Tiwi say today was for interviewing the director? Ever since the director discussed the space-based weaponry, numerous television stations had clamored for his participation. The director's agreement to come here stemmed from the fact that this station was the largest and most authoritative in Donghai City. No, we shall appear together today. The director replied with a smile. Lin Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The director's smile was clearly directed at him. Why hadn't he mentioned this earlier so Lin Feng could prepare? Hurry along, the director urged. Lin Feng, is it? This way, please. Zhu Ting gestured invitingly. Lin Feng smiled and followed her. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Donghai City, a significant project was officially launched, covering an area of 500 square kilometers. Open to state-owned bidding, with over 18 first-tier construction companies awarded contracts in one go. Let me reiterate, if any company cuts corners, your company will be disqualified. The project manager concluded. Consequently, after the meeting, the owners of the 18 companies whispered among themselves. What project is it? Do you know? Don't inquire. It's definitely related to the military district. Indeed, constructing 500 square kilometers in just a month. All 18 business leaders recognized the magnitude of the undertaking. Furthermore, they all signed confidentiality agreements, albeit they remained unaware of what precisely they were keeping secret. On an island in southern Huaxia, at an aviation institute, a bespectacled man adorned in a doctoral gown addressed an elderly academic. Teacher, I don't wish to go. Why not? The old academic inquired, lifting his gaze. He was the head of South Island Aviation, while the bespectacled man served as the chief engineer there. The lunar exploration program has just commenced. My presence is crucial here. And, he explained, are you concerned about your future? The old academic pressed. The man hesitated, ultimately confessing no. I simply do not wish to partake in trivial projects. My talents should not be squandered on. Nonsense, the old academic exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Zhou Liming, once we enter this field, we are servants of the nation. Where we are needed, there we must go. Zhou Liming's countenance darkened upon hearing this. He is not incapable of enduring hardship. Rather, he harbors a fervent desire to work in a frontline technological position. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, may I know what the project is? You cannot, replied the venerable academician. Zhou Liming paused, his expression growing even more somber, only to hear the old academician continue. Because even I am unaware, this directive for allocation has come from the highest echelons. At those words, Zhou Liming's mouth fell agape in astonishment. How could someone of the academician's stature, who had reached the pinnacle of scientific achievement, not even be entitled to know the name of the project? Chapter 10. Fabrication of academic credentials. When the bureau chief entered, Lin Feng had already completed his makeup. Naturally handsome, Lin Feng appeared even more radiant and charming in his military attire and subtle enhancements. He was alone in the room, prompting the bureau chief to smile and remark, not bad, quite the dapper figure. What does a grown man need makeup for? Lin Feng replied, it's essential for television. Even my old man needs to look presentable. The bureau chief explained, it's all about image. Lin Feng chuckled, and as they conversed, both were surveying their surroundings. The bureau chief, with his military background, had a keen eye and scanned the area with sharp perception, while Lin Feng seemed less practiced in such scrutiny. Nevertheless, the bureau chief appreciated Lin Feng's vigilance, a fundamental quality that every soldier, indeed every exemplary man, should possess. Don't be nervous on stage for your first time. Just speak your mind. If you stray, I will intervene, the bureau chief advised earnestly. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and the bureau chief's serious demeanor instantly transformed into a smile as he inquired, how is Zhu Ting? How is what? Lin Feng responded, I meant her appearance. The bureau chief clarified. She's quite beautiful, Lin Feng admitted. Have you developed a fondness for her? The bureau chief probed. Not exactly. I merely find her somewhat peculiar, Lin Feng explained. In what way? The bureau chief pressed. I sense she is trying to provoke me, Lin Feng confessed. The bureau chief looked taken aback. then burst into laughter, saying, "Nonsense. She is a high-achieving student returning from abroad, hailing from a well-off family. The line of suitors for her would stretch from here to Yinjing. That must be exhausting for them," Lin Feng remarked. "Not for her, as she hardly pays them any mind," the bureau chief replied. "I meant those waiting in line," Lin Feng reiterated. The bureau chief rolled his eyes, unconvinced by Lin Feng's assertion. Zhu Ting's character was known to be mature and reserved. It seemed implausible that she would actively pursue a stranger. "All right, let us welcome the bureau chief and his protege," Zhu Ting announced from the stage with a smile. The hour was just past 7, and a multitude of viewers had gathered before their televisions and in online streaming rooms, eagerly awaiting the event. Previously, the bureau chief had mentioned that the nation was researching space-based weaponry, which had stirred considerable public interest. Thus, the audience comprised not only casual onlookers but also dedicated military enthusiasts and spies. Indeed, while we currently reside in a time of peace, the underlying currents beneath this tranquility are far more perilous than open warfare. I suspect it is largely fabricated. How can we trust the words of the Bureau of War Deception? One voice chimed in. Is it possible the nation has truly made breakthroughs in space-based weaponry? Nonsense. Our country cannot even produce top-tier chips. Indeed, with the sanctions imposed by the United States, many of our advanced technologies have become inoperable. The discussions grew heated, with many expressing their opinions, though a few were curious about the identity of the bureau chief's protege. As the broadcast commenced, Zhu Ting's voice resonated, revealing the bureau chief and Lin Feng. Silence. Let us hear what the bureau chief has to say, someone called from the live chat, quieting the audience considerably. "Hello, bureau chief, Lin Feng," came the introduction. At this moment, someone noted Lin Feng's presence, exclaiming, "This young man is quite handsome." "Handsome is of no consequence. This is a military interview. Fan culture has no place here," another retorted, igniting a fresh wave of chatter. "Do you think China's technology will be stifled?" Zhu Ting asked directly. The bureau chief paused slightly at this question. Were it posed by another reporter, it would have been unremarkable. But he recalled that Zhu Ting was not known for her sharp tongue. "This question merely reflects what some of my fans requested I inquire," Zhu Ting clarified. "Oh." Zhu Ting turned in surprise. "I did not anticipate Mr. Lin Feng to be an expert on this matter." Laughter erupted in the room, and viewers at home quickly developed a fondness for Lin Feng. Indeed, technological embargoes have profoundly impacted us, hindering our advanced industries, particularly in critical areas. He began, only to be interrupted by a tactical cough from the bureau chief. Lin Feng's expression shifted, portraying a sense of having overstepped. The audience groaned in dismay. But in the next moment, Lin Feng stood resolutely and declared, "I see no harm in discussing this. It is precisely this reality that compels us to strive for self-reliance. What is there to fear? There is only one blue planet. Should conflict arise, we may as well face it together." Lin Feng, the bureau chief, interjected sternly, reproaching him. "However, I believe it is our duty as Chinese citizens to empower ourselves. We still have time. We must not languish in a society consumed by entertainment, but rather endeavor to contribute meaningfully to our nation," Lin Feng asserted passionately. Hearing this, the bureau chief's expression softened, though internally he felt no anger. While their interactions had been limited, he discerned that Lin Feng was not a simple-minded individual. His selection for the Bureau of War Deception was no mere coincidence. Yet, Lin Feng's sudden fervor was intriguing. What had ignited such passion within him? "Goodness, I feel invigorated," someone mused. "So, we have reached such a critical juncture." He is right. If it comes to that, we must be prepared to fight to the bitter end. But if we wish to effect change, we must empower ourselves. Tomorrow, I shall refrain from gaming. The audience buzzed with excitement, showering Lin Feng with high praise, while others hastily searched for his identity online. At Yinjing University, one of the nation's premier institutions, a national security agent presented a dossier to the university's president. Upon reviewing it, the president's countenance darkened. "This is academic fraud," he declared with indignation. "Sign it," the agent insisted. "I will not engage in such actions. Yinjing University is not a playground for academic deception or political manipulation," the president responded with utmost seriousness. "Sign it," the agent reiterated. Leave at once, the president shouted, slamming his hand on the desk in defiance, summoning security with a cold smile. In an instant, the president's voice rang out, "Wait. Are you now seeking to preserve your position, or are you concerned for your life?" The agent replied coldly, causing the president to tremble as he recalled the phone call he had just received. "If you delay matters, the position of Yinjing University's president will be reassigned." Seeing the president's signature, the agent departed satisfied, while Lin Feng's or some gained another accolade. The youngest doctoral candidate at Yinjing University. Chapter 11. The spy Lin Feng, a 19-year-old male from Donghai City, is the youngest doctoral candidate at Yinjing University and currently holds the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. As a youth, he excelled academically, earning an exceptional early admission to Yinjing University. He has previously published a paper titled Military Waters. Wait a minute, a 19-year-old doctor and Rear Admiral? Is that for real? The incredulity is palpable. Is that even slightly believable? It's as if the word fake was written across his backside. There seems to be an undeniable support network behind Lin Feng. The internet buzzes with excitement, and he is humorously dubbed the Rear Admiral with the most significant backing. Yet, no one dares to assert the truth of the matter. Soon, attention shifts to the seasoned general at the table. I apologize. I seem to have overstepped by asking that question. Allow me to pose one final inquiry. Go ahead. The general's expression quickly regains its composure. During your last frontline interview, you mentioned that we are already researching space-based weaponry. Is that true? As Zhu Ting speaks, her gaze intensely scrutinizes every nuance of the general's demeanor, as if trying to read his thoughts. Zhu Ting wishes to press further, but instead stands up, declaring, "Thank you very much for the interview, General and Mr. Lin Feng." "No need for thanks," the general and Lin Feng reply, rising as the screen fades to an advertisement. Viewers across the nation erupt in astonishment. Is China really that remarkable? A swell of pride emerges among many, yet skepticism prevails in greater numbers. Is there an issue? The general inquires calmly. Zhu Ting glances at the general's expression. "I recognize that I may have broached an inappropriate topic, and I sincerely apologize. Therefore, I would like to invite both of you to dinner as a gesture of contrition." "No need for dinner. I have other matters to attend to," the general responds. Zhu Ting appears visibly disappointed. "Let Lin Feng accompany you. He mentioned he was hungry just now," the general adds. Zhu Ting's eyes light up. Lin Feng, perplexed, looks at the general, wondering when he had expressed hunger. Nevertheless, he affirms, "I am indeed a bit hungry." Once the general departs for his vehicle, Lin Feng immediately contacts Chun Haidong, saying, "I've completed my tasks. What are you all plotting?" "Some intriguing matters," Chun Haidong replies. "I have informed you about Zhu Ting's identity. Do not provoke any trouble," the general states sternly. "I understand your concern for Lin Feng's safety, but rest assured, our personnel are within 10 meters of him. Anyone daring to make a move against him will face dire consequences," Chun Haidong assures. "I watched the live broadcast. It was quite exciting." But the general, upon hearing this, silently ends the call, feeling somewhat reassured. Yet, he recalls Lin Feng's earlier words, sensing that Lin Feng is up to something. "That rascal." The general glances as Lin Feng enters Zhu Ting's vehicle, chuckling to himself. Indeed, those destined for greatness must undergo trials of passion. He then picks up the phone. "Hello, Donghai News? I have a scoop. The youngest Rear Admiral, Lin Feng, is on a date with Zhu Ting from Donghai Television. The location is..." The following morning, Lin Feng is awakened by the system's notification, announcing an influx of points. 800,000? He wonders if he is seeing things. Ding! You have inspired a group of young individuals through your words, earning 800,000 points. Overjoyed, Lin Feng realizes his suspicions were correct. Media exposure can indeed yield rewards. If this is the case, accumulating points could lead to his next reward. While reveling in this news, he hears a knock at the door and calls out, "Come in." The general enters, accompanied by a stunning woman with flowing hair. "I am not an ordinary person." Lin Feng recognizes the implication. "Where are you headed?" the general inquires. "She has invited me to dinner today," Lin Feng replies while checking his reflection. The general flashes a brief, enigmatic smile, gesturing towards the woman beside him. "She's here for you." Lin Feng glances at her, and the general adds, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Once the general departs, the woman stands at attention, introducing herself. I am Su Chensi, ID 78166, and I shall be your assistant from now on. Lin Feng contemplates. Wasn't Minister Chun supposed to assign me 10 assistants? One is sufficient for me, Su Chensi confidently asserts. Interesting, Lin Feng sits down, we know. At this moment, Su Chensi hands him her phone, and upon listening, Lin Feng cannot help but smile. The contents pertain to the discussions and ramifications stemming from the previous day's events. Lin Feng has been labeled the young master of the military, the rear admiral with the most substantial backing, particularly after the rumors about his relationship with Zhu Ting emerged, painting him as a playboy. How did you know I wanted to see this? Lin Feng asks. Because I believe you did it intentionally, she replies. Like what? Lin Feng inquires. Just a hunch. What kind of hunch? A woman's intuition. How skilled are you? Lin Feng questions. Had the general intended to act against you, he would have collapsed the moment he stood up. One last question, Lin Feng states. Go ahead. Am I required to pay you the salaries for 10 assistants? Su Chensi maintains a serious demeanor, though a subtle smile creeps on her lips. How is the project progressing? Lin Feng continues. The base construction has commenced. It should take around 2 weeks. Good. Lin Feng nods, then adds, I am hungry. I will get you breakfast right away. You cannot cook? I never claimed I could. Meanwhile, at the National Security Bureau, Chen Haidong, the highest-ranking official, stands to the side, respectfully yielding his position to a man in his 50s. The deference shown to this individual speaks volumes about his status. Zhou Quanmin, the head of the State Affairs Department, watches a video displaying Lin Feng and Zhu Ting's date. When was this discovered? Zhou Quanmin queries. It was uncovered during a recent interview with the general. Chen Haidong responds. According to our agents, Zhu Ting is an American spy. When we first learned of this, the Security Bureau was prepared to act, but the general intervened. Oh, why was that? Zhou Quanmin inquires. He claimed that a pawn should fulfill its purpose. Chen Haidong explains. Intriguing. Elaborate. Zhou Quanmin encourages. Lin Feng requires a cover identity. At 19, his position in the military is highly conspicuous. Thus, it is prudent to craft an image of a rear admiral with considerable connections and a penchant for indulgence, which would lead spies to underestimate his knowledge. Zhou Quanmin nods, pondering further. Do you think Lin Feng can discover this? Impossible, Chen Haidong chuckles. Lin Feng lacks the training of a spy. He does not possess the cunning of the general. Besides, how many young men are not enamored with romance? Let us consider it a lesson for him. Everyone must grow. Our nation's future requires him. Chapter 12. Chief Engineer Lin Feng. You are truly remarkable. Zhu Ting gazed at Lin Feng with admiration. Lin Feng took a deep breath and sipped some water. Do not misunderstand. They were not in a bedroom, but rather on a basketball court. For an entire week, Lin Feng had been spending time with Zhu Ting. Several times, Zhu Ting subtly hinted that Lin Feng could take their relationship further, yet he remained indifferent. This time, Zhu Ting could no longer contain herself. Lin Feng, would you be my boyfriend? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She knew that to uncover the truth behind the space-based weaponry, she could approach this young man. She had arranged for an investigation into Lin Feng's background from the United States, but the results were inconclusive. This was hardly surprising. Lin Feng was likely the son of a high-ranking military official, for it was improbable that he could casually attain the rank of major general otherwise. Additionally, he was a protege of a prominent figure, which surely granted him insights. You do not have feelings for me? Lin Feng inquired. Of course not. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated, he declared. Then what is holding you back? Zhu Ting pressed. My father, in truth, holds a significant position. He wishes for me to enter a politically advantageous marriage. Moreover, as you know, our outings have attracted media scrutiny, and I genuinely aspire to achieve something noteworthy to present to my father, Lin Feng earnestly explained. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ting immediately believed him, yet inwardly she held contempt. Those who rely on their familial connections often harbor delusions of success, yet such individuals are frequently ineffectual. Nevertheless, Zhu Ting feigned admiration, her eyes sparkling with a fade of allure. You will wait for me, right? Lin Feng asked. Of course, Zhu Ting nodded. As she affirmed, Lin Feng heard the system chime. Ding. You successfully charmed a television presenter, gaining 100,000 points. Another 100,000. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. Consider the fact that Li Chongshan, the head of the Eastern Research Department, awarded so little. It was indeed suspicious that Zhu Ting, a mere television host, could yield such a high score. Rest assured, once this plan is successful, I shall rise, Lin Feng assured her. What plan? Zhu Ting's curiosity piqued, but she quickly added, Shall I not inquire? Lin Feng glanced around before smiling. I will tell you, but this must remain confidential. Do not worry. I am aware of the consequences. Zhu Ting replied. Actually, Lin Feng pondered before conceding. Never mind. This matter is of great significance. Do you not trust me? Zhu Ting turned away, feigning anger. Do not be upset. Lin Feng, adopting a submissive demeanor, gently pulled her back, saying, Is that not sufficient? Reluctantly, Zhu Ting turned to face him again, and Lin Feng continued. In truth, the space-based weapon is a fabrication. The reason for the general's declaration is to obscure the fact that we are in the process of producing and nearing completion of the sixth-generation fighter. Sixth-generation fighter? Zhu Ting gasped. The advancement of fighter jets signifies a nation's air supremacy. Currently, the world is observing who will be the first to develop a sixth-generation aircraft. The turbulence within Zhu Ting's heart mirrored the astonishment on her face, mingled with sheer ecstasy. Lin Feng merely smiled at her. The system had just notified him that he had gained another 100,000 points. My name will be associated with this project, and when the time comes, I shall essentially possess a military merit. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ting felt even more disdain. In essence, it was still reliant on parental connections to secure a mention, making it seem as if it were his own accomplishment. You will wait for me, right? Lin Feng gazed at her tenderly. Of course, Zhu Ting affirmed, nodding. Lin Feng gently took her hand, saying, Thank you, Zhu Ting. 100 meters away from the basketball court, Su Chenxi was engrossed in her computer. At that moment, Lin Feng approached from behind, but she did not even glance back before standing up. Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Lin Feng asked, astonished. I am a professional. Su Chenxi replied, still focused on her laptop. This woman is not simple. Do you require me to investigate her? No need for an investigation. Results will arrive soon. Lin Feng smiled. How do you know? A woman's intuition, she responded. Do agents rely solely on intuition? Lin Feng teased. Su Chenxi then closed her laptop, stating, A woman's intuition is inherently keen and should be utilized. Lin Feng smiled slightly, asking, Is there some development? Scientists and technicians from various regions have arrived. Old Yang inquired if you'd like to see them. Su Chenxi informed him. Lin Feng nodded. Just as he did, he received a system notification. Ding. You deceived the U.S. military, gaining 1,000,000 points. The U.S. military? Lin Feng paused, then exhaled deeply. At this point, he understood everything. How intriguing. Lin Feng mused, his heart growing heavier. It seemed that beneath this peaceful era, undercurrents thrived everywhere. What is it? Su Chenxi inquired. Nothing, Lin Feng replied. Stepping into the vehicle with a heavy heart, Zhou Liming, with his luggage in hand, gazed at the newly constructed base. It was evident that a significant project was about to commence here. Though the exterior of the base was not yet complete, its scale was apparent. Zhou Liming. He introduced himself to the staff. The personnel diligently verified his identity and sought to inspect his backpack. However, Zhou Liming refused. Inside are confidential documents regarding the South Island Aviation Project. They cannot be disclosed, he insisted earnestly. I apologize, but we must conduct an inspection, the staff member replied firmly. How dare you? Zhou Liming's gaze sharpened. It was understandable. He held a deep affection for South Island Aviation, for he had invested tremendous effort into the lunar exploration project. Scientists typically dislike being coerced, so a bit of displeasure was quite normal. As the dispute unfolded, an aged voice rang out. Release him. He could hardly believe his eyes when he recognized the esteemed luminary of the Chinese space sector, Yang An. You are Zhou Liming, correct? Yang An inquired. Yes, I am. My name is Zhou Liming, he stammered, hardly daring to breathe, his heart racing with excitement. Yang was his idol. "I am aware that the lunar exploration project is your labor of love, but..." Yang regarded him, saying, "Do you wish to confine your life to just this one project?" Zhou Liming paused, then suddenly lifted his gaze to Yang. If he was involved, it indicated that this plan was even more astonishing than the Lunar Exploration Initiative. "Consider it carefully and sign it." Yang presented a confidentiality agreement continuing, "However, signing it may cause your name to vanish from China's records." Upon hearing this, Zhou Liming immediately understood. This project was undoubtedly of a higher caliber than the Lunar Exploration Initiative. Without a moment's hesitation, he signed it and handed his backpack to the staff member. Lowering his head as he asked Yang, "And may I know what this project entails?" Yang gestured for him to follow inside. Once inside, Zhou Liming discovered that this was not merely a surface base, but also an underground facility. Moreover, he recognized many familiar faces, including Zhang Dong, a key technical figure from Southwest Aviation, who specialized in jet propulsion systems. The prodigious youth Sun Lei from the Huaxia Machinery Bureau is dedicated to the meticulous study of mechanical quality. There are many more individuals present, all of whom are the most distinguished talents in their respective fields, now gathered in one place. Surprised? This is merely the beginning, Yang remarked with a smile. What could this possibly entail? Zhou Liming inhaled deeply. Yang gestured upward, and it was at that moment that Zhou Liming noticed the base's designations emblazoned upon the wall. The Space-Based Orbital Cannon Project. Space-Based Weaponry. Zhou Liming felt as though he had been struck by lightning. If these were indeed space-based weapons, the implications were terrifying. He comprehended that the technological sophistication of this project far surpassed his lunar exploration endeavors. As he continued reading, Zhou Liming was taken aback. The name of the chief engineer listed first was not Yang An's. Yang An was designated second as the deputy chief engineer. The first name was Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Who is this individual? Why does he precede Yang Lao? The name sounded vaguely familiar. Chapter 13. The Starling Project. When Lin Feng arrived at the base, he truly witnessed the formidable prowess of what is referred to as the infrastructure madman of Huaxia. Behind him, Su Chenxi had done her homework, introducing him to the unfinished base and detailing its existing features as well as its future plans. As they walked, Lin Feng spotted Yang and amidst the crowd, engaged in discussion with Zhou Liming and a group of scientists as they examined blueprints. Lin Feng chose not to interrupt, but continued onward. However, he was aware that they had noticed him, particularly Zhou Liming. Sun Lei, known as the Genius Youth, was now 35 years old. Lin Feng, a mere 19, appeared rather out of place here. Suddenly, he recalled a news segment he had heard during his high-speed train journey to Donghai. Lin Feng, a major general who had ascended through connections and had been linked to a television host in sensational rumors. At this thought, Zhou Liming clenched his fist. He noticed a few scientists beside him doing the same. As scientists, they held the deepest contempt for individuals like Lin Feng, who seemed to have his name included merely to gain accolades and ascend the ranks. Clearly, this project had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Yang spotted Lin Feng, and his face lit up with joy. This project was beyond his capabilities, and without Lin Feng's involvement, it would have posed a significant challenge. He approached Lin Feng directly, further irritating Zhou Liming and his colleagues. It was not that they despised Yang An's enthusiasm, but they believed Lin Feng's connections were indeed substantial. Let's begin with the optics, Lin Feng articulated. The conversion of the energy system is indeed crucial. However, our objective is to achieve precise strikes on a structure without the assistance of the Beidou system, even targeting a single individual. A single individual? Yang gulped. Is that truly feasible? Absolutely, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Do you doubt me? Of course not, Yang responded. If your assertions are correct, upon completion of this project, we might even upgrade the beta system. Indeed, Lin Feng chuckled, igniting further excitement in Yang. Just then, Zhou Liming approached them, waiting for a moment of silence before speaking. Do you have a question? Yang An inquired. Old Yang, I have a query regarding the blueprints. Zhou Liming glanced at Lin Feng as he spoke. Go ahead, Yang encouraged. In order to achieve precise strikes across every corner of Blue Star, we must launch at least 3 space-based cannons to fully encircle the planet. How could one suffice? Zhou Liming explained. Blue star is a sphere. Comprehensive coverage would require a minimum of 3 or even more. Yang cast a fleeting glance at the blueprints. Realizing this was a point he too struggled to comprehend. Zhou Liming noted Yang An's expression and was taken aback. Wasn't he Yang and who had created these blueprints? Surely, he was the only one capable of such work in Huaxia. Zhou Liming was momentarily stunned, then utterly bewildered. How could someone of Yang and S stand in question an outsider? He felt his worldview shift. Yet Lin Feng pointed directly at 18 pivotal points on the blueprint, declaring the Eagle Eye laser system. It possesses a sophisticated refraction mechanism that enables it to cover every inch of blue star, even penetrating 100 meters into the ocean. Its design differs from conventional space satellites. You could envision it casting numerous satellite projections around blue star. Zhou Liming paused, astonished. The concepts Lin Feng explained were beyond his previous knowledge, yet clarity dawned upon him. He had long been puzzled by the function of those 18 pivotal devices. Simultaneously, he gazed at Lin Feng in awe and asked, how can one space cannon strike globally? By employing the principles of ballistic trajectories, Lin Feng continued. We can elegantly resolve the issue of navigation and achieve acceleration. Zhou Liming was taken aback. This transcended mere ballistic principles. It was an upgraded version. His gaze towards Lin Feng transformed from shock to respect and admiration. He timidly inquired, Old Yang, what are these blueprints? Yang understood immediately, chuckling, what do you think qualifies him as the chief engineer and not me? Zhou Liming exhaled, instinctively bowing his head. Lin Feng paused, asking, Dr. Zhou, what are you doing? I sincerely apologize for my earlier misconceptions. Zhou Liming expressed fervently. Mistakes warrant an apology. Lin Feng merely smiled, contemplating before continuing. We are all contributing to the nation and this land we cherish. In the U.S., Huaxia Group, 6th-generation fighter jets. Wilson stared incredulously at the report before him. As of now, the U.S. 6th-generation aircraft were still in the preparatory stages, albeit nearing completion. Yet Huaxia was also concluding theirs? This was utterly preposterous. It was well known that they had long imposed a technological blockade on Huaxia. What should be done now? The team members looked to Wilson in anticipation. A member hesitated, recalling that a few years prior, a certain automotive tycoon named Max had proposed the Starlink project, intending to encircle Blue Star with satellites. However, beneath the surface, another Starlink project was underway. 3 years ago, the U.S. dispatched 80,000 spies across the globe to obscure corners. Huaxia was the main battleground for this Starlink initiative. Do you mean, a member began, gather their intelligence at all costs and obliterate their 6th-generation fighter production line? Wilson commanded. Lin Feng felt quite exasperated. Zhou Liming was rather bothersome. Once he realized Lin Feng's capabilities, he relentlessly bombarded him with inquiries. Although his questions were not out of mere curiosity, but rather technical in nature, Lin Feng remained patient, addressing each one in turn. Dr. Zhou, you may simply call me Liming. Very well, Dr. Zhou, Lin Feng replied earnestly. In your opinion, does Huaxia require bolstering its aerial capabilities or naval strength? Unexpectedly, Zhou Liming responded with fervor. The reason the U.S. dominates globally is due to its Navy's unparalleled strength. Our maritime forces are merely in their infancy, whereas our aerial capabilities have reached a world-leading standard. If the space-based cannons come to fruition, we will secure absolute air supremacy. Ah, understood? Lin Feng nodded. What do you ask? Zhou Liming inquired. Nothing. Nothing at all. Lin Feng shook his head, choosing silence. However, Zhou Liming would later realize that his words had inadvertently led to the emergence of a formidable aircraft carrier group for Huaxia. Chapter 14. Super Aircraft Carrier. Super Warplane, Level 2. Gazing at the points within the system, Lin Feng observed that he possessed nearly 2 million. He further noted the presence of physique-related exchanges, such as strength and speed, all marked with upper limits. This was understandable, as one couldn't simply exchange for the ability to outrun a cheetah. However, the cost was exorbitant. Lin Feng noticed that exchanging a single point required a staggering 100,000 points. Despite the reluctance, Lin Feng exchanged for 8 points. allocating 4 to strength and 4 to speed, adhering to the principle of all-around development. Ultimately, his attention converged on the aircraft carrier, which the system described as an extremely advanced aircraft carrier without providing any specific data. Lin Feng harbored some apprehension, considering the hard-earned nature of his points. Nevertheless, he acted decisively and promptly chose to exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. 1,000,000 points deducted. Super aircraft carrier blueprint acquired. Ding. Your mall consumption points have accumulated to 1.8 million. An additional 3.2 million points spent will grant you a lottery draw. Damn! Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the system's adoption of such unscrupulous business tactics. However, with a deficit of 3.2 million points, Lin Feng dismissed any fantasies about the lottery and addressed Su Chenxi, who was outside the door, engrossed in typing on a computer. Find me someone influential who can speak. Lin Feng anticipated the need for explanation, but Su Chenxi simply replied, understood. Half an hour later, Lin Feng disembarked from the vehicle, feeling apprehensive. Before him stood the East China branch of the Huaxian National Affairs Department, with its paramount figure awaiting him inside. He composed himself and entered the building. I am unable to enter. My clearance level is insufficient, Su Chenxi remarked, observing the 2 black dragon bodyguards outside the door. Then wait for me outside, Lin Feng instructed. Su Chenxi nodded. As Lin Feng entered, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired, am I exempt from security checks? Indeed. The bodyguard smiled, gesturing an invitation. He awaits you. Lin Feng arrived at the door, taking a deep breath. In truth, he was about to meet the second most powerful figure in Huaxia, a person of extraordinary merit to the nation. He pushed open the door to find Zhou Quanmin standing in greeting rather than seated. You've arrived. Zhou Quanmin greeted Lin Feng with an amiable smile, saying, come in quickly. Lin Feng felt a sense of warmth and approached at a measured pace. No need to be nervous. Zhou Quanmin chuckled, offering him a cup of tea. Lin Feng accepted the tea with both hands, and they sat down. I have long desired to meet you, but time has been scarce, Zhou Quanmin said slowly, upon hearing that you wished to see me. I finally had an excuse to steal away for a bit. Lin Feng smiled. Have you encountered any difficulties? Zhou Quanmin inquired. The Breaking the Situation plan is an SSS-level initiative, a level that warrants nationwide cooperation. Not quite. Lin Feng shook his head, stating, I have come to discuss 2 matters with you. Zhou Quanmin picked up his teacup, glancing at Lin Feng with curiosity. He wondered if Lin Feng intended to request something from the state. Contrary to his expectation, Lin Feng asked, do you believe our military expenditure can sustain the simultaneous construction of 4-class aircraft carriers and space-based weaponry? Zhou Quanmin paused, nearly spitting out his tea. He exclaimed in surprise. What did you just say? I said. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. Upon witnessing this confirmation, Zhou Quanmin dropped his cup, causing it to shatter on the floor. The bodyguards outside immediately burst into the room. Leave, Zhou Quanmin commanded. From this moment forward, no one is permitted to enter this room without my express permission. Understood. The bodyguards nodded and closed the door behind them. Zhou Quanmin took several deep breaths and looked at Lin Feng, asking, are you serious? He then opened his briefcase and handed the blueprints to Zhou Quanmin. Excellent, truly excellent, Zhou Quanmin exclaimed with immense excitement. The difference between 4-class aircraft carriers and ordinary carriers lay not merely in displacement tonnage, but also in the vast disparities in mechanical structure, technological equipment, and microchips. As Zhou Quanmin tremulously put down the blueprints, he looked at Lin Feng expectantly and asked, what is the second matter? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, pondered for a moment, and said, you should have seen my statements in the television interview. Zhou Quanmin nodded. Currently, we are in a rather awkward period, with a plethora of entertainment diverting many talented individuals. For example, the system, the compensation. Is it reasonable for a scientist to earn less than an obscure, third-rate celebrity? Lin Feng stated earnestly. Lin Feng, this is dictated by the market and the national context, and we're gradually improving and transforming this treatment. Zhou Quanmin explained hastily. Lin Feng countered, I believe it is time to make a change. Zhou Quanmin paused. Prioritize mathematics, physics, and other fields in education, and establish generous scholarships, Lin Feng said rapidly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin immediately responded, leaving that aside for the moment. Our high-tech projects do not require such a large number of talents. If we invest so much, it will disrupt the market. What if I were to tell you that space-based railguns and Ford-class aircraft carriers are merely the beginning? Lin Feng interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin was finally moved. He pondered for a long time, gazing at Lin Feng with a gleam of delight in his eyes. He recalled a saying, in times of national crisis, a prodigious talent will inevitably descend upon Huaxia. I will need to convene a meeting to discuss this matter, Zhou Quanmin said earnestly. Lin Feng nodded. He understood that this matter, though seemingly simple, was in fact quite complex, involving changes to the education system and economic policy. The two men discussed for nearly 3 hours before concluding. Then I shall take my leave, Lin Feng said. Wait, Zhou Quanmin said. Lin Feng paused and saw Zhou Quanmin perform a military salute. Comrade Lin Feng, thank you for your contributions to the nation, Zhou Quanmin declared. Lin Feng returned the salute, saying this nation is also mine. Zhou Quanmin watched Lin Feng depart, his heart filled with excitement. Deep down, he believed in what Lin Feng had said. This was merely the beginning. Indeed, furthermore, summon all ministers and above to a meeting. Understood. The assistant turned to leave, his heart filled with curiosity. Zhou Quanmin's emotional state had undergone such a dramatic change. What could have occurred to excite such a figure to this extent? 3 hours later, Zhou Quanmin arrived at the Huaxia Research Center, the pinnacle of Huaxia's technological domain. The person in charge was taken aback upon seeing Zhou Quanmin, then hastily began to speak. However, Zhou Quanmin interrupted, saying directly, summon all those who understand aircraft carriers. Understood. The person in charge nodded promptly. Shortly thereafter, over 30 experts gathered around a table, scrutinizing the materials before them with utmost concentration. Zhou Quanmin waited anxiously nearby, needing to confirm one thing. Finally, after 5 hours, the group of experts appeared troubled and hesitant. However, many were also somewhat excited. Zhou Quanmin could no longer contain his curiosity and finally seized the opportunity to inquire, is this truly the technology of the Ford-class aircraft carrier? To his surprise, an elderly scientist clenched his fist and replied directly, Leader, you must be joking. Zhou Quanmin paused, his expression falling into disappointment. However, in the next moment, the elderly scientist continued, in its presence, what is the Ford-class carrier? Zhou Quanmin was utterly taken aback, abruptly lifting his gaze to see the aircraft carrier experts displaying sharp smiles. A young scientist boldly proclaimed, in comparison to it, the Ford-class carrier is merely a younger sibling. Upon hearing such words, Zhou Quanmin finally broke into a wild laugh, one that disregarded all pretenses of decorum. Chapter 15. Space Sword. Who won the fight between you and the agent with the black dragon tattoo? Lin Feng inquired of Su Chenxi with curiosity. I prevailed, Su Chenxi stated impassively. Nonsense, Lin Feng remarked, scrutinizing her. I don't sense much power from you. Su Chenxi did not refute his words, but merely commented. The online community holds you in low regard. Aren't you concerned with redeeming your image? It's of no consequence. Isn't this image the creation of your National Security Bureau? Lin Feng retorted. Su Chenxi simply glanced at Lin Feng. Strictly speaking, she did not belong to the National Security Bureau. Her existence, or rather, she and others like her, would only surface when a whitelist appeared. Beside every whitelist in China, there would be such a person. Suddenly, her phone rang, and Su Chenxi instinctively prepared to leave. Lin Feng said, Stay here. Lin Feng answered the call. Zhou Quanmin, the voice on the other end announced. Lin Feng felt a surge of anticipation. He asked, How did it go? Who exactly are you? Never mind. The aircraft carrier experts have assessed it. The blueprint you possess far surpasses the United States' most advanced Ford-class aircraft carrier, the Boston one. Zhou Quanmin's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Feng was not surprised. The technology obtained from the system could not be compared to that of the United States. What about the funding? Lin Feng hinted. You underestimate China, Zhou Quanmin replied. Not only are 2 projects feasible, but even many more would pose no problem. We are no longer in an era where the entire nation must unite to develop an atomic bomb. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He lacked authority and was unfamiliar with this aspect. When can we begin? Lin Feng asked. Immediately, Zhou Quanmin stated. The base has been preparing since I called you. Lin Feng was delighted, as he appreciated such efficiency. He then inquired, what about the educational reform? Zhou Quanmin's voice lowered slightly, then turned resolute. Rest assured, any changes that are deemed correct will be implemented. In the days that followed, Lin Feng occasionally dined with Zhu Ting and visited the space base. Finally, on the 26th day, Yang informed Lin Feng that all preparations for the space-based weapon were complete. Lin Feng arrived at the base as scheduled and noticed a significant increase in personnel. You've arrived, Yang greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and asked, is all the equipment assembled? Yang nodded. Many of our armories are located in other regions. Here, we primarily manufacture and assemble core components. Lin Feng acknowledged. The mechanical components of the space-based cannon were daunting, as it was a weaponized space platform. After nearly half an hour, the commencement ceremony was ready. Please. Yang gestured towards Lin Feng. Elder Yang, you're a veteran in space technology, and I'm unfamiliar with this. Please, Yang said with a smile. The higher-ups had decreed that Lin Feng must preside over this ceremony. Firstly, to train Lin Feng. Secondly, he was the undisputed chief engineer of the space-based cannon. Lin Feng gazed down and noticed scientists such as Zhou Liming looking up at him. By now, almost everyone knew that their chief engineer for the space-based cannon project was a young man of 19. His name was Lin Feng. The youngest person present was over 25 years old. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped forward to stand before the microphone, feeling somewhat nervous. Yang noticed Lin Feng's nervousness. However, the moment Lin Feng began to speak, his demeanor transformed. Yang saw confidence in Lin Feng's eyes, absolute confidence. 1 month ago, the blueprint behind me was conceived. 1 month later, we gather here. To this end, we have mobilized over 3,000 top scientists and technicians and over 30,000 workers. And there are even more below them. We are here for one goal, the space-based cannon. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the crowd. The eyes of many below burned with fervor. The international landscape was unclear, and they faced technological blockades. Why? Because they were not strong enough. With this weapon, they would lead the world and gain absolute air supremacy. 180 days. Yes, he demanded 180 days. Anyone who wished to withdraw could do so now. He assured them that their confidentiality agreements would be void after 180 days, and he guaranteed that no one would threaten their lives. Lin Feng scanned the crowd once more. No one wavered or spoke. Deep down, some doubted Lin Feng's timeline. However, they believed that the project could be completed. Moreover, this was a top-secret project. Participating in such a project was an honor. Lin Feng disregarded their thoughts and glanced at Yang, who nodded. Lin Feng's voice amplified. I hereby declare, project breaking the stalemate officially commences. The crowd erupted in applause. Suddenly, Zhou Liming spoke. Chief Engineer Lin, what shall we call the space-based cannon? Many nodded in agreement. This weapon needed a name. It will be our sword in space. Lin Feng said slowly, so let's call it Sky Sword. The crowd was visibly moved. Sky Sword, a sword hovering in the skies of China. It would safeguard the absolute security of China's space. While Lin Feng and his team were fervently constructing the space-based cannon, unrest brewed within China. Following Wilson's instructions regarding Starlink, numerous spies embedded throughout China became active. Their orders were simple: locate and destroy the production base of China's 6th-generation fighter jet. Furthermore, they dispatched a commander, Macklin, a former member of the U.S. Special Forces with years of experience in covert operations. His cover was an investor in a foreign enterprise, with impeccable credentials. He arrived at Donghai International Airport and met Zhu Ting, the informant who had provided information about the 6th-generation fighter jet. Hello, Mr. Macklin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhu Ting greeted Macklin as if he were a master. Macklin scanned her up and down, a wicked smile playing on his lips. People like Zhu Ting were the easiest to manipulate. They yearned for sophistication, believed that the United States was a free and equal nation, and by denigrating China, they could be made to serve like dogs. Your superiors are pleased with the information you provided, Macklin stated, and have agreed to grant you citizenship in the United States of America. Really? Zhu Ting's eyes lit up. Of course. If this operation to destroy the sixth-generation fighter jet succeeds, you will be a hero of our country. Macklin's voice grew louder. Zhu Ting's breathing became rapid. She harbors a disdain for this vast eastern land, perceiving the very air she breathes as tainted. She yearns with an insatiable desire to venture to that sophisticated and liberated realm. In her eyes, that place epitomizes her paradise. Chapter 16. Elimination of Spies Ding. A task has been triggered. Lin Feng was immersed in his reading when suddenly a notification from the system resonated. The mission involved the eradication of spies related to the Starling project, with rewards based on the number of spies eliminated. The system's announcement left him momentarily bewildered, pondering the implications of this unexpected development. What exactly is the Starling project? Spies? His thoughts instinctively drifted to Zhu Ting. Recently, due to matters concerning Tianjin, he had somewhat neglected her, deeming her of little utility. However, it now appeared that circumstances had shifted. Su Chenxi, Lin Feng called out. Su Chenxi entered the room. Are you aware of the Starling project? Lin Feng inquired directly. Su Chenxi had previously stated that she would remain silent unless prompted by Lin Feng. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Feng interjected, not the satellite one. Su Chenxi shook her head. Lin Feng contemplated and asked, is there considerable espionage activity among nations these days? Certainly, Su Chenxi affirmed with a nod. Do you recall the infamous Xin Hang incident from a few years back? Lin Feng nodded. The Xin Hang incident had garnered significant attention, with the mysterious disappearance of the aircraft prompting extensive rescue efforts. Yet no conclusive answers regarding its fate had emerged. But I thought there were only 8 Chinese nationals on board. The majority were from other countries, Lin Feng remarked. After a brief pause, he looked at Su Chenxi and asked, is this incident related to espionage? Among those 8, there were 3 from the same family, Su Chenxi explained. As a result, our aircraft carrier program was delayed by nearly a year. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened in realization. Was it shot down? As for who did it, I need not elaborate, Su Chenxi replied. Lin Feng exhaled sharply. Who else but the United States? And what happened afterward? He pressed on. Without evidence, what can we say? We had to swallow our anger, Su Chenxi stated. Lin Feng nodded, increasingly intrigued by the mission presented by the system. The Starling project. It seemed this was indeed a scheme of espionage. Oh, what a rare visitor, the bureau chief remarked, observing Lin Feng's entrance with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Feng, puzzled, responded, I haven't offended you recently, have I? I summoned you for duty, yet I find myself working more than you. Now there are a multitude of reporters outside eager to interview you, and I had to handle that as well, the bureau chief grumbled, taking a deep drag from a cigarette. Lin Feng chuckled, I've truly been preoccupied, having just returned from Shihai Island. ISNT, that a naval base? What are you doing there? The bureau chief perked up at this revelation. How did you know? Lin Feng teased. Impressive, my subordinate, the bureau chief remarked, intrigued. Quickly, tell me what you were doing there, the bureau chief pressed, his demeanor reminiscent of a gossiping woman. Well, it was nothing much, Lin Feng replied. Just helping to inspect the aircraft carrier. The bureau chief burst into laughter. You, a space researcher, are world apart from the sea. What did you possibly know about aircraft carriers? They're not even in your realm of expertise. Lin Feng cleared his throat. I didn't want to go. But this aircraft carrier wouldn't have been possible without my research. You're quite the braggart. What did you say? The bureau chief suddenly jolted, dropping his cigarette but unnoticed as he locked eyes with Lin Feng. You haven't possibly produced another aircraft carrier blueprint? Oh, wow. The bureau chief exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Quickly, tell me, what class is it? 4. 4 class? Ha ha ha. The bureau chief shook Lin Feng vigorously, his enthusiasm as a retired naval officer shining through his words. You must be joking. Tell me it's not the Ford class. Not quite, Lin Feng interjected. Then what? The bureau chief's expression shifted to disappointment. The expert said the Ford class is merely a younger sibling in comparison. Lin Feng elaborated. What? Overcoming the Ford class? What does that even mean? The bureau chief's disbelief was evident. Yet the recollection of Lin Feng's space-based weapon designs sparked a realization within him. I knew it. The bureau chief lit another cigarette, remarking, "My discerning eye remains as sharp as ever." Lin Feng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the bureau chief certainly knew how to flatter himself. Observing the bureau chief lost in thought, Lin Feng inquired, "When will you next appear on Donghai television?" "Bring me along." The bureau chief responded, "What? Only a few days away, and you can't keep yourself in check? Do you dare say you and Zhu Ting have nothing going on?" The bureau chief chuckled. Lin Feng scrutinized the bureau chief, suggesting, "How about I share a secret, and you grant me a pay raise?" The bureau chief initially seemed receptive until Lin Feng mentioned the secret, at which point he waved it off. "I don't enjoy secrets." "Fine," Lin Feng sighed, "but don't be shocked when I tell you." "Speak or don't speak," the bureau chief retorted, his tone dismissive. "Zhu Ting is not an ordinary person. Skilled in bed?" The bureau chief interjected with a smirk. "Vulgar." Lin Feng scoffed. "I mean, she is a spy." Hearing this, the bureau chief's pupils dilated, and his cigarette fell to the ground as he scrutinized Lin Feng. "How do you know? Did Su Chenxi tell you?" "No, she wouldn't say such a thing." The bureau chief was astonished. Lin Feng was equally taken aback. Realizing he had revealed too much, the bureau chief cleared his throat. "No, I was merely taken aback. How could a female host possibly be a spy? Quit trying to fool me, and just tell me," Lin Feng insisted. The bureau chief, realizing he could no longer feign ignorance, admitted, "I knew slightly before you." "How long before?" 2 to 3 years, perhaps." "You? I haven't done anything." "You must be testing my resolve with women," Lin Feng retorted angrily. "Not quite," the bureau chief chuckled. "It's just that both Minister Chun and I wanted you to learn a lesson, considering your youth." "So, he wasn't entirely virtuous either. How can you speak so casually?" Lin Feng remarked, rolling his eyes. "How did you discover this?" "I told you. She tried to seduce me," Lin Feng replied with a grin, providing no further explanation. "Old man, do you wish to engage in something grand?" The bureau chief, intrigued, replied with a smile, "Come, tell me more." Chapter 17. A treasure trove. The director discovered that the surprises he found in Lin Feng were increasingly abundant. This individual surprisingly managed to deduce that the other party was a spy. "She approached me solely to uncover secrets regarding space-based weaponry," Lin Feng remarked as he took a seat. "What do you mean?" I inquired. "Well, the reason you mentioned space-based weapons was to obfuscate the imminent deployment of the already completed 6th-generation fighter jets," Lin Feng explained. Upon hearing this, the director chuckled heartily. "The 6th-generation fighter jets are certainly under research, but they're not progressing at such a rapid pace. Developing a fighter jet is not merely a matter of research. Each iteration brings about a qualitative transformation." "She believed it," Lin Feng stated. "How do you know she believed it?" "Quite simply, the other party activated numerous spies," Lin Feng replied. "I surmise their objective must be to sabotage the production line of the 6th-generation jets." The director furrowed his brow, intrigued. "Is this information provided by Su Chenxi?" Lin Feng paused before responding. "Why do you ask?" "Nothing. Just curious," the director replied, astonished. Judging by Lin Feng's expression, it was evident that this was not the work of Su Chenxi. "Just an ordinary agent," he added with a forced smile. "Perhaps they possess a few more skills than usual." Lin Feng was indeed curious, but lacking further information, he continued, "I wish to set a trap for these individuals to spring." Upon hearing this, the director tapped the table. "Consider this. If their intention is to sabotage the 6th-generation production line, they will inevitably expose numerous spies, which can lead to a comprehensive takedown. Are you suggesting we create a false production line?" The director immediately grasped the concept. Lin Feng smiled. "Conversing with a cunning old fox like you is so much easier. Those scientists can be rather dull." The director rolled his eyes, but still encouraged. "Come, share your specific plan." "Of course," McLean said while stroking her hair. "What I say is absolutely binding." Zhu Ting was overjoyed. "But," McLean's tone shifted, prompting Zhu Ting to ask, "But what?" "However, to accomplish our mission, we must first disrupt the 6th-generation production line," McLean elaborated. "Don't we have numerous spies?" Zhu Ting inquired. "Unfortunately, no," McLean replied. Such advanced military equipment in Huaxia is undoubtedly classified, and they cannot possibly uncover anything. Zhu Ting pondered this and asked, so, when will we be able to act? Lin Feng, from the Counterespionage Bureau, McLean reminded her. Do you mean to start with him? Zhu Ting queried. Exactly. His willingness to share such classified information with you indicates not only trust, but also a certain fondness, McLean explained. If we begin with him, it should be much simpler. He likely has no idea. After all, the Counterespionage Bureau already possesses considerable intelligence, and given Lin Feng's significant background, we cannot even ascertain his origins, McLean noted. He appears to be the son of a high-ranking official in a military district. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ting was not surprised, as it was also her conjecture. Are you suggesting Zhu Ting realized that the simplest method to win over a man was through charm. Miss Zhu, we, as a nation, do not coerce. Everything is based on consent, McLean chuckled. I'll think about it. Zhu Ting exhaled, feeling somewhat reluctant. She harbored disdain for her homeland and an even greater aversion for its people. This young man truly is a treasure trove. Chun Haidong exclaimed as he reviewed the proposal submitted by the director, unable to contain his laughter. If we are to eliminate spies, that is undoubtedly the responsibility of the National Security Bureau. They're the experts in this domain. His assistant inquired, what did he do? He informed the Americans that we have successfully developed the 6th-generation fighter jets and are preparing for production. The assistant was taken aback. Chun Haidong contemplated for a moment before instructing, have someone arrange a base in the Huazhong region, ensuring it is aesthetically pleasing. What about the interior? Just a casual arrangement will suffice. Chun Haidong signed off, declaring, this matter must be expedited. Understood. The assistant departed swiftly, while Chun Haidong continued to smile at the proposal in his hands. Lin Feng had astutely discovered that Zhu Ting was a spy, a cleverness that made him an ideal candidate for the National Security Bureau. Alas, he possessed even more valuable attributes for the nation. Simultaneously, he picked up his phone and called the director. Thus, on the third day, upon Lin Feng's return from a base, he received the news. The plan had been approved by the higher-ups. Wonderful! Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully. How is the development of the space-based weaponry progressing? The director inquired, his curiosity piqued. Initially, he should not have asked, but after some contemplation, he reasoned that as long as Lin Feng was present, he could not evade inquiries regarding this matter. So he decided to indulge in some gossip. The design of the space-based cannon involves numerous novel technologies. Although we possess the blueprints, the team will still require training, so progress will undoubtedly be slow initially. Lin Feng elucidated. Does that mean you still have some free time? None whatsoever. Lin Feng responded with frustration. Tomorrow, I must head to Shihai Island to examine matters concerning the aircraft carrier. Shihai Island? The director's eyes sparkled. Do you wish to join? Lin Feng asked. Of course. That was my former base, the director replied. Then feel free to go, Lin Feng said. The director felt helpless. It then occurred to Lin Feng that the location had transformed into an S-class confidential base, and without Lin Feng's guidance, the director could not gain access. All right, I will take you along, Lin Feng chuckled incredulously. The director immediately became as excited as a child. As a person with a naval background, he was eager to witness an aircraft carrier that could surpass the Ford-class carriers. Meanwhile, it seemed Zhu Ting could no longer contain her impatience and initiated contact with Lin Feng. I'll lay low for a few days. Consider it bait, Lin Feng remarked. The director nodded, though his thoughts were already soaring. He contemplated how spectacular the reactions of nations led by the United States would be when this aircraft carrier made its grand debut. And all of this was orchestrated by the personnel of the Counterespionage Bureau. Though it did not directly concern him, Lin Feng was indeed affiliated with the Counterespionage Bureau. As he reflected on this, a smile gradually crept across the director's face, eliciting an involuntary chuckle. Next to him, Lin Feng observed the drool escaping from the director's mouth and distanced himself in disgust. Chapter 18. The Unfathomable is remarkable. The following day, they arrived at Shihai Island, which had already been entirely enveloped by the Navy. As Lin Feng, the bureau chief, and Su Chenxi set foot on the island, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of soldiers. Please come in, a tall soldier addressed them, casting a scrutinizing glance at the bureau chief. Lin Feng intended to proceed, but the soldier interjected, "I'm afraid, Bureau Chief, you must undergo a security check." "disdain.Until. You." The Bureau Chief boldly called out his name. "Bureau Chief, my esteemed leader, you must understand." disdain.Until replied, visibly embarrassed. The Bureau Chief had previously been his superior and had shown him considerable kindness. With a resigned expression, the Bureau Chief extended his hand. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat nearby, chuckling as he remarked, "What was the Bureau Chief like in the past?" "Ah, he was formidable. Let me tell you, he has quite the military achievements," disdain.Until replied, then turned to the Bureau Chief, saying, "Stretch your arm a bit more, will you?" Initially, the Bureau Chief had been in good spirits, but upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he shot a glare. Lin Feng, intrigued, remained seated, eagerly absorbing a multitude of Bureau Chief's anecdotes until the Bureau Chief, growing impatient, hastily stood up. "Women aren't as gossipy as you," the Bureau Chief exclaimed, walking away in indignation. "I merely care for my leader," Lin Feng retorted. "Have you ever considered that I do not require your concern?" The Bureau Chief replied. Lin Feng paused and turned, asking, "Then shall you depart?" The Bureau Chief, momentarily speechless, cleared his throat and glanced at the sea of soldiers around them, stating, "I spoke too loudly just now." The master and disciple, accompanied by an unnamed bodyguard with a penchant for gaming, entered the base, where the Bureau Chief's eyes widened with astonishment. This facility had once specialized in fleet production, but its scale had now expanded exponentially, with personnel numbers soaring to several times their previous count. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, a multitude approached, not just one or two, but a veritable queue, all clutching notebooks. Initially perplexed, the Bureau Chief soon overheard the first inquiry. "Chief Lin, do you believe there is an issue with this power system structure?" Lin Feng glanced at it and began to articulate his thoughts with great eloquence, demonstrating remarkable patience. When he noticed the inquirer's confusion, he reiterated his explanation. The Bureau Chief observed from a distance, feeling an increasing respect for Lin Feng's dedication. Noticing Su Chenxi seated on the ground, he joined her, assuming she was tackling a complex computer challenge, only to discover she was engrossed in a simple game. The Bureau Chief, intrigued, stole a few glances, but as Su Chenxi repeatedly failed, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Is it truly that difficult? Allow me." Su Chenxi handed him the computer. "If I must, then I shall," the Bureau Chief declared, taking it up. In a matter of moments, he effortlessly surpassed the level. With a grin, he said, "See? Quite simple." Su Chenxi squinted, continuing her game, muttering, "Am I truly devoid of talent?" "Of course not," the Bureau Chief replied. "You have reached this level, and yet you claim to lack talent? Everyone has their own strengths. And what of him?" Su Chenxi pointed to Lin Feng. The Bureau Chief pondered for a moment before earnestly stating, "Do not compare yourself to a prodigy. It is futile. We are still but humans." After nearly 3 hours, with Lin Feng having consumed 3 large bottles of water, he finally concluded his discourse. The Bureau Chief promptly urged, "Quick, lead me to witness this marvel." Lin Feng rose and guided him forward. Inside, models were already in production. "What is the displacement?" the Bureau Chief inquired. "Around 150,000 tons, Lin Feng replied. "Doubled?" the Bureau Chief exclaimed in astonishment. "The most advanced American Ford-class aircraft carrier only weighs in at 100,000 tons. However, Lin Feng remarked, "In truth, displacement is no longer a measure of an aircraft carrier's advancement. Then what is? Mobility, speed, weaponry, power systems, and so on," Lin Feng elucidated. "Not everything is better just because it is larger." "And speed?" the Bureau Chief pressed. "From here to Jeonju Island, they might set sail from the U.S. mainland at a mere 12 nautical miles," Lin Feng chuckled. "Is the distance that great?" the Bureau Chief asked, astonished. "Indeed it is. Moreover, stealth, formidable defensive and offensive capabilities are its strongest attributes. For instance, the Bureau Chief appeared invigorated. It can withstand the explosive power of a little boy." Lin Feng clarified, "The little boy is not a child, but a nuclear bomb, the first ever deployed since the advent of nuclear weaponry. As for its lethality, just observe." Lin Feng continued, detailing the various onboard weaponry, including shipborne missiles, air defense systems, fleet armaments, and surface-to-air missiles. However, the bureau chief's attention was captured by the most striking feature atop the carrier, a massive cannon, centrally positioned with an impressively large caliber. "What is that?" the bureau chief inquired. Before Lin Feng could respond, weapons expert Qian Yongyuan rushed over, brimming with excitement. As the weapons overseer for the aircraft carrier, he was well aware of its capabilities but yearned to hear it reiterated. Such was his astonishment. Lin Feng activated the virtual 3D projection, instructing the bureau chief. "Press that button." The bureau chief complied, watching as the 3D model of the aircraft carrier tilted skyward. Whoosh! With a resounding boom, a shell shot into the heavens. In the next moment, it soared towards the simulated Jeonju Island. A heartbeat later, the bureau chief nearly knelt in shock, for the area before him was devoid of any island. One shot, one island? The bureau chief's heart raced with astonishment. With this contraption, could it not obliterate an enemy carrier with a single shot? Is that truly feasible? The bureau chief queried. Lin Feng smiled, unperturbed, while Qian Yongyuan excitedly chimed in. "I have conducted over 3,000 simulations. Utilizing Chief Lin's supersonic orbital cannon principles, these shells can achieve explosive power on the level of fine dust." The bureau chief listened, saliva nearly pooling at his lips. He certainly struggled to comprehend, yet he thought to himself, the unfathomable is indeed remarkable. An hour later, the bureau chief followed Lin Feng like a simpleton ready to leave. "Young apprentice, when can we expect this behemoth to be completed?" he inquired. "In about 100 days. Lin Feng replied. "No problem. I can wait 100 days. Any longer is." "What?" The bureau chief halted, disbelief washing over his features as he stared at Lin Feng. 100 days? Do you understand that developing an aircraft carrier is no simple task? Creating a model alone used to take at least 100 days. And what of your celestial sword?" the bureau chief weakly asked. 180 days. Lin Feng stated, just as 3 individuals passed the sentry post. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief's legs buckled. Dongqing quickly steadied him, asking, "Old leader, are you all right?" I'm fine," the bureau chief replied, smiling despite his discomfort. Once they departed, Dongqing turned to a nearby soldier and lamented, "Look how robust our old leader once was. Now, after merely a few steps, he falters." Ultimately, it is a matter of self-discipline. Indeed, a lesson for us all, comrades. Yes. Chapter 19. Project Shattered Star with both bases functioning optimally. Lin Feng and Director Zhao received word from Chun Haidong that the fabricated 6th-generation fighter jet production line was ready. Director Zhao then accepted another interview with Donghai Television. Following the invitation, promotional videos were released. Over the past month, discussions about space-based weapons have been raging on Weibo and various forums. Lin Feng, in particular, had become a hot topic. Some portrayed him as a young, handsome figure in the military with a powerful background, but lacking in real ability. His background information seemed dubious, and his dates with Zhu Ting had caused his popularity to decline rapidly. However, this had also led to more people recognizing and paying attention to him, which was part of the plan. "This man is called McLean. Zhu Ting has been with him these past few days," Director Zhao said, handing Lin Feng a set of photos. Lin Feng glanced at them and asked, "Has he been investigated?" "His background is clean." "That tells me nothing," Lin Feng retorted. Director Zhao chuckled and said, "Don't worry, someone is keeping an eye on him." As they talked and laughed, Director Zhao sent Lin Feng to Donghai Television. Meanwhile, at the National Security Bureau, Chun Haidong officially announced, "Project Shattered Star begins. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Lin Feng here." "Welcome." Zhu Ting's expression was full of affection as she looked at Lin Feng. As a seasoned spy, she was a master of disguise. "Why isn't Director Zhao here today?" Zhu Ting inquired. "He has a cold today," Lin Feng replied. "You know, as people get older, they inevitably develop some ailments." Zhu Ting didn't dare respond, thinking about how influential Lin Feng's backing must be for him to speak about his superior in such a way. Director Zhao, who was watching the live broadcast, laughed and muttered, "That little rascal." Director Zhao mentioned earlier that our country has a general concept of space-based weapons, which means that our space capabilities will undergo a qualitative leap. Zhu Ting began the interview. "Indeed," Lin Feng nodded. Zhu Ting's eyes were filled with derision. She doubted that China could develop space-based weapons when even her great nation, the United States, had not. She thought it was just a smokescreen to hide the sixth-generation fighter jet. Zhu Ting concealed her contempt and continued. What do you think of our naval power? Lin Feng looked troubled. It's okay. You're from a navy, so feel free to speak your mind, Zhu Ting encouraged. It's difficult, Lin Feng sighed, secretly delighted. He had been waiting for this question. Many countries developed aircraft carriers with a displacement of 100,000 tons more than a decade or two ago. Although our country has aircraft carriers, we are just starting. Our carriers are just refitted from what others have left behind. He clenched his fist. She didn't overthink it. Lin Feng was only 19 years old and likely lacked cunning, so his words must be genuine. Our country's current level is probably only capable of developing around 80,000 tons, and we lack funding, Lin Feng said. Can I interpret that as we are already developing an 80,000-ton aircraft carrier? Zhu Ting asked eagerly. If she could obtain information about space-based weapons and aircraft carriers, she would surely advance further in her career. Lin Feng's expression changed subtly. Just enough to be convincing. Of course not. That slight hesitation was enough for Zhu Ting to rejoice. Young people couldn't even fake their expressions properly. 80,000 tons. Lack of funding. These were the key points indicating that the economic blockade was working. Zhu Ting skillfully changed the subject and continued with the interview. However, the outside world had erupted in chaos. Damn, is Lin Feng an idiot? Is he deliberately leaking information? He's still too young. Even I, a passerby, can tell that Lin Feng is lying. Director Zhao's judgment was off this time. He shouldn't be allowed on stage next time. Viewers were furious and critical, labeling Lin Feng a leaker and demanding severe punishment. However, after the interview, Lin Feng hosted Zhu Ting at Donghai's most prestigious hotel. He carefully pulled out a chair for her, and Zhu Ting looked around and said, "Not just anyone can come here. My father has a black card here," Lin Feng said with a smile. He snapped his fingers, and the manager immediately rushed over. After ordering, Zhu Ting continued, "I couldn't find you these past few days. Where did you go?" Lin Feng hesitated. "Should I not have asked?" Zhu Ting immediately said, using a clever tactic of feigned retreat. "It's indeed confidential," Lin Feng said. Zhu Ting smiled, then turned serious, gazing at Lin Feng with affection. "Lin Feng, you should feel. Wait a little longer, okay? I really missed you during these days you disappeared, and I was afraid you would find other women," Zhu Ting said, her voice trembling. "How could that be?" Lin Feng said anxiously, getting up and handing her a tissue. "I need to deal with the blind dates arranged by my father." Zhu Ting immediately burst into tears. If Lin Feng didn't know she was a spy, he might have believed her. Her acting was worthy of an Oscar. As their love deepened, they began to drink. Lin Feng's face turned red as he drank. He began to ramble. "Zhu Ting, I actually miss you a lot in Xinchuan, but I couldn't come out. Wait for me. I will definitely be with you." Zhu Ting pretended to be drunk, but secretly recorded everything. When Lin Feng collapsed on the table, Zhu Ting quietly got up, took out her phone, and sent a message to McLean. Xinchuan City. All of this was being monitored by Director Zhao and Chun Haidong. The latter watched Lin Feng's performance and said, "Your disciple is truly more talented than you." Director Zhao smiled and said, "We are getting old and need the younger generation." Chun Haidong smiled and said to his assistant, "Have the people there prepare. The bait is about to be taken." "Yes," the assistant nodded and left. Director Zhao asked, "What about McLean and Zhu Ting?" "Leave them for now," Chun Haidong said with a smile. "The purpose of a pawn is to exploit its value to the fullest." Chapter 20. The price of lagging behind the next day. As Lin Feng stepped out of the hotel, a vehicle dispatched by the bureau chief arrived to escort him. "How was it? Enjoyable?" The bureau chief raised an eyebrow. Speaking with a hint of intrigue, Lin Feng smiled faintly, replying, "I find myself quite taken with beautiful women, yet I hold no interest in this particular type." He tossed a packet of medication to the bureau chief, saying, "This is from Chun Haidong. Those who consume it will believe they have engaged in certain activities." The bureau chief burst into laughter, growing increasingly appreciative of Lin Feng. Although there were no surveillance cameras in the hotel, Lin Feng maintained his composure. setting aside other matters. It was undeniable that Zhu Ting was indeed a beauty. Otherwise, she would not have gained entry into Donghai Television Station, an establishment known for its stringent standards regarding appearance. Have they commenced? Lin Feng inquired. They have, the bureau chief confirmed. Do you think they will truly take action? Lin Feng questioned, as the notion of engaging in such activities abroad seemed unfathomable. They will, the bureau chief replied indignantly. This is not their first time undertaking such actions. McClellan looked at Zhu Ting with elation. Is this sufficient? She asked. It is, McClellan nodded, adding, do not underestimate the capabilities of our nation. Once a city is identified, we can swiftly pinpoint the exact location. As he spoke, McClellan exuded a sense of self-satisfaction. Zhu Ting, however, harbored deep concerns. What about my situation? She queried, worried that if the production line of the sixth-generation aircraft were to be compromised, Huaxiao would inevitably pursue the matter. Given the nation's resources, it would be effortless to trace back to Lin Feng. While anxious, Zhu Ting also recognized that leaving hastily might jeopardize the sabotage plan. Furthermore, she firmly believed in McClellan's last assertion. Her country was a superpower on this blue planet, unmatched by any adversary. The Starfragon operation would not conclude swiftly. Lin Feng's primary focus remained on space-based weaponry and aircraft carriers. Occasionally, he heard of rising tensions in Qinchuan City. On the fifth day, Yang called for Lin Feng to visit. Upon his arrival, he observed that operations had officially commenced. Encountered difficulties? Lin Feng inquired. Yang looked at him with a troubled expression and said, come inside. Upon entering, Lin Feng discovered Zhou Liming and a scientist present. He recalled the latter's name and expertise. Dong Hua, a specialist in mechanical components. Have a seat. Lin Feng noted their somber demeanor and asked, is there a technical issue? Yang glanced at Dong Hua, who replied, Chief Engineer Lin, indeed. Regarding this section of the space cannon's components, the blueprints and technical specifications indicate a required precision of 0.01 m. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging the gravity of such tolerances. Even the slightest deviation could lead to disastrous consequences. Dong Hua continued, this process necessitates a 5-axis CNC machine for production. Currently, our country. Lin Feng paused. How much? He inquired. 100 million meters, Dong Hua replied. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Merely this would amount to 800 million. He contemplated and remarked, the other party is likely unwilling to sell. Indeed, Dong Hua confirmed. This equipment is exclusive to Country D. Lin Feng pondered before asking Zhou Liming. Can our domestic CNC machines achieve this? With difficulty, but the outcomes are unpredictable in a space environment. Zhou Liming understood Lin Feng's line of questioning. I'll handle this matter, Lin Feng declared. You two should bypass this aspect for now. They nodded in agreement. Once Zhou Liming and Dong Hua departed, Yang turned to Lin Feng, saying, in truth, it's not just this. There are other issues? Yes, we face shortages of various raw materials. Yang presented Lin Feng with a list. Lin Feng exhaled, recognizing the reality. They were not only facing technological embargoes, but also economic sanctions. Nevertheless, he understood that in the current era of globalization, many items could be developed independently, but the time and investment required would be disproportionate. Lin Feng discovered the 5-axis machine in the system, yet it demanded a staggering 50,000 points, a luxury beyond his current means. For the same expenditure, he could acquire the blueprints for another superweapon. Lin Feng's philosophy was clear. If something existed in this world and could be purchased, it should be procured. After all, points were scarce. Such outdated technologies did not merit his precious points. Thus, as he exited the building, he promptly instructed Su Chenxi, book me a flight. Where to? She asked. Yanjing. Lin Feng replied. Upon boarding the plane, Lin Feng realized he was on a private jet, accompanied by another identical aircraft. Isn't this a bit excessive? He mused. Su Chenxi remained silent, engrossed in her mobile game. After disembarking, Lin Feng entered a special vehicle headed straight for the State Affairs Office. Upon arrival, he was greeted by Zhou Chuamian, who had come personally to welcome him. The matters you raised are still under discussion in a meeting. Changing everything is not an overnight endeavor, Zhou Chuamian remarked as they walked. This visit, however, is not to address that, Lin Feng stated, gradually unfolding his concerns. Upon hearing the conclusion, Zhou Chuamian frowned and asked, "What is your opinion?" Lin Feng replied, "I wonder if you could establish contact with Country D. Contacting them is feasible." Zhou Chuamian acknowledged, but the cost may be substantial. As he reviewed the list again, his brow furrowed deeper. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled, prompting Zhou Chuamian to pause and ask, "Do you have a plan?" Over the years, many of our technologies have been coveted and regarded as state secrets, Lin Feng articulated. Exchanging these would be too costly. If lost, we would be left without any means of recovery. Zhou Chuamian took this very seriously, pondering whether Lin Feng was being overly hasty. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng continued, "Consider this. If the Tianjian were birthed, would our satellite technology and Beidou technology not then be considered outdated?" Zhou Chuamian paused, suddenly enlightened, and chuckled. "Are you suggesting utilizing some obsolete technologies as barter is not without merit?" Lin Feng asserted. "The notion of being lagging behind does not equate to being beaten. Rather, it is about selling off." Zhou Chuamian smiled, completing his thought. Chapter 21. The sale of technology. Moreover, our dealings are not confined to a single nation. We have numerous countries at our disposal. Lin Feng displayed a cunning smile as he remarked, "Isn't the old man in America keen on isolating us? I wonder if his minions can resist such temptation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin suddenly grasped the situation. It is exceedingly challenging to develop in isolation from the world. Since the circumstances have unfolded, we must rely on ourselves to break the deadlock. Of course, we shall not engage in favors. If extortion is necessary, then so be it," Lin Feng asserted. Zhou Quanmin countered, "Your statement is misguided. We are friendly nations with the entire world. Comrade Lin Feng, your ideological awareness needs further elevation." Lin Feng paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. As Lin Feng departed, Dong Hua arrived in Yanjing. He would serve as the technical expert in the negotiations with Country D. Simultaneously, Hua Xiao extended visit requests to over 8 nations, causing a sensation worldwide, with 8 delegations departing for their respective countries. At this moment, an intriguing drama unfolded in Qinchuan City. Led by McLean, spies associated with the Starling program gathered. Having determined that the production line for the 6th-generation fighter jets lay precisely at the location marked on their maps, they were astute to select this site. McLean smirked, his tone laced with disdain. This facility, built deep within the mountains, would have remained undiscovered had it not been for their fortuitous circumstances. "What should we do next?" one of the spies inquired. "To establish a complete production line will require at least 2 years. We need not obliterate it entirely. Targeting the core technology workshop will suffice." McLean replied swiftly, "I will enlist the assistance of our domestic satellite systems." "What about the weaponry?" McLean waved his hand, and at that moment, an array of special forces equipment was delivered. The following day, as Lin Feng arose, he noticed Su Chenxi engrossed in a video game, tossing him a newspaper. While catching it, Lin Feng remarked, "Truly, you are both inexperienced and playful." Su Chenxi ignored him. Lin Feng glanced at the newspaper, which reported, "According to a D-Nation newspaper, Huaxia and Country D have reached an agreement for mutual cooperation in CNC machine tools and satellite technology, alongside an investment project worth up to 300 billion. Siemens will commence production in Huaxia, assisting us in developing multiple machine tools." Upon reading this, Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Country D is indeed eager." Su Chenxi, momentarily setting aside her computer, expressed her confusion. "Are you questioning why Country D made this announcement?" "Indeed, it is quite simple. First, to avoid offending the United States, and second, to propagate a particular narrative." "What narrative?" At this, Lin Feng produced his phone and handed it to Su Chenxi. She then noticed the foreign reports densely stating, "Under technological blockade." Huaxia could no longer endure and proactively sought a way out, willing to exchange satellite and high-speed rail technologies. Lin Feng, visibly amused, remarked, "I suspect the old man in America is even more delighted." Su Chenxi, losing interest in this matter, settled back down to continue her game. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, In the White House, an elderly Caucasian man sat at his desk. His position was evidently significant. Smith Plank, the leader of the United States, the sole superpower on this planet. In the office, another individual was present, Lancebot, the Secretary of State. He had come specifically to discuss the transaction between Country D and Huaxia. Should we intervene? Lancebot inquired. Smith Plank remained silent, contemplating the report before him for an extended period. Do you believe we should intervene? Smith Plank finally asked. Certainly, Lancebot replied. Our Asia-Pacific containment strategy is paramount this year, and Country D's actions are a clear affront to us. Smith Plank then posed a question. Do you think these two technologies hold value for Huaxia? Absolutely, Lancebot affirmed. These two technologies currently place Huaxia ahead of a world, akin to a hidden treasure. Although Country D will not acquire the entirety of the technology, what they do obtain is indeed valuable. Exactly, Smith Plank responded with a smile. Huaxia has always taken pride in these technologies, viewing them as treasures. This time, they are genuinely parting with a significant asset. And what do you imply? If Country D fails to secure this lucrative opportunity, they will undoubtedly express their discontent, Smith Plank stated. There is a saying in Huaxia, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. If we drive Huaxia to desperation. Furthermore, once technology is sold, it is irrevocably lost. Lancebot suddenly understood. Are you suggesting that now is the time to exploit Huaxia? Indeed, Smith Plank replied with a smile. I am confident that many nations are eyeing this prize. As soon as we relent, Huaxia will continuously trade its advanced technologies for survival. Once they realize they have sold everything, it will herald their demise. As he concluded, Smith Plank's smile broadened. Country D, as a leading nation in high-end manufacturing, possesses extraordinarily advanced CNC machine tools. The sudden visit from the Huaxia delegation took them by surprise. Upon learning of Huaxia's interest in 5-axis CNC machine tools, they immediately declined. Subsequently, they tentatively discovered that Huaxia's bottom line was astonishingly low, willing to exchange satellite technology for 5-axis machine tool technology. This revelation felt surreal to them. The day after the transaction was finalized, they hastily published an announcement. First, to celebrate. Second, to demonstrate to the world how Navi Huaxia is. Third, to gauge the reaction of the United States. After a full 16 hours, under the watchful eyes of several high-ranking officials from Country D, a document swiftly arrived. It bore a single word in English, agree. In that instant, the officials from Country D erupted with joy, believing they had struck an incredible deal. Huaxia truly seemed foolish for being willing to sell such technology. They had no choice. They were driven to desperation, or else the opportunity would not have arisen for them. I have heard they're negotiating with many countries. We should strive to acquire more technology and drain Huaxia dry. They conversed jovially. However, the louder their laughter rang, the more profound their eventual sorrow would be. Chapter 22. The Shift of Fate. Could it be that your shadow looms behind this transaction? The bureau chief, holding a newspaper, pointed at Lin Feng. With a smile, Lin Feng replied, Who do you think has profited? Truly, you are everywhere. The bureau chief, taken aback, recalled hearing that Lin Feng had recently visited Yanjing, realizing the matter was indeed intricate and connected to Lin Feng. After some contemplation, he remarked, It must be us who have suffered losses. He added, In terms of technology, how can machine tool technology compare to satellite technology? Lin Feng, however, chuckled, You are mistaken. The bureau chief inquired, How so? Our current major projects, as well as future endeavors, require high-precision machine tool technology. This is essentially a tool, Lin Feng explained. You should understand the significance of tools. With this, we can produce even more advanced satellites and high-speed trains. Let's not forget, the technology of space-based weapons can be applied to other projects. The bureau chief suddenly understood. At that moment, Lin Feng asked, What brings you to the War Ignorance Bureau today? Nonsense, Lin Feng remarked. You, who only sporadically visit, are fortunate to come once a month. The bureau chief chuckled awkwardly, saying, Well, the Donghai television station has invited me again, and I have agreed. What will you discuss this time? Lin Feng inquired. Naturally, they will ask about the recent transaction with Country D. You should also visit your old flame. Now that the Shattered Star plan is nearing completion, you ought to reassure her, the bureau chief replied. All right, Lin Feng said, taking a bite of an apple. How do you plan to evaluate this transaction? Without hesitation, the bureau chief declared, needless to say, it has been a significant loss. That evening, Donghai television station welcomed Lin Feng as scheduled, while the bureau chief did not attend. Everyone was aware that the bureau chief was shrewd, and his words could not be trusted. In contrast, although the public may not favor the forthright Lin Feng, spies and intellectuals adored him to the extreme. Essentially, they believed everything he said, for Lin Feng appeared genuinely innocent. On the show, Lin Feng, dressed impeccably in a suit, incited considerable ire among netizens. The War Ignorance Bureau was in shambles. Could this be part of a larger scheme? Are you foolish? Lin Feng clearly has powerful connections as a second-generation official. Netizens clamored, creating a tumult akin to a bustling market. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, even managing to gaze affectionately at Zhu Ting on television. Zhu Ting returned his gaze, though her true feelings were one of disdain. It must be acknowledged that Lin Feng was indeed handsome. However, Zhu Ting had a penchant for Americans. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. Hello. Lin Feng's eyes were as gentle as the spring river. Mr. Lin Feng, you must have heard about the recent technology transaction between Country D and our nation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ting's eyes glimmered with mockery. To be frank, she deemed this country exceedingly foolish. How could such a crucial technology as satellites be sold? It's merely a standard transaction. Lin Feng smiled. Exchanging technology is a commonplace practice, signifying our nation's readiness to break through the blockade, which is quite encouraging. Could there be any hidden agendas? Zhu Ting probed. Hidden agendas? Lin Feng pondered briefly before responding. How could there be? Is it possible that we are struggling in certain areas? Zhu Ting continued to press. That is utterly impossible, Lin Feng quickly retorted. Though his expression grew uneasy as he added, the nation is operating normally and thriving. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhu Ting felt an overwhelming joy, whereas netizens were plunged into despair. This time, they refrained from criticizing Lin Feng. Although they recognized his poor acting skills, they had received the answers they sought. Friends, our nation is at a crucial and perilous juncture. The crowd erupted in fervor regarding the nation's transaction. Feelings of both sorrow and regret mingled with a prevailing sense of worry. Lin Feng offered a slight smile. Once the camera ceased recording, he dropped the pretense, asking, "Shall we dine tonight?" As he spoke, Lin Feng exhibited an eagerness characteristic of men. Zhu Ting, taken aback, replied, "Of course. But please wait a moment while I remove my makeup." Lin Feng smiled, watching her depart until her silhouette vanished around the corner. At that moment, his phone rang, as did Zhu Ting's. Lin Feng answered, hearing Chen Haidong's voice. "How goes it?" Lin Feng asked. "Tonight, we strike," Chen Haidong stated. Lin Feng chuckled, saying, "I was just about to have dinner with a mole." "The National Security Bureau's fare is equally delectable," Chen Haidong replied. "You wouldn't send me to capture them, would you?" Lin Feng quipped, "I'm just an ordinary citizen." Chen Haidong laughed heartily. "If I tell you to go, then go. You may be ordinary, but Su Chenxi is not." With that, Chen Haidong hung up. In a corner, Zhu Ting overheard the words, "Tonight, we act." The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through her. In Qin Chuan City, amidst the desolate mountains, darkness enveloped the landscape. The night bore no moon, and the sky was shrouded in heavy clouds, hinting at an impending storm. This should have been a night for restful slumber, yet some remained wide awake. McLean stood atop a distant mountain, accompanied by an associate, utilizing night vision goggles to observe the vast terrain. The inclement weather was advantageous for their operation. McLean had meticulously planned to initiate the sabotage from 3 directions. Most spies involved in the Starling project were trained special forces, equipped with the world's leading gear, poised to breach the production base in a short span. After several days of surveillance, they had thoroughly understood the security measures and rotation schedules. "Commander McLean, we are ready," his associate reported. McLean glanced at his watch, replying, "Hold on a moment." "Understood," came the response. "Remember, you have only 15 minutes, McLean cautioned. A military base lay 1,000 meters away. Should reinforcements arrive, none would escape. However, it was precisely this layout that convinced McLean that this was indeed the production base for the 6th-generation aircraft. As the minute hand struck midnight, McLean commanded, Commence operations. Yes, we move, came the reply, followed by the disconnection of communication. Suddenly, McLean felt something wet dripping onto him. Glancing upward, he slowly broke into a smile, proclaiming, "The tide has turned. It is raining." Chapter 23. Just a drill, the rain pattered down relentlessly as hundreds of soldiers clad in Special Forces uniforms moved stealthily through the night. Equipped with advanced gear and explosives, they communicated solely through gestures. The leading American soldier raised his hand and then forcefully brought it down. The entire combat team proceeded in an orderly fashion toward the towering mountains. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, in a secluded farmhouse nestled in the mountains, a middle-aged couple lay asleep. Suddenly, the farmer's wife stirred and whispered, "Old man, do you hear something outside?" Alarmed by the late hour, the farmer too detected footsteps and, like a vigilant hunter, focused intently on the door. A loud knock echoed through the night. The farmer sprang to his feet, grabbing a broom nearby. "Who is there?" he called, his senses heightened, fearing the presence of robbers. But a reassuring voice responded from outside, "Do not be afraid, sir. We are soldiers of the Huaxia army." Despite this, the farmer remained wary until the soldier continued, "You need not open the door. I merely wish to inform you that there may be explosions in the distance shortly. I hope you're not startled." The farmer's wife, now anxious, asked, "Is there any danger?" "No, not at all," the soldier assured them. "It's merely a drill." In 3 directions, the soldiers advanced swiftly and with discipline towards the production line. However, they soon sensed something amiss. Their passage had been unimpeded, and they had easily infiltrated the so-called production base. While they did observe machinery within, it appeared to be from the 1960s. The leading soldier quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and reached for his communicator, only to find it devoid of signal. "Retreat," he shouted. "Forget everything else. Withdrawal is imperative." Years of combat experience warned him of imminent danger. Yet, just as they turned, blinding lights illuminated their surroundings, revealing a multitude of gun barrels aimed at them. "We are Huaxia soldiers. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons immediately." The commanding soldier maintained a stoic demeanor, yet his voice exuded confidence. Without hesitation, the American soldier grabbed his weapon. Bang! The shot rang out, signaling the commencement of battle. In the distance, McLean heard the gunfire and smiled faintly. Judging the combat strength, he believed the outcome was inevitable and prepared to depart. This place was too perilous. He had come secretly to fulfill a mission, indifferent to the spies of the Starlink project. To him, these individuals were not particularly valuable. As he descended the mountain, he glanced at the plane ticket in his hand, which would take off in 3 hours. With this thought, a smile crept across his face. However, as he walked, an unusual noise caught his attention. He turned abruptly, demanding, "Who is there?" The silence enveloped him. Suddenly, a wildcat leaped out, causing McLean and his assistant to lower their weapons in a panic, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They hastily continued their descent. Just then, a powerful spotlight shone in their direction. In that moment of shock, a voice rang out, "We are Huaxia soldiers." Upon hearing this, McLean understood the gravity of the situation. He quickly retrieved his phone, panic washing over him. "It's failed. This plan has utterly failed. How could this happen?" When the next moment gunfire erupted, he felt a sharp pain in his hand and glanced over to see a smoking barrel protruding from the brush in the distance. A sniper. McLean suddenly realized that this was not a spontaneous encirclement, but meticulously planned operation. These Huaxia soldiers had been awaiting them all along. There were never any 6th-generation fighter jets, were there? He bellowed, "Mr. McLean, you are under arrest." As he heard this, McLean instinctively lifted his weapon. But another shot rang out. The other hand grasping his gun was struck, blood spilling forth. "Do you not understand?" An agent from the National Security Bureau stated. "Zhu Ting is one of us." "Impossible. No way." McLean screamed in a frenzy, "You treacherous witch. Zhu Ting, you vile traitor." In a lavish private room, Lin Feng and Zhu Ting shared light-hearted banter over a table laden with a sumptuous feast. "Perhaps we ordered too much. It seems wasteful," Zhu Ting remarked. Lin Feng thought to himself that this might be her last meal, and thus it should be more indulgent. Instead, he said, "It's nothing. They wouldn't dare charge me." Zhu Ting smiled, secretly wishing to leave swiftly, but hesitated and asked, "What about your father?" Lin Feng appeared troubled. "It's all right if you don't wish to share," Zhu Ting reassured him. "You will know in due time," Lin Feng replied. "Tonight, I wish to." "I'm sorry, Lin Feng, I'm really quite tired," she interjected. "Very well," Lin Feng acquiesced with a smile, rising to say, "Allow me to escort you." "No need." Lin Feng insisted, "We shall meet again." He watched as Zhu Ting entered a taxi, standing under an umbrella in the rain. In the cab, Zhu Ting smiled at the sight and instructed the driver, "Please, change course to the airport." "Miss at this hour? Where to?" the driver inquired with a chuckle. "Aren't you Huaxia?" he added, surprised by her fluent speech. Zhu Ting remained silent, gazing at Lin Feng through the rearview mirror, breaking into a smile as she muttered, "Fool." The driver, perplexed, murmured, "Why insult someone?" Meanwhile, Lin Feng chuckled to himself in the dark, rainy night. Suddenly, a sports car screeched to a halt before him, driven by Su Chenxi. "What is going on?" Lin Feng asked, intrigued. "The previous vehicle was too slow. I feared losing track," Su Chenxi replied nonchalantly. "Am I driving?" Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. "I'm afraid I might be sick if I ride," Su Chenxi stated earnestly. "That old man in charge." Lin Feng grumbled as he climbed into the car. In the next instant, Su Chenxi slammed on the accelerator, propelling them forward. Chapter 24. This country owes you nothing at Donghai International Airport. Despite the late hour, a steady stream of people continued to flow through. Upon arriving, Zhu Ting felt a wave of relief wash over her. In just half an hour, she would board the plane, and her future would finally align with her ideals. She imagined it with a smile. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Hey!" Zhu Ting turned around, slightly annoyed, thinking it was yet another oblivious fan who had recognized her. However, upon turning, she was taken aback. Lin Feng. In disbelief, Zhu Ting thought she might have misseen him. "Did the television station send you on another business trip?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes, I really dislike those superiors." Zhu Ting nodded vigorously. "Haha, that's just how they are. I feel the same way," Lin Feng replied, visibly displeased. "They suddenly assigned me a task." "What task?" she inquired. "I can't say," he said with an awkward smile. "I forgot you belong to the military district." Zhu Ting wanted to distance herself from Lin Feng, but now she couldn't leave abruptly without raising suspicion. Her gaze fell on Su Chenxi standing beside him, and she felt a twinge of curiosity. Su Chenxi had a refreshing appearance and was undeniably beautiful, yet she had barely noticed her presence before. "Who is she?" Zhu Ting asked. "Oh, just a little aide, nothing to worry about," Lin Feng replied. Su Chenxi, hearing this, remained focused on her game, unfazed. The trio found a spot to sit, and Lin Feng continued to chatter aimlessly. Suddenly, Zhu Ting stood up, saying, "I need to board." "Are you heading to the States?" Lin Feng looked at the boarding announcement board and remarked, "What a coincidence, so am I." "You?" Zhu Ting hesitated, wondering what Lin Feng was doing in the States. Lin Feng stood up to grab her luggage, saying, "We should be on the same flight. Follow me. I'll take you through the special passage." "No, that is unnecessary," she protested. "It's fine," Lin Feng insisted, approaching the airport staff and displaying a sign that read Military District, bound for the States. At that moment, Zhu Ting felt a sense of relief. The three entered the special passage, but as they walked, Zhu Ting began to sense something was off. "Why do I feel like this is not leading to the boarding area?" she asked. "You have a good sense of direction," Lin Feng replied. "Somewhat." Zhu Ting laughed nervously, suddenly realizing something. "Isn't this the wrong way to the boarding area?" "Of course," Lin Feng said. "Lin Feng, stop joking. I really have business to attend to," Zhu Ting said, anxiety creeping into her voice. Lin Feng remarked, "Are you that eager to get to the States? Can it wait until tomorrow?" "Stop joking," Zhu Ting said, her irritation rising. "I really have work." "Your work is merely reporting to your American superiors." "Isn't it?" Lin Feng said with a smirk. Zhu Ting was taken aback, her mind racing. She had thought everything was flawless. At that moment, Lin Feng cheerfully said, "It was McLean who sold you out." "No, that is impossible." Zhu Ting nearly collapsed upon hearing those words. Her pupils were bloodshot as her mental defenses crumbled. Yet the next second, she swiftly attempted to seize Lin Feng as a hostage while Su Chenxi was distracted. Lin Feng sensed her movement, but remained unmoved. With a loud thud, Zhu Ting was sent flying several meters away. Clutching her stomach in agony, Zhu Ting lay on the ground, while Lin Feng surveyed Su Chenxi in astonishment. This woman was surprisingly formidable. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Feng approached the writhing Zhu Ting, speaking slowly, Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting glared up at him, filled with rage. "You may not love your country, but do not harm it," Lin Feng declared, stepping on her face and pinning her against the wall, his voice icy. "This country owes you nothing. Remember that." With that, he delivered another fierce kick. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng walked ahead while Su Chenxi, one hand on her computer, effortlessly dragged Zhu Ting along like a small chick. By the roadside, the bureau chief awaited them with national security personnel. "Your shoes are dirty," the bureau chief remarked. "I took a little liberty," Lin Feng replied emotionlessly. The bureau chief chuckled, while Zhu Ting, looking at him, began to understand. Everything was certainly not as Lin Feng had described. Yet, she remained puzzled about how she had been exposed. Unfortunately, neither Lin Feng nor the bureau chief would provide her with answers. They waved her off, and she was unceremoniously tossed into a vehicle by the national security personnel. "Care for smoke?" the bureau chief offered. Lin Feng nodded, typically not a smoker, but today felt different. As the older man and the younger woman squatted on the roadside, Lin Feng suddenly asked, "How is the Shattered Star plan progressing?" The bureau chief extinguished his cigarette and tossed it aside. "No one who shouldn't have left has escaped." He smiled, but a soft voice interjected, "It's not right to litter." The bureau chief paused, cleared his throat, and said, "Oh, it's nothing. There are cleaning ladies every day." Lin Feng chuckled. "Pick it up. She really can fight, and I won't help you because I can't defeat her either." Chapter 25. The conclusion of the Shattered Star Project Beijing Report. "Come in." Chen Haidong looked up. As was customary, he had long since succumbed to slumber. However, in the stillness of the night, he found himself compelled to wait for a result. How did it go? The Shattered Star Project was a resounding success. We apprehended over 2,000 spies. Over how many? 2,001, the assistant replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chen Haidong could not help but chuckle, though he retorted gruffly, "Next time, dispense with the formalities and just state the figures. We must be pragmatic." "I wanted you to be even more pleased," the assistant explained. Chen Haidong laughed heartily. Indeed, it was gratifying to capture 2,001 individuals in one fell swoop. The assistant continued, "This operation has generated quite a stir. Should we notify the media?" "Why?" "To contain the news." "Are you out of your mind? We have apprehended these individuals openly. Why would we seek to conceal it?" Chen Haidong replied, "Not only should we not conceal it, but we ought to hold a press conference. Please make the necessary arrangements," he instructed. "And what should the statement say?" the assistant inquired. Chen Haidong pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "After a night of arduous efforts, we captured over 2,000 spies." The assistant burst into laughter. "What's so funny?" Chen Haidong frowned. "And nothing," the assistant stammered. "I was merely reflecting on how arduous our efforts truly were." "Arduous, my foot." This time it was akin to catching chickens in a coop. "Hurry along." Chen Haidong waved dismissively, and the assistant promptly adopted a military stance before scurrying away. Chen Haidong cast a glance at the report and mused, "Lin Feng, what other surprises can you possibly unveil?" "It is time for me to present you with a surprise." The following day, when Lin Feng awoke, his feet ached painfully. "Ouch, it hurts," he lamented, gazing at Su Chenxi with a pained expression. "You are a man. You shouldn't fear such things," Su Chenxi remarked while applying medicine to his injuries. "Men are still human," Lin Feng countered. "Oh," Su Chenxi replied, putting away the medicine. Lin Feng rubbed his foot and continued, "Had I known, I would have been gentler yesterday. I was too focused on my own pleasure." Su Chenxi rolled her eyes. When Zhu Ting was brought up, her face was bruised and battered. She hardly resembled a human. "Do you enjoy hitting women?" Lin Feng paused, sensing the disapproving gaze of Su Chenxi, and replied, "I'm no brute. How could I enjoy hitting women?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was a call from a base. "All right, I'll be there immediately." Lin Feng hung up, hastily donned his clothes, and limped out. Su Chenxi watched this scene with a flicker of amusement. What are you doing? Hurry up. My foot is injured. And you expect me to drive? Lin Feng shouted. Su Chenxi smirked and quickly made her way outside. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng made his way to the Shihai Island base, Beijing was abuzz with excitement. News of a gunfight in Qinchuan City had leaked, stirring widespread commotion. Today, it was reported that the National Security Bureau was taking responsibility for the incident. This revelation captured the attention of all media outlets, both domestic and international, particularly that of the United States. In the United States, Wilson had been waiting all day. Rest assured, sir, McLean possesses extensive overseas combat experience, and his mission completion rate is 100%. He executed the nuclear sabotage in Bear Country flawlessly. Seeing Wilson's concern, the assistant offered reassuring words. This matter could escalate into a diplomatic dispute, or even a world war. Upon hearing this, Wilson found the reasoning compelling. Suddenly, a team member approached, saying, Commander, the Huaxia Security Bureau is currently holding a press conference. Would you like to watch? Let us go. The assistant replied with a smile. Wilson, filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, said, Quick, switch to the feed. In Beijing, due to prior notifications from the National Security Bureau, a multitude of media representatives had gathered in anticipation. Deacon Shi, an American correspondent known for causing disruptions at press conferences, was among them. He had received some pertinent information and was quite pleased. If Huaxia had indeed lost a sixth-generation fighter, it would be a headline story worldwide. Do you know what transpired? I do not. There were explosions and gunfire. It's unimaginable. Most Huaxia journalists were worried and engaged in hushed discussions. After some time, Chen Haidong finally emerged with his team. It's Minister Chen. He is personally hosting the press conference today. This must be significant. Many reporters immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Chen Haidong seldom appeared in public. The last time he did so was during his appointment to this position. Silence. A staff member commanded, and the room fell silent, the atmosphere turning tense. Many speculated that the sabotage plan had succeeded. Chen Haidong took a seat and cleared his throat. This press conference was not only attracting media attention, but also igniting fervent discussions online, especially among netizens in central Huaxia, where videos of the explosions had already garnered billions of views across platforms like Douyin and Weibo. First, I would like to extend my welcome to all media representatives present. I believe you have gathered here regarding yesterday's gunfight in Qinchuan City. Chen Haidong began. At this moment, a female journalist raised her hand, indicating that there were still questions to be asked. The reporter from Yanjing News, upon receiving Chen Haidong's nod, stood and asked, May I inquire what the operation was targeting? Chen Haidong gestured for her to sit down, scanning the room before breaking into a slight smile. This smile caused both Deacon Shi and Wilson, far away, to shudder as they realized that the situation was dire. Then, they heard Chen Haidong speak slowly. Yesterday, we received credible intelligence and deployed a significant number of operatives to dismantle a large-scale espionage network. This is the most significant espionage case since the founding of our nation. As his words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Chapter 26. Press conference. In the next moment, an eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving many journalists in a state of shock. Almost instantaneously, a wave of applause erupted from the media present. This was rather awkward for Dickensi, as the clapping sounded painfully jarring. Online, the reactions exploded. Wow, incredible. I'm no longer supporting the War Ignorance Bureau. The National Security Bureau is the true god. Speculations about foreign spies ran rampant. Is there any doubt? It must be from a certain country. A multitude of netizens engaged in fervent discussions, catapulting the topic to the top of various platforms. Meanwhile, a female journalist on site, displaying her professionalism, continued to inquire, Can we know what the operation entails? This pertains to a spy scheme aimed at sabotaging the production line of our sixth-generation aircraft. The mention of sixth-generation aircraft sent shockwaves throughout the audience. The room buzzed with excitement, both domestically and internationally. Has our country developed a sixth-generation aircraft? When did we commence test flights? When did we start production? What are the specifications of the sixth-generation aircraft, if you could share? Chen Haidong's statement detonated like a nuclear bomb among the crowd. prompting a flurry of questions from the journalists. Silence. The assistant barked, restoring order. Chun Haidong continued. For matters regarding the sixth-generation aircraft, I advise you to consult the military. The National Security Bureau cannot disclose such information. He smiled, and the reporters from Huaxiao returned the gesture. Indeed, Chun Haidong elaborated. We received intelligence about a foreign spy attempting to undermine our production line, prompting us to take preemptive measures. How many individuals were apprehended? Over 2,000, replied Chun Haidong. Over 2,000? How many is that really? That information cannot be disclosed, Chun Haidong responded with a subtle smile, while the assistant rolled his eyes beside him. Could you at least inform us how you obtained this intelligence? The journalist's question echoed the sentiments of countless netizens, including DeKinsey and Wilson. Defeat. They actually failed. Wilson's heart bled. The investment in the Starling project in Huaxiao exceeded 3 billion meters in currency. After all, to ensure that others willingly serve you, one must offer monetary enticements. Now, everything has been wiped out in one fell swoop. The future repercussions remain uncertain. Wilson scowled, fixated on the screen, eager to uncover the ultimate truth. At that moment, Chun Haidong began to speak. Here, I must mention an individual. Everyone's attention turned to him, wondering who this remarkable person could be. Under their expectant gazes, Chun Haidong slowly revealed the War Ignorance Bureau, the bureau chief. Indeed, it was the bureau chief once more. The crowd admired him greatly. A retired elder, yet still achieving monumental feats. Excuse me, may I inquire if there will be any special recognition for the bureau chief's significant contributions? A particularly quick journalist interjected. However, Chun Haidong pivoted the conversation, stating, no, it is indeed the bureau chief's apprentice, Lin Feng. In an instant, the room was filled with question marks. Moments later, it felt as if a nuclear bomb had detonated, sending a mushroom cloud into the air. Lin Feng? It's actually Lin Feng? Isn't he the one rumored to be a mere figurehead, relying solely on his background to ascend? Unbelievable. Many were skeptical, especially the online critics. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This Lin Feng must be leveraging his father's connections to claim the accolades for himself. Yes, it must be so. The discussions surged once more. Yet, Chun Haidong remained unfazed as he continued. I must also mention another individual, Zhu Ting. She's a foreign spy. During encounter, Lin Feng astutely recognized her true identity and reported it to the National Security Bureau. With his assistance, the Shattered Star Plan was devised, leading to this operation. As Chun Haidong divulged the entire process, the skepticism dissipated. Indeed, there had been circulating photos of Lin Feng and Zhu Ting on what appeared to be a date, which had led many to label him as a playboy. I'm sorry, Lin Feng. I'm so sorry. In an instant, the entire internet was in tears, with apologies flooding in. It must be said, the mere mention of Lin Feng's name stirred a tempest of reactions. The trending list was dominated by his name, followed closely by the phrase, I'm sorry, Lin Feng. According to Weibo's back-end statistics, in just 1 minute, over 30 million individuals had expressed their apologies. The War Ignorance Bureau was indeed a formidable entity. Remarkable, he intentionally approached a spy, putting himself at risk. Indeed, the tide had turned. Lin Feng had become an icon. However, Chun Haidong chose not to elaborate further. Minister Chun, could you disclose which country's spy this is? A journalist inquired. That is not convenient. Chun Haidong's expression turned grave as he responded. However, regarding this foreign act, the National Security Bureau will undoubtedly retaliate tenfold. Furthermore, Chun Haidong fixed his gaze on DeKinsey, causing the latter to feel a wave of unease. The implication was unmistakable. They ought to remember that this is the land of Huaxia, where no mere interloper can disrupt our peace. With that, Chun Haidong departed. DeKinsey, infuriated, dared not voice his anger and quickly exited through another door. The remaining journalists followed suit, eager to disseminate the explosive news. It was clear that from this day forth, Lin Feng's name would resonate throughout the nation. Meanwhile, the very subject of the press conference, Lin Feng, was engrossed in tightening screws. Let's keep it this way, he remarked to a few nearby scientists. However, the scientists appeared oblivious, huddled together, engrossed in gossip. Initially, Lin Feng assumed they were focused on academic discussions, but as he listened, it became apparent that a couple of them were exclaiming phrases of admiration. "What's going on?" Lin Feng frowned, pondering why these scientists were so fond of gossip. Yet, as he approached, he noticed their gazes were fixed on him, filled with awe. Simply put, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Lin Feng swallowed hard and said, "What are you all doing? While I understand you haven't interacted with women in a long time, I am a man." Chapter 27. Fame from a single battle incredible. Truly remarkable. Commander Lin, how is it that you are so young, yet so impressive? I, too, have my doubts. Although my son has just turned 1 month old, I can already see he is destined for mediocrity. A group of scientists expressed their admiration, particularly Zhou Liming, whose gaze upon Lin Feng was almost reverent. "What is it?" Lin Feng inquired. "Take a look." Zhou Liming gestured for him to come over. As Lin Feng approached, he was met with a headline that read, "Shocking. Lin Feng of the War Deception Bureau uncovers female spy, collaborates with the National Security Bureau to solve the largest espionage case in the nation's history." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be confidential? He muttered, perplexed. The mention of Chen Haidong drew silent disbelief from the others. Only Lin Feng would dare to speak his name so openly. Yet, their admiration for him grew. Lin Feng had accomplished something monumental without seeking recognition, still valuing discretion. "Does that mean you truly discovered that female spy?" Zhou Liming probed. "More or less," Lin Feng replied. "And what about the Shattered Star Plan?" Curiosity swirled among the crowd. "Does that female spy possess an alluring physique?" Someone dared to ask. Instantly, everyone turned and shot him disdainful glances. Undeterred, the scientist stood tall and declared, purely out of curiosity, "Chen Haidong." Lin Feng called. "I know you're Lin Feng." Chen Haidong chuckled, taking a sip of tea. "What is it? Why mention my name when you seek credit?" Lin Feng retorted. "Why should I answer to you? The National Security Bureau does not owe you any explanations," Chen Haidong said. Hanging up, his assistant, grinning, remarked, "You seem in good spirits. With so many spies deployed, they must have paid dearly. This commendation rightfully belongs to Lin Feng," Chen Haidong asserted. The assistant nodded. However, given his unique status, isn't it unwise for him to remain so conspicuous? "Not at all," Chen Haidong assured. "Look at the bureau chief. He is renowned, yet no one dares to target him. As long as Lin Feng's identity as chief engineer remains concealed, he will not attract unwanted attention." "I understand," the assistant replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. "What shall we do next?" "Interrogation? That is unnecessary. Execute them as required," Chen Haidong stated. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I wish to see Zhu Ting." Understood, the assistant hurried to comply. Shortly thereafter, Chen Haidong visited the prison, where he found Zhu Ting disheveled and bruised. "Who did this?" Chen Haidong frowned, appalled by her condition. Lin Feng, the assistant, revealed. "This brat is ruthless," Chen Haidong scolded. Zhu Ting, hearing this, wept. She had always cherished her beauty. "Please, grant me a chance for redemption. I swear I will atone for my crimes," she pleaded. Chen Haidong scrutinized her, turning to his assistant. "What do you think? Traitors deserve no mercy," the assistant insisted urgently. No, I promise to make amends," Zhu Ting cried, crawling forward on her knees. Chen Haidong's expression softened. "Who among us is without sin?" "Minister," the assistant interjected, alarmed. Zhu Ting, sensing a glimmer of hope, exclaimed, "I will divulge everything I know." Yet, in an instant, Chen Haidong's words extinguished her joy. "To achieve redemption, you must contribute. You're a trained spy, and I will send you to America to gather intelligence. If you succeed." The assistant paused, and Zhu Ting fell silent, then cried out in despair, "No, please." "No." Chen Haidong smiled with a devilish grin. "You should have anticipated this consequence when you chose this path. You'll kill me. You'll kill me." Zhu Ting screamed. Her betrayal had led to the demise of over 2,000 spies in America, and she knew she would not escape retribution. Most critically, she had lost her value. "No, please, you cannot do this. I refuse to go to America," she sobbed, attempting to crawl towards him. Chen Haidong disdainfully kicked her in the face, saying, "If you possessed true courage, you would take your own life." Zhu Ting trembled at his words. He was right. She lacked the courage to end her own life. Even when faced with despair, she gazed at Chen Haidong, but he merely turned away, leaving her with a chilling farewell. Thank you for relaying such crucial information. Hearing this, Zhu Ting broke down in tears. She finally understood. From the very beginning, it had all been a deception. The sixth-generation fighter jets Lin Feng had mentioned were nothing but a fabrication. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Her voice seethed with fury, her eyes glistening with rage. Hey, you have no idea. That woman tried to seduce me, yet I remained unmoved, Lin Feng jested. Did you not respond at all? A group of scientists asked, astonished. Enough. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. A man should not allow his lower instincts to dictate his actions. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their admiration for Lin Feng only deepening. Lin Feng, too, wore a broad smile. Goodness, these scientists are quite fortunate. Merely recounting a story has earned them 40,000 points. At this rate, I'll soon be able to make another purchase. The tale unfolded for a mere half hour, until Lin Feng's phone rang. What? You have issues on your end as well? Wait, I'll head to Shihai Island shortly. Understood. Yang nodded, his expression peculiar. Once Lin Feng had departed, Zhou Liming inquired, Yang, what troubles you? Are you reluctant to let him go? Do you know what Shihai Island represents? Yang replied. Zhou Liming and the other scientists perked up, their eyes widening with realization. Shihai Island. The aircraft carrier production base. Could it be? Someone swallowed hard. Commander Lin is truly extraordinary. The others nodded in agreement, only one individual muttering in discontent. Chapter 28. Controlled nuclear fusion as a source of energy for super aircraft carriers. Conventional nuclear reactors are insufficient for providing stable and powerful propulsion. Therefore, controlled nuclear fusion emerges as the optimal choice. On board, Lin Feng was deep in contemplation when he suddenly heard the system notification. Ding. Task completed. Ding. The Shattered Star project has concluded, with a total of 2,001 spies apprehended. Ding. Reward points, 400-200. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel elated. With an additional 400,000 points, he was nearing the threshold to exchange for a super project. As he rummaged through the system, he discovered that there were no projects related to controlled nuclear fusion. After a moment of thought, he became somewhat distressed. In truth, the current nuclear power technology is sufficient to meet the operational requirements of aircraft carriers. However, as projects expand and multiply, a transformation in energy sources must inevitably commence. Relying on oil and similar fuels would be utterly inadequate. Ultimately, Lin Feng pondered, controlled nuclear fusion might belong to a third-tier technology, which is why he could not redeem it at present. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Lin Feng exited the airport and, after a moment's thought, said to Su Chenxi beside him, Please assist me in contacting Yanjing. I wish to meet with the nation's nuclear experts. Understood, Su Chenxi nodded. Just then, a shrill scream erupted from the airport. It's Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked up and instantly sensed something was amiss, as the entire airport had converged around him. It truly was Lin Feng. So handsome. Lin Feng, you're amazing for eliminating so many spies. I love you, Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a bead of sweat form. Witnessing their fervor, he managed a slight smile and acknowledged their enthusiasm. Moments later, he found himself drenched in sweat as he entered the vehicle. Upon glancing around, he noticed that Su Chenxi had inexplicably already taken her seat inside. When did you slip in? Lin Feng asked, intrigued. This woman is rather elusive. I dislike crowded places. No kidding, neither do I, Lin Feng retorted, irritated. You are my bodyguard. According to the narrative, you should be paving the way for me. I am an assistant. Su Chenxi corrected. Besides, no one intends to harm you. Upon entering the building, Lin Feng spotted the chief officer, impeccably dressed, and inquired, Old man, where are you off to? On television, the officer replied cheerfully. Who are you trying to deceive this time? Lin Feng quipped. None of your business, the officer dismissed, departing without revealing that Lin Feng had accomplished a significant feat and was there for an interview, which also included a bit of promotion regarding the sixth-generation fighter. Just look at you. It's fortunate you're with me. If you were with that kind of leader, you'd be in for a rough time, Lin Feng remarked to Su Chenxi. However, when he turned back, he discovered that the woman had vanished. Sigh, Lin Feng lamented, contemplating that managing this group was becoming increasingly challenging. As for nuclear matters, you should visit the Jiangnan nuclear base, Zhou Quanmin suggested. I've briefed them on the specifics. Understood, Lin Feng replied, regaining some clarity. Additionally, regarding the educational reform issue you mentioned, we have convened the 18th meeting, and soon there will be results. You should visit Yinjing when the time comes, Zhou Quanmin added. Furthermore, I would like to ask you something. Go ahead, Lin Feng prompted. Given the scale of this spy incident, should we request anything from the United States? Lin Feng paused. This incident had escalated significantly, and the United States would undoubtedly be in a state of panic. If they truly broke the proverbial window, it would signify the onset of global unrest. The United States daring to meddle in foreign affairs would have substantial international repercussions. Let me think, Lin Feng responded, then queried, what if they refuse? Then we blow up one of their military bases, Zhou Quanmin asserted. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt vulgarity, but felt a swell of pride. Today's Easter Huaxia is no longer what it once was. The rise of Huaxia is unstoppable. As for the United States wishing to wage war, there was no cause for fear. At least in the near seas, the United States could not contend with them. By the time Lin Feng arrived at Jiangnan, it was already evening. Lin Feng, he mused, that person really lacks subtlety and cannot conceal himself well. However, his insight is indeed remarkable. He immediately discerned that Zhu Ting was a spy from a certain country. Did I provide you with guidance? There was some. Otherwise, how could a young man like him have uncovered it? Oh, the sixth-generation fighter? No worries. We've already relocated it to a secure location. In a few months, our sixth-generation fighter will soar through the skies. As Lin Feng sat on the plane, he muttered indignantly. I wondered where he had gone. He was conspicuously absent during the task, yet now he seeks to take credit. He did not genuinely blame the officer, as the officer's words were merely meant to bolster Lin Feng's reputation. Lin Feng was capable but still young, so his words were credible. Upon disembarking smoothly, Lin Feng proceeded directly to the Jiangnan nuclear base. As he entered, the base's head, Pan Wenguang, awaited anxiously. Zhou Quanmin had instructed him not to inquire too much about Lin Feng's identity, but simply to follow his lead, as it was a command. Therefore, upon seeing Lin Feng, Pan Wenguang found it hard to believe. He understood that if Lin Feng were merely a second-generation official, he would not receive such treatment. Minister Jiang, hello. Lin Feng greeted politely, extending his hand. Pan Wenguang quickly regained his composure and shook hands. I heard before coming that this is the largest nuclear base. I am thrilled to witness it firsthand, Lin Feng stated with a smile. Pan Wenguang immediately felt a surge of goodwill towards Lin Feng. Reflecting on the base, as he remarked, it has been some time. Our first nuclear base is right here. As they conversed while walking, Pan Wenguang continued. The experts inside are all waiting for you. Upon entering, Lin Feng was met with a cacophony of heated debate among the technical experts, all from the same field, making their encounters particularly lively. Oldly, why are you still so stubborn? I've told you that achieving magnetic confinement fusion at level 7 is impossible. Our equipment cannot keep up. Our first priority must be to realize net energy gain from the fusion reaction. What you all propose is utterly impractical. Stop arguing. The United States has already implemented level 8 technological requirements. Can we not be anxious? One of them interjected. The first to master this technology will effectively control the next technological revolution. As they continued to argue, Pan Wenguang frowned and prepared to intervene. But Lin Feng stayed his hand, choosing to observe quietly. At that moment, he noticed a tall, slender man in glasses in the corner, who seemed out of place. The man's gaze was filled with a mix of envy and frustration. Who was that person? Lin Feng wondered. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system chimed. Ding. Hidden task activated. Ding. Task requirements. 1. Obtain the blueprints for level 7 controlled nuclear fusion. 2. Identify and guide the gifted individual. 3. Assist the gifted individual in completing the level 8 controlled nuclear technology experiment. Upon completion of the task, points and materials on controlled nuclear fusion will be awarded. Wow! Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect. Chapter 29. The Gifted One, Jiang Cheng what? Pan Wenguang was taken aback upon hearing my exclamation. It's nothing. Lin Feng replied, his gaze fixed on the bespectacled man. What is his name? Lin Feng continued to inquire, almost convinced that he was the gifted individual mentioned by the system. He seems to be at odds with others. Not exactly, Pan Wenguang responded. This person is quite talented, but his ideas are too radical, which nearly jeopardized the entire project. Had the experiments continued, a nuclear leak or even an explosion would have been inevitable. Pan Wenguang exhaled. As a result, he was not given further opportunities. Did someone die? Lin Feng asked. One person did, but it was due to radiation exposure, and he lived for about 8 years afterward, Pan Wenguang explained. In truth, one cannot blame him, as those who participated in such experiments signed death agreements, and the state provided them with the best compensation. Even he stated before his passing that he never held Jiang Cheng responsible. However, sometimes the hardest battles are the ones we fight within ourselves. Lin Feng nodded. Mr. Lin Feng, perhaps we should. Pan Wenguang began, but Lin Feng nodded again, and the two approached as Pan Wenguang started introducing Lin Feng. For the next half hour, Lin Feng listened quietly to their discussions regarding controllable nuclear fusion. It felt as if they had said nothing substantial. Finally, Lin Feng glanced towards Jiang Cheng in the corner and asked, Dr. Jiang, what are your thoughts? Jiang Cheng paused, confused as to why Lin Feng was focusing on him. Yet he replied, what these academicians have said is already the best. I have nothing to add. Lin Feng noticed the emptiness in his eyes. At the conclusion of the meeting, Lin Feng instructed Pan Wenguang to dismiss the assembly and then added, have him stay. He will accompany me. Pan Wenguang hesitated, puzzled, yet he called Jiang Cheng over. With him, Jiang Cheng was taken aback, then looked at Lin Feng and said, I refuse. He could tell Lin Feng was an outsider to nuclear technology. Jiang Cheng was willing to yield to someone more skilled, but he would never follow the orders of an amateur. This is an order, Pan Wenguang insisted, growing anxious, wondering if he understood Lin Feng's true identity. However, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and asked, do you look down upon me? Indeed, Jiang Cheng replied. Pan Wenguang's eyes widened in disbelief, growing more agitated. Lin Feng continued, what if it is a requirement from the state? Jiang Cheng exhaled and said, aren't the other academicians better than I am? After speaking, he waved his hand and turned away. Pan Wenguang prepared to intervene and reprimand him, but Lin Feng interjected, give me the information on the deceased martyr. 3 days later, Lin Feng found a gravestone on the mountain behind the nuclear facility. He looked around and saw gravestones scattered about. How many scientists and technicians had poured their hearts and souls into achieving the advanced nuclear technology of today in Huaxia. I purchased too few flowers, Lin Feng remarked. Indeed, Su Chenxi echoed. The deceased was named Li, a technician. Pan Wenguang had mentioned she was Jiang Cheng's disciple. The two slightly bowed, and after a while, they saw Jiang Cheng approaching. Lin Feng had anticipated his arrival, knowing today was Li's birthday. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Jiang Cheng was initially startled, but he gritted his teeth and placed flowers and a roasted chicken at Li's gravestone before kneeling down. He bowed repeatedly, a total of 9 times. Eventually, he seemed choked with emotion, saying, could you leave for a moment? Su Chenxi began to step away, but Lin Feng remarked, are you afraid we might witness your weakness? Can you leave? Jiang Cheng roared, his mind nearing collapse. Lin Feng smirked and retorted, how dare you lash out at me when you have caused the death of others? Be quiet. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Su Chenxi frowned, ready to intervene on Lin Feng's behalf, but was astonished to see Lin Feng effortlessly evade Jiang Cheng's attack. Though slow, Jiang Cheng's assault was unexpected. Su Chenxi couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Feng. This person, who usually complained about mundane tasks, how could he possess such agility? After dodging, Lin Feng continued with a smile. The life of a coward is merely spent hiding in fear. Shut up. Jiang Cheng was on the brink of a mental breakdown. He sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. You don't understand. You simply do not comprehend. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment's reflection, he said, I know that if it weren't for Li, many more would have perished. However, she's already gone. Moreover, have you forgotten what Li's greatest dream was? Jiang Cheng hesitated. Jiang Cheng, everyone makes mistakes. If you truly feel guilt towards her, then please help fulfill her dream. When the time comes, carry her dream to meet her, and I believe she will not blame you." As Lin Feng spoke, he tossed down a piece of paper, saying, "If you come to a decision, seek me out here." "Will he come?" Su Chenxi inquired, glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent, merely checking the time before stating, "If he does not come, then we shall leave. Shouldn't we persuade him? Those who work under me cannot be cowards, regardless of their technical prowess," Lin Feng stated earnestly. Just as he finished speaking, Su Chenxi glanced towards the door and said, "It seems I must take my leave." "Very well," Lin Feng nodded. Su Chenxi then walked towards the door, opening it to find Jiang Cheng waiting outside. He entered, casting a glance at Lin Feng. "Seat, Lin Feng instructed. What can an outsider like you do to assist me?" Jiang Cheng retorted. Lin Feng's achievements and contributions were not something Jiang Cheng could belittle. Lin Feng waved his hand, prompting Su Chenxi to reluctantly close the door. Once the door was shut, Lin Feng stated, "Level 7 controllable nuclear technology." Jiang Cheng paused, his pupils widening in astonishment. Lin Feng realized he had struck a chord and looked at Jiang Cheng, saying, "You have other thoughts in mind, do you not?" In that moment, Jiang Cheng's gaze towards Lin Feng transformed completely. He felt that Lin Feng's presence had uncovered the depths of his soul. Aware that a decisive impact was needed, Lin Feng presented a card. Jiang Cheng picked it up and was instantly overwhelmed. It read, "Chief Engineer of the Super Aircraft Carrier, Lin Feng." "You." Jiang Cheng exhaled, looking at Lin Feng with newfound respect. "I apologize," he said, sincerity and regret evident in his voice. At that moment, the system chimed, "Ding. The second step of the task is complete. Successfully find and guide the gifted one." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was filled with elation. In truth, he had merely aimed to complete the task and acquire information regarding controllable nuclear fusion, unaware that Jiang Cheng would soon transform into the energy fanatic feared by many. Chapter 30, Negotiations with the Titans. "If you truly grant me the technology for level 7 controlled nuclear fusion, I am willing to make another attempt." "Why?" "Because after that experiment, I realized that I had acted too hastily." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is there a significant difference between level 6 and level 7? "Indeed, each level represents a monumental leap," Jiang Cheng replied. "If we proceed in this manner, how long will it take us to research level 7? "At least 3 years, Jiang Cheng stated. 3 years. Lin Feng reflected, finding that duration excessively long. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he exclaimed, "I believe I know where we can obtain level 7 controlled nuclear technology." In the new Golden Mountain of the United States, a negotiation was underway. On one side stood representatives from China, and on the other from the United States. This meeting was confidential, yet the stakes were substantial. Leading the Chinese delegation was Zhou Quanmin, while the American side was represented by Secretary of State Lansport. Each delegation comprised over 10 individuals. Given the significance of such a gathering, one would expect decorum. However, the meeting unfolded with a chaos akin to a bustling marketplace. "Enough of your nonsense. If there is no compensation, I shall resort to drastic measures," Zhou Quanmin declared, slamming his hand on the table and rising vocally. "You." Lansport found himself both furious and helpless. Prior to this, he had been informed that Zhou Quanmin was generally amiable, but the current situation revealed a stark transformation. It was indeed the United States' fault for instigating this conflict. China was not the nation it once was. Allowing another country to act without consequence would render them a soft target. The American side was primarily concerned about exposure and the potential fallout among their allies. After all, with a multitude of subordinate nations, any incident could lead to disarray within their ranks. Furthermore, they genuinely feared the repercussions of inciting China, as the latter's bottom line had been crossed. With over 2,000 spies apprehended, there would inevitably be those willing to betray out of fear. "That's enough for today. I'm hungry and will no longer negotiate," Zhou Quanmin proclaimed, rising imperiously. Lansport, incensed, immediately placed a call to Wilson, berating him furiously, leaving his assistant trembling nearby. "What is it?" Lansport demanded. "We have discovered Zhu Ting on a flight to America," the assistant reported. "And then?" She claims to have intelligence too. To what? You fool. Why not simply detain her and throw her into prison for a thorough interrogation? What further value does she hold? Haven't we suffered enough? Lansport shouted. Yes, yes. The assistant nodded fervently. That evening, Zhou Quanmin rubbed his temples. In truth, he had not fully formulated his demands. He might as well aim high, perhaps requesting 7 or 8 aircraft carriers or even an overseas military base. He would take his time engaging the Americans' limits. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is here to see you, his assistant announced, bowing slightly. Quickly, Zhou Quanmin responded, instantly invigorated at the mention of Lin Feng's name. He swiftly picked up the phone, and Lin Feng's voice rang through. What? Controlled nuclear fusion? That's impossible? I believe requesting 7 aircraft carriers is more reasonable. Lin Feng, exasperated, replied, Honestly, I do not require that many levels. Just level 7 will suffice. What does level 7 even mean? Zhou Quanmin was clearly a novice in this domain. The other party had already advanced to level 8, rendering level 7 outdated. What purpose would it serve? Zhou Quanmin remarked. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Quanmin became serious and said, All right, I know what course to take. Good. Lin Feng hung up just as he noticed the television, where the general was making yet another appearance. This elder had participated in so many interviews. As Lin Feng watched reports regarding nuclear advancements, he listened to the general's interview. Initially, the general offered a critique of Lin Feng, labeling him as inexperienced. Subsequently, the interview proceeded with a more standard inquiry. In recent years, our aircraft carriers have been launched at an astonishing rate. When do you believe we will develop the Ford-class carrier? The host asked earnestly. The general contemplated briefly before responding. That seems rather fanciful. We have already developed the 6th-generation fighter. Thus, the Ford-class carrier should not be far behind. That is not a comparable metric. The 6th-generation fighter involves technical challenges, while the requirements for the Ford-class carrier are exceedingly high. The distinction between it and conventional carriers lies in. The general elaborated, internally reveling in his superiority. When the time comes for the supercarrier to set sail, the Ford class will seem utterly trivial. However, he knew he could not voice this sentiment publicly. Oh, the host replied, sensing the general's skepticism. The general continued, Let me tell you, rather than waiting for the Ford class carrier, it is more worthwhile to aspire towards controlled nuclear fusion. Oh, has there been a breakthrough in our controlled nuclear fusion? The host paused, taken aback. Well, the general revealed a knowing smile, but remained silent. This tactic was one he had learned from Lin Feng, using the 6th-generation fighter as a facade for space-based weaponry. Thus, employing controlled nuclear fusion to obscure the true ambition of a supercarrier was equally reasonable. I understand, the host smiled, recognizing that tonight's interview was bound to garner significant attention. However, as Lin Feng sat before the television, he sputtered tea upon hearing those words, turning to see the general's smug expression. Glancing at the nuclear reactor data in his hands, he could not help but feel a chill. Old man, your words are indeed sharp. The following day, Zhou Quanmin rose, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit. Do I look handsome? He inquired of his assistant. Yes. The assistant nodded. Let us go. As Zhou Quanmin walked, he adjusted his glasses. Not only did he appear dashing, but he also exuded an air of sophistication. Upon entering the conference room with his team, Zhou Quanmin noticed that Lansport appeared considerably more composed upon seeing his attire. It seemed Zhou would engage in a more measured discussion today, refraining from immediately demanding 7 aircraft carriers. Good morning, Mr. Lansport, Zhou Quanmin greeted. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. How did you sleep last night? Lansport sighed with relief. In truth, he had not slept well either. Sipping his coffee, he thought that today should allow for a fruitful dialogue. But just then, Zhou Quanmin stated, Let us do this. I no longer seek aircraft carriers. I've heard your controlled nuclear fusion technology is quite impressive, so let us exchange that instead. Hearing this, Lansport spewed his coffee, staring in astonishment at Zhou Quanmin. Thinking to himself, Are you here a joke? Chapter 31. The art of negotiation. Zhou Quanmin remained remarkably composed, conveying that his demands were not extravagant. Do you know what controlled nuclear fusion is? Yes. Then why do you still speak? Lansporteur retorted, It's absolutely impossible. No rush. Take your time to consider. There is nothing to contemplate. Then let us sever ties. Zhou Quanmin rolled up his sleeves and, mirroring the previous day, slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "If you're unwilling to engage, then neither will I. This time, we must secure justice for Huaxia." With that, he rose and, with his team, departed decisively. Lance Porter, witnessing this scene, nearly lost his composure. Can we not conduct a proper meeting? This is exasperating, he thought to himself, grabbing his phone and unleashing a torrent of criticism upon Wilson. Upon exiting the conference room, an assistant glanced at Zhou Quanmin and whispered, "Isn't Mr. Lin Feng only asking for level 7? You clearly misunderstand the art of negotiation," the assistant replied. "Level 8 is certainly out of the question. I know, but you must corner him. Humans are inherently resistant to courtesy," Zhou Quanmin asserted. "Perhaps we should subtly lower our expectations tomorrow?" The assistant chuckled. "Understand, leader." "Understand what?" Zhou Quanmin countered. The assistant fell silent, taken aback by Zhou Quanmin's tone. "Apologies, I momentarily forgot myself," Zhou Quanmin clarified. "By lowering our demands slightly, we can introduce additional conditions." The assistant finally comprehended, realizing that experience often prevails. The leading nuclear technology expert, upon grasping Zhou Quanmin's intentions, scoffed, stating, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The others echoed his derision. The ultimate level for controlled nuclear technology is 10, with each tier demanding immense sacrifice. The U.S. Department of Technology faced tremendous pressure to achieve level 8. Relinquishing this outcome was unacceptable. Controlled nuclear technology embodies the future of Blue Planet. Lance Porter was acutely aware of this, sighing as an expert interjected, "However, level 7 is feasible." Lance paused, considering. Level 7 ignition is conventional, akin to a man-made sun. At this technical level, it is not overly complex, the expert explained. But you know Huaxia's capacity for learning. They have appropriated our technologies over the years, Lance retorted angrily. "Allow me to finish." The expert calmly continued. "Crossing from level 7 to 8 requires a device called the Dolus apparatus, which Huaxia cannot currently produce. We have developed it recently, and it exists nowhere else in the world." At this, Lance Porter remained unconvinced, asking, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," the expert assured him. "Rest assured, even if they attain level 7, they will forever remain stuck there." After the meeting concluded, Lance Porter spent a restless night, uncertain of what audacious proposal Zhou Quanmin might present the following day. When they reconvened, Zhou Quanmin opened with, "Have you given any thought?" "Damn it," Lance thought. Wanted to curse. He realized he would not engage in madness alongside Zhou. "This matter is indeed our fault, but you must also have your limits," he stated. Zhou Quanmin regarded Lance earnestly, saying, "Mistakes must bear consequences." As the conversation escalated into another argument, after half an hour, Lance finally relented, declaring, "Fine. If you wish to discuss nothing further, we will concede the level 7 technology. Take it or leave it." With that, he slammed his hand on the table. The assistant exchanged a glance with Zhou Quanmin, exhilaration surging within. "After all this time, this is the moment we awaited. What use is level 7? Zhou Quanmin retorted. "Take it or leave it," Lance reiterated. Both parties paused to regain their composure, and Zhou Quanmin stood, awkwardly stating, "I need to step outside to make a call." He looked at Lance, expressing his helplessness and reluctance. Level 7 is acceptable, but Lance's eyes brightened, sensing he had baited the hook. "It must come with additional compensation," Zhou Quanmin insisted. "However, your U.S. dollars hold little value for us. We prefer oil," he added. Hearing this, Lance Porter breathed a sigh of relief. "Exactly. Let us negotiate properly." The following morning, Lin Feng received news regarding Zhou Quanmin. His excitement was palpable. Level 7 controlled nuclear technology signified the completion of his first 2 tasks. Only the final one remained for him to achieve his objectives. "When can it be delivered?" Lin Feng inquired. He then approached Jiang Cheng, announcing, "Effective immediately, assemble a team focused on controlled nuclear fusion." Am I to lead this effort?" Jiang Cheng hesitated. "Is there a problem?" Lin Feng asked. "Currently, I am merely a doctoral candidate," Jiang Cheng replied awkwardly. This project requires individuals of significant qualifications. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng produced a card, inquiring, "Is this sufficient?" Jiang Cheng halted, transfixed. To see this card was akin to encountering the person behind it. "Who exactly are you?" He wondered, bewildered. Jiang Cheng remained silent, feeling perplexed. Despite Lin Feng's limited knowledge of him, Jiang Cheng sensed that Lin Feng had more faith in him than he did in himself. "I will bear all consequences," Lin Feng continued. "No, Qianqing replied earnestly. "I have evaded responsibility for 8 years. I shall not continue to do so. This time, I will not be a coward." With that declaration, he departed, heading toward Jiangnan. This time, he would not only fight for himself, but for those who had placed their trust in him. An instinct told him that Lin Feng was sent by fate to rescue him. Thus, he could not betray this faith. The first energy revolution marked the steam age. The second heralded the electrical age. Once controlled nuclear fusion emerges, it will irrevocably alter the course of human history. At that moment, the stars and the sea will no longer be an unattainable dream. Chapter 32. Opening the door, checking the water meter moreover. An official document had been issued approving Jiang Cheng as the chief engineer for this project. The assistant, observing the weary Zhou Quanmin, hesitated but eventually interrupted, saying, "A joint letter has arrived from Jiangnan." They expressed confusion regarding Jiang Cheng's appointment as the chief engineer. And then, Zhou Quanmin inquired. "They are merely seeking an explanation." The assistant replied, "After all, there are numerous experts in nuclear matters, particularly the older ones." Frowning, Zhou Quanmin dismissed these concerns. Since Lin Feng had confidence in his selection, he chose to trust Lin Feng unconditionally. Upon examining the document, he noted the multitude of signatures and thoughtfully inscribed 2 words. "Noted." The assistant continued to observe until Zhou Quanmin looked up. "What is it?" Zhou Quanmin asked. "Is that it?" The assistant questioned. "No, I mean, you're leaving just like that." "Go on, I am tired." Zhou Quanmin waved him away. The assistant finally understood and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, in Yinjing, Chen Haidong was abruptly awakened in the middle of the night. "What is it?" "A confidential file has been sent from the Ministry of National Affairs." "What level?" 3S, what? Chen Haidong hastily sprang from his bed, asking, "What project is it?" "Controlled nuclear fusion." "By heavens!" Chen Haidong exclaimed, quickly dressing, excitement coursing through him. "Could it be a breakthrough?" "Director, I cannot disclose that," the assistant replied. "Who is the chief engineer for the 3S project?" It is Jiang Cheng, but what?" Chen Haidong grew impatient. "The Ministry of National Affairs has noted Lin Feng," the assistant said. "Really?" Chen Haidong swore under his breath. "Is Lin Feng even human?" "I would say the same," the assistant replied. "Space-based weapons, super aircraft carriers, controlled nuclear fusion. Lin Feng's emergence has delivered 3 monumental projects." As he stepped outside, the assistant continued, "There is one more thing." "What?" "The bureau, the director." The assistant sent a video over. "Good grief." Chen Haidong cursed. "What now?" Thus, in the dead of night, just as the director had finally settled into sleep, he was roused by a knock on the door. "Who is it?" "Open up. We need to check the water meter." "Scram. We are from the National Security Bureau." Reluctantly, the director rose, opening the door while muttering, "If you're looking for Lin Feng, go find him yourself. Although he is in my department, I cannot be held responsible for him." At that moment, an agent produced a document, stating, "We are here for you." The director leaned closer, and upon seeing the document, he was taken aback. It read, "Arrest warrant." Immediately, he heard the agent declare, "Comrade Zhang, you are suspected of disseminating state secrets, and we must take you in. You may choose to remain silent or speak. But either way, you must accompany us." The director erupted in a fit of expletives. The agent gestured, and 2 others seized him, apologizing, "It is protocol." While complying, the director retorted, "You can arrest me, but I deserve an explanation." The agent paused for a moment before responding, "You truly do not know?" "Of course not." The director suddenly comprehended, his expression darkening. "I cannot be this unlucky. I did not intend for this to happen. I truly had no idea. We are aware, as the file was just established today. Then I am innocent. Regrettably, we must investigate." The director pondered and curiously asked, "Now that I have been apprehended, I must know, who is this remarkable individual?" The agent's expression became bizarre. Do I know him? The director asked in disbelief, realizing he was acquainted with such an extraordinary individual. Unexpectedly, the agent cleared his throat, a peculiar look on his face, and said, You're your disciple. Huh, I knew it. My disciple must be exceptional. Wait, my disciple? Suddenly, the director had an epiphany. With 3 disciples, eliminating 2 left only 1. Lin Feng. Without waiting for the agent to confirm, the director erupted. That little rascal is putting me in a bind again. At that moment, Lin Feng could not help but laugh upon seeing the director handcuffed at the National Security Bureau. You are still laughing. The director, disheveled and furious, shouted, I came to help you, and you are still cursing? Lin Feng said, rubbing his ear, signaling to the agent to release him. Did you not inform me in advance? I was told the file was just established today. I did not believe it, as the director was uncuffed, despite his grumbling. He looked at Lin Feng as if he were Marvel. In just a few months, you have managed 3 major projects, and you are the chief engineer for all of them? Absurd. At that moment, Chun Haidong arrived, grinning as he addressed the director. You are the first to go in and come out like this. Go away, the director said disdainfully. Routine procedure, Chun Haidong replied. I came all this way. Let me treat you to a meal? The director remained unimpressed. Not eating? Free food is still food, the director said. Shall we go together? Chun Haidong inquired, glancing at Lin Feng. I will pass. I have business at the Ministry of National Affairs, Lin Feng stated. Chun Haidong fell silent, knowing how busy Lin Feng was. He had previously mentioned that Lin Feng need not come, as the routine matters concerning the director would be resolved in 2 days. However, Lin Feng insisted on coming to Yanjing for urgent business. After bidding farewell to the 2, Lin Feng departed. Chun Haidong watched Lin Feng's retreating figure and sighed. What talent! The director chuckled. Of course, he belongs to my department. Naturally, he's a talent. Stop flattering him. If he had not chosen to stay, he would have left long ago. Is he not still part of our department? The director declared proudly. I see you are aware of his prowess now. Indeed, with such an impressive disciple, should you not treat us? How absurd. You just said you would treat me. Fine, I will treat you. You are so stingy. Chun Haidong sighed. If I had such an impressive disciple, I would certainly treat everyone. Scram. Chapter 33. Reform Conference. By the time Lin Feng arrived at the Ministry of National Affairs, it was already late at night. Under the arrangement of Zhou Quanmin, he first found a place to stay. Lin Feng was well aware of the purpose of his visit. With numerous major projects underway, it was not merely a matter of funding. Reform had become an imperative necessity. In contemporary Huaxia, the obsession with entertainment was untenable. Furthermore, the excessive pursuit of economic advancement and a better lifestyle had overshadowed many talents. Lin Feng was determined to alter the situation. In the dead of night, Zhou Quanmin arrived at Lin Feng's lodgings and knocked on the door. Not asleep yet. Upon entering, Zhou Quanmin found Lin Feng engrossed in reviewing blueprints. Not yet, Lin Feng quickly replied, rising to his feet. Please, have a seat, Zhou Quanmin urged. Lin Feng smiled, noting that he was not in Yanjing, but Zhou Quanmin continued. He asked me to convey his regards to you. Lin Feng paused, standing up promptly, fully aware of whom Zhou was representing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Quanmin remarked, Tomorrow marks the final meeting, and the assembly is divided into 2 factions. Who do you think will prevail? That's hard to say, Zhou Quanmin replied. But tomorrow, including you, there will only be 13 individuals present. The final vote will determine everything. Lin Feng nodded in understanding, recognizing the gravity of the meeting, which would inevitably alter the fate of the nation. The following day, as the sun rose, Lin Feng, after enjoying breakfast, made his way to the National Affairs Hall. The venue was heavily secured. Lin Feng was allowed to enter without undergoing a security check, and upon entering, he found his position was surprisingly close to the front. Soon, others began to arrive, representatives from the military, the economic sector, as well as those from technology, medicine, and education. Among the 13, apart from Zhou Quanmin and Lin Feng, the others were the foremost authorities in their respective fields. First, I must question whether Lin Feng should even be seated here to participate in the vote, spoke a representative from the education sector. Whispers of discontent began to circulate. while some were aware of Lin Feng's formidable background. Details regarding matters such as space-based weaponry remained classified, and thus the education sector was oblivious. This matter is no longer up for debate, Zhou Quanmin stated coldly. The education sector was clearly the opposition. As expected, the education representative continued, for such a significant matter, allowing a 19-year-old to vote without any justification is unacceptable. At that moment, Li Guocheng from the military stood up, asserting, "My military faction supports him." Having previously been involved in the decision-making for space-based weapons, he was well aware of Lin Feng's contributions. "Shut your mouth," he added angrily. "If you don't wish to engage, then leave." The representative from the education sector was incensed, yet remained silent, noticing Zhou Quanmin's disapproving gaze. "The meeting shall commence. Let us refrain from irrelevant discourse," Zhou Quanmin declared. At this juncture, a member from the economic sector spoke up, expressing, "Personally, I oppose this. Since the inception of economic openness, our development has been evident. A sudden reform could lead to a regression in our economy, with dire consequences." "I concur," the education representative raised his hand. "So do I," chimed in the representative from the medical sector. "What about the technological blockade?" queried a leader from the technology sector, standing with fervor. "Let's not forget, we once led the entire blue planet, and it was due to neglecting technology that we faltered. But now, the situation is different. The development of the economy is the undeniable truth," responded the economic representative. "You are proposing a perilous gamble for the entire nation," the education representative echoed loudly. As discussions intensified, Lin Feng remained silent, recognizing the complexity of the meeting. If a vote were to occur at this moment, the outcome would likely be 9-4. Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Quanmin, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Esteemed members, I would like to share my thoughts," Lin Feng began. All eyes turned towards him, with several expressing disdain. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was unfazed as he addressed the assembly. Speaking slowly, "I understand that your struggles have not been in vain. Some of you have emerged from bloodshed, while others have risen from poverty. However, technology is the foremost productive force. Conversely, only by liberating productive forces can we truly unlock technological advancement." "Ridiculous. What does a mere boy understand about economics?" shouted a leader from the economic sector, incensed. "Silence." Zhou Quanmin finally interjected, his voice booming. "Whoever dares to insult Lin Feng again shall leave this room." Li Guocheng also rose, his stance unmistakable. In that moment, everyone fell silent. Although the meeting was meant to be egalitarian, the weight of these two figures was well understood. Lin Feng, seemingly undeterred by the interruption, continued. "I may not grasp the intricacies of economics, but I comprehend one fundamental truth. Those who fall behind will face consequences. Presently, an opportunity lies before us, akin to gunpowder and glass being introduced to our land. You may gaze upon the current empire, but can you envision the future legacy we leave for generations to come? Our forebears endured immense suffering, trading their flesh and blood for this era. I merely hope that one day, our descendants will not find themselves once again relying on their bodies and blood to rescue our people and this land due to our own shortcomings. Thank you." Upon concluding, Lin Feng took his seat, yet the atmosphere crackled with fervor. Some were swayed, while others regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect, recognizing that this young man was truly exceptional. "Let us proceed to the vote," Zhou Quanmin declared, fully aware that Lin Feng's words had resonated profoundly. No one dared to voice further dissent. Silence enveloped the room as they quietly took up their ballots. Minutes passed, and the counting commenced, with Lin Feng anxiously observing the box. He understood the motivations behind their sharp words, each aimed at the greater good of the nation. One vote, in favor. One vote, against, in favor, against. Time slipped away, and tension thickened. The tally stood at 6-6, with one vote remaining. Lin Feng, Zhou Quanmin, and Li Guocheng held their breaths. At that moment, Zhou Quanmin slowly unfolded the final ballot, then closed his eyes in despair. "Against," he read aloud. Despite his reluctance, he uttered the word, "against." With that, the opposition exhaled in relief, and a representative from the education sector, even chuckled, announced the result. Zhou Quanmin longed to comfort Lin Feng, but noticed the unwavering determination in Lin Feng's eyes. He pondered momentarily, contemplating speaking again. He knew this would contravene the rules, but the impulse was overwhelming. Just then, the door burst open, causing everyone to freeze. Who would dare enter unannounced? At that moment, the Black Dragon Guard agents entered, parting the doors. Shock rippled through the assembly, and all stood in astonishment. Only one individual could command such an entrance. My vote has yet to be cast, a mature and resonant voice declared. Chapter 34. A score of 8-7 as they spoke. Everyone offered a slight bow, including Lin Feng. This individual represented the nation's honor and dignity. From the corner of his eye, Lin Feng observed an elderly gentleman with a vigorous stride approaching. He surveyed the room, his aura commanding and unparalleled. Zhou Quanmin immediately offered a seat, but the elder went directly to Lin Feng, offering a smile. Lin Feng paused, surprised. "Hello, Chief Engineer Lin." The elder extended his hand. Lin Feng was taken aback once more. "Thank you for your contributions to the country," the elder continued. Lin Feng's eyes welled up as he reached out and clasped the elder's hand firmly. Everyone was deeply moved, especially those who had previously mocked Lin Feng, their faces now reflecting a dramatic shift in demeanor. The elder's endorsement spoke volumes. "Whoever insulted him earlier, please step forward and apologize immediately." The elder's voice resonated like thunder throughout the room. Without hesitation, those individuals promptly came forward, offering humble bows. Afterward, the elder meticulously wrote 2 words on a piece of paper. "Approved." The moment was nothing short of dramatic, resulting in a 7-7 tie, a situation that had never occurred before. "We are a democratic nation," the elder exhaled, stating, "I have vowed not to abuse my authority." The opposition was taken aback, wondering if a stalemate was imminent. Unexpectedly, the door opened once more, and the elder smiled. Rising to his feet, the others were puzzled until they saw a wheelchair slowly appearing through the doorway. Everyone stood up, and Li Guocheng rushed forward, bowing deeply. "You. How did you get here, sir?" Li Guocheng seemed like a child. The man in the wheelchair was an elderly figure with white hair and wrinkles. He scanned the room and said in a raspy voice, "I believe I am entitled to vote, am I not?" No one dared to speak. He was one of the 10 great generals of the nation, and the only one still living. Li Guocheng looked around, ready to confront anyone who dared to object. He pushed the wheelchair to the center, and the elder even offered his seat. "A pen," the man requested. "Just tell me what to write." "Sir," Li Guocheng replied. "A pen," the man repeated. Li Guocheng quickly provided a pen and paper. The man, with trembling, wrinkled hands, wrote "approved." At that moment, everyone swallowed hard, and no one dared to utter a word. The medical staff entered to escort him away. "You are quite capable," the man said, looking at Lin Feng. He attempted to stand, but his body failed him. He offered a salute. Lin Feng stood at attention and returned the salute, his emotions surging. The man smiled and said, "The future is in your hands." Lin Feng replied in a steady voice, "I will do my utmost." The man laughed heartily before departing amidst coughs. As the door closed again, the elder looked at the room and asked, 8-7, any objections? This time, silence prevailed. Then, applause erupted. He began, and others followed suit. There were no dissenting voices. Everyone understood that disagreements were normal during meetings, but once a decision was made, everyone's goals aligned. "Were you intimidated?" the elder asked, walking alongside Lin Feng. "A little," Lin Feng admitted. "Haha, don't mind them. These old fellows are just like that, sharp-tongued. But we all share the same goal," the elder explained. "I understand," Lin Feng smiled. "I heard Zhou's report. Your 3 projects are essential to the nation. But launching 3 at once will put you under immense pressure, won't it?" Lin Feng was taken aback and coughed slightly before replying. "This nation doesn't belong to me alone. Many hard-working scientists and workers are contributing to this effort." "Indeed," the elder nodded. He paused and said, "Now that the decision has been made, leave the rest to us. The nation will be your strongest support." Lin Feng nodded emphatically. "Thank you again." The elder extended his hand. Lin Feng reciprocated, and after the handshake, the elder departed under the protection of the Black Dragon special agents. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed Su Chenxi nearby. He considered it and said, "You seem quite familiar with this place." He knew that no one would have time to entertain him now. as a massive reform storm was about to begin in Yinjing and sweep across the nation. The next day, as dawn broke, people went about their routines, going to work or shopping for groceries. Only those taking their children to school noticed something unusual. From kindergartens to middle schools, high schools, and even universities, numerous vehicles were coming and going. Simultaneously, many television stations were airing cartoons like Boonie Bears during their usual news slots. What was happening? Some parents inquired with teachers, who shook their heads, admitting ignorance but sensing something amiss. Finally, during the evening news, all television stations in Yinjing switched to Yinjing Channel 1 News. This was unprecedented in the city. We will now broadcast an important news bulletin. Effective immediately, our city will gradually implement education reforms, emphasizing mathematics, science, and technology. High-value scholarships will be established based on score lines. The news detonated like a bombshell. Following Yinjing, other cities began to promote education reforms. One city even announced that students admitted to key universities would receive an apartment. The internet exploded. Were the internet celebrities? Many sought answers from influential figures, but they only knew that orders had been issued to various regions, with no one knowing the reason for the sudden reforms. However, just 3 days later, economists began to voice opposition, arguing that an overemphasis on scientific education would lead to economic decline, causing social unrest. Nevertheless, the reforms continued to advance. Soon, people noticed that prices, which had been fluctuating, were decreasing. Economists were baffled, unable to find an explanation. Meanwhile, at the higher levels, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was overwhelmed, dispatching and receiving numerous delegations. Chapter 35. The deal with the oil magnate. The scientists surrounding him expressed their sentiments, pondering how much more advanced the science and technology of Huaxia could have been had it prioritized scientific pursuits earlier. I wonder who was the driving force behind this, Zhou Liming remarked with palpable excitement. Lin Feng smiled, while Yang, standing nearby, also offered a slight grin. Others were not privy to such information, yet Yang certainly was. It was indeed astonishing that someone so young could spearhead such significant reforms successfully. Chief Engineer Lin, if this continues, we may finish ahead of schedule, Zhou Liming said joyfully. For the next several days, Lin Feng remained at the base, occasionally monitoring the developments in controllable nuclear fusion. The team from Jiangsheng had completed their preparations and ventured to the vast northwest desert. Meanwhile, the progress on the aircraft carrier was remarkably swift, with predictions suggesting a completion approximately 10 days ahead of schedule. On the 7th day, Lin Feng departed the base, intending to visit the Shihai Island facility. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered the chief of the bureau. Where are you off to? Another interview? Just be careful not to speak recklessly this time, Lin Feng cautioned. No, the chief replied, brimming with energy. I'm going to sell something. Sell what? Lin Feng inquired. The chief squinted slightly and whispered arms. Isn't that the business of the Ministry of Commerce? What does the Bureau of Combat have to do with this? Lin Feng questioned. When it comes to scheming. No, I mean heartfelt discussions. We are undoubtedly needed, the chief replied, his expression slightly awkward. In this world, only true feelings can touch the heart. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and pressed. Just tell me, who is visiting this time? Hee, the chief chuckled, the oil magnate. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. The term oil magnate referred to a certain wealthy nation in West Asia, known for a notorious transaction with Huaxia in the past. If you have time, you should join us. The prince of the oil magnate specifically requested to meet you, the chief stated. Nonsense. How could he possibly know me? Lin Feng replied skeptically. The chief insisted. The Shattered Star project has already spread abroad. That prince is an anti-American, having been bullied by the old Americans. He thinks you're incredibly cool and wants your assistance. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment, realizing that he bore some responsibility for the current situation, as Huaxia had engaged in numerous transactions primarily to stockpile resources. All right, Lin Feng nodded, accompanying the chief to the car. However, even the chief could not have anticipated that his casual invitation would inadvertently create an unscrupulous cosmic merchant. Still a bit of a conscience, but not much, he mused. Hello. The chief maintained his poise, walking slowly as the mayor of Donghai City began introducing him to the representatives of the oil magnate. This is... The mayor glanced at Lin Feng, swallowing hard. He was unsure how to introduce Lin Feng, though he had heard whispers about his significant background. Lin Feng, a relatively young man with a headscarf, stepped forward from the crowd of the oil magnate's representatives, extending his hand in excitement and speaking in broken Chinese. Lin Feng paused. Recognizing him as Prince Turkey of the oil magnate, Lin Feng decided to share a few insights, such as how he had managed to persuade Zhu Ting. Impressive, Turkey exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Mr. Lin Feng, your observational skills are wasted not becoming a special forces operative. Lin Feng chuckled, and as they chatted, he guided Turkey into the exhibition area. For the oil magnate, the most appealing acquisitions from Huaxia were military equipment. Given the turbulent situation in West Asia, maintaining a robust military arsenal was paramount. Subsequently, a specialist began presenting the equipment, all of which were legacy products from Huaxia. Nevertheless, Turkey and his entourage remained pleased, as the quality of the equipment was commendable, albeit the monetary transactions yielded only a few $100 billion. That evening, Turkey invited Lin Feng to dinner, to which Lin Feng readily agreed. The cuisine of Huaxia is consistently outstanding, Turkey praised at the dining table. However, Lin Feng discerned a glimmer of intelligence in Turkey's eyes. In this world, no one was truly naive. Despite Turkey's seemingly simple demeanor, it was evident that a country would not appoint him as a key figure without reason. I noticed Mr. Lin Feng's attitude was rather indifferent during the presentations this afternoon, Turkey remarked, still smiling warmly. Lin Feng understood that the conversation was shifting and feigned ignorance, asking, naturally, meeting a prince is a delight. That isn't what I meant. Then what do you imply? You are well informed. You must know that these weapons are not the most advanced in your country. Lin Feng's expression became slightly uncomfortable, perfectly timed. Observing this, Turkey felt reassured in his judgment and continued, now that you are able to trade satellite technology with Country D, I assume. Lin Feng's expression darkened. I'm afraid that's not the case. Turkey quickly clarified. I merely meant that our nations have always been friendly. I wish to assist you to the best of my ability. Rest assured, the price will be satisfactory. Once they were alone in the private room, Lin Feng finally remarked, we do indeed have a weapon we are considering selling, but we are evaluating potential buyers. Turkey paused, inquiring, you don't intend to consider us? Just wary of the old Americans. Lin Feng hinted. I understand. Turkey replied promptly. What is it? Lin Feng leaned closer and whispered two words, causing Turkey's eyes to widen in astonishment. An aircraft carrier. Turkey was taken aback. Previously, Huaxia had invested considerable resources into constructing aircraft carriers, and now it was willing to sell one. It seemed Huaxia truly found itself in a predicament due to American sanctions. I wouldn't inform just anyone, Lin Feng stated, looking intently at Prince Turkey. Originally, it was not for sale, but if the price is right, it may be negotiable. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory offer, Turkey exclaimed with excitement. As they dealt in oil, they understood the paramount importance of naval power. With Huaxia's willingness to sell an aircraft carrier, securing it became imperative. Turkey left the room as if invigorated. Moments after his departure, the chief reappeared, asking, you are quite astute, concealing the aircraft carrier option until now. Lin Feng smiled, replying, in business, it is all about mutual consent. I did not pressure him. Chapter 36. We are the spoils of war. Farewell, my friend. Farewell. Beneath the airport's expanse, Lin Feng and Turkey shared a cordial embrace. Turkey, brimming with fervor, boarded his aircraft, while Lin Feng, equally animated, gazed upon the order in his grasp, accompanied by the system's pronouncement. Ding. You have beguiled Turkey, Prince level, awarding 200,000 points. Lin Feng's smile broadened. The director and the mayor of Donghai City stood by, utterly astounded. Was Mr. Lin Feng previously engaged in commerce? The mayor inquired. Beer. Perhaps, the director stammered, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. This transaction amounted to a staggering 340 billion US dollars, as per Lin Feng's stipulation. This encompassed the aircraft carrier's price, with the fighter jets and other accoutrements included gratis. along with complimentary access to the Beidou system for satellite services and a lifetime warranty for the carrier. Moreover, the most astonishing provision stipulated that, for the ensuing 2 years, China could procure petroleum from the Gulf states at 70 of the prevailing international price, albeit with the caveat that it be exclusively for domestic consumption within China. This far exceeded the upper echelon's expectations for the transaction. Their initial projection for the arms sale was $200 billion, with the Gulf states earmarked as the prospective buyer. After all, given their financial wherewithal and penchant for acquisition, they were deemed the most likely candidate. Now, having unexpectedly garnered over $1 trillion extra, coupled with the entitlement to purchase petroleum at a reduced rate, they were, in effect, reaping a windfall. Why append this condition? The director inquired, perplexed. Firstly, the price has nearly reached its zenith. Should we inflate the equipment's value to $500 billion or more, they might acquiesce, but it would inflict financial distress, Lin Feng elucidated. This could strain the amity between our nations, which would be detrimental in the long run. The others concurred. Lin Feng's rationale was sound. They had no desire to engage in a one-off transaction. Secondly, consumers are more amenable to intangible concessions. This arrangement is mutually beneficial. Furthermore, our reforms are now exigent, and the nation's paramount concern is maintaining affordable prices. The director and the mayor nodded in unison, the latter adding, "Indeed, this matter has been a source of considerable vexation." The subsequent day, the disclosure of the transaction between China and the Gulf states ignited global attention. Previously, China had vended technology to Germany. Now, it was even peddling aircraft carriers. It was common knowledge that China had expended a considerable sum to acquire its own carrier. In short order, global media outlets clamored to report. UOC, European times the United States technological blockade is beginning to bear fruit. China is nearing capitulation. BAC, we're on the cusp of witnessing the decline of a major power, the twilight of an era. Upon hearing this news, Smith, Plump's countenance was illuminated with glee. What on earth are the Chinese thinking? Smith, Plump promptly instructed his aide to fetch the champagne. Such auspicious tidings warranted an immediate celebration. The aide departed with a smile, while Lanceport remarked, "This underscores the efficacy of our technological blockade." Smith, Plump nodded. His ascension to his current position was predicated on his return to the Asia-Pacific strategy aimed at curtailing the East. This achievement would be highly advantageous in his forthcoming re-election campaign. "Ah, Wilson, you've arrived," Smith, Plump exclaimed in high spirits. "I was just about to uncork a bottle of wine to commemorate this occasion." "Commemorate what?" "China's transaction, of course," Smith, Plump replied. "At present, everyone perceives China as a plump porcine, ripe for the taking." Wilson's lips twitched, exhibiting a hint of unease. "What is it?" Lanceport inquired, accepting a document. Upon perusing it, his complexion underwent a dramatic transformation. Smith, Plump, too, perused the document, his face mirroring Lanceport's. Over $300 billion, plus the right to purchase petroleum at 70 of the price? Blast it all. The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. Procuring such equipment for a mere $300 billion was an absolute steal for China. In an instant, their grins evaporated. Wilson, cognizant of having dampened the mood, remarked, "Actually, this indirectly alludes to something." The two men glared at Wilson, their expressions menacing. Should his subsequent statement fail to placate them, Wilson would be subjected to a torrent of invective. China may indeed be nearing its end. They are now resorting to hawking equipment and technology, Wilson asserted. The two men's spirits lifted somewhat, but Smith, Plum grumbled, "Still, it's far too cheap." "Who negotiated this?" Lanceport inquired. "The Bureau of Strategic Deception in the upper echelons of Donghai City." "The Bureau of Strategic Deception? Not them again." Smith, Plump exclaimed, gnashing his teeth. "What manner of organization is this?" The two men remained silent, while the aide, brimming with enthusiasm, approached with the champagne. Upon entering the room, he sensed the ominous atmosphere. He gulped and timidly inquired, "Sir, the champagne, shall we still partake?" The transaction with the Gulf states generated considerable buzz, drawing the attention of numerous nations to China. India, for instance, also sought to acquire an aircraft carrier and tendered an offer of $50 billion. In response, The Chinese Foreign Affairs Office summarily dismissed their call. India was incensed, accusing China of arrogance and ignorance of its own predicament. Furthermore, another major power cast its gaze upon China's wares, Australia. It had learned from India's misstep, cognizant that while China may be in decline, it still possessed certain inviolable principles. However, as a minion of the United States, it sought to ingratiate itself while simultaneously acquiring Chinese technology. To this end, they dispatched the nation's second-in-command, Lines, as a special envoy. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Chinese Foreign Affairs Office promptly contacted Zhou Quanmin, who issued the directive, grant them an audience. Thus, under the cloak of night, the negotiating triumvirate, Lin Feng, the director, and the mayor of Donghai City, convened once more. While Australia is far from virtuous, it possesses abundant resources. The mayor remarked slowly, his gaze a mixture of loathing and avarice. The director echoed, the higher-ups have decreed that we need not mince words this time. We can engage in a one-off transaction. Lin Feng pondered. In recent years, Australia had frequently engaged in hostile acts, relying on the United States to perpetrate mischief. Now that they had come knocking, it was only fitting to extract a hefty toll. What shall we do? The mayor inquired. Allow them to disembark their aircraft and arrange for them to reside in an ordinary hotel for a few days. The mayor stammered. What if they abscond? If they do, so be it, Lin Feng retorted with supreme arrogance. We are now the spoils of war. We need not fear a dearth of suitors. Chapter 37. The sale of fifth-generation fighter jets. The mayor suddenly realized, thinking to himself that Lin Feng was indeed quite clever. Nowadays, China was selling only top-secret weapons or technologies, and numerous parties were clamoring for them. Did Kangaroo Country desire them or not? Thus, when Ryan arrived in Donghai City and beheld the group of elderly women dancing in the square, he was utterly taken aback. Patience is a virtue. We have received word that China is selling fifth-generation fighter jet technology, which is of immense importance to us. It is certain that China does not hold us in high regard, but the fact that they have not outright rejected us is a positive sign. I believe you should adopt a more humble demeanor. Once the purchase is secured, you can assert yourself and settle the score then. After some contemplation, he found this reasoning somewhat compelling. With a huff, he replied, very well. Thus, he made a series of calls to the mayor over the course of 3 days, only to be met with repeated claims of unavailability. It was not until the 4th day that he finally encountered the mayor in person. I was occupied with matters over the past few days. The mayor smiled, offering no apologies. Ryan felt a surge of frustration, but was left with no choice but to play the subordinate. No problem. I was hoping to take in the scenery of Donghai City, he said, his own conscience pricking him, as he had not seen much of a scenic view lately, only the elderly dancers in the square. Unbeknownst to him, that area had been intentionally arranged for such gatherings. I wasn't aware you had come for this, the mayor remarked, prompting Ryan to nearly shed tears as he replied. I heard that China is selling equipment and technology, so I traveled here with sincerity. In simple terms, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but the higher-ups have stated that the fifth-generation fighter jet technology can only be sold to one nation, the mayor sighed. That does not preclude us from negotiating, Ryan interjected. The conflict lies in the fact that negotiations are already underway with another nation. Which nation? That is not convenient to disclose, the mayor replied. The director and Mr. Lin Feng are currently in discussions with them. Upon hearing that negotiations were in progress, Ryan grew anxious. If the technology were sold to another party, it would be disastrous. Could you possibly connect me with them afterward? Ryan felt like a subordinate in that moment. The mayor hesitated before responding, I will do my best. With that, he left, stating he would keep Ryan updated, without even a word about dining together. Watching the mayor's departing figure, Ryan couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. As night fell, it was once again time for the square dance, and Ryan found himself numbed by the deafening sounds of the popular song performed by Phoenix Legend. He even felt he could sing along. Sir, should we change rooms? His assistant inquired. We cannot. What if they cannot find us? Ryan replied. The assistant suddenly understood, watching Ryan gloomily perched on the windowsill, pondering if he would succumb to depression at this rate. Just then, the mayor called. Have they agreed to meet? They are on their way, coming right now, Ryan exclaimed with delight, rushing out. However, He soon discovered that the meeting was taking place at a modest barbecue stall. "Hello," Ryan said, forcing a smile as he saw Lin Feng and two others seated there. "They have arrived," the mayor greeted politely, standing while munching on food, introducing, "This is Ryan." Ryan's expression changed, but he maintained his composure, replying, "Ryan." "Yes," the mayor realized, "please take a seat." To ease the tension, Ryan remarked, "I have heard that Donghai's barbecue is quite delectable. I have been eager to try it." Suddenly, he paused, noticing the plate was devoid of food except for bamboo skewers. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke up, "Mr. Ryan, you must have finished your meal." "Ah." Ryan admitted he was somewhat hungry, but hesitated to speak until Lin Feng continued, "We are somewhat pressed for time." At this, Ryan dared not object. He glanced around and asked, "Is it appropriate to discuss such a significant transaction in this setting?" "Not a worry," Lin Feng smiled, "just quote your price." After some contemplation, Ryan raised a finger, 100 billion. At this, Lin Feng laughed, as did the director and the mayor. Ultimately, the director, exuding an air of authority, stood and said, "We have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." Ryan hesitated, but the mayor also seemed ready to depart. It was Ryan who held him back. "Is this price too low?" Ryan queried. "If you had mentioned this earlier, I would not have gone to the trouble of arranging a hotel for you when you first arrived. Such a waste of time," the mayor replied disdainfully, departing and leaving Ryan bewildered in the wind. "This price is quite generous, you know." That night, Ryan was filled with anger and found it difficult to sleep. He connected with his countrymen back home. Many lawmakers, upon hearing of the situation, berated China for its greed. "Well, grievances aside, we must secure this fighter jet technology. Such an opportunity is rare," someone asserted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they understood that Olmi was unwilling to provide them with fighter jet technology. And now was their chance. If negotiations continued, they could suffer significant losses. Ryan remained silent. They then spent 3 more hours discussing the maximum they could accept. This time, they chose a more upscale restaurant, and when Ryan entered, he found the 3 of them indulging in food and drink. Having dined beforehand, Ryan felt confident as he sat down, but Lin Feng remarked, "Mr. Ryan, are you looking down on my food?" Ryan was taken aback and quickly laughed, "Not at all." He wanted to mention that he was already full, but recalling that Chinese people often say that meals are the best time for negotiations, he changed his response. "I'm simply unaccustomed to using chopsticks." "I was careless." Lin Feng smiled and called to the waiter, "Bring a knife." After a while, the waiter entered with a large kitchen knife, his demeanor rather poor, stating, "Boss, this is the only knife we have." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Feng stood up in anger. "I am hosting a distinguished guest, and you are jesting." The waiter, equally irate, retorted, "This is the only knife we have. Take it or leave it." Lin Feng was about to raise his fist when the director and the mayor quickly restrained him. Ultimately, it was Ryan who hastily interjected, "This knife will suffice. This knife will suffice." "Is it really acceptable?" Lin Feng finally retracted his fist. "Absolutely," Ryan said with a smile, though internally, he felt a pang of regret. Thus, the atmosphere at the dinner table remained tolerable, save for the occasional clatter of the knife. 100 billion is too little. 500 billion is more appropriate. 500 billion? Mr. Lin Feng, surely you jest. I am not joking. That is excessive. Lower a bit. You cannot afford 500 billion, but you possess resources. We can forego cash. Lin Feng revealed a cunning smile, stating, "To be frank, others have offered 300 billion, along with a significant amount of oil." Chapter 38. Super doubling Reigns nearly cursed, thinking to himself, if your bid is so exorbitant, why not sell? After saying this, he intended to leave, but Lin Feng interjected. "However, we already possess ample oil, and we have a 70% discount coupon. We have no desire for his offer." Upon hearing this, Reigns was taken aback, albeit skeptically. Nevertheless, the prospect of 5 trillion was indeed daunting. According to their previous estimations, 1 trillion would suffice. Now, a 5-fold increase? Our technology is unique, sold to only one nation globally. Lin Feng continued, "Please consider this. In business, it is essential that both parties are willing." I, Lin Feng, do not wish to impose upon others, right? Indeed, indeed. The bureau chief and the mayor nodded vigorously, sweat trickling down their foreheads. Lin Feng, truly a cunning merchant. They had thought extorting 3 times the amount was ambitious, yet Lin Feng demanded 5 times. Moreover, others were genuinely contemplating it. The bureau chief, seeing Lin Feng depart, inquired, "Do you think he is setting a trap? 5 trillion is surely beyond their means." Lin Feng replied, "However, if they trade resources, they would undoubtedly be amenable." The bureau chief and the mayor chuckled. Then Lin Feng added, "How are negotiations with other countries progressing?" "All hovering around 1 trillion, the bureau chief responded. "Then let them refrain from making any announcements until we finalize our own deal," Lin Feng suggested. At this moment, both the mayor and the bureau chief burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This will surely infuriate them." After that, the trio rose to settle their bill and prepare to leave. As the young waiter escorted them out, he eagerly inquired, "Lin Feng, my idol, how was my performance?" Upon returning to their lodgings, Lin Feng felt fatigued. Just then, the system chimed, "Ding! You have successfully deceived Reigns, Vice National Level. Reward points. 500,000. Lin Feng's spirits soared upon hearing this. The system's notification indicated that Reigns had taken a bait. He pondered briefly before calling the bureau chief. "What is it?" The bureau chief grumbled, awakened and irritable. Fatigued, he was frustrated by the disturbance. "I will be heading northwest tomorrow. Reigns has consented, and I leave the rest to you," Lin Feng informed him. "All right," the bureau chief mumbled groggily, though he found it curious how Lin Feng knew of the agreement. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, alarms blared urgently at the Northwest nuclear base, prompting a frantic evacuation to safety zones. After thorough testing by technicians, it was concluded that it was a false alarm. "This cannot continue," someone remarked. "Indeed, Jiang Cheng, your impatience is reckless. At this rate, we shall all face dire consequences." Others pointed fingers at him. Jiang Cheng remained silent, his mind swirling with confusion. As night fell, he found himself alone in the studio, reflecting deeply, unable to find sleep. He contemplated whether he had chosen the wrong path. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Jiang Cheng pondered, unable to guess who it might be. Yet he opened the door. Standing outside were Lin Feng and Su Chenxi. "You." Jiang Cheng's gaze was vacant upon seeing Lin Feng. He was acutely aware of Lin Feng's contributions, the chief engineer of a space-based weapon. Lin Feng's unconditional trust in him contrasted starkly with his own dissatisfaction with his performance. "I've heard about today's events," Lin Feng entered, stating matter-of-factly. "Have I truly erred?" Jiang Cheng queried. Lin Feng took a seat and replied, "When Einstein first proposed his theories, no one believed him. People only trusted authority, deeming his theories contradictory to established norms. But what happened later?" Jiang Cheng paused. Yet the dimness in his eyes persisted as he remarked, "But I am not Einstein." "True," Lin Feng nodded. "You are not Einstein. You are Jiang Cheng. You need not become Einstein. You are enough as you are." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng experienced an epiphany. "With my capabilities and the nation's support, what are you still hesitating for?" Lin Feng urged. "Controlled nuclear fusion is inherently a planetary, even civilization-level technology. If it were that simple, would it not be someone else's achievement instead of yours?" With renewed confidence, Jiang Cheng declared, "Thank you, Chief Engineer Lin." Lin Feng smiled, patting his shoulder, then glanced around, asking, "Do you remember what this place signifies?" Jiang Cheng nodded earnestly. "Yes, it is the site of our first atomic bomb explosion." "No," Lin Feng grinned, "in the future, it will also be the site of Blue Star's first successful controlled nuclear fusion." Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment, and Lin Feng received another system notification. "Ding. You have successfully inspired Jiang Cheng's fighting spirit. Reward points. 600,000. 600,000? Lin Feng was taken aback, turning incredulously to Jiang Cheng. It was well known that Reigns, a vice national level figure, had taken considerable effort to yield only 500,000, while a few encouraging words to Jiang Cheng resulted in an astonishing 600,000. This Jiang Cheng was indeed remarkable. The following day, Jiang Cheng convened a meeting. The essence of this meeting could be summed up as, "Those unwilling to stay may depart." After the meeting concluded, The number of individuals leaving could only be described as alarming. The harsh conditions of the Northwest Desert, coupled with the previous day's failure, had eroded many of their trust in Jiangcheng. Many from the older generation opted to leave. Lin Feng observed this with a smile, unfazed by the exodus. Meanwhile, at the international airport in the capital of Kangaroo Nation, Rains disembarked from his flight, also wearing a smile. He missed the air here, the familiarity of his homeland. No, Rains declared resolutely, I must tweet first. In a flurry, he retrieved his phone and composed a lengthy post of 2,000 words, complete with images, lost in contemplation. After such an extensive write-up, a compelling title was essential. Finally, inspiration struck, and he titled it, Huaxia, a friendly nation? Absurd. Is this how you treat esteemed guests? Once finished, he posted it immediately and instructed his assistant to contact Twitter's officials to ensure it garnered substantial attention. Rains was intent on venting his frustrations over the 5 trillion he had lost, and the echoes of the wild legends still ringing in his ears, along with the image of that woman dancing in his mind. Lin Feng, you shall pay. Rains vowed, determined to tarnish Huaxia's reputation. Chapter 39. The final interpretation. Rights belonged to Huaxia before Lin Feng had even risen. He received a phone call. Is it really you who did this? Zhou Quanmin inquired. Have the orders been signed? Lin Feng countered. They have, Zhou replied. You truly engaged in such a despicable act, putting people in low-grade hotels and making them dine on barbecues? Well, splendidly executed. I have long wished to do so, Zhou admitted. However, I hold a position of status, which makes this inappropriate. Lin Feng was left speechless and asked, You called me early in the morning merely to discuss this? No, they are currently condemning us, and I wanted to assure you not to worry, Zhou explained. I have never been concerned. Lin Feng smiled and added, I am rather curious about how you plan to address this. Zhou fell silent for a moment before responding. It's quite simple. We shall deny this matter entirely and label it as slander. Lin Feng chuckled to himself, thinking how familiar that sentiment sounded. Within an hour of the tweet from Rains, nations led by the United States joined in, ridiculing Huaxia's perceived rudeness. The uproar escalated rapidly on the international stage. In less than half a day, the incident became a global sensation until a tweet emerged. Not at all. My treatment in Huaxia has been splendid. Just look at this roasted leg of lamb in my hand and the state banquet. An envoy from the kingdom of Badong showcased the exquisite cuisine, luxurious hotel accommodations, and high-level receptions he had experienced. This revelation prompted a swift response from other nations, as numerous countries were simultaneously negotiating with Huaxia, all echoing the sentiment of receiving exceptional treatment. Mr. Rains, I believe you, but if others are receiving such treatment, could it be due to your lack of attractiveness? Rains, upon reading this, felt an explosion of fury within him. Contemplating his options, he resorted to personal attacks, declaring in the name of his nation, Congratulations to us. We have completed a transaction for 5th-generation fighter technology with Huaxia. The news triggered another explosion across global networks. Huaxia was accused of selling aircraft carriers, satellites, and technology, leading to speculation that they were preparing to sell the nation itself. Amidst the mockery, Rains reveled in his triumph until he came across a new headline. 500 billion for 5th-generation fighter technology. Is it worth it? Technology is priceless. While many initially agreed with this sentiment, Rains, feeling secure in his position, was soon confronted with a bombshell. Badong announces a collaboration project with Huaxia for 5th-generation fighters at the cost of 100 billion. Rains was taken aback, realizing that Lin Feng had previously mentioned exclusivity, which had justified the exorbitant price they were willing to pay. How could Huaxia engage in dealings with other nations? Rains understood that this situation could utterly obliterate Huaxia's international credibility, allowing him to launch a direct assault on their integrity regarding contracts. As the situation escalated, everyone began leaning towards Rains, yet Zhou Quanmin surprisingly stepped forward to engage in dialogue. Mr. Rains, our collaboration with Badong signifies that we are assisting them in the construction process. Do you comprehend the meaning of cooperation? Rains was left dumbfounded, thinking, I invested 500 billion without assistance, and they are paying 100 billion while receiving help? Who do you think you're fooling? With a cold laugh, Rains retorted. Such cooperation must inevitably lead to a leak of technology. Regrettably, we can only conclude that the technicians from Badong possess exceptional learning capabilities, and we must concede. Zhou sighed. I will report this to the World Trade Organization. By all means do so, Zhou remarked. But take a look at the last line on the final page. Rains halted and quickly searched, only to discover that the last line read, "The final interpretation rights belong to Huaxia." Damn it, Rains cursed vehemently, ultimately shutting down the live dialogue. He recognized that he was about to become the subject of ridicule. As expected, Rains soon found himself the target of global derision. Not only had he overpaid, but he had also unwittingly exposed his own folly. Lin Feng truly was ruthless, having added that final remark without Rains realizing it. Zhou Kuamin was in high spirits, sipping tea and laughing heartily. According to the report from the mayor of Donghai City, during the transaction, Lin Feng had received a call, feigning contact from a buyer, which led Rains to hastily sign the agreement. There is still a year left. We've only just completed it, the assistant noted. Mr. Lin Feng will undoubtedly secure it next year. Who would dare obstruct him? At that moment, Zhou Kuanmin spoke earnestly. Do you think it's possible to expedite it? Specifically for him? The assistant was taken aback. Is he not deserving? Zhou responded, but the assistant quickly shook his head. Upon recalling Lin Feng's contributions, the assistant found it entirely reasonable, especially since the construction of the aircraft carrier had accelerated. Huaxia had already sold an aircraft carrier, and the military was eager to utilize it, thus reallocating a significant number of personnel for the task. Coupled with Huaxia's advanced aircraft carrier technology and Lin Feng's precise blueprints, the core technology was nearly completed under Lin Feng's guidance. According to the current progress, completion was anticipated in just 46 days, as Deputy Chief Engineer Lu Guangming remarked to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, standing aboard the vessel. Have the modifications I requested been completed? They have, Lu confirmed. If controllable nuclear fusion can be achieved, we can implement it immediately. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, although Lu's gaze seemed somewhat distant. Can controllable nuclear fusion truly be realized? Commander Lin, what shall we name this aircraft carrier? Lu inquired. Lin Feng, undoubtedly deserving of that honor, pondered before declaring, let us call it Tianzhou. As the construction of the aircraft carrier in Huaxia progressed rapidly, Rains grew increasingly agitated. How could he swallow this humiliation? After days and nights of contemplation, a plan for revenge formed in his mind. The following day, a signed proposal from Rains was directly transmitted to the White House in the United States. Chapter 40. The Southern Sea Exercise. The Southern Sea Military Exercise. Smith Plank paused momentarily upon reading this. The Southern Sea, a region of significant importance to Huaxia, has been closely monitored over the years. Venturing there would inevitably not be a straightforward endeavor. Presently, Huaxia is weakened and shamelessly selling off its resources, far from its former strength. Seizing this opportunity, we might explore Huaxia's limits. Furthermore, I hope you can assist us in swiftly establishing a production line for Huaxia's fifth-generation aircraft, allowing us to flex our muscles during this exercise. Upon reading this, Smith Plank inquired of Lansport, what is your perspective on this matter? It was evident that this was a personal vendetta of Ryan's, attempting to involve us. Lansport replied, however, is it not quite effective? Are you inclined to support this, sir? Lansport hesitated. Of course, Smith Plank asserted. I have always contemplated such an action. How about this? You reach out to several other nations, particularly those in the surrounding maritime regions. Lansport swallowed hard, aware that a military exercise in the Southern Sea would undoubtedly provoke Huaxia. Nevertheless, it was evident that Huaxia no longer possessed the confidence it once did, having nearly depleted its national resources. Thus, it might not be unwise to provoke the tiger. In the days that followed, numerous countries arrived in Huaxia, announcing the completion of various transactions. The projects they finalized were either technological or related to weaponry, with the vast majority of contracts exchanged for resources, particularly oil. Since Lin Feng had signed an agreement with the major stakeholders, oil prices had plummeted drastically. Meanwhile, supplies from the Kangaroo Nation primarily consisted of soybeans and grains. Consequently, national prices remained under control, as the government had implemented substantial policies to support technological advancement, extending beyond education to include significant subsidies for numerous tech companies. Simultaneously, some companies and individuals sought to exploit these policies for personal gain, a recurring issue in the past. However, no one anticipated that this time, the government would not turn a blind eye, opting instead to respond with considerable force. The society was thrown into an uproar, as everyone sensed the government's resolve. Yet, there was a prevailing sentiment that the economy was regressing. Initially, it affected a portion of the populace, but soon reached the elite class, who also felt the impact. In light of these circumstances, the economic sector mobilized considerable manpower to simulate how long Huaxia could endure under such conditions. Their conclusion was 2 years. When Lin Feng received this information, he found it somewhat incredulous. After such extensive development, Huaxia could only sustain itself for 2 years? Yet, considering its vast population, being able to endure for 2 years already indicated a substantial foundation. Moreover, he had accumulated enough points to exchange for the next superweapon. Lin Feng's initial focus was on heavy firepower, such as missiles. However, when Zhou Quanmin agreed to sell 5th-generation aircraft technology, Lin Feng realized that 6th-generation aircraft must take precedence. After all, 5th-generation technology had been sold to the unsavory Kangaroo Nation. The next day, Lin Feng arrived at the aircraft research and development base, and to his surprise, he encountered Qinru. "Hey, senior sister," he greeted, feeling a genuine fondness for her beauty. As Qinru was not among the top-tier technical personnel, she was unable to participate in the space-based projects. "Lin Feng," Qinru exclaimed upon seeing him, momentarily taken aback as she hurried over. "Sure." She quickly hushed him. "You should leave." "What's wrong?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "Am I breaking the law by being here?" Just as Qinru was about to respond, an elderly man approached from behind, causing her face to pale. After all, the current atmosphere was quite unfavorable, with many such situations arising. "Miss, you wouldn't want your husband to discover your secrets, would you? Miss, don't you desire wealth?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, a hint of menace in his expression, and heard the old man call out, "Xiao Ru, who is this?" Lin Feng's eyes widened as he looked at Qinru with righteous indignation, saying, "Rest assured, with your junior here, no one dares to bully you." Unexpectedly, the single old man transformed into several, whispering among themselves before their expressions shifted as they charged out. "Run," Qinru urged, her face flushed. "Don't be afraid, Lin Feng contemplated for a moment, glancing at Su Chenxi. "My bodyguard is quite capable. He will protect you." Su Chenxi rolled her eyes, while Qinru anxiously pushed Lin Feng, insisting, "They're coming for you." Hello. "Esteemed elder, your beard is quite impressive." Lin Feng forced a smile as he found himself surrounded by the elderly men. Puzzled, he thought, "Is this our first meeting? Why do they seem as if I've wronged them deeply?" "You're Lin Feng." The eldest among them revealed a gap-toothed grin as he spoke. "Teacher." "Isn't." Qinru interjected hastily. "Be quiet." The old man barked at her. "Step aside." "Teacher," Qinru pleaded, her worry evident. "Xiao Ru, behave." Another elder spoke gently. Lin Feng smiled, addressing them. "I have no acquaintance with these esteemed elders. It seems we have no significant grievances." Upon hearing this, he surveyed the others, coming to a realization. Each generation of aircraft necessitates immense effort to develop. Moreover, the 5th-generation technology represents a monumental leap, achieved despite the constraints imposed by the United States. It can be said that 5th-generation aircraft have reached the pinnacle of global standards. In ancient times, this would be considered treason. The old man raged, but to his surprise, Qinru's expression shifted dramatically as she urgently interjected, "Teacher, please stop." In Qinru's eyes, no one in Huaxia had the right to criticize Lin Feng, let alone insult him. Lin Feng held the position of chief engineer for the nation's space-based weaponry, his contributions far exceeding those of this group. He too was incensed, recognizing that the decision to sell such technology was beyond Lin Feng's purview. However, they merely sought to vent their frustrations. Lin Feng responded with a slight smile. "Esteemed elders, allow me to say, out with the old and in with the new." As soon as he finished speaking, several elderly faces turned dark, while others subtly revealed their murderous intent. A gentleman may be killed, but cannot be dishonored. This individual has sold their lifelong dedication, yet remains unrepentant, utterly despicable. Chapter 41. The sixth-generation fighter jet. Are you seeking death? The elderly leader's anger flared. He was none other than Liu Jiantong, the chief engineer of China's fifth-generation fighter jet program, and Qin Ru's mentor at the military academy. His calm demeanor had been shattered by Lin Feng's audacious remarks, eliciting an understandable ire. Su Chenxi, naturally, could not stand idly by as tensions escalated, but Lin Feng promptly intervened, maintaining a cheerful facade as he said, "Consider this. When we produced the fifth-generation aircraft, did we not also sell the fourth-generation models? How can they be compared? You've stated it yourself. We have developed the fifth-generation fighter." Liu Jiantong raised his fist, exclaiming, "We don't even have a concept design for the sixth-generation fighter yet. If you sell it off so prematurely, are you not merely gifting this technology to others?" The other elderly gentlemen were equally incensed. Initially, they had only intended to berate Lin Feng, but now they were tempted to take action. His words were undoubtedly abrasive. Lin Feng, however, wore a smile, remarking, "At your age, why can't you remain composed?" Liu Jiantong finally erupted. This individual had persistently provoked him, a true test of patience. Just as Liu was about to strike, Lin Feng swiftly produced a blueprint, placing it before them with a grin, and said, "What if I told you that I possess the design for the sixth-generation fighter?" In the western United States, the largest military aircraft production base stood hidden, having facilitated countless upgrades of fighter jets. Remarkably, its existence remained unknown to any nation, concealed next to the infamous Area 51, rumored to be an alien research facility. However, no conclusive evidence substantiated these claims. At that moment, Lanceport stood before a striking blue aircraft shell, wearing a smile. Since the inception of the fifth-generation fighter, the sixth-generation aircraft had become the focal point of global competition. Yet, the evolution of fighter jets was no trivial matter. Each breakthrough necessitated a significant numerical advancement. The qualitative leap of the American sixth-generation fighter lay in its stealth capabilities, speed, and destructive power. Once completed, it would be capable of penetrating the defense networks of every nation on Blue Star, including satellites in orbit. The chief engineer confidently informed Lanceport. Satisfied, Lance nodded and inquired, "How long until we can commence test flights or production?" "Within a year," the chief engineer assured. "It will certainly not exceed that time frame. We are already developing the sixth generation. What use do we have for the fifth? Isn't it the case that the Kangaroo Nation requested our assistance? They wish to showcase their capabilities during the upcoming South Sea military exercises, not to mention to vex the Chinese." Lanceport replied with a smile. "That's not difficult. How much do they offer us?" The chief engineer queried. "This amount." Lanceport gestured with 3 fingers, eliciting a bemused reaction from the chief engineer. "Those Australians have already been taken for a ride by the Chinese, and now they are being led astray by us as well. Although they have obtained the blueprints and could develop them slowly, they cannot swallow their pride. However, if we can irritate the Chinese, that would be splendid. How long do you plan to take? Could it be completed in 40 days? That should suffice," the chief engineer replied. "With the blueprints and our previous foundation. This is merely assembly line work." As Lin Feng's words settled, the elderly gentleman remained momentarily stunned, while Qin Ru's pupils widened in shock. The texture and lines of the blueprint were all too familiar to her. The previous designs for space-based weaponry had been of the same style. Enough. Liu Jiantong, of course, was skeptical and reached to tear the blueprint apart. Lin Feng was unfazed. He could simply redeem such blueprints from the system. However, Qin Ru rushed forward like a gust of wind, grasping Liu Jiantong's arm, imploring, "Teacher, don't tear it. It's real. It's genuine. Impossible." Liu Jiantong and the engineers nearby dismissed her. Who would believe such a claim? The finest aircraft designers in China are present. And you expect us to believe that he has brought a sixth-generation fighter blueprint? Step aside, Liu Jiantong retorted. Qin Ru, both anxious and exasperated, cast a pleading glance at Lin Feng. Only then did he abandon his playful demeanor, saying, "I'm right here. Take your time to review it before acting in haste. After all, you wouldn't stand a chance against me or my bodyguard. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and added, Ru was exasperated. Could he not speak seriously at such a critical moment? Lu Jiantong finally lowered his fist and examined the blueprint. At first glance, he questioned its authenticity. Upon a second look, he realized the implications. By the third look, astonishment overtook him, causing an involuntary tremor. Ru rushed to steady him. Yet, Lu Jiantong's gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, his shock palpable as he stammered. Where did this come from? Ha ha ha, I never imagined it could be like this. This is no longer merely a 6th-generation design. It could leap to a 7th-generation standard. Inside the base, several elderly gentlemen gathered, enthusiastically discussing aircraft. Outside, Lin Feng and Ru sat together, gossiping about the past. Weren't you involved with missiles? Lin Feng inquired, surprised. What about the bureau chief? Lin Feng asked. He brought me in. Ru expressed her gratitude. Oh, Lin Feng mused, then asked, what are your thoughts on missiles? You still have ideas about missiles? Ru paused, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Oh, Ru's expression fell, but after a brief moment of contemplation, she rose indignantly, exclaiming, what's the matter? Have you also designed aircraft carrier blueprints? Ru's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Feng as if he were a creature from another realm. Chapter 42. The fourth project, it dawned on Lin Feng that Ru was unaware of the aircraft carrier's existence. His lapse wasn't due to forgetting the confidentiality agreement, but rather an instinctive assumption that Ru, as a fellow member of the Strategic Deception Bureau, possessed a certain familiarity. It's classified, senior sister, Lin Feng stated. Ah yes, Ru responded, nodding repeatedly, a touch of emotion evident in her expression. She understood that Lin Feng considered her a confidant. At that moment, Ru exclaimed, I think I understand why the nation is beginning to sell technology. Lin Feng paused, regarding Ru with surprise. Her ability to glean so much from such limited information was truly remarkable. No wonder the director had taken an interest in her. Ru turned to face them, lamenting. Sadly, they may only witness this generation of products. Lin Feng remained silent. Age remained the most significant impediment to human progress. With the inevitability of mortality, even the most brilliant scientists would eventually pass away or their vigor would wane with age. As they conversed, Lu Jiantong approached, bowing deeply with utmost sincerity. I apologize. A group of veteran academicians followed suit, bowing their heads. Please, you mustn't, Lin Feng implored, hastening to assist them. How is it? The fighter jet blueprints. They are exceptional, but there are areas. Lu Jiantong hesitated. Some sections were simply incomprehensible, even to someone who had dedicated their life to fighter jets. I can elucidate the incomprehensible parts, Lin Feng offered. The most pressing issue is whether production can commence. Certainly, Lu Jiantong replied, his excitement palpable. Then, the reporting matters are in your hands, Lin Feng stated. He reflected that the accelerated aircraft carrier project precluded a trip to Yanjing, so he would entrust the remaining tasks to them. That evening, Lu Jiantong boarded a flight to Yanjing, seeking out Zhou Quanmin. Well, a rare guest, Zhou Quanmin greeted Lu Jiantong, rising to his feet. Zhou Quanmin held scientists in high regard, especially Lu Jiantong, the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet. After shaking hands, Lu Jiantong surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, is it safe to speak freely? Everyone here has undergone rigorous vetting, Zhou Quanmin assured him. He paused, then inquired, could it be that the 6th-generation fighter jet has materialized? Lu Jiantong cautiously produced a set of blueprints, announcing, beyond the 6th generation. Zhou Quanmin was taken aback, then elated. Really? Would I deceive you? Lu Jiantong retorted. Over a dozen fighter jet experts have already examined it. Excellent, truly excellent, Zhou Quanmin rejoiced. It seems we needn't await Lin Feng. Await Lin Feng for what? Lu Jiantong inquired, puzzled. Well, Zhou Quanmin began. Lin Feng proposed selling the 5th-generation technology. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Quanmin added, you know who Lin Feng is, don't you? Yes, Lu Jiantong nodded, surprised. He proposed this? He believes outdated technology should be sold to make way for the new, Zhou Quanmin elaborated. Please, don't resent him. I don't, Lu Jiantong assured him. He wouldn't dare resent Lin Feng. He admired him too much. After a period of contemplation, Zhou Quanmin declared, "Very well, I'll share something with you. But it must remain confidential." Lu Jiantong had intended to explain that there was no animosity between him and Lin Feng, but Zhou Chuanmin's words stopped him. "Our nation has an SSS project, and he is the chief engineer." "An SSS project?" Lu Jiantong exclaimed, stunned. "I cannot disclose the specifics," Zhou Quanmin stated. "It's classified." "Rest assured," Lu Jiantong replied, his pupils betraying his shock. He swallowed hard and asked, "He's only 19? "Genius transcends age," Zhou Quanmin asserted, signing a document. "It's settled. You will be the chief engineer, responsible for developing the 6th-generation fighter jet." "Me?" Lu Jiantong demurred. "Who else?" Zhou Quanmin inquired, surprised. Lu Jiantong responded, "Lin Feng." "See, you're still holding a grudge, aren't you?" "I told you. You didn't get there through nepotism," Zhou Quanmin insisted. Lu Jiantong stated with utmost sincerity. "Lin Feng gave me these blueprints." "What?" Zhou Quanmin exclaimed, rising to his feet. After a moment of stunned silence, he cursed, "That rascal, he didn't even inform me." "You swore," Lu Jiantong pointed out. Zhou Quanmin signed the document, asking, "Did you hear that?" "Perhaps." "No, absolutely not. Leader, my esteemed leader. I'm simply too busy. The aircraft carrier construction is pressing. I truly don't have time to wait for you. So, I entrusted it to Elder Lu," Lin Feng explained hastily. "It had better be," Zhou Quanmin warned. Lin Feng chuckled wryly. "Several aircraft carriers are nearing completion. When can you deliver yours?" Zhou Quanmin inquired. "When is the delivery date for the final aircraft carrier?" "In 33 days, Zhou Quanmin replied. Lin Feng paused to consider. Zhou Chuanmin's urgency stemmed from his awareness of the paramount importance of naval power. The ocean constituted 70% of the planet, and many functions achievable at sea were unattainable in the air. The United States' status as a global superpower was predicated on its naval strength, surpassing that of the rest of the world combined. "By reallocating personnel, I should be able to expedite it," Lin Feng stated. "But quality must be assured," Zhou Quanmin emphasized. "Of course," Lin Feng affirmed with a smile. Meanwhile, in a coastal city in eastern China, a clandestine German manufacturing plant was dispatching another 10 5-axis machine tools. "Something's amiss." "Supervisor," one worker remarked. This factory was the result of Sino-German collaboration. According to the agreement, Germany would provide China with a 5-axis machine tool production line, gradually transferring the technology within a year. Initially, the 5-axis machine tools were manufactured by German personnel. However, they soon noticed something peculiar. In just 2 months, the Chinese had requested and transported 30 5-axis machine tools from the plant. They assumed that the Chinese were fond of meddling, and probably used such parts even in car production. The Chinese are now selling everything, and social turmoil is not far away. It seems we are about to witness the fall of a great power. Also, never offend America. The two laughed. Some Chinese porters overheard their conversation. They broke into a cold sweat, not knowing what to say. They were national, top-secret personnel. They really wanted to ask the Germans if space-based weapons, Super 4-class aircraft carriers, nuclear test devices, and Super 6th-generation fighter jets were really low-end products. However, they had to thank the Germans. Without their 5-axis CNC machine tools, they really could not start so many projects at the same time. After thinking about it, they said, "Thank you for your hard work." The Germans smiled even more brightly when they heard this, and said repeatedly, "This is what we should do." Chapter 43. Is he here to amuse us? On May 1st, the Labor Day holiday in Huaxia, the workforce was fortunate to enjoy a brief respite. Zhou Quanmin also intended to take a few days off, as the prolonged societal reforms had necessitated his perusal of an overwhelming volume of documents daily. However, just as he settled down for his midday break, a phone call interrupted him. Among the callers was Li Guocheng from the military district, among others. What was happening? Zhou Quanmin inquired. He noticed that the assembly was not only large, but that every face wore an expression of grave concern. "Take a look," Cheng Geng said, pressing a button that activated the projection in the hall of the National Affairs Department. Zhou Quanmin lifted his gaze to see a press conference from the capital of the United States, Washington, D.C. The host of the meeting was Lance Porter. For the peace of the Blue Planet, to combat the threats posed by terrorists and to enhance military exchanges with our allies. We have decided to collaborate with 7 other nations to conduct a 3-day military exercise starting June 6th. The journalists in attendance appeared listless, having witnessed such drills numerous times before, until Lance Porter uttered his next statement. This time, the destination for the military exercise will be the South Sea. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of shock rippled through the audience. Everyone was acutely aware that the South Sea was a region of paramount importance to Huaxia. Why was it chosen as the site? Hadn't our military exercises traditionally taken place in international waters? What nations would participate? What were the objectives? What troops and equipment would be involved? In an instant, questions flooded the room, yet Lance Porter merely responded with a curt, "No comment." Seeing this, Zhou Chuanmin's countenance darkened, and his expression gradually morphed into one of indignation. How audacious! Li Guocheng slammed his hand on the table. This is utterly intolerable. Cheng Geng echoed. Zhou Quanmin took a seat, yet remained silent. The 2 men grew anxious, but Zhou Quanmin urged, "Please sit down." Reluctantly, they complied. This situation was unavoidable. The adversary was clearly provoking us. Zhou Quanmin remarked, "I suspect this is linked to our recent reforms." Upon hearing this, the 2 men suddenly grasped the implication. The other party had evidently mistaken them for easy prey. June 6th, that leaves us about 36 days. Cheng Geng calculated the days and added, "This date conveniently coincides with the delivery of our final aircraft carrier to the major client." With this revelation, the group instantly comprehended the malicious intent of the U.S. Huaxia possessed only 3 aircraft carriers, and now they had sold them all. When the time came, how could they deter the enemy without their carriers? Were we afraid of? Zhou Quanmin chuckled. Had we forgotten why we sold them? As soon as he spoke, both men realized the truth. The super aircraft carrier. Lin Feng's super aircraft carrier. Cheng Geng queried. Can it be completed in 36 days? It can, Zhou Quanmin replied. Lin Feng has already informed me about this. Excellent. Li Guocheng exclaimed. Let us see who dares to come then. Not so fast, Zhou Quanmin instructed Cheng Geng. You and the Foreign Affairs Department should vehemently oppose and strongly condemn this. Understood, Cheng Geng smiled. Such matters were precisely their forte in the Foreign Affairs Department. Yet this time it could be different. What if they truly disregarded our warnings? Li Guocheng looked at Zhou Quanmin with anticipation. That evening, nations such as Sakura, Kangaroo, and Stick announced their participation in the 8-nation military exercise. Instantly, the world's attention converged on this development. The South Sea belonged to Huaxia. If they truly proceeded, it was uncertain how Huaxia would react. What could they do? Perhaps merely protest through the Foreign Affairs Department. Indeed, they were set to fully deliver their aircraft carriers by June 3rd, leaving them devoid of any deterrence. I find their timing rather convenient, remarked a netizen, while many others eagerly awaited Huaxia's next move. As expected, following the announcement from the nations, Cheng Geng commenced his performance on behalf of the Foreign Affairs Department. In light of this 8-nation military exercise, our country expresses strong protest. We have contacted the 8 nations through various means. Should they persist in their participation and execution, they will bear the consequences. Huaxia will not permit any foreign forces to impose intimidation. Those who infringe upon Huaxia shall be punished, no matter how far they are. Consequently, netizens from various countries found amusement in this declaration. Historically, they perceived Huaxia's Foreign Affairs Department in such a light, protests, condemnations. They did not anticipate any change this time either. After all, without a single aircraft carrier at their disposal, how could they intimidate or retaliate? Is he here to amuse us? Someone on Twitter humorously edited a photo of Cheng Geng, garnering countless likes and comments. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had yet to awaken when Zhou Quanmin inundated him with phone calls. I'm awake, Lin Feng replied. What kind of serious person sleeps at this hour? Zhou Quanmin remarked. Lin Feng remained silent, fully aware of the situation at hand. Leader, temper your anger. You're merely seeking answers from me, right? So let us expedite this, Zhou Quanmin urged. Lin Feng pondered briefly and stated, I can assure you of normal launch and operation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin felt a wave of relief wash over him. I have one more question. Zhou Quanmin paused, contemplating the unasked question. Yet Lin Feng interjected. The main cannon of my vessel is no jest. Zhou Quanmin chuckled at this. It was precisely the answer he had been seeking. Leader Lin Feng began. I have a question. What if they truly come? Lin Feng did not finish his sentence, but the unspoken question loomed. Would they proceed with the launch? It requires blood. Such weapons of that caliber, once developed, must be tested to ensure their power. Chapter 44. Is this what you call a cannon? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng exhaled in relief. His greatest fear had been that those in power would lack the courage to act. However, it appeared he had worried unnecessarily. The land of Huaxia has never been short of valiant warriors. This nation may be impoverished and backward, yet the absence of fighting spirit signifies the onset of true decline. The news not only sent shockwaves through the global arena, but also ignited a fervent reaction domestically. In this digital age, information spreads with remarkable speed. Olmi has gone too far. I've heard that this notion originated from the Kangaroo Nation. It's infuriating. Our aircraft carriers and weaponry have all been sold off, and now they are emboldened. Major social media platforms erupted as everyone began to seek accountability. After much clamor, a retired soldier recorded a brief video and tagged the Southern Theater Command. The video was simple, lasting a mere 8 seconds. The soldier cleaned his military uniform and hung it on a clothesline before standing at attention and stating, "Report. I am ready." This video instantly set the internet ablaze. Concurrently, numerous veterans responded across various platforms. Many came to realize that this was not a moment for internal strife, but rather a time to unite and commit wholeheartedly. In a flash, the headlines on major platforms echoed a single sentiment: condemnation and protest. A wave of despondency swept through the populace. They felt their fervent passion had been betrayed. Could they truly only stand by and watch as events unfolded? Anger simmered within some. Currently, Lin Feng poured all his energy into the super aircraft carrier. Yet he was not on West Sea Island. Instead, he found himself in the vast northwestern desert, away from Jiangqing's vicinity. Nearby, personnel from the West Sea Island base were present, including the weapons expert Qian Yongyuan. Today, they were about to test the power of the carrier's flagship dust cannon. The equipment had been calibrated and was ready for action. Chief Engineer Lin, we can commence shortly, Qian Yongyuan said, his eyes dark and panda-like, yet brimming with excitement. Lin Feng hadn't exploited his labor. Rather, Qian Yongyuan claimed he was too exhilarated to sleep. Then let us prepare, Lin Feng said, glancing at the time and assessing the weather. Just then, several military vehicles arrived outside, indicating a significant presence. Curiosity piqued. Lin Feng stepped outside to see a middle-aged man in military attire disembark. Li Guocheng, what brings you here? Lin Feng approached. Li Guocheng had steadfastly supported him in the past, and as a hero emerging from the battlefield, Lin Feng held him in high regard. I heard you were conducting experiments and couldn't sleep. Li Guocheng replied warmly as he walked closer. Before I came, I spoke with Guo Lao. He was thrilled and expressed a desire to witness it himself. Lin Feng frowned. The desert is arid and the climate harsh. How can he manage? Indeed, Li Guocheng replied. That is why I came prepared to film a video for him. You don't mind, do you? Please, don't call me sir. I'm not worthy, Lin Feng chuckled. You certainly are, Li Guocheng retorted with a hearty laugh. I must tell you, the old men who oppose you have praised your deeds upon hearing of them. However, they're quite stubborn, especially that one involved in education. Lin Feng smiled. You may as well call me Lin Feng. Let us keep it casual then, Li Guocheng nodded, his admiration for Lin Feng growing. Lin Feng laughed. You're placing pressure on me now. Haha, Li Guocheng laughed heartily. Just so you know, old Zhou appears calm. Yet he hasn't slept a wink these past few days. It's already arranged, Li Guocheng said, observing Lin Feng's peculiar expression. Is it related to me? Lin Feng queried in surprise. Your superior, Li Guocheng replied. Are we ready? Chief Engineer Lin? Qian Yongyuan approached, nodding at Lin Feng before acknowledging Li Guocheng. Lin Feng felt a tinge of nervousness as he said, Then let us begin. Chief Engineer Lin has given the order. The first test of the dust cannon is commencing. All departments, prepare. Technical department acknowledged. Logistics department acknowledged. Countdown in 10 seconds. 10, 9 as the countdown echoed. Li Guocheng's smile gradually faded. His presence here was driven by more than mere curiosity. Deep within, he harbored doubts. He did not wish to witness the failure of the next battle. And Lin Feng's descriptions seemed almost unbelievable. Could one shot truly resolve the situation? 2-1 launch. With a flash of fire and a resounding bang. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, while Li Guocheng's gaze remained fixed and intense. The projectile traveled swiftly, appearing like a meteor streaking across the sky. However, when the shell landed thousands of meters away, there was no immediate reaction. Had it failed? Li Guocheng's heart raced at the thought. The consequences of failure would be dire. Just as disappointment washed over him, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a billowing cloud of debris, akin to a sandstorm. Sweeping towards them, the logistics department promptly enacted protective measures for the base, while the dust obscured everyone's vision. This Li Guocheng gasped. The power was astonishing. Eagerly, he approached the computer to view the first images from the satellite. Yet, upon arriving, he found Qian Yongyuan and the other technicians swallowing hard. His first glance left him stunned. With the second, his pupils dilated sharply. By the third, he erupted in exclamation, "What the hell? Is this what you call a cannon?" Chapter 45. Assurance of intervention. Half an hour later, Li Guocheng was preparing to depart, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Feng chuckled, remarking without such assurance, "How can we persuade you to part with the aircraft carrier?" "Indeed," Li Guocheng responded with a hearty laugh, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. "I was right to trust you back then, but I heard from old Yang that you once opposed me." "Nonsense," Li Guocheng retorted, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "That was because I didn't understand you. Now that I do, let me tell you, I have a rather attractive daughter. Would you be interested?" Lin Feng was rendered speechless by the unexpected proposition. Li Guocheng, amused, simply laughed and left. Qian Yongyuan approached from behind, inquiring, "Chief Engineer Lin, do you think we can proceed with the implementation?" At 7 p.m., Li Guocheng arrived in Yanjing and headed straight for the elder statesman's residence. Simultaneously, he contacted Director Zhao. "It's clear to proceed," Li Guocheng declared. Director Zhao, understanding the implication, replied, "It seems that young rascal hasn't disappointed you." "Ha, you'll soon see." Li Guocheng responded with a chuckle before ending the call. Although eager to witness the outcome firsthand, Director Zhao knew the moment was near. With less than 30 days remaining until June 6th, he swiftly composed a post on various social media platforms, accompanied by a map of China, with a simple yet resolute message. Not a single drop of China's territory can be conceded. The declaration ignited a firestorm across social networks. Despite the bravado, many remained apprehensive about China's ability to confront the impending crisis. Mere rhetoric would prove insufficient against tangible threats. "Let me see it," the elder statesman urged, his spirits lifted. Li Guocheng initiated the playback. The elder statesman remained impassive after the first viewing. Li Guocheng assumed he was simply stunned. He played it again. Still, the elder statesman remained unresponsive. As Li Guocheng prepared for a third playback, the elder statesman interjected, his voice laced with confusion. "Guocheng, you've always been meticulous. How could you make such a rudimentary error?" Li Guocheng was puzzled. "You've played the wrong footage," the elder statesman stated with dissatisfaction. Li Guocheng paused, then erupted in laughter. "Elder, you're mistaken. This is indeed the correct footage." The elder statesman was taken aback, then almost leaped to his feet, staring at Li Guocheng in disbelief. "Are you saying this is it?" "Indeed," Li Guocheng affirmed resolutely. "Excellent, truly excellent," the elder statesman exclaimed, erupting in jubilant laughter, joined by Li Guocheng. He understood the elder statesman's profound astonishment. Having risen from humble beginnings, armed with rudimentary weapons, they had never encountered such advanced weaponry. The United States, following the announcement of the South China Sea military exercises, the White House's reputation soared. According to polls, Plump's approval rating skyrocketed. Plump was elated, recognizing the immense benefit to his upcoming re-election campaign. "We made the right gamble this time," Plump asserted. Lanceport, standing nearby, inquired, "Which naval vessels do you intend to deploy for the exercise?" "Dispatch 2 of the 3 major aircraft carriers," Plump instructed, "and keep the one undergoing secret research out of the spotlight." "Understood," Lanceport replied with a smile. China's fifth-generation fighter jet production line is also rapidly progressing, and they will soon be able to supply the Kangaroo Nation. Excellent. In the meantime, keep me informed of the Sakura Nation situation. Also, Smith. Plump paused. Wilson. What intelligence do we have from China? The Starling project suffered significant losses, yet China still harbors numerous spies, albeit at a higher cost. Wilson proceeded to outline the situation within China. Smith. Plump concurred. Despite the South China Sea's proximity to China, the distance remained considerable. While fighter jets possessed exceptional speed, their limited range posed a significant challenge. The presence of aircraft carriers not only solidified naval power, but also bolstered Air Force capabilities. I never imagined China would be so easily subdued. I thought our contest had just begun, but it seems it has already concluded, Lanceport remarked with a hearty laugh. Even the mighty predecessor of the polar bear ultimately succumbed to external forces and disintegrated. Smith. Plump observed. This proves that we are the eternal empire. May 25th, 11 days until the exercise. Lin Feng and director Zhao, a rare pairing, accepted an invitation from the East China Sea satellite television. Following the exposure of Zhu Ting's identity, East China Sea satellite television underwent a major overhaul, with nearly all personnel replaced. The newly appointed host, Han Ruoxin, was an attractive woman, albeit somewhat inexperienced. Hello, Han Ruoxin greeted. Hello, the two men replied, glancing up listlessly. We invited you both here to discuss the military exercise. Han Ruoxin began. The audience immediately perked up, captivated by the topic. Despite the passage of nearly a month, it remained a subject of intense interest. Director Zhao smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. He now understood that the audience placed greater faith in Lin Feng, who appeared more youthful. However, those familiar with Lin Feng knew of his cunning. After all, Director Zhao had nearly been summoned to the National Security Bureau for questioning a third time because of him. This topic is rather sensitive. Lin Feng said hesitantly. It's fine. Feel free to share your thoughts, even briefly, Han Ruoxin encouraged. In my opinion, they wouldn't dare. They're merely posturing, Lin Feng asserted. The South China Sea is our near sea, not a place they can venture into at will. But if, Han Ruoxin asked cautiously. Director Zhao feigned a frown upon hearing the question. Lin Feng also frowned. The audience observed their reactions intently, their hearts sinking. Things were not looking good. Their expressions had betrayed them. If the adversary were to arrive, would China have no recourse? After a brief moment of composure, Director Zhao regained his composure and pointed at Lin Feng, declaring, "Don't worry, if the time comes, he will intervene." Chapter 46. The grievance of Lin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. The commander was truly unseemly. Ha! Han Ruoxin chuckled and remarked, "The commander is indeed humorous." The audience was divided, some laughing while others expressed their disdain. Everyone believed the commander was merely trying to lighten the atmosphere. However, boasting in such a setting seemed inappropriate. After all, he was just a second-generation official. Stop only criticizing others. Lin Feng has helped us capture a multitude of spies. If you have the capability, why not step up yourself? Came a voice from the crowd. Exactly, echoed another, and soon a cacophony of arguments erupted. Only the commander, sweating nervously, wondered why this group was so incredulous. If the time came, Lin Feng would indeed take action. However, afterwards, the commander's remark that it's nothing. He will act quickly became a trending topic. Naturally, Lin Feng found himself the subject of ridicule. I shall see how he acts then. A second-generation official is just a second-generation official. The discussions intensified. Yet, those aware of the truth, particularly the individuals at the Shihai Island base, were far more earnest. With the entire internet mocking their chief engineer, it became imperative for them to ensure everything was impeccable. They understood all too well that without this 19-year-old chief engineer, the Tianzhou one would not come to fruition. Consequently, a collective demand for unpaid overtime arose. Supervisor, do you look down on us T-servers? I'm not asking for money. So why the fuss? The supervisors were anxious, but this undoubtedly aided in the swift completion of Tianzhou 1. Meanwhile, as time drew nearer, the prince of the doghouse, Turkey, once again arrived in Huaxia, personally welcomed by Lin Feng. Entertaining such royalty naturally involved a lavish feast. After a while, Turkey dismissed the others, indicating he had something to discuss with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, thanks to you, we have acquired an aircraft carrier, granting us absolute initiative in the Spo Bay. Turkey expressed gratefully, his eyes reddening as he added, but I feel guilty towards you. Why do you say that? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. In truth, we are aware of your predicament, but Olmi has insisted that we must collect the aircraft carrier on time, or else, Turkey said, filled with remorse. Lin Feng felt a pang of empathy. I understand, he replied. Prince, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Turkey asked, lifting his teacup. Half an hour later, the pair emerged from the door, both flushed as if they had just quarreled. Coincidentally, a journalist captured the moment. Subsequently, an anonymous source leaked information suggesting that Lin Feng had requested Turkey to postpone the collection of the aircraft carrier, only to be flatly rejected, leading to a heated argument at the dinner table. This revelation ignited a firestorm online. It became evident that Huaxia was at a dead end. Indeed, Huaxia could seek assistance from my country, Asan. I have heard that the fleet of the Sun Never Sets Empire has already set sail. People worldwide speculated that should the military exercises in the South Sea succeed, the decades-long prestige of Huaxia would be utterly obliterated. As June 1st approached, with 5 days remaining until the military exercises, a scientific expedition team departed from the United States, traversing the Atlantic to reach Country D. This team, led by a high-ranking official from the United States, was not welcomed upon arrival. It must be noted that Country D still possessed a modicum of conscience, as they refrained from participating due to a previous transaction. If you truly disregard this, our upper management will be quite displeased, the official declared, veiled with an implicit threat. The individuals from Country D could only seethe in silence. The purpose of this scientific expedition was singular: satellites. In the prior transaction between Country D and Huaxia, data regarding satellite system positioning was included. This information was categorized as classified, meaning it could not be disclosed. If Country D were to release this data, it would not only breach the agreement, but also enable the United States to gain unparalleled insight into all satellite data and information belonging to Huaxia. In essence, Huaxia's satellites in space would be laid bare before the Americans. They have already been defeated, just like the former Soviet Union. Why persist? The high-ranking official continued to exert pressure. Upon hearing this, Country D finally acquiesced. They felt utterly powerless. However, if Huaxia truly fell from grace then, Country D saw no reason to offend the United States. On June 2nd, they clandestinely finalized this transaction without public knowledge. Meanwhile, rumors circulated internationally that the fleet of the Sun Never Sets Empire had arrived at the Strait of Magellan, pausing momentarily. Hours later, images emerged confirming the presence of the fleet. Once again, all eyes turned towards the east. In Kangaroo Country, at their renowned eastern port, a substantial fleet gathered, preparing to embark towards the northern hemisphere. However, they awaited their warplanes, specifically a batch of fifth-generation fighters produced by the Americans. Shortly thereafter, an aircraft carrier gracefully approached, and Lins spotted it from a distance, brimming with excitement. After enduring humiliation and paying dearly, he had finally secured this batch of aircraft. However, the cost was indeed steep, yet every expense seemed justified. As the aircraft carrier docked, a colonel disembarked and addressed Lins. Mr. Lins, we are here to deliver the fighters. We appreciate your cooperation. And the shipping fees? The colonel smiled slightly, inquiring, were they not included? Lins paused, confused by the implication. The colonel replied unhurriedly, the initial contract only mentioned production, not shipping fees. Lins glanced at the aircraft on the carrier, realizing the Americans were indeed ruthless. Yet he found himself trapped. If he refused to pay the shipping fees, they would undoubtedly withhold the fighters. Very well, Lins gritted his teeth, feeling a significant financial loss. However, in his heart, he silently cursed Huaxia. If it weren't for the desire for revenge against Huaxia, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to have the fighters produced by the Americans. It's all your fault. He vowed to make Huaxia pay a bloody price. Chapter 47. The super aircraft carrier sets sail. On June 3rd, at a port in the eastern region, a handover ceremony was taking place for an aircraft carrier. This was the last aircraft carrier of the Huaxia, about to be delivered to a foreign power. Aboard the warship, the Huaxia soldiers gazed longingly at the familiar vessel, their hearts filled with envy. Yet, soldiers are not permitted to shed tears. The Huaxia captain raised a flag and slowly stepped forward, presenting the keys to Turkey. This was Huaxia's first aircraft carrier, now destined to belong to another nation. The crisis facing Huaxia had arrived. What path lay ahead? Would they, as in the past, merely observe from fishing boats, guarding their waters? Such a notion was laughable. In the current maritime environment, lacking the protection of an aircraft carrier was akin to being utterly exposed to the world. The captain sighed, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind his nation's actions. Once, they had spared no effort to construct an aircraft carrier, and now they were selling it so easily. Who had conceived of such a plan? Meanwhile, at the port of Shihai Island, jubilation filled the air. Before them lay a colossal aircraft carrier undergoing its final tests. Once completed, preparations for the launching ceremony would commence. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, he found the area relatively sparse, with few people present. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed a crowd gathered behind a fence. Lin Feng inquired, why aren't they allowed in? There are too many people, and this is a launching ceremony. There will be. Qian Yongyuan began. Lin Feng interjected earnestly. Each of them has contributed, even if only a single screw, to this aircraft carrier's creation. Upon hearing this, Qian Yongyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been observing Lin Feng closely and realized that he was genuinely serious. I will take care of it, Qian Yongyuan declared, rushing outside to open the gate and calling out, Comrades, Chief Engineer Lin has permitted you to enter. The crowd paused, many of whom were basic workers from the port, well aware of the importance of the launching ceremony and content to view from distance. Why are you hesitating? Don't you wish to enter? Qian Yongyuan urged, observing their reluctance. Chief Engineer Lin says this aircraft carrier carries the hard work of each one of you. At this revelation, the crowd responded, Long live Chief Engineer Lin. As they surged forward, Qian Yongyuan, witnessing the scene with delight, followed behind. However, upon entering, the exuberant shouts abruptly ceased, for thousands were engaged in the final tests aboard the carrier. Report. Exterior inspection. Satisfactory. The first report rang out, followed by a series of affirmations. Report. Hull inspection. Satisfactory. Report. Instrument inspection. Satisfactory. Report. Equipment inspection. Satisfactory. Report. Circuit inspection. Satisfactory. As these reports echoed, many began to swallow nervously. The entire inspection comprised a staggering 488 items, and merely announcing them would require an extensive amount of time. Lin Feng observed Qian Yongyuan's trembling hands. The next phase involved weapon inspections. Given the distinct nature of the dust cannon compared to modern artillery, Qian Yongyuan had traversed the nation to study its construction, ultimately achieving this result. Feeling anxious? Lin Feng smiled. A bit, Qian Yongyuan admitted, because a failure would mean we cannot prevent that military exercise. Lin Feng exhaled and nodded, understanding Qian Yongyuan's apprehension was justified. After approximately half an hour, a man rushed to the top of the aircraft carrier, shouting, Report. Final item, firepower data monitoring. Satisfactory. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers, some embracing in excitement, others wiping away tears of joy. Qian Yongyuan nearly fell to his knees, supported by Lin Feng. You did well, Lin Feng reassured him. Thank you, Chief Engineer Lin, Qian Yongyuan replied, wiping his tears. At that moment, the sound of a military whistle echoed from behind, prompting the crowd to part automatically. Li Yuanzong, the first commander of the Huaxia Navy, approached, now reliant on a cane for mobility. He gazed at the immense aircraft carrier before him, his eyes glistening with emotion. In the early days of the nation, a battle had once occurred in the South China Sea, fought with fishing boats and dilapidated merchant vessels. Now, Li Yuanzong's visage, etched with age, stirred the hearts of many. A man stepped forward. Yu Shengming, one of the naval marshals, saluted and declared, Marshal, I vow to fulfill my duty and safeguard our waters. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Yu Shengming then approached Lin Feng, offering a salute and saying, "Thank you, Comrade Lin Feng." At that moment, a wave of solidarity surged through the crowd, affirming that their months of effort had not been in vain. Yu Shengming turned to Lin Feng, stating, "Please." Lin Feng paused. Yu Shengming smiled. "I believe it is more meaningful for you, the chief engineer, to unveil the carrier." Lin Feng, representing them to a significant extent, nodded. He stepped forward, approaching the aircraft carrier. Standing atop, he placed his hand on the unveiling switch. With a moment's hesitation, he pressed down gently. In the next instant, a red cloth fell away from the hull of the carrier, revealing 4 colossal characters, Tianzhou No. 1. Shortly thereafter, a massive Huaxia flag unfurled. At that moment, the crowd erupted into applause. Lin Feng exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Yu Shengming proclaimed, "Naval Special Operations Team. 8th Division, all personnel aboard." Yes. The soldiers marched forward with vigor. Once all were aboard, Lin Feng prepared to disembark, turning to Yu Shengming, saying, "From here on, it is in your hands." With a smile, Lin Feng made his way down. At that moment, Yu Shengming glanced at the time and declared, "Tianzhou No. 1, set sail." Chapter 48. Live broadcast at the East Coast Navy Base. As the Tianzhou 1 spacecraft embarked towards the South Sea, a multitude of warships surged into the facility. Among them were 2 aircraft carriers, the Tellys and the Domino, adorned with the Union Jack. Both vessels belonged to the Ford class and were present to partake in the forthcoming naval exercises in the South Sea. These carriers were equipped with an array of advanced 5th-generation fighters, formidable destroyers, and countless heavy weaponry, accompanied by nuclear submarines for escort. It could be stated that these 2 carriers epitomized the core maritime power of the United States. Shortly thereafter, Lyons arrived with the fleet from Kangaroo Nation. As the second in command of his nation, his presence was not obligatory. However, he insisted on attending. This moment was one he had long anticipated. Haunted by the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Huaxia, which plagued his dreams nightly. The familiar echoes of Phoenix legend. The sight of a matronly figure swaying, the dilapidated hotel, and Lin Feng's smirk and arrogance had all morphed into shadows that loomed over his life. "Long time no see." Mr. Lyons, a soldier, approached, catching Lyons off guard, prompting a smile from him. It was 5-star Colonel MacArthur, a prominent hawk known for his aggressive stance toward Huaxia. "It's quite an honor to have you here in person," Lyons remarked hastily. Earning 5 stars in the United States military is indicative of either immense combat achievements or extraordinary insight and courage. MacArthur was the very officer involved in the elimination of the notorious terrorist Osama bin Laden. "This Eastern nation must never rise," MacArthur stated earnestly. Lyons nodded and inquired, "What are the arrangements?" "Quite simple," MacArthur replied, drawing 3 points on a map. "We will converge from 3 directions. The fleet, led by Sakura Nation, will advance directly south from the north, while the fleet of the Empire on which the sun never sets will move northward from the south. As for us, we will set out from here, ultimately forming a straight line." "Excellent," Lyons exclaimed, visibly pleased. Suddenly, he noticed a number of individuals in civilian clothing behind them, wielding cameras instead of firearms. "What is this?" Lyons questioned. "Reporters," MacArthur explained. Lyons was somewhat perplexed. Typically, military exercises are conducted under strict confidentiality. At most, a press conference is held in advance or information is disclosed post-event, stating that exercises were successfully conducted at a certain location. Huaxia has been fervently selling equipment in recent months, which, to some extent, signifies their gradual decline. "We want the entire world to witness this spectacle," MacArthur smiled, adding, "This is a decision made by our great leader." "Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous." Lyons rejoiced upon hearing this. "Let us wait a little longer. There's still 2 days to go." MacArthur, having heard of Lyons' previous experiences, remarked with a grin, "This Eastern nation's fortune will only last another 2 days." With merely 2 days remaining, discussions within the country grew increasingly heated. The recent post by the military figure on social media had garnered billions of likes and shares. It was clear that any whispers from abroad would swiftly reach domestic ears. "I've heard the 8 nations are ready. If they truly come, where will our dignity lie?" Urgent report. Latest news. They have even brought reporters. Damn, they really want to broadcast this live? This is far too excessive. Why hasn't our military spoken up yet? I'm going to lose my mind. Should we just drop a nuclear bomb? Stop thinking about it. That's not going to happen. As tensions escalated, the voices of moderation faded. The military figure occasionally glanced at the news while reclining in his chair, lost in thought. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Lin Feng, prompting him to rise and ask, "Thirsty?" "No," Lin Feng replied. "Hungry?" "Not hungry." "How to curse?" Lin Feng chuckled, taking a seat. The military figure proceeded to pour tea, asking, "How is it?" "What do you mean, how is it?" Lin Feng feigned ignorance. "Just the aircraft carrier," the military figure said expectantly, having awaited news from Lin Feng regarding the carrier launch ceremony. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Do you see my expression?" The military figure's excitement was palpable as he clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Good, very good." He then turned to ask, "So the person disembarking is?" "Marshal Yu Shengming," Lin Feng replied. "He is personally overseeing this?" The military figure's joy intensified. "What do you think of him?" Lin Feng queried. "The nation's decision to send him signifies their determination," the military figure stated. Lin Feng understood the significance of this development. The military figure sighed. "If only I weren't retiring, how wonderful it would be." "Forget it, look at your belly," Lin Feng retorted. The military figure lowered his gaze and, feeling embarrassed, adjusted his trousers. With utmost seriousness, he declared, "A plump man can still be a great general. Strength is not determined by physique. Okay? Why do you speak with such an American accent? Should I have the National Security Bureau investigate you?" Lin Feng laughed. "Get lost, you little brat," the military figure replied, snatching the tea he had just poured and downing it. "That was my tea." A day later, the media from a San nation broke the news that they had witnessed a carrier purchase from Huaxia passing through their waters. The announcement sent shockwaves worldwide, as it essentially confirmed that Huaxia lacked the maritime strength to pose a threat to the upcoming military exercises. Simultaneously, on this day, the NCC, UOC, and BAC all declared their participation in the live broadcast of the exercises. This news detonated among the populace like a bombshell. A live broadcast of the military exercises was unprecedented, and they were eager to witness Huaxia's humiliation. This had always been the intention, and I am not surprised. Consequently, Huaxia's standing on the international stage was compromised. It appears that no one can truly challenge the status quo of the United States. As this news spread, a medium-sized aircraft landed on the southern island, carrying 3 reporters. However, these journalists were from Huaxia, the old Huaxia news agency, Yanjing TV, and TVCC, the 3 core media outlets of Huaxia. "What are we doing here?" Zhang Xiao, a reporter from Yanjing TV, pondered as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. This was a naval base, but what was their purpose for being here? Chapter 49. Fire at will within the naval base. Yu Shengming was intently studying the operational map of the combat zone when a communications officer entered and announced, "Marshal Yu, the reporters have arrived." "Good," Yu Shengming nodded. As he took a seat, he noticed journalists from 3 different agencies had come in. "Marshal Yu," exclaimed Hang Feiwen, a reporter from the old Huaxing news agency, astonished. He was aware that Yu Shengming seldom ventured out of Yanjing. Why was he here now? The other 2 reporters, upon recognizing Yu Shengming's identity, swallowed hard. "Do not be nervous. I have called you here today to request your assistance." Yu Shengming smiled. "Assistance? We shall obey your commands," Hang Feiwen quickly replied, while the other 2 nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. "In fact, if you had not yet boarded the plane, I would not have required your presence. Since you are here now, we shall proceed as planned," Yu Shengming stated. The 3 reporters were perplexed, but Yu Shengming offered no further explanation. It was not only the Americans who had prepared journalists. They too were in the process of organizing reporters. The higher-ups had a singular objective. After tomorrow, no one would dare to invade the waters of Huaxia. Thus, they needed extensive coverage of this event. However, they had not anticipated that the Americans would assist them in this endeavor. "Do you know where this is?" Yu Shengming inquired. "Yes," Hang Feiwen pondered before responding. "Are we here to threaten with missiles?" "No," Yu Shengming replied. "Missiles could be intercepted, and since we are operating in near waters, we must confront them head-on." "Confront head-on?" The 3 reporters were bewildered. "How do we do that? They do not even have an aircraft carrier. Are we truly going to approach in fishing boats?" Half an hour later, the three reporters were left nearly speechless. Before them was a sight to behold. The new aircraft carrier, adorned with unfamiliar equipment, was a marvel. Rows of fifth-generation fighter jets and colossal artillery lined the deck. An aircraft carrier. A super aircraft carrier. Marshal Yu, Hang Feiwen, seemingly a fervent military enthusiast, found himself losing composure until he turned to Yu Shengming, quickly apologizing. I'm just too excited. Not all, Yu Shengming chuckled. What is the tonnage of this carrier? Why do I not see any escort ships? And when was it constructed? Do we possess such technology? Hang Feiwen bombarded Yu Shengming with questions, his demeanor betraying that of a seasoned journalist. One could hardly blame him. As both a journalist and a military aficionado, he had been following this event closely for a month on social media. Seeing this colossal vessel filled him with uncontainable joy. Yu Shengming remarked, "The tonnage is approximately 1.5 times that of the four-class carriers, and as for escort ships, they are entirely unnecessary." At this revelation, Hang Feiwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Unnecessary? An aircraft carrier does not require escorts? Chen Dongdong, a reporter from TVCC, asked with confusion, "What does it mean to be without escort ships?" That signifies this aircraft carrier possesses absolute self-defense capabilities. Hang Feiwen looked up bewildered. Does our country possess such technology? Deep down, he recognized the prevailing belief that American aircraft carrier technology was unrivaled globally, given the vast disparity in naval power. This is classified information. Yu Shengming replied gravely, "It is quite simple. I want you, as journalists, to take up your own weapons and fight alongside us." Our own weapons? They wondered if their cameras and microphones could be considered weapons. The following day, ominous clouds loomed over the South Sea, reminiscent of the apocalypse. No fishing boats or merchant vessels dared to pass through for a month prior. It was common knowledge that a joint exercise involving 8 nations would take place on June 6th. At 6 a.m, General MacArthur stood atop the USS Tells, observing the fleets of various nations below, and commanded, "Set sail. We are heading to the South Sea." As his words echoed, the 3 television reporters immediately began their live broadcasts. "Hello, this is a live report from NCC. We are at the eastern base of Bin Lafai, and we are now ready to depart. I am a UOC reporter. I am from BAC, and we can see that we are deploying 2 Ford-class aircraft carriers." The camera panned to capture the aircraft carriers and the imposing figure of General MacArthur, drawing over 1 billion viewers worldwide. Is this really a live broadcast? How can Huaxia survive this? I expect a statement from their Foreign Affairs office very soon. As anticipated at the moment the news aired, the Huaxia Foreign Affairs office swiftly convened a press conference. The minister slammed the table and declared, "I urge the 8 nations to consider the consequences. This is Huaxia's territorial waters and shall not be infringed upon. Let me reiterate, this is not a warning." Simultaneously, diplomatic letters were dispatched to the 8 nations. In the Black Palace, Smith Plong casually glanced at the diplomatic correspondence before tossing it into the trash. He erupted into laughter, and his assistant promptly brought champagne, well aware that the 2 high-ranking officials would be in excellent spirits while watching the live broadcast. On the screen, the NCC reporter exclaimed, "Oh, friends, according to our tracking, we have officially entered the South Sea region." The camera shifted to reveal a trio of aircraft soaring overhead, adorned with the flag of Huaxia. Simultaneously, a voice relayed via radio began addressing the aircraft carriers. "Please listen carefully. This is Huaxia's territorial waters. Depart immediately. I repeat, this is Huaxia's territorial waters. Please withdraw." The communications officer, upon hearing this, glanced at MacArthur and Ryan, but MacArthur snatched the communicator and declared with authority, "We will not withdraw. Fire at will." Chapter 50. The most advanced aircraft carrier? When MacArthur's voice resonated, it transcended mere communication devices, reaching billions of viewers across the globe through the lens of cameras. The Americans were the most exhilarated, truly embodying the spirit of a 5-star general. Look at their aircraft. As the camera panned to the skies, it captured the graceful arc of Chinese fighter jets making a swift exit. Upon hearing this, MacArthur scoffed, "Humph, I expected them to make more noise." But it seems they VE back down. This live broadcast was inaccessible domestically. However, the world is interconnected. There are no impenetrable walls in this age of social media and short videos. Some even dared to stream live on various platforms, alarming those in charge. Major platforms, led by Douyin, scrambled to issue orders to remove such content, while Weibo was in a frenzy, as the top trending topics were all related to this event. Yet unexpectedly, a directive came from above. Platforms must uphold the right to free speech and should not impose restrictions. This announcement left everyone astonished. Such matters are notoriously sensitive, and the higher-ups are usually exceedingly cautious. This time, however, it felt like an affront. Many platforms were bewildered, but since the order came from above, they dared not defy it. Consequently, the fervor escalated, with numerous live streams proliferating across major platforms. I can no longer bear it. Damn it, this is infuriating. MacArthur, I can't stand it anymore. I need a smoke. I decided to turn away and indulge in some drinks. Today felt like the end of the world. The populace of China was immensely disheartened. Initially, they harbored hopes that a decisive action would be taken. Yet all they received were a few verbal warnings from the trio of fifth-generation fighter jets. But what good are mere words? If speaking could deter crime, what need would there be for police? China is doomed. On Weibo, a prominent figure with over 30 million followers issued a statement that garnered millions of comments in an instant. In a maritime region near a southern archipelago, the Tianzhou-1 was stationed merely 3 nautical miles from the military exercise area. As they journeyed, the 3 journalists, particularly Chen Dongdong, were astounded. Though she was prone to mild seasickness, she felt no discomfort during the voyage. Moreover, the vessel's speed was astonishing. The other 2 were novices, but Hang Feiwen was not. He informed them that this aircraft carrier's speed was extraordinary. In simpler terms, it was extraordinarily fast, almost uncharacteristic for an aircraft carrier. They had their phones, and at that moment, they were inundated with news from home. Some even began to criticize the incompetence of the higher-ups. Hang Feiwen grew anxious upon seeing Yu Xingming calmly sipping tea. He approached and inquired, "Marshal Ui, am worried." Yu Xingming smiled. "Han Feiwen, not that. Sit down and drink your tea. Everything is under control," Yu Xingming reassured him. Hang Feiwen sat down, contemplating, and asked, "I have a question. The American radar system is quite formidable, and they have satellite assistance. Why can't they detect Tianzhou-1? Quite simply, Hang Feiwen replied, "They are unworthy." This response surprised Hang Feiwen, but it also filled him with exhilaration. What did this signify? It indicated that this aircraft carrier possessed remarkable stealth capabilities. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Does China possess such technology? Who among the esteemed leaders is responsible for this marvel? Why aren't we setting sail to thwart them? Hang Feiwen eagerly suggested. If we depart now, upon seeing Tianzhou-1, they will undoubtedly be intimidated. You've posed a second question, Yu Xingming chuckled. Hang Feiwen offered an awkward smile. Yet, Yu Xingming's expression suddenly turned serious as he said, "Intimidated? Is mere retreat sufficient for you? Are you content with that? There are those who will not know fear unless blood is shed." Upon hearing this, Hang Feiwen and the others immediately understood. This was a thirst for blood, a blatant desire for violence. It was evident that if the opposing side did not pay a price, they would not leave this place unscathed. As they spoke, fifth-generation fighter jets soared overhead, transmitting communications. Report. Warnings ineffective. Warnings ineffective. At this, Yu Xingming finally stood up. In the distance lay the dark, foreboding sea, and the sky was shrouded in dense clouds that refused to disperse. Yet, Rhines was in high spirits. Currently, fleets from various nations were gradually closing in as indicated by the radar. Among them, the northern fleet from Sakura country was lagging, as they lacked an aircraft carrier, only possessing a so-called maritime self-defense force. Thus, they patiently awaited their turn. According to protocol, the tellies would fire the first shot of the military exercise, followed by the takeoff drills of American and Kangaroo countries' fifth-generation fighters. This was precisely the moment Ryans had been eagerly anticipating. Utilizing China's own fifth-generation fighters in their waters would be a spectacle of mockery. "Hurry up, Sakura country," Ryans excitedly awaited. Meanwhile, under the command of Zhumu, Sakura country was advancing toward the designated maritime area. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Report!" An unidentified object appears in the distance. Zhumu quickly grabbed the binoculars, but nothing was visible through them. "What the heck? There's nothing there." Zhumu cursed. The soldier lowered his head, afraid to speak. Zhumu ordered, "Move forward quickly. Colonel MacArthur is urging us." He was quite anxious. The southern bamboo country and Sakura country were often derisively referred to as the vassals of America, lacking even the freedom of military operations. Now, with America directing them eastward, they dared not venture west. With their commendable speed, they finally entered the designated maritime area. The distant radar of Teles also registered the fleet from Sakura country. Teles rightfully stood as one of the most advanced aircraft carriers in the world. Its radar system impressively sophisticated. NCC reporters quickly praised, "Next, we will fire the first shot of the military exercise." As the words left their lips, a shell soared into the sky, prompting immediate acclaim from NCC reporters. This is Teles's flagship cannon, dubbed a small nuclear bomb, with an explosive range equivalent to 8 football fields. As they spoke, the shell plunged into the sea, erupting into a towering wave. The waters churned violently, layer upon layer. Terrifying, the might of the American Navy is formidable beyond measure. The next 50 years will still belong to them. Shocked, netizens worldwide erupted in praise. Chapter 51. Truth lies within the range of cannons at this moment. The request from the general of the Kangaroo Nation echoed in his ears. "Your Excellency reigns. We are fully prepared and ready for takeoff. We now await your command." As the general spoke, Rains glanced at the sky and commanded, "Take off." Instantly, fifth-generation fighter jets from the United States soared above. An NCC reporter announced, "What we see on screen are the fifth-generation fighter jets from the United States, which have undergone modifications and are referred to as semi-fifth-generation aircraft." Wait a moment. What is this? Isn't that the fifth-generation fighter jet from Huaxia? Oh no, that belongs to the Kangaroo Nation. The reporter, seasoned in his craft, heightened the drama with that remark, causing an uproar among global audiences. This is absurd. What a farce. The Kangaroo Nation truly knows how to provoke. Clearly, Rain seeks vengeance for past grievances, while some nations reveled in the spectacle. The people of Huaxia clenched their fists in frustration. This was an incredibly vexing situation for them. Other countries utilized their technology to produce fighter jets and conducted military exercises in Huaxia's waters, an utterly humiliating affair. Some Huaxians could hardly bear to watch any longer. "Damn it, I can't take this anymore. I might just stop being patriotic," one lamented. Indeed, what good is our anger when we pose no threat to them? As discussions erupted across various forums, many voiced their grievances in petitions. Alas, such efforts proved futile, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. It was easy to imagine how the world would perceive Huaxia following this day. This would undoubtedly be one of the most disgraceful days since the nation's founding. Yet, a select few remained seated, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Among them were Lin Feng, the bureau chief, and Su Chenxi, who gazed intently at the screen. The bureau chief glanced at the time and remarked, "The moment has arrived. The clown should take his bow." Lin Feng chuckled and said, "It reminds me of a saying, dignity rests only upon the edge of a sword, while truth lies within the range of cannons." The bureau chief smiled in agreement. Above the waters, the third wave of performance from the 8-nation fleet prepared to commence. Next, 2 aircraft carriers would sail side by side, accompanied by a convoy of warships. This was the centerpiece of the day's events, as they would showcase the carrier's firepower. This scene was what everyone anticipated most eagerly. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness the performance of the carrier fleet. The 2 finest aircraft carriers on this planet will demonstrate their true might. As the announcement concluded, the 2 carriers surged forward, unleashing a multitude of warplanes and escort vessels into the skies. Just then, a voice broke through the broadcast. "We are the Huaxia Navy. You are currently in Huaxia's territorial waters. Your unauthorized presence constitutes an infringement. Please withdraw immediately. I repeat, please withdraw. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The sudden naval broadcast left everyone momentarily stunned, eliciting derisive laughter. "Here come those monkeys again. Huaxia is truly amusing. They'll just fly around and then disappear." Bear the consequences? How? Not only the audience shared this sentiment. MacArthur even gestured for the cameraman to focus on the sky. However, this time, the anticipated fifth-generation jets were nowhere to be seen. The crowd was bewildered. If the jets were absent, then where did that voice originate? The camera shifted to the sea surface, and laughter began to ripple through the spectators. Lacking an aircraft carrier, Huaxia could only rely on its destroyers to defend its waters. But destroyers were mere shadows against carriers. Yet, the sea remained eerily vacant. Is it haunted? As the audience pondered, MacArthur shouted, "Stop with the theatrics. I reiterate, if you have the guts, come out and hit me." Upon hearing this, the world erupted in astonishment. MacArthur, undeniably one of the most hawkish figures in the United States, spoke with undeniable bravado. Yet, just as his words hung in the air, a colossal wave surged in the distance. All eyes turned toward the spectacle, for the wave was monumental. As they looked up, they were startled to see an enormous vessel racing toward them across the water. Yu Shengming, clad in military attire, surveyed the scene with piercing eyes. His expression was resolute and filled with fury. What is this? Amid the confusion, the camera captured the sight of the Huaxia national flag. Huaxia? Huaxia has an aircraft carrier. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Each time Huaxia constructed an aircraft carrier, it was grandly publicized. Why had this one been built in secrecy, with no leaks? The camera panned to reveal the 4 characters emblazoned on the hull. Tianzhou No. 1. The spectators swallowed hard. Tianzhou. This aircraft carrier indeed lives up to that name. Report. Urgent report. We have another hidden aircraft carrier. My goodness, it's truly massive. Ha ha ha, it's enormous. What class is it? Does anyone know? Hold your excitement. Size alone doesn't determine an aircraft carrier's worth. We must consider its configuration. In Huaxia, discussions buzzed with fervor. However, the sudden revelation brought them immense joy. Tianzhou número 1. No wonder the country was willing to sell off its carriers. Yet, concerns lingered. Could this single aircraft carrier truly pose a threat to the coalition of 8 nations? Meanwhile, above the waters, both sides exchanged glances, momentarily halting the military exercises. MacArthur surveyed the imposing vessel, and to deny his astonishment would be disingenuous. Yet in the blink of an eye, he erupted into laughter. Huaxia has indeed strayed from the path. Bigger doesn't equate to better. Size does not guarantee enhanced combat or defensive capabilities. In fact, the bulkiness and lack of stealth will be their greatest vulnerabilities. Thus, I urge you to withdraw immediately. This is my final warning, Yu Shengming declared, standing alongside Rains. MacArthur retorted, "What if I refuse?" Hearing this, Yu Shengming merely smiled, while MacArthur defiantly announced, "The exercises shall continue." With that declaration, aircraft continued to take flight, and the roar of artillery resounded. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yu Shengming's smile grew ever wider. He gently raised his hand and gazed at the ominous clouds above, saying, "It seems a storm is brewing." Chapter 52. Blast the Mahal in the Golden Dragon Hall of Yanjing. An elderly figure sat attentively, engrossed in his revisions. At that moment, Zhou Quanmin hurriedly entered, and 2 black dragon guards glanced at him before allowing him passage. Upon entering, the elder looked up and inquired, "Have there been any updates?" Disregarding advice, Zhou Quanmin replied. The elder smiled slightly and said, "What do you propose we do?" "Isn't that what I'm asking you?" Zhou Quanmin responded. The elder stood up, and Zhou Quanmin instinctively moved to assist him, noticing the elder had been working for quite some time. The elder gestured him to refrain, straightening his posture and asking, "Who have we dispatched this time?" "Yu Shengming." "Ah, old Yu," the elder chuckled, pausing for a moment. "Frankly, was that question even necessary?" Zhou Quanmin fell silent. And here all soldiers, the elder continued. When the nation's territory is under threat, what should soldiers do? Zhou Quanmin suddenly grasped the meaning. "I understand now." Yet the elder abruptly slammed the table, proclaiming, "A great man once said, 'Strike first to avoid being struck.' If it must be done, then do it without hesitation." "Understood." Zhou Quanmin saluted, preparing to leave. As he reached the door, the elder called out, "Quanmin, I'm unavailable for the next few days. I won't take any calls or messages, especially from the elder added, other nations." "Understood." Zhou Quanmin replied with a smile. Stepping out, and closing the door behind him. Aboard the Tianzhou 1, the deputy commander stood waiting for instructions from Yu Shengming. At last, he heard Yu Shengming's resolute words. Since they have the audacity, let us strike until they no longer have the will. The deputy paused, contemplating, and asked, should we seek further approval from above? Not necessary, Yu Shengming stated, his gaze fixed ahead. Our foremost duty as soldiers is to protect our homeland. Upon hearing this, the deputy and the soldiers around him felt a jolt of determination. Proceed, Yu Shengming ordered. Everyone, prepare to activate the dust cannon. Blast them to hell. After a moment of contemplation, he added, yes, blast them to hell, damn it. The nearby Zhang Xiao and others were taken aback. They were genuinely going into action. However, they found it strange that while Yu Shengming permitted them to film, he forbade live broadcasts. Was it to safeguard the secrets of Tianzhou? As they pondered this, the soldiers reported dust cannon calibration in progress, data normal. Charging reporting data with everything in readiness, they awaited the final command. The deputy communicated the last words to Yu Shengming, who lifted his head. To his astonishment, he saw the telesis. Commander, should we reconsider? The deputy asked, shocked. This shot would surely instill fear in them. Yet, he did not anticipate Yu Shengming's boldness. After all, this was one of old Mi's prideful aircraft carriers, hosting a 5-star general and the second-in-command of the Kangaroo Nation. Yet Yu Shengming raised a finger. A second later, he lowered it. The deputy swallowed hard. This was a countdown. He refrained from further inquiries. As a soldier, his foremost duty was to obey commands. I have an even bolder idea. Raines suddenly whispered slyly. MacArthur, upon hearing this, wore a progressively sinister smile. The reporters nearby thought Raines was quite audacious. Drive them out of the waters of Huaxia. MacArthur revealed a devilish grin as he seized the binoculars and communicator, declaring to the Huaxia aircraft carrier, please vacate the military exercise area immediately. Any repercussions will be at your own risk. As his words fell, the global audience erupted in astonishment. They had been captivated by the sudden appearance of Huaxia's aircraft carrier, unaware of MacArthur's audacity to actually expel them. Expressions shifted dramatically, wondering if Huaxia would truly withdraw. MacArthur lifted the binoculars to gauge Yu Shengming's reaction, hoping to witness the ire of this admiral. However, he was met with disappointment. There was no sign of emotion, just the sight of a hand counting down to 3. 3? What does that mean? He looked again, spotting a massive cannon. What does this mean? Do they dare take action against us? Can they? Yu Shengming, do you dare? MacArthur sneered, doubting anyone would have the audacity to attack their superpower fleet. The fierce Russian bear had never dared, and neither would Huaxia. Please depart immediately, MacArthur shouted. At that moment, Yu Shengming's finger had just finished its countdown. He turned to the 3 reporters and said, begin the live broadcast. From here on, we rely on you. The 3 reporters swallowed nervously, suddenly enlightened. The next moment, flames erupted skyward as a shell was launched from the enormous cannon with a resounding boom. Although it soared dozens of meters above the sea, it traced a long trajectory through the air, creating a chasm hundreds of meters deep. It seemed as if the ocean had been cleaved apart, leaving a blazing path in its wake. This was Huang Feiwen, a military enthusiast, immediately noticed this phenomenon, directing his camera downward, muttering incessantly, what kind of cannon is that? Beep, 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 the shell is on its way. Suddenly, alarms blared aboard the telesis. Both MacArthur and Raines were taken aback. They had fired. They truly fired. After a brief moment of shock, MacArthur quickly commanded, stay calm. Intercept, then counterattack. MacArthur's expression was not one of anger, but rather elation. In today's international landscape, the first to act often bore the brunt of blame. However, if they acted first, he would revel in it. The cameras captured his devilish grin perfectly. Chapter 53. Dust to dust. MacArthur brimmed with confidence. For the defense of the tellies was unparalleled. Hence, he chose to remain aboard this aircraft carrier. The commander in front of the television screen felt a surge of tension, muttering, it must penetrate, it must penetrate. Beside him, Lin Feng merely smiled. Penetrate? If that were all it took, then such a vessel would not rightfully bear the title of a supercarrier. Interception initiated. Unable to intercept. Unable to intercept. Activate defense systems. Activated. Engage counterattack systems. Engaged. Upon hearing the words, unable to intercept, Mike Arthur was momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly regained his composure. At such a close range, interception was indeed a daunting task. Unfazed, he ordered the fleet to prepare for impact and commanded a multitude of fighter jets to launch directly. This time, he intended to see the freshly minted Chinese aircraft carrier sink beneath the waves. As he looked up, he beheld a shell streaking through the sky like a shooting star, ablaze as it hurtled towards them. The waves towered hundreds of meters high. In that instant, an instinctive unease gripped Mike Arthur. Something was amiss. That shell was not right. He swallowed hard, and in the next moment, the shell struck the tellies with blinding speed. The vessel began to tilt dramatically, and the famed three-tier defense net of the tellies activated. Yet, despair enveloped everyone within moments. The defense net disintegrated like mere paper, vanishing into nothingness. As the audience yearned to continue watching, a crackling sound pierced the air. Only those tuning into domestic platforms like Yinjing TV witnessed the abrupt scene change. Dear viewers, I am reporter Hang Feiwen. I will bring you live coverage of the Southern Sea Defense Battle. All who dare to set foot on our territory shall meet their doom. As his voice faded, Hang Feiwen gazed into the distance, struck by the unfolding spectacle. The shell had not merely penetrated the enemy carrier's hull, it had detonated explosively. Flames raged fiercely upon the sea's surface, yet there were no fragments, no wreckage. How could this be? It dawned on Hang Feiwen that the power of this shell was annihilation, an explosive obliteration. He recalled the saying, dust to dust, earth to earth. Was this? Hang Feiwen exaggeratedly swallowed hard, exclaiming, a dust cannon? Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the sea, broken only by the sound of towering waves. In the area of the explosion, a massive vortex spun relentlessly. All surrounding carriers, fleets, and fighter jets found it hard to believe. American soldiers frantically called for their tellies. Yet, all they received in return was the silence of the ocean. Some attempted to use sonar to ascertain whether the tellies had sunk, but they saw no wreckage on the radar. Impossible, this cannot be. The captain aboard the Domination turned to glance at the distant Tianzhou-1, the enormous vessel, the formidable cannon, the Grand National Flag. In that moment, the captain comprehended fully. This Tianzhou-1 was no inferior aircraft carrier. It was a supercarrier. Before he could process it, cold sweat broke out all over him, because the dust cannon had pivoted, targeting them. Simultaneously, Yu Xinming's resolute voice echoed. And the Chinese Navy, you are hereby ordered to withdraw. Should you choose not to comply, I would be more than willing to assist you, just as I have done moments ago. At that moment, the eight-nation coalition present was gripped by a cold sweat. Yet, Yu Xinming turned his gaze to the aircraft above and commanded, activate radar cannons, deploy fighter jets, and shoot down all Kangaroo Nation aircraft. Yes. Madness. This world has gone mad. My God, how could we have concealed such an extraordinary aircraft carrier? Who will slap me and tell me this is not a dream? Hey, Mike Arthur just said he wanted us to fire at him, right? I've never seen such a request in my life. This is exhilarating. This is what an aircraft carrier should be. The tellies is nothing but trash. Viewers, who had been watching a live stream only to have it abruptly cut off, rushed to the domestic broadcast upon receiving news of the event. When they witnessed the scene, jaws dropped in astonishment. Incredible, satisfying, and utterly exhilarating. The audience reacted as if possessed by madness. The camera captured Yu Xinming's final words. Fire. Shoot them all down. These clowns. Who gave them the audacity to act so brazenly in their waters? This was their territory. If they did not leave, they would remain here forever. Retreat, retreat. The captain of the Domination snapped back to reality, exclaiming loudly. Yet a soldier beside him, filled with rage, lamented, we have sunk an aircraft carrier. Shall we simply let them go? The captain slapped him across the face, firmly stating, wake up. Don't you understand? Even if all our fleets joined forces, we could not shake this monster. It is a carrier multiple generations ahead of ours. The soldier came to his senses and, at that moment, all fleets began to retreat from the area in disarray. Yu Xinming and all the Chinese soldiers stood upon their vessel. Watching the departing warships, and the Kangaroo Nation fighter jets being shot down. Suddenly, the clouds parted slightly, and a ray of sunlight refracted upon the sea's surface, landing perfectly upon the graves of five-star General Mike, Arthur, and Ryans. They had come here and would remain here eternally. In the Black Palace, Smith Plank and Lance Porter stood up in disbelief at the moment Tellys vanished. They could scarcely fathom it. They could not believe that the Tellys had been obliterated just like that. They could not believe that China had dared to strike them. Unbelievable. Truly unfathomable. In the next instant, Smith Plank shouted, "What are you waiting for? Call the highest authorities. I demand an explanation. I demand they pay the price. Hurry." He looked up at the sky. The heavens had not changed. However, he understood the world had shifted. Chapter 54. The Soldiers of Huaxia. No cowards in the State Affairs office. Lanceport was crouched before the telephone, dialing incessantly. Unanswered calls. If answered, there was no time to engage. Find their ambassador immediately. Lanceport nearly roared. Prompt action was taken, but soon it was reported that the ambassador and me claimed to be suffering from a high fever and could not be seen. Lanceport was utterly dumbfounded. How could Huaxia act so decisively? Were they truly unafraid? Not only Lanceport, but the entire Blue Star, including the citizens of Huaxia, were astonished. Was Huaxia genuinely fearless? As it stood, no nation had issued a statement. However, the video of the disappearance of the Tellys was already circulating online countless times. The world's atmosphere seemed tranquil, yet beneath this calm lay a turbulent undercurrent. The Tianzhou 1 swiftly arrived at the Southern Island base, and 3 journalists disembarked from the aircraft carrier. For them, this would be an unforgettable experience. Their media work made them acutely aware of the sensitivity of the situation. As they disembarked, Hang Feiwen could no longer contain himself. He glanced at Yu Shengming and said, "Marshal Yu, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead," replied Yu Shengming. "Are we truly prepared for anything that may come?" "No, Zhu Shengming answered. The 3 were taken aback. It has been said that the duration of this conflict is not for us to decide, but for them, the Americans. We will fight for as long as they choose. There are no cowards among the soldiers of Huaxia." The 3 felt their blood surge with fervor. They saluted and then turned to leave. As they approached the base entrance, Hang Feiwen pondered for a moment, then opened Weibo, typing a few words. "There are no cowards among the soldiers of Huaxia." 6 hours later, a sense of impending storm began to settle in. After all, even if the higher-ups remained still, the media below were anything but. Western media began to frantically criticize Huaxia, demanding an explanation while promoting war rhetoric. It was clear to all that this turmoil could potentially ignite the fuse of a Third World War. Meanwhile, the citizens of Huaxia, having weathered a valley of disappointment, now brimmed with excitement. Yet, beneath that excitement lay inevitable concerns about the undercurrents. During these 6 hours, the chief received hundreds of media invitations, with some offering exorbitant sums. Not going? Lin Feng chuckled. The chief smiled wryly. He had indeed become a genuine internet sensation. His earlier post, "Huaxia must not lose a single bit," had garnered him the reputation of a prophet among netizens, who believed he must be privy to insider information. "There's still no news from above," the chief said. "No one knows which way the wind will blow." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The complexity of this matter was far beyond the simplicity of a child's game. Right or wrong seemed insignificant in the grand chessboard of great power rivalry. The side with the hardest fists held the real truth. "Let us go with this one," the chief finally decided, pointing to a choice, and Lin Feng agreed. With the momentum surging, it was indeed the perfect opportunity for him to embark on a frenzied accumulation of points. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's work group at the Shihai base was in a frenzy. The technicians were celebrating, as it was their crafted weapon that had defended their nation's dignity. At 7 p.m. Yinjing time, a nation finally rose to speak. The leader of the Kangaroo Nation held a press conference, inviting media of all sizes. "Huaxia must give us an explanation." The Kangaroo Nation had suffered tremendous losses, having invested heavily in 5th-generation fighter jets from the Americans, all of which were obliterated by Huaxia. Moreover, they had also lost a high-ranking official. Such an event was not merely an economic loss, but a matter of dignity as well. The Kangaroo Nation began to propagate the narrative that Huaxia had maliciously instigated war and created international disputes without cause. They announced intentions to utilize the International Federation to impose comprehensive sanctions on Huaxia. The moment the press conference concluded, news outlets proliferated the story. Observers noted the leader's flabby visage trembling as he spoke. Yet, it was clear that his words carried little weight without the backing of the Americans or Huaxia. Thus, the media shifted their focus, awaiting the true tempest. Finally, 3 hours later, Lansport began to speak, convening a press conference that attracted a vast array of media. Statistics showed that nearly 90% of the nations of Blue Star were represented. Lansport, dressed in a suit, appeared visibly troubled. "Mr. Lansport, how do you assess the turmoil that erupted today? Mr. Lansport, are we prepared for war? Mr. Lansport, did you anticipate the outcome of today's events?" As he entered, he was bombarded with questions from reporters. "Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to express my condolences to Colonel MacArthur on behalf of myself, my nation, and our military." Many reporters quickly sensed the gravity of his words. It was clear the Americans were not accustomed to losses. Having lost a carrier and a 5-star general, they could hardly swallow such a bitter pill. "We merely intended to conduct military exercises in their waters. We did not provoke war." Moreover, they severed all communication channels afterward. "Friends, this Blue Star is meant to be peaceful, and all wish for it to remain so. However, some refuse to allow it. Now, we will no longer be tolerant. Since my arrival here, our Pacific Fleet has already departed from Jeonju Island, heading eastward." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. What did Lansport mean? Was he planning to forcefully speak through cannon fire? After finishing his statement, Lansport stood up and concluded, "This is our final opportunity for Huaxia." With that, he departed. As soon as he left, major media outlets swiftly disseminated the content of the press conference, with headlines nearly identical. "Is the Third World War on the horizon?" Chapter 55. The lull before the storm. At the interview, Lin Feng and Bureau Chief Zhang sat there, exuding an air of respectability. The host was elated, never imagining that Bureau Chief Zhang would accept their invitation. "Bureau Chief Zhang, was our proactive offensive this time premeditated?" the host inquired. At the same time, was this a choice compelled by circumstances? The host repeatedly affirmed, then continued, "Could you perhaps reveal the origins of this Tianzhouan?" Upon hearing this, Bureau Chief Zhang glanced at Lin Feng, noticing him stifling a laugh, and rolled his eyes. "That kid, now that Tianzhou one has been unveiled, there should be no harm in discussing it." The host pressed on, "This is a trending topic. Tianzhou 1. Bureau Chief Zhang was diligently crafting his narrative, or rather, figuring out how to spin it. Tianzhou 1 is indeed a project long in the making. In fact, the space-based weapons and the 6th-generation aircraft were merely smokescreens to conceal its true existence." Lin Feng rolled his eyes, thinking, "You truly are a leader, adept at fabricating stories." However, it did make a semblance of sense. "I see," the host exclaimed, feigning enlightenment, and then inquired, "When did the preparations for Tianzhou 1 commence?" Bureau Chief Zhang pondered, "Nearly 3 years ago, I believe. It could be constructed in just 3 years?" The host marveled. The online community was in an uproar. "We truly are infrastructure marvels, capable of building such a massive aircraft carrier in just 3 years. What good is massive? The key is its sophistication. Indeed, that one shot. Wow, amazing." This symposium attracted a multitude of military enthusiasts. In recent days, the real-world capabilities and destructive power of Tianzhou 1 had been hotly debated. However, after obliterating the terrorists, there was little left to argue about. When they saw the fleets of other nations slinking away, they were ecstatic. Tianzhou 1 had become the most talked-about darling of global military discourse. Now, Bureau Chief Zhang claimed it could be built in 3 years. Bureau Chief Zhang nodded sheepishly, inwardly sweating. He desperately wanted to tell them that it was built in less than 100 days, and the person who built it was sitting right next to him. However, the host, oblivious to Bureau Chief Zhang's expression, was waxing lyrical about the awe-inspiring nature of infrastructure development. After nearly 20 minutes of self-aggrandizement, the host shifted gears and asked, "Could you perhaps tell us about the general construction process of Tianzhou 1? If possible, could you reveal the chief engineer?" aware that this was a sensitive topic. The host quickly added, if it's convenient. Bureau Chief Zhang smiled and said, that is certainly not convenient, but I can tell you who the chief engineer is. The host paused, thinking, shouldn't this be top secret? Unexpectedly, Bureau Chief Zhang turned and pointed at Lin Feng, saying, he is the chief engineer. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Bureau Chief Zhang is truly humorous. The audience took it as a joke. Only Chun Haidong, watching the live broadcast, smiled. Bureau Chief Zhang's move was quite clever. Now that Lin Feng's status was extremely high, it would make him safer. After all, the conflict between the two nations was too complex, and both overt and covert warfare were inevitable. Let's move on to the final topic, the host continued. How do you assess the situation going forward? You mean the situation between the two countries? Bureau Chief Zhang countered. Yes. Lin Feng rolled his eyes again. The old fellow was afraid, having been invited in for tea by the National Security Bureau twice. But Lin Feng was different. Who would dare touch him now? Mr. Lin Feng. The host looked expectantly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a man of integrity, as everyone online knew. What he said might not be true, but his expressions were always genuine. I don't think a major war will break out, Lin Feng said. Why? I believe nuclear weapons are the greatest invention of this era. As long as they exist, there will be no third world war on this planet. Because once it breaks out, it will be a matter of mutual annihilation. No one will survive. Lin Feng stated pointedly. The host nodded, agreeing that this view made sense. He then asked, what do you think the international situation will be like going forward? Very simple. It will be a bipolar rivalry, Lin Feng said. Like the former Soviet Union and the United States? More or less. What else do you think we have besides naval power that can compete with them? This. Lin Feng's expression changed, revealing some discomfort. Of course we can. We are also very strong in other areas, such as space, fighter jets, chip development, and so on. Rest assured, we are not afraid of the United States at all. But when he said rest assured, he pretended to swallow slightly. Bureau Chief Zhang smiled inwardly. Fake as it gets. Across the Pacific Ocean in the United States, Lansport was watching the television intently. In fact, he would never actively watch an interview with Bureau Chief Zhang. However, no high-ranking officials from China had come out to speak. To be honest, Lansport was afraid to actually go to war because they were in the wrong, having sailed into their waters. However, he couldn't let this humiliation go unanswered. Just as he was feeling drowsy and increasingly angry, he suddenly heard Lin Feng's words, and his eyes lit up. Indeed, if it comes to a real fight, the final outcome will inevitably be the destruction of the world. But what if we change our approach? The way wars are fought now is no longer about proving ourselves with cannons. It's about national strength, attrition, and various other things. Lansport had a brilliant idea. He quickly got up and headed towards the White House, feeling excited because he had finally found a solution to the problem. At that moment, Smith Planck was also feeling troubled, as the media's calls were about to overwhelm them. Seeing Lansport enter, he roared, "Have you come up with a solution?" "I have," Lansport said. Smith Planck paused, then heard Lansport say, "Haven't we been waiting for China to make a move?" Chapter 56, The Isolated Island Plan, what does it mean? Smith Planck inquired. Perplexed, Lansport replied, "This time, we must firmly oppose their attempt to instigate war. Firstly, we will expel them from the global system." Upon hearing this, Smith Planck's pupils brightened. Indeed, war is not a solution to problems. However, if we can seize this opportunity to obtain certain assets. Firstly, their carrier technology. Secondly, if they refuse, we shall expel them from international organizations and the Global Economic Consortium. As Lansport spoke, a radiant smile spread across Smith Planck's face. Ding! Successfully deceived Lansport, Vice National Level. Reward points. 800,000. Ding! Successfully deceived Smith Planck, National Level. Reward points. 1,000,000. As Lin Feng engaged in conversation, he suddenly heard this notification and was momentarily taken aback. Quite intriguing. These two Americans are indeed observing their conference. The unexpected windfall filled Lin Feng with elation. He had not anticipated that the Americans would be convinced. However, it is indeed true. Presently, China lags behind in many aspects. Moreover, the critical point is that the blue planet is globalized, with most of the initiative and control firmly in the hands of the super empire. Just as Lin Feng and his colleagues concluded their conference, Zhou Quanmin finally emerged to address the public, forcefully convening a press conference. The coalition of 8 nations has brazenly invaded our waters. Initially, we attempted diplomatic persuasion, condemning their actions, yet they persist in their obstinacy. On that day, we repeatedly urged them, outlining the pros and cons, but they continued to provoke us. Ultimately, our Navy was compelled to take action with the Tianzhou 1. This is not a mere misunderstanding. Here, I demand an explanation from the 8 nations. After speaking, Zhou Quanmin departed. The media, both domestic and international, erupted in frenzy. China displayed remarkable audacity, destroying an enemy aircraft carrier, resulting in the death of a 5-star general and another officer. Now, China demands an explanation from others. This, to a certain extent, indicates that China has indeed gained confidence. Consequently, discussions among netizens became fervently animated. What a relief! Why should we be the ones to explain? This incident was inherently justified on our part. Come on, let us fight. I'm not afraid. My salary is only 3,000. I'll enlist. It was widely acknowledged that following this press conference, a storm was now inevitable. The clash between these two great powers had become unavoidable. However, whether it would manifest in a military confrontation or a silent war remained uncertain. In City H, the political center of this superpower, the vibrant economy was unmistakable, with towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. However, the citizens of City H noticed an unusual occurrence. The entire city was under a state of martial law. The route from the airport to the Black Palace was sealed off tightly. Occasionally, bystanders caught sight of convoy after convoy making its way to the Black Palace, streaming in continuously from morning till night. People sensed that a significant event was unfolding. Within the Black Palace, Smith Plank sat observing the strategic document in his hands, a result of a day and night of research with Congress. Today, they had invited all major nations of the world, excluding China, to this gathering, including the historically adversarial Bear Nation. Sir, they have all arrived, an assistant announced. Who shall we speak with first? Most nations required little persuasion, primarily 3 countries. Smith Plank replied, the Bear Nation, India, and the Dog Nation. The assistant nodded, but then queried, ISNT India usually compliant? This story begins with the previous betrayals by the 5 permanent members, Smith Plank explained. The assistant immediately understood, stifling a chuckle. India had always harbored a grand vision of becoming a major power and sought to join the permanent council of the global organization. Subsequently, the 5 permanent members had taken turns undermining India, with one always casting a dissenting vote. Let us start with the Bear Nation, Smith Plank decided. Very well, the assistant replied, heading toward the reception hall. At that moment, the ambassador from the Bear Nation, Yevsky, awaited them. Uncertain of the purpose behind Smith Plank's summons, he nonetheless surmised it must pertain to China. Sir wishes to invite you for a private discussion, the assistant informed Yevsky. Surprised, Yevsky contemplated before rising to follow. Upon his arrival, the Emperor of the Bear Nation had instructed him to reject any proposals from Smith Plank, as the Bear and China were allies tied by a common thread. Upon entering the hall, Smith Plank and Lansport rose to greet him, exchanging handshakes. It has been a long time, Yevsky remarked. After some pleasantries, they swiftly got to the point. Let's be frank, Smith Plank said, gazing at Yevsky. I hope you will sever all economic ties with China. Are you serious? Yevsky pondered, smiling. That is impossible. He understood that for a nation like the Bear Nation, aligning with either side would yield no benefits. Furthermore, the Americans had a reputation for lacking credibility. Do not rush to refuse, Lansport interjected. Our request comes with considerable advantages. The mention of advantages was starkly direct. What do you propose? Yevsky inquired, maintaining his composure. We will lift the economic sanctions against the Bear Nation. This did not seem enticing. Yevsky responded. Yet, the allure was substantial. Since the dissolution of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, their economy had struggled, and the subsequent sanctions had left them in a precarious position. In addition, we plan to provide over $2 trillion in economic aid over 3 years, Lansport continued. $2 trillion. At this revelation, Yevsky's resolve began to waver. 3 years for 2 trillion was undeniably a tremendous boon for them. Moreover, we will warmly welcome you back into the global community and invite you to join the Southern Alliance. Surely, you do not wish to continue living in poverty, do you? Lansport added, all the while smiling. He could see Yevsky was faltering. The temptation was overwhelmingly enticing. Before national interests, alliances held little weight. It was all about priorities. If others remained steadfast, perhaps the offered incentives were insufficient. Indeed, Yevsky stood and declared, I need to consult with my superiors. Not a problem, Smith-Planck said, rising to shake hands. Yevsky reciprocated, and at that moment his peripheral vision caught sight of the cover of the strategic document on the table. Inscribed with the words, The Isolated Island Plan. Chapter 57. The A-spy Lansport personally escorted Yevsky away, while Smith-Planck cast a glance at the plans laid out on the table. He had deliberately allowed Yevsky to see them. The Isolated Island Plan serves as a metaphor. This isolated island refers to Huaxia. Geographically, Huaxia is not an island nation. However, the Blue Planet has long since become unified. Their current scheme is to completely isolate Huaxia from the rest of the world, rendering it a solitary island on Blue Planet. This mirrors Huaxia's own self-imposed seclusion during the Qing dynasty. During Smith-Planck's contemplation, Lansport entered and announced, the representative from the A3 nation has arrived. Rest assured, there will undoubtedly be a place for you, Smith-Planck assured the representative from A3. The representative left with a beaming expression. For them, the dream of becoming a great power is of utmost importance, and they have long sought to usurp Huaxia's position on the world stage. They believe themselves capable and powerful enough to achieve this. The two men exchanged smiles at this interaction, finding A3 to be rather gullible. Next came the representative from Dagdaho. The representative surveyed Tatam, the uncle of Turkey. Given Dagdaho's already favorable relations with the United States, their initial discussions were quite pleasant. However, when the conversation turned serious, Tatam repeatedly shook his head. We have already finalized our last transaction with Huaxia. If we break this agreement, we would be in breach of contract, Tatam stated. His implication was clear. It wasn't that they were unwilling to sever ties, but that doing so would damage their credibility. We will compensate you for this portion, Smith-Planck replied. But consider this, we are in the business of selling oil. If we do not uphold our reputation, who would dare to partner with us in the future? Tatam countered. Upon hearing this, Smith-Planck and Lansport found themselves in a difficult position. They truly had little to offer Dagdaho. Dagdaho lacked for money but craved high-end technology. Technology they were unwilling to relinquish. I can only say that under the premise of the benefits you just mentioned, we can continue to fulfill our contract with Huaxia. It's merely a matter of 2 years, Tatam remarked. 2 years is not a long time in the grand scheme of great power rivalry, is it? Tatam's tone was one of resignation. He understood that they had resolved to render Huaxia a global outcast. Should they continue to resist, they would not be spared by the old U.S. After dealing with Huaxia, in the realm of Blue Planet, survival is the foremost concern for any nation's leadership. Very well, Smith-Planck rose to see him off. The reason for their significant focus on Dagdaho was due to its role as an oil player. If they could facilitate a severance of oil trade with Huaxia, it would impose severe constraints on Huaxia, for oil remains the lifeblood of modern nations. I believe we should meet with the higher-ups of Bogangson, Lansport suggested. Why? Smith-Planck inquired. If we cannot cut off the source, we shall sever the supply lines. Lansport replied. Smith-Planck immediately understood. They soon established contact with the higher-ups of Bogangson, only to be met with a direct refusal. I'm sorry, sir. That is impossible. Smith-Planck frowned. Bogangson had always been their obedient subordinate. Why the sudden rejection? The response continued. If we impose a blockade, they could deploy Tianzhou, and with a single strike, our small nation would stand no chance. With that, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving Smith-Planck and Lansport in an awkward silence. They keenly recognized that the isolated island plan was far more complex than anticipated. Summon Wilson, Smith-Planck instructed. Yes, Lansport promptly exited to retrieve Wilson. Upon their meeting, the three men sat down to conspire. It was now utterly impossible to demand Huaxia surrender Tianzhou. Yet the origins of Tianzhou, one must be thoroughly investigated. We need to expedite the execution of the isolated island plan. Your task, Huaxia Group, is to uncover the mastermind behind Tianzhou-1 ideally. To identify their chief engineer, Smith Plank surveyed Wilson. Wilson nodded. The emergence of Tianzhou-1, this super aircraft carrier, was utterly astonishing. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery, making it imperative to unearth the truth. Most of the spies from the Starling project have been eliminated. Do you still have personnel available? Lansport queried. When it comes to investigating such secrets, mere numbers are ineffective. Wilson replied. I do have one trump card at my disposal. It seems the time has come to activate it. Outside, the wind howled fiercely as Lin Feng quietly penned his plans in his residence. He was unaware of the isolated island plan, but he fully comprehended that the rivalry between Huami nations was inevitable. Therefore, Huaxia's technological reform must be accelerated. First and foremost was the energy issue. Controlled nuclear fusion must be hastened. Lin Feng was uncertain how Jiangsheng was progressing. Next, there was the realm of advanced precision technology, such as chips. Presently, Lin Feng had accumulated a considerable number of points, having spent years persuading others. Suddenly, he paused, rising to his feet. Su Chenxi, who was playing a game nearby, glanced at him. Lin Feng picked up the phone, first calling Yang and, Old Yang, please come by tomorrow. I need to discuss something with you. Next, he called Qin Yongyuan. The third call was to Lu Jiantong. After making these calls, Lin Feng turned to Su Chenxi and stated, Tomorrow, no one is allowed to enter here. What about the bureau chief? Su Chenxi inquired. Lin Feng ignored her, sitting down with a more solemn expression. The following day, 3 national-level academicians arrived at the Battle Ignorance Bureau simultaneously, each surprised to see one another. Yang. Old Yang? Qin Yongyuan and Lu Jiantong exclaimed upon seeing Yang and astonished. They were unaware of space-based weaponry, but Yang was knowledgeable about aircraft carriers and 6th-generation fighter jets. Upon reflection, Yang represented the domain of space, Qin Yongyuan the ocean and weaponry, while Lu Jiantong was a core expert in fighter aircraft. As the 3 men marveled at Lin Feng's immense influence, a weight settled in their hearts, for they knew that their esteemed Lin general was not summoning them for trivial matters. In their everyday lives, these 3 were titans in their respective fields. Chapter 58. Uninvited guest, Mr. Lin was elated by the arrival of the esteemed trio. The 3 magnates responded with assenting nods. Settling into his seat, Yang remarked, Old Qian, the aircraft carrier you constructed is truly extraordinary. Its firepower is simply astonishing. Whose brilliance is behind it? I believe the 3 of us are well aware. Qin Yongyuan retorted playfully. Lu Jiantong, seated beside him, erupted in hearty laughter. As Lin offered them tea, he demurred, Please, gentlemen, refrain from jesting at my expense. Without your collective efforts and the dedication of the technical personnel, the realization of these marvels would have been utterly unattainable. The 3 men remained silent. Yet they all comprehended that technological prowess was the linchpin of scientific advancement. Without Lin's ingenuity, even their most assiduous endeavors would have been futile. What matter do you wish to discuss with us today? Yang inquired. Lin paused thoughtfully before posing the question. What are your perspectives on the interplay between technology and the economy? The other 2 nodded in agreement. Lin proceeded. In your estimation, what deficiencies plague our nation's technological landscape? The 3 exchanged hesitant glances, seemingly reluctant to voice their opinions. Ultimately, Qin Yongyuan broke the silence. Allow me to elaborate. During the construction of the aircraft carrier, I encountered a significant impediment, the limitations imposed by regional specialization, which engendered profound inefficiencies. For instance, the fabrication of a curved component necessitated procuring it from the Jiangnan machinery plant, located thousands of kilometers away. Disregarding transportation time, the sheer duration and inefficiency of the manufacturing process posed a considerable challenge. Had it not been for this constraint, the carrier could have been completed at least 10 to 20 days ahead of schedule. The others concurred, and Yang added, This predicament has long existed. It has proven intractable. It is time we addressed it, Lin declared as he delineated 3 points on a map. In Beijing, a man of 50 sat observing the approaching figure, his brow furrowing in surprise. It was Wilson, the the head of the China division, who had ventured onto Chinese soil. Zhang Yuankai, one of the leading figures in the Western military region, knew that such a meeting was inappropriate given the strained relations between the two countries. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Zhang Yuankai inquired. "We are not at war yet, so I believe there is no need for bloodshed upon our meeting." Wilson replied with a smile. Zhang Yuankai frowned, stating, "You should leave." "I came to see you. Why should I leave?" Wilson's jovial demeanor irked Zhang Yuankai, who was about to order his removal when Wilson interjected the Beijing incident of March 6, 2007. Zhang Yuankai faltered, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, retorting, "I have no idea what you're referring to." Wilson continued, "In the past, you did not hesitate to sell information to foreign countries to get to where you are today. This does not need to be said." "I don't know what you're talking about," Zhang Yuankai repeated. Wilson, abandoning subtlety, presented a document. A killer who was sent to eliminate this person was short of money. Zhang Yuankai's expression shifted as he perused the document. He looked at Wilson and calmly stated, "I want to know, how did you get this? Your spies are truly pervasive." Zhang Yuankai mused. Wilson smiled. "What do you want?" Zhang Yuankai inquired. "I want to know how Tianzhou 1 was built and—" Wilson paused, fixing his gaze on Zhang Yuankai, who was their chief engineer. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Wilson responded with surprise. "Is the security surrounding the super aircraft carrier so tight?" "I really don't know," Zhang Yuankai replied. "Since the inception of this project, it has never come into my hands. However, I have gathered from the sidelines that the person who created this miracle should be someone with merit in China." "A newcomer?" Wilson asked incredulously. "Yes," Zhang Yuankai affirmed. "Also, we should have a super project." "What is it?" "If I knew, I would tell you directly," Zhang Yuankai replied. "This is all I know. If you insist on exposing me, then please do so." "What good would that do me?" Wilson countered with a smile. "Exposing you might ruin you, but I would gain nothing." "What do you want then?" "Find the person behind the scenes, or perhaps find out what this super project is." Zhang Yuankai frowned. Despite his high rank, this person or project was of an even higher level. It was evident that the state would protect them meticulously. "How can you guarantee that what happens next has nothing to do with me?" "I can't guarantee it," Wilson admitted. "But if you don't do it, something will definitely happen to you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuankai chuckled softly. Wilson continued, "But if you can solve one of these two problems, do you think I would still threaten you? By then, I'll be grateful to you." After a few moments of contemplation, Zhang Yuankai slowly raised his head and said, "Okay, it's settled. The 3 points Lin had marked were located in the central, western, and eastern regions of the country, representing space, the ocean, and a land-air base. Lin's subsequent points formed the outline of a city. Do you believe we are still incapable of overcoming these technical requirements?" Lin inquired. Yang was taken aback. "However, constructing these 3 major bases requires a large amount of capital, personnel, and energy. We are currently in a difficult situation, and I don't think it is realistic to invest in such a large project," Qin Yongyuan argued. The other two nodded in agreement. Seeing the trio's confusion, Lin continued, "Don't you understand? The times have changed. The world can no longer be peaceful." Chapter 59. National Medal in the Black Palace. Smith-Plang had never envisioned the complexities entailed in the implementation of the island plan. During the dissolution of the former Soviet Union, the United States rallied a chorus of support. The zenith of this was witnessed in the wars of the Middle East in the 1990s, where nations across Blue Planet were exposed to the might of modern warfare. Henceforth, the United States became a clarion call, forming multiple small coalitions and organizations. He believed that the current United States mirrored its former self. However, when it came to convening various nations to discuss the island plan, he discovered that matters were far from straightforward. Even the relatively compliant Western European nations began to proffer divergent conditions, particularly D-Nation. This left Smith-Plang in a state of agitation. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Smith-Plang lifted his gaze, and his expression shifted. He glanced at his assistant, signaling him not to permit anyone's entry, then stood up, his demeanor surprisingly courteous as he asked, "What brings you here?" The individual before him was no ordinary person. Behind every nation, beyond the prominent figures in the limelight, lies a cadre of individuals whose unseen actions wield substantial influence over the state. They're known as the National Think Tank. The man before him was named Burley Ellick, the chief of this think tank. The most renowned maneuvers attributed to the think tank occurred in the 1970s, when the U.S. dollar was tethered to oil, thereby solidifying the economic stature of the United States. Ellick's most distinguished operation involved the blockade of the former Soviet Union, where he exerted pressure on major oil-producing nations to escalate their output, ultimately precipitating a collapse in oil prices, which further led to the economic downfall of the former Soviet Union and its eventual disintegration. Ellick adjusted his glasses and remarked, "I am aware that you are troubled, sir, which is why I have come." Smith-Plang rubbed his temples and replied, "This matter falls outside your purview. My duty and existence are solely dedicated to fortifying the United States as a superpower. How could it possibly concern you?" Ellick smiled and responded, "To vanquish an adversary, one must first comprehend their vulnerabilities." Smith-Plang expressed his frustration. China is akin to a cunning rabbit. While we diverted our focus to the Middle East in recent years, they stealthily evolved. Today, they are no longer the easily manipulated former Soviet Union. They possess a comprehensive industrial system, partnerships, a web of interests, and notably, they have clandestinely developed super aircraft carriers. Truth be told, even I find it challenging to gauge their true capabilities now. Everything seems ephemeral. Ellick stated, "Economics is the ultimate truth. The crux of the matter is that the current economy of Blue Planet is inextricably linked to China." Smith-Plang replied, "Many nations have ceased to heed our control. In this world, there exists nothing that is indispensable. If the incentives are substantial enough, even a mother could be sold." Ellick retorted with a cold smirk, "If one refuses to sell, it simply indicates that the price is inadequate." Upon hearing this, Smith-Plang remarked coolly, "Do you believe we can extend $2 trillion to every nation as we did with the former Soviet Union? That is unfeasible. Such an action would precipitate our own economic collapse." Ellick queried, "Then what do you propose we do?" "Controlled nuclear fusion," Ellick replied. Smith-Plang hesitated. Just yesterday, controlled nuclear fusion had reached the 9th level of experimentation and achieved success. This implied that they were but a final step away from mastering controlled nuclear fusion. This technology was heralded as a milestone of planetary civilization, signifying that mastery over it would unlock infinite possibilities for the future. Energy, after all, is the essence of machinery. At this juncture, Smith-Plang interjected, "Are you suggesting that we use this as a condition for an alliance? That is implausible. Its significance renders it too vital. Our objective is to ensure that we remain in a position of superlative dominance on Blue Planet. Who, besides China, could possibly challenge us? Even if we invite D-Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation to participate, do you truly believe they could amount to anything? They have long been within our control." Ellick replied, "Smith-Plang, the cost will undoubtedly be present." He continued, "However, as long as the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, it will all be worthwhile." In the Golden Dragon Hall, the highest sanctuary of the nation, there were no lavish decorations, yet a solemn atmosphere prevailed. On the walls hung photographs and names of heroes from generations past. Lin Feng stood there, surveying everyone present. Just hours earlier, he had arrived in Yanjing, instructed by Zhou Quanmin to await here. Yet, after an hour of waiting, the anticipated arrival had not materialized. Lin Feng remained unperturbed until footsteps echoed in the hall. He turned, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment upon seeing an elderly figure at the entrance. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng hurried over. However, the elder remained silent. He adjusted his stance and rendered a military salute. "What is this?" Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. "Only those who have made exceptional contributions to the nation are bestowed with such honors." Lin Feng swallowed hard. He was but a normal individual, and upon hearing this, excitement surged within him. Zhou Quanmin approached slowly, carrying a tray. The elder gently took it, stepping closer to Lin Feng. Adjusting his collar as he said, "Comrade Lin Feng, in light of your status, this award will be conferred in secrecy, known only to us. I apologize for the inconvenience." "I understand." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Comrade Lin Feng, at this moment, I officially represent the nation in conferring upon you the highest honor of China." Lin Feng saluted once more. In that instant, there were only 4 individuals present. Yet, This moment would undoubtedly become a historic milestone for China, unprecedented and unparalleled. Chapter 60. The establishment of the AO organization. After the awards ceremony concluded, the elder departed, followed by Chun Haidong. As Zhou Quanmin was about to leave, he was stopped by Lin Feng. Have you come up with some groundbreaking technology again? Zhou Quanmin inquired with anticipation. Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, replied, Leader, I am but a mere mortal. Is that so? Zhou Quanmin regarded Lin Feng, saying had just a jest. Lin Feng sighed again, and Zhou Quanmin urged, Speak. What is it? Thus, Lin Feng shared the discussions he had previously held with Yang and others. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin frowned. Is it that difficult? Lin Feng asked. Therefore, we must wait. Wait for what? Controlled nuclear fusion, Lin Feng explained. Once achieved, the costs of construction will be significantly reduced. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanmin questioned, There has been no movement from Jiangcheng. Are you truly confident it will be completed? Furthermore, this technology is no simple matter. We at Blue Star have been researching it for years. Lin Feng smiled. Do you doubt me? Zhou Quanmin paused. The individual before him was not merely a worker from the War Ignorance Bureau. He was the chief engineer of the space-based artillery, super aircraft carriers, controlled nuclear fusion, and sixth-generation fighter jets. What is the matter? You seem perpetually ensnared in meetings, Zhang Yuankai remarked, visibly troubled. Although he held a high rank, accessing such classified information was a formidable challenge. The first hurdle was the National Security Bureau. He was well aware of Chun Haidong's cautious nature and the extensive surveillance of the National Security Bureau. If he were to be exposed, it would be fatal for him. Chun Haidong appeared amiable, but his decisive nature was the reason he occupied his current position. During Wilson's absence, Zhang Yuankai had been probing for information but regrettably found no leads. In the past, this lack of news would have been inconsequential, but the current circumstances were too sensitive. Individuals of Zhang Yuankai's stature would inevitably be informed. However, this time, he was entirely in the dark. Where did he go? He inquired. To provide a report, Zhou Quanmin casually offered. They had once been comrades and were quite familiar with each other. However, Lin Feng's identity was not something that should be disclosed. Zhou Quanmin was acutely aware of the consequences. Presently, the National Security Bureau was meticulously monitoring all individuals aware of Lin Feng's identity, including the bureau chief and Qin Ru. Is there a matter at hand? Zhou Quanmin poured him a cup of tea. It's only been half a year. They should understand, Zhou Quanmin stated. Why? We are currently planning a military base and may require your assistance, Zhou Quanmin explained. A military base? Zhang Yuankai exclaimed. What does this have to do with our military district? This time is different. The scale is too significant. How significant? Comparable to a city. That large? Zhang Yuankai was astonished. Yes, Zhou Quanmin affirmed. In truth, revealing such a plan was inconsequential, as constructing such a vast base could not be kept secret. Moreover, Zhang Yuankai would undoubtedly become aware of it. Zhou Quanmin harbored a deep-seated trust in this former comrade. It appears the country is undertaking significant endeavors, Zhang Yuankai remarked, visibly excited. Ha! Zhou Quanmin merely smiled, and Zhang Yuankai continued. The last time I saw the super aircraft carrier, I was utterly exhilarated. I truly wished to board it. With your status, you can arrange that yourself. Zhou Quanmin chuckled. Forget it. I'm a landlubber. I wouldn't know what to do, Zhang Yuankai said as he stood to leave. Very well. Zhou Quanmin nodded and escorted him out. Once Zhang Yuankai departed, his assistant noticed Zhou Quanmin's smile quickly fade and inquired, Is something amiss? Old Zhang gets seasick, Zhou Quanmin replied. He used to feel nauseous at the mention of ships. Perhaps he is simply overly excited, the assistant suggested. Perhaps, Zhou Quanmin mused, rubbing his temples. Please summon the personnel from the economic zone. Understood. Lin Feng returned to the vast northwest desert. Having resolved to pursue this path, he knew that controlled nuclear fusion research must commence. You've arrived, Jiang Cheng said, sporting large dark circles under his eyes. Lin Feng noted the significant reduction in personnel. During his last visit, the area had been bustling with activity, but now it appeared sparse. Jiang Cheng rubbed his eye bags and remarked, We are preparing for the 108th experiment. Have you lost confidence? Lin Feng inquired. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes wide, asking, "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Rest assured," Jiang Cheng replied with a weary smile, "I am no longer a child." Lin Feng chuckled. Undoubtedly, the 108th experiment also ended in failure. That evening, in an effort to alleviate their spirits, Jiang Cheng declared a day off and organized a barbecue for the entire base. As Lin Feng and Jiang Cheng sat together, watching television while enjoying drinks and grilled food, Jiang Cheng said, "Do you know what solidified my determination?" "What was it?" "It was the shot you fired at Telly's." "That was not my doing," Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. "Without you, that shot would not have been possible." Jiang Cheng said sincerely, "I thought to myself, the person capable of firing that shot must possess discerning judgment." "Huh?" Lin Feng was astonished, then burst into laughter. Jiang Cheng joined in the laughter. At that moment, the television channel abruptly switched, and an urgent news report appeared on the screen. Latest international news: the United States, in conjunction with 18 other nations, has established the AO, A for America, O for other countries, organization to jointly develop controlled nuclear fusion. Simultaneously, the United States calls for and welcomes more nations to join. Chapter 61. Humans may deceive, but data never lies. When Lin Feng came across this piece of news, his brow furrowed in concern. Here it comes. The actions from the United States have begun. Previously, Lin Feng had contemplated various strategies from the American perspective, yet he had not anticipated such a ruthless move: the unveiling of controllable nuclear fusion. It is conceivable that controllable nuclear fusion represents a revolutionary transformation in energy, akin to the steam engine of yesteryears or the subsequent rise of oil and electrical industries. Should controllable nuclear fusion come to fruition, a monumental shift in the world would be inevitable. "We are under pressure," Jiang Cheng remarked as he set down the bottle. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The AO organization is undoubtedly targeting China, and with the allure of controllable nuclear fusion, countries will flock to join. In such a scenario, China would find itself completely isolated, becoming a solitary island amidst a vast continent. In the Bear Country, Emperor Rovsky observed the silent assembly before him, equally hesitant. In essence, it was a moment of choosing sides. Unlike other nations, Bear Country could not afford to casually align themselves with any faction. The Americans, once their greatest adversaries, remain so to this day. China, on the other hand, is seen as a strategic ally, albeit one fraught with historical grievances. "I believe we should refrain from joining," one legislator proposed. "Setting aside the fact that the Americans lack credibility, we are fundamentally incompatible with them. But are we truly aligned with China?" Another voice questioned. "Before us lies a promising opportunity for development, with ample funding and the chance to partake in the research of controllable nuclear fusion." The assembly fell silent, the pros and cons apparent to all. Unexpectedly, a member rose with conviction, exclaiming, "Once the Americans have dealt with them, we will be next. Do you comprehend the implications of controllable nuclear fusion?" Another joined in, equally fervent. Throughout history, nations that abstained from energy revolutions invariably suffered dire consequences. Have you forgotten the Qing dynasty? Once a global leader, yet where are they now? Amidst the ensuing fervor, the reality that falling behind invites conflict became evident. However, given the historical enmity between the Americans and Bear Country, it was clear that they would not find common ground anytime soon. After much deliberation, the assembly turned their gaze toward Emperor Rovsky, aware that the ultimate decision lay in his hands. Once, he had led Bear Country through its disintegration towards rejuvenation. While it was not the glory of days past, the nation was steadily regaining strength. After several hours of deliberation, the meeting was drawing to a close when Rovsky finally spoke. "All right." The room fell silent, all eyes on him. "What is your perspective, think tank?" He inquired of his chief advisor seated beside him. "Had it been during the peak of China's strength, I would advise against joining AO. For the Americans harbor insatiable ambitions and will inevitably turn against us," the chief strategist replied cautiously. "However, China recently underwent a transformation aimed at economic recovery and military industrialization. They're retracing the steps that led to our disintegration. Our predictions indicate that within 3 years, their economy will certainly collapse. Under the pressure from AO, At most, within a year, a murmur of disbelief swept through the conference room. In today's world, the consensus was clear: development is paramount. Can this assertion be trusted? Someone queried. Absolutely, the chief strategist affirmed. And what about their super aircraft carriers? Another interjected. My recommendation is to wait, the chief strategist smiled. Data is unfailing, and opportunities do not linger. Should we reject the Americans, we will undoubtedly face their isolation together. Trust me, our think tank evaluates matters solely through the lens of data, devoid of personal bias. In the Golden Dragon Hall of China, it was highly probable that the think tank of Bear Country would advocate for their participation in the AO organization. A young man in a suit and glasses stood respectfully before an elder. How is this probability calculated? The elder inquired. The young man replied, probability is derived from data. Humans may lie, but data remains steadfast. The elder chuckled. You think tank individuals are always fixated on data. Your father was no different. The young man smiled faintly. Do you still oppose the reforms? The elder pressed. Of course. Even with the advent of Tianzhou, I'm not even aware of its existence. The young man stated. The elder continued. So what brings you to me today? The construction of 3 large bases is absolutely untenable. Should they be built, our economy would collapse within a year, an irretrievable downfall, the young man asserted. What then do you propose? We must endure, much like Bear Country did, weathering a few years. The AO organization cannot be infallible, he responded. I will consider it, the elder concluded. Not merely consider. It is imperative, the young man insisted earnestly. Your father never taught me how to act, the elder remarked. The young man paused, straightened his posture, and bowed. That was not my intention. The elder waved him off. Go now. The person you wish to meet awaits you outside. I wish to meet someone? The young man was puzzled but bowed again before stepping outside. His name is Li Xiang, 29 years old, the chief strategist of China. His predecessor was his father, yet he did not ascend to this position through familial ties. Rather, he is a genuine analytical prodigy. He successfully navigated the financial crisis of 2008 and managed several subprime mortgage crises. His resume is far too extensive to encapsulate on a single sheet of paper. Upon exiting, he encountered 2 members of the Black Dragon Guard and another youthful figure. Li Xiang had already deduced that the elder intended for him to meet a certain enigmatic individual, the architect of Tianzhou, the initiator of reforms, and the proponent of the 3 major bases. After a long wait, he finally saw the person approach him. Lin Feng extended his hand. You, Li Xiang, chief strategist. He introduced himself slowly. Li Shiheng's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The person he anticipated meeting was supposed to be at least 40 years old. Where is the individual I was meant to meet? He questioned, still incredulous. Is I, Lin Feng replied. At this revelation, Li Shiheng's demeanor shifted. He glanced into the distance and spotted Su Chenxi, engrossed in a game by the flower bed. In that moment, he unequivocally recognized Lin Feng's identity. You wish to see me? Li Xiang inquired. Director Zhou instructed me to find you, Lin Feng stated, handing him a notebook. This contains the design blueprint for the first base. He requests that you conduct a reasonable data analysis and planning without significantly impacting the economy. Li Xiang frowned. I do not endorse this proposal. Lin Feng was taken aback. So, I will not undertake this task, Li Xiang swiftly declared. My responsibility is to maintain the stable development of the nation, not to engage in reckless reforms time and again. Lin Feng sighed, wiping his forehead. Apologies, Mr. Li Xiang, but I am not seeking your opinion. I am merely informing you. Li Xiang halted. Informing? Have I misheard? Once again, I heard Lin Feng's voice fading into the distance, declaring, you are not irreplaceable. Chapter 62. Mission accomplished. Controlled nuclear fusion. Look, Chen Haidong handed a report to Zhou Quanmin. Zhou glanced at it and laughed heartily. Lin Feng certainly has guts. And who is Li Xiang? A genius. A data genius. However, in Zhou's eyes, he possesses a significant flaw. He always places unwavering faith in data. In this era, trusting data is commendable. Yet, blind faith in it is unacceptable. If the older generation had entirely relied on data, dismissing miracles, this nation would not exist today. Surely, they won't be at odds, Chen Haidong remarked. That cannot happen. They are both pillars of a nation. I believe Lin Feng will disregard such matters. He simply has no time for them, Zhou Quanmin replied. Li Xiang, however, is different, Chen Haidong continued. As you know, his path has been remarkably smooth. Thus, he needs a reality check. You imply that. Lin Feng's assertions hold merit, that he is not irreplaceable? Zhou Quanmin mused, burying himself in work, adding, it is Lin Feng who is irreplaceable. In a residential building in Yanjing, a man sat leisurely sipping tea. Observing Li Xiang storming in, he paused momentarily, then smiled, choosing silence as he closed his eyes to savor his drink. His name was Li Xinzhong, Li Shiheng's father and the former head of the advisory group. This position, however, was demanding of one's energy. Typically, one served from ages 28 to 45. Beyond this age, retirement was mandatory, a tacit rule. After a while, the sound of Li Shiheng's curses reached him, yet Li Xinzhong remained unfazed. After a considerable time, hearing a table being struck, he finally rose and approached the door. Father, Li Xiang exclaimed upon hearing the knock, hastily concealing the documents on the table. Although Li Xinzhong was entitled to know, confidentiality remained paramount. Despite his anger, Li Xiang adhered to protocol. Troubled? Li Xinzhong asked, not glancing at the table. It seems someone has spoken ill of you. He disdains our advisory group. Let me guess, Li Xinzhong pondered. It must be the chief engineer from Tianzhou. Li Xiang paused, but was not taken aback. Li Xinzhong's intellect was exceptional, allowing him to deduce everything effortlessly. Indeed, Li Xiang nodded. Li Xinzhong did not inquire further about the individual. He simply asked, what did he say to you? Li Xiang recounted the details candidly. Upon hearing, Li Xinzhong erupted in laughter. Father, Li Xiang fumat. Li Xinzhong's mirth suddenly vanished as he coldly commanded, Xiang kneel. Li Xiang was perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Kneel, Li Xinzhong reiterated. I refuse, Li Xiang retorted, yet he ultimately complied and knelt. I cannot comprehend why this is necessary, he thought, remaining in that position until his father departed, casually informing his mother, do not prepare his dinner tonight. Hearing this, Li Shiheng's eyes reddened, yet he remained kneeling, his pen moving restlessly as he calculated the funding required to establish a base and the potential repercussions. However, he could not fathom why his typically benevolent father had resorted to such punitive measures. He was utterly confused about his wrongdoing. In the dark of the northwestern night, the air was thick with swirling sand. He had grown accustomed to this environment. It was not merely the harsh weather that weighed heavily upon him, but the burden on his shoulders. He had inquired through contacts that Lin Feng, under tremendous pressure, was tirelessly advocating for funding on his behalf. If it were anyone else, this experimental base would have long been shut down. After all, each experiment incurred substantial economic losses. What could possibly be amiss? Jiang Cheng pondered. All the data appears accurate, yet the final outcomes remain inconsistent. What does controllable truly mean? It signifies ensuring absolute safety. Levels 8 and 7 represent two distinct qualitative changes, all hinged on the notion of control. Achieving this is akin to leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Rising, Jiang Cheng decided to take a moment to smoke, gazing up at the swirling sand, stars, and moon, when suddenly, realization struck him. From the very beginning, I was mistaken, he thought, slapping his forehead. The term controllable does not imply force manipulation, but rather a natural process. The force of nature is the source of all existence. With newfound clarity, he rushed to the experimental base, where the guard staff looked on in surprise as he exclaimed, "Gather, everyone. They just finished their shifts. Hurry." As the weary team assembled, Jiang Cheng declared, "Remove all the latest machines. We shall revert to the older models." Confusion rippled through the crowd, and some were ready to voice their dissent. What nonsense is this at such an hour? However, out of respect for Jiang Cheng's authority, no one dared protest. His final words, however, ignited their spirits. "Everyone, just hold on a little longer. This is our final experiment. I implore you." Many felt a surge of emotion. The reason they had remained was not merely trust in Jiang Cheng, but their recognition of his unwavering effort. Energized, they began to follow his instructions. 3 hours later, a reactor was successfully prepared. Jiang Qing's breath quickened, and someone nearby voiced concern. Dr. Jiang, is this not too perilous? I have no retreat left, Xiao Su. Jiang Cheng replied. Xiao Su paused, and Jiang Cheng added, I cannot indefinitely rely on Lin Feng to shoulder this burden. As he spoke, Jiang Cheng shouted, ignition sequence initiated. Everyone evacuated to the radiation control room, silence enveloping them as they fixed their gazes on the elongated screen machine. Beep, buzz. The visuals displayed changes within the reactor. Controlled nuclear fusion refers to managing the speed and scale of nuclear fusion under specific conditions to achieve safe, sustained, and smooth energy output. Suddenly, the data surged dramatically, causing panic among the onlookers. Jiang Cheng's mental fortitude began to crumble, for this signified the end of his last attempt. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. He lost track of time until a voice broke through. Dr. Jiang. Xiao Su pushed him urgently. Jiang Qing opened his eyes to see Xiao Su ecstatically proclaiming, It's stabilized. It's stabilized. Wiping away his tears, Jiang Cheng turned to witness a transformation. The radiation control hall erupted in jubilant cheers. In Donghai City, Lin Feng lay fast asleep in his room, suddenly jolting awake. Ding. Hidden mission completed. Ding. Reward points. 800,000. Ding. Controlled nuclear fusion data has been issued. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy, leaping from his bed, exclaiming, Jiang Cheng, you truly are a genius. As he dressed, he passed through the hall where Su Chenxi, still slumbering on the sofa, murmured, Where are you going? Northwest. Lin Feng replied as he walked. Jiang Cheng has succeeded. Su Chenxi paused and rose as well, though her face was marked by confusion. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had been soundly asleep. How could he possibly know that the task in Jiangcheng, located in the northwest, had been completed? Chapter 63. Chief Advisor. As Lin Feng embarked on his journey to the vast northwest, Li Xiang remained kneeling in the study. His knees had turned crimson, yet he persisted in his supplication until the late hours of the night. It was then that Li Xinchong approached, observing his son's posture and remarking, It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. I believe I am in the right. In what aspect do you believe you are correct? May I articulate my thoughts? Li Xiang inquired. I have already consulted Minister Zhou, Li Xinchong replied. Exhaling deeply, Li Xiang stated, I think the other party knows nothing. They merely constructed a Tianzhou one. Each field has its specialists, and in this regard, we are the experts. Upon hearing this, Li Xinchong's expression turned grave. So, I'm tempted to give you a sound thrashing. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Li Xiang was taken aback. Is it merely the construction of a Tianzhou one? Li Xinchong's voice rose in agitation. Do you comprehend what Tianzhou one signifies? Yet, it has also brought considerable troubles to Huaxia. Are you suggesting that we should cower and hide forever? Li Xiang kuntarat. No, it is simply that the time has not yet arrived. We are not yet prepared to confront the likes of old me. When will that time come? Someday. We shall be ready, Li Xiang asserted. You are truly beyond redemption. Li Xinchong bellowed. What is there to fear in poverty? When Mr. Liu Sun abandoned medicine for literature, it was because he came to realize that the dignity of a nation outweighs all else. A nation may endure poverty, but once dignity is lost, everything is lost. Our Huaxia has never lacked for passionate sons. Li Xiang stood there, stunned. Li Xinchong continued. He spoke truthfully. You are not irreplaceable. Do you genuinely believe you are the finest among your peers? No, you are not. You cannot compare to those young men in the military or those in ordinary jobs. The so-called think tank is merely a job. You are not indispensable, but they are. When the day of great peril arrives, it will not be your data or your pen that saves them, but the rockets and cannons they have created. With that, Li Xinchong rose and declared, Resign. You have forfeited your position as chief advisor. Upon Lin Feng's arrival in the northwest, the dawn was just breaking. Jiang Cheng was taken aback at the sight of Lin Feng. What brings you here? He asked in surprise. Why? Is it not customary to notify me? Lin Feng replied, observing the reveling crowd with a smile. Of course not, Jiang Cheng responded. It was simply late at night, and I did not think to. Jiang Cheng contemplated asking Lin Feng how he learned of the gathering, but thought better of it. Instead, he joyfully led Lin Feng to the machinery, enthusiastically detailing the reactor status for nearly half an hour, until his throat grew parched. Yet Lin Feng listened quietly, and upon concluding, he turned to Su Chenxi and said, "I require the area to be clear of personnel within 100 meters." "Understood," Su Chenxi replied succinctly before stepping outside. Jiang Cheng paused, puzzled by Lin Feng's intentions. Was he planning something sinister? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng produced a substantial amount of documents from his briefcase and handed them to him. "What is this?" Jiang Cheng inquired. "Peruse it, and if you have questions, ask me," Lin Feng instructed. As Jiang Cheng's eyes scanned the documents, he found himself immobilized upon encountering the term controlled nuclear fusion. This is... He quickly flipped through the pages. Level 1. Level 2. Level 10. How is this possible? He turned to Lin Feng, astonished, struggling to find words. "Are you testing me, Chief Lin?" Jiang Cheng asked, surprisingly pleased rather than angry. "Well, in a sense," Lin Feng admitted, secretly relieved that Jiang Cheng had provided an excuse for him. "I understand," Jiang Cheng replied earnestly. "This credit will be theirs." On the third day, Lin Feng appeared in Yanjing. Having acquired controlled nuclear fusion technology, the project must commence without delay, as its potential for transformation was immense. However, before meeting with Zhou Quanmin, he encountered two individuals, Li Xinchong and Li Xiang. "Greetings, I am Li Xinchong," he introduced himself, extending a hand. Lin Feng regarded him with confusion. "Please forgive my son's previous indiscretions," Li Xinchong said respectfully. Lin Feng glanced at Li Xiang, who was reluctantly bowing his head. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "No offense taken. I am now in charge of the think tank. For any subsequent matters, feel free to approach me." "Akshayin," Li Xinchong responded. As they walked, Lin Feng gestured, "Frankly, I do not mind your attitude, but the nation requires time." Upon hearing this, Li Xinchong contemplated reprimanding his son once more. "Look how considerate Lin Feng is," he thought. "I have calculated the budget and overall plan," Li Xinchong stated. Lin Feng accepted the documents, glancing over them. "What would the cost be if we were to utilize traditional energy sources? Constructing an intelligent city would require approximately 300 billion yuan, which is precedence abroad. Based on this budget, building such a base would likely range from 2 trillion to 3 trillion Huaxia yuan. Additionally, routine maintenance and energy recycling would likely approach 200 billion Huaxia yuan annually." Pausing, Li Xinchong remarked, "In terms of construction costs, that is exorbitant." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "Let's discuss this further inside." In the National Affairs Hall, Zhou Quanmin had been awaiting their arrival. When Lin Feng leaned in to whisper something in Zhou's ear, the latter's pupils widened in shock. He then instructed the Li father and son, "You may leave." At that moment, both men paused. Li Xinchong quickly nodded and walked toward the exit, while Li Xiang felt somewhat displeased, believing there was much he ought to know. However, Li Xinchong's stern voice echoed once more. "If there are matters I'm unaware of, they must be classified as SSS secrets." "SSS secrets?" Li Xiang thought, astonished at the gravity of the information potentially at hand. Chapter 64. The Vengeance Plan of Mike Arthur. Is this truly the case? Zhou Qiuanmin's expression could only be described as frenzied. Controlled nuclear fusion. Could it genuinely be realized? Although Lin Feng had previously assured him with unwavering confidence. The pursuit of controlled nuclear fusion had persisted for many years, consuming vast amounts of resources, yet still yielding no results. Was it not merely at the 8th level? Zhou Quanmin inquired. "No, it encompasses all technologies," Lin Feng replied. "Hence, I seek your approval. Moreover, the construction of the base can be postponed. Once controlled nuclear fusion becomes viable, the costs associated with building the base will be significantly diminished." "Very well," Zhou Quanmin nodded with satisfaction, scarcely glancing at the documentation before signing it. Just as Lin Feng was gathering the papers, Li Xinzong and another individual entered. The four of them took their seats, and Zhou Quanmin posed a question to Li Xinzong. "What is your perspective on the AO organization?" "The AO organization is formidable. Over the years, many nations have aimed to extricate themselves from the control of the United States. This time, the U.S. has invested heavily, which may lead to a scenario where numerous countries, driven by their own interests, might willingly acquiesce and concede more to the U.S. In truth, they cannot dominate every nation, Zhou Quanmin stated. They need not do so. On Blue Star, weaker nations possess no standing and lack the right to voice their opinions. They merely need to manipulate the great powers, Li Xinzong remarked. A brief silence ensued before Li Xinzong continued. From my understanding of the United States, retaliatory actions are imminent. Furthermore, Lin Feng, you must exercise caution. At True Pig Island, one of the most crucial military bases of the United States in the Pacific, a significant military presence of warships, aircraft carriers, and soldiers is stationed. At this very moment, a clandestine transaction is underway. Initially, Country D opposed joining the U.S. alliance, as its development had been quite promising over the years, and China remained their primary trading partner. However, with the United States leveraging controlled nuclear fusion as a bargaining chip, Country D found itself compelled to join. Presently, the representative from Country D is about to present them with the transaction data from their last dealings with China. This data includes certain satellite technologies from China, coordinates, as well as the precise location and defensive capabilities of the beta system. That will be all, the representative from Country D stated. We understand, Lanceport replied, accepting the data with a smile. In comparison to controlled nuclear fusion, what significance do these items hold? The representative from Country D smiled in return. Lanceport's assertion was indeed valid. Controlled nuclear fusion represents technologies akin to those of planetary civilizations. Should they truly engage in this endeavor, the limitations of human civilization would extend far beyond Blue Star. However, what do you intend to do with this? The representative from Country D inquired. Are you genuinely curious? Lanceport asked. The representative from Country D chuckled awkwardly, only to hear Lanceport continue. Rest assured, you will soon find out. With that, Lanceport swiftly exited. 10 minutes later, the data arrived at a space base in the western United States. Simultaneously, a secret plan was officially set in motion. This plan was named the Vengeance Plan of Mike Arthur. At the eastern space base, Yang sat, gazing at a massive apparatus in the distance. This constituted the primary component of the Sky Sword. Now, over 100 days had elapsed, and the Sky Sword was nearing its final assembly phase. At this juncture, it was essential to confirm several details, such as the time and location. According to Lin Feng's design, the launch of the Sky Sword would be unaffected by weather conditions or geographical constraints. Nonetheless, out of prudence, Yang had decided to select a day with favorable weather and high visibility. The second and most crucial aspect was the flight trajectory. Every satellite or object orbiting Blue Star follows a designated path. This trajectory is of utmost importance. Not only must it avoid collisions, but its propulsion must also be meticulously designed. The Sky Sword's apparatus is remarkably unique, providing an overview of the entire Blue Star. This is unprecedented, thus necessitating extreme caution in selecting this trajectory. As Lin Feng approached, Yang promptly rose and stated, "We are prepared." Yang felt this way naturally, for the development costs of the Sky Sword were merely 1% of those of the beta system. What does this signify? It is worth noting that space-based weaponry far surpasses the Beidou system in sophistication, complete with an integrated positioning system. Otherwise, they would not have been willing to sell beta data and information directly to Country D. There are indeed numerous objects orbiting Blue Star, Lin Feng remarked as he surveyed the scene. Throughout the years, every nation has sought to stake its claim in space, leading even the most inconsequential entities to launch their own endeavors. Shall we commence the simulation now? The technicians are ready. The technicians press the switch. Beep, beep, beep. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A brilliant flame shot upwards on the screen, subsequently initiating a search. Scanning of the Blue Star region commenced. Scanning of outer space orbital frequencies began. Gravitational calculations commenced. Lin Feng observed as the light points leapt thousands of times before beginning to condense. Locking onto the final position. Beep, beep, beep. Locking completed. Starfield coordinates. G1430. As the words fell, an air of peculiarity enveloped the entire hall. Has an error occurred? Someone inquired. Lin Feng, intrigued, asked. Is there an issue with this star mark? What? The moon, Yang began. This star mark is unsuitable for satellite launches, not solely due to tidal forces, but also owing to the gravitational effects between the moon and blue star. Then let us simulate once more, Lin Feng stated. He too was not well versed in these matters. Subsequently, the staff initiated another simulation. However, time and again, even after the sixth attempt, the result remained G1430. What is your perspective? Yang asked. The sky sword can undoubtedly disregard such factors. I am more curious as to why this location is deemed the most suitable, Lin Feng replied, gazing up at the moon in the sky. Yang remained silent. The starry sky is shrouded in mystery. It is also a realm that humanity holds in reverence, for at present, humankind has yet to possess the capacity to traverse the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 65. The first lottery after deliberating for 30 minutes. Lin Feng ultimately decided to proceed with the launch according to the designated star mark. When shall we set the specific launch date? He inquired. 1 month from now, Yang responded. The assembly will take approximately 25 days. Lin Feng nodded, saying, There's no rush. It's not like we're dealing with an aircraft carrier. Indeed, Yang replied with a wry smile. My impatience is understandable, considering this is a historic moment. In truth, it was not just Yang who felt this way. Everyone at the base shared his eagerness, especially after witnessing the might of the super aircraft carrier crafted by Lin Feng. Their anticipation for the Sky Sword had only intensified. Meanwhile, as Yang and his team prepared for the final stages of the space-based weapon, a plan was underway at a launch facility in the western United States. Before them lay 7 massive missiles, the latest development in U.S. surface-to-air missile technology designed to target objects in space. For years, nations like China, Russia, and the U.S. had proclaimed their capability to intercept space-based targets, yet few had succeeded in actual practice. This missile had been in development since 2008 and was finally completed after over a decade of research. Initially named the Ross cruise missile, it was rebranded just yesterday as the Teles missile, a name bestowed by military leaders in the U.S. to honor the sunken Teles in the South Sea and to seek vengeance. The MacArthur Revenge Plan aimed to eliminate the 7 primary satellites of the Beta system, a means to express the anger of the United States and uphold its dignity. Whether this would provoke China was never a consideration. The Teles missile was distinct from its predecessors, boasting a flight speed twice that of traditional missiles and claiming to evade all missile defense systems with remarkable stealth. In essence, neither the Beidou, GPS, nor Galileo systems could accurately detect its position, meaning that even if it were launched, China would be unable to find conclusive evidence. General Plosin, a military leader, chuckled to himself. He and MacArthur had once been close allies, and he felt compelled to fulfill this vendetta. Lanceport naturally supported the plan, even harboring a sense of anticipation. The South Sea exercises had indeed been a misstep for them, but if they could successfully strike the enemy's satellites without leaving evidence, China would be left to swallow its losses silently. When can we execute the plan? Lanceport inquired. In 48 days, Plosin replied grimly. We only need 48 days. Lin Feng, enjoying a rare moment of respite, reflected on the substantial number of points he had accumulated. Thanks to several television appearances, he had garnered over 1 million points, in addition to rewards from various tasks. Gradually, he had amassed 8 million points, an impressive sum. Considering how to utilize these points, Lin Feng found little allure in Tier 2 weapons, especially after acquiring controllable nuclear fusion technology. His aspirations had grown larger. Space-based weapons ensured the safety of outer space. Super fighter jets secured aerial domains, and super aircraft carriers protected maritime territories. However, the land weaponry remained a pressing concern, exacerbated by the significant depletion of resources over nearly 100 days. In simple terms, while the quality of life could still be compared to previous times, many realized that once these resources were exhausted, the nation's economy would regress. It seemed that conflict between the two nations was inevitable. Lin Feng scratched his head, understanding that without the might of force to break through these challenges, they would find themselves ensnared in societal turmoil. Searching through the system, Lin Feng discovered a lack of mecha-type equipment. Frustrated, he scoured the options available. While there were indeed numerous Tier 2 weapons, none matched his desires. His goal was to acquire something suitable for rapid combat that possessed great power. Mechas would have been ideal, yet no such options existed in Tier 2. As he pondered, Lin Feng's attention was suddenly drawn to a selection within the firearms category, a super sniper cannon. Intrigued, he examined it closely. This sniper cannon, unlike other Tier 2 weapons, emanated a shimmering red light. Its description read, a lightweight, easily portable weapon. Lin Feng's interest piqued, and upon discovering a video demonstration, he was instantly captivated. Outside, Su Chenxi could only hear Lin Feng exclaiming, "What on earth is this? You call this a lightweight weapon?" 8 million points? Done, Lin Feng declared, exhilarated. Though costly, the effectiveness was truly outstanding. However, he remained curious about the reason behind its red glow. Just as he exchanged for the super sniper cannon, the system chimed again, ding. You have exchanged for the super sniper cannon, Tier 2 blueprint. Ding. Your point expenditure has reached 5 million. Ding. You have earned a lottery opportunity. Ding. Would you like to draw? Such a considerate feature. Lin Feng initially thought no one would refuse a free lottery. But upon hearing this, he felt tempted. A 10 refund. Points were hard to come by, and he had sworn never to engage in gambling or illicit activities. Yet, could point lotteries truly be considered gambling? With a grin, he readily opted for the lottery. Although parting with 500,000 points stung, what if there were valuable items among the prizes? As the words left his lips, the system glimmered, and the lottery options began to materialize before him. Thank you for your patronage. 50 chance, Black Star Missile, 30, allegedly capable of inflicting planetary-level destruction. Super Mixed Blood Beauty, 19. 9, average abilities but strikingly beautiful. At this point, Lin Feng felt something amiss. Why was the system's probability skewed in such a manner? The Black Star Missile was of interstellar caliber, yet it was overshadowed by the allure of a mere beauty. Hidden reward, 0. 1. A hidden reward, nearly unattainable for the average individual, with an exceedingly low probability. Lin Feng was speechless, thinking to himself that the system was truly absurd, even offering a 0. 1 probability. It seemed he was destined to see his 500,000 points vanish without a trace. Sighing, he reflected on probability theory. The likelihood of receiving either the thank you for your patronage or mixed blood beauty was nearly 70, while the Black Star Missile's odds stood at 30. A 7-to-3 ratio left little room for optimism. As for the hidden reward, Lin Feng had walked this path long enough to know that he had never stumbled upon a penny, let alone possessing such luck. Chapter 66, Hidden Rewards, Evolvable Mecha. The lottery begins. Lin Feng pressed the lottery button, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Though he was acutely aware that luck was not on his side, the gambler's instinct compelled him to hope. As the wheel spun at dizzying speed, Lin Feng struggled to focus until, after several revolutions, the motion slowed considerably. He fixated intently on the Black Star Missile, believing it would be a commendable prize. As the wheel neared a standstill, Lin Feng noticed that the pointer seemed destined to land on the mixed blood beauty segment. I'm not a lecherous man, he mused. Just as his thoughts wandered, the pointer abruptly halted. Lin Feng felt disheartened. Indeed, it pointed to the mixed blood beauty. Well, it's not the worst option, he thought, only to be interrupted by the system's celebratory chime, reminiscent of fireworks. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a hidden reward. Lin Feng paused, squinting to discern the details with his exceptional vision. To his astonishment, the pointer had barely deviated towards the last hidden reward option, but the shift was so minimal that it obscured the entry. Can this even be possible? Lin Feng, typically composed, could not suppress an exclamation. He read the description of the hidden reward, generally unattainable by ordinary individuals. Overjoyed, Lin Feng reflected, I haven't been in a class since kindergarten. Indeed, those in the first class are not particularly fortunate. His heart raced at the thought of what the system's hidden reward might be. In his mind, the system was extraordinarily powerful, and anything deemed a hidden reward must be extraordinary. As he pondered, the system chimed again, ding. Acquired mecha, true damage. True damage. Lin Feng was taken aback. Who would bestow such a name? Typically, mechas bore grandiose titles, akin to Optimus Prime. He scrutinized the description, which stated, an unassuming yet extraordinary mecha capable of evolution, possessing formidable defense-breaking power. The higher the evolution level, the greater its penetrative capability. A work of super technology, origin unknown. Current level 1. Possessing basic stealth capabilities, activated by thought, equipped with weapon, super revolver. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. The description seemed almost devoid of substance. After familiarizing himself, he discovered it could indeed be activated by thought. A faint red glow emerged, accompanied by flickering numbers. The mecha was undeniably advanced. Lin Feng felt a sense of awe. His perceptions were still tethered to the material realm, yet this mecha clearly transcended physicality. As he glanced at his left hand, a revolver materialized before him. Being a level 1 creation, the mecha was sophisticated, yet the revolver felt somewhat lacking. With a sigh, Lin Feng raised the revolver, contemplating its obsolescence, a relic from the previous century. He mused, what enhancement could a mere super designation bring to such an antiquated weapon? Setting aside the revolver, he eagerly examined the mecha and inquired, System, how does one upgrade this mecha? Ding. Conditions for purchase upgrades will manifest as tasks or through the shop. Lin Feng felt reassured. In his current state, he lacked sufficient points for upgrades anyway. He subsequently spent some points to enhance his attributes before dialing Zhou Quanmin. What is up? It's late, Zhou Quanmin answered. Are you interested in a project? Lin Feng smiled. Zhou's interest piqued. He replied, what kind of project? A sniper cannon. What on earth is that? No need to worry about the specifics. It's the most cost-effective option available. All right then, let us proceed. Zhou Quanmin was elated, donning his clothes, knowing that sleep would elude him tonight. In the Black Palace, the AO member nations had now reached 33. Lansport stood before Smith Plank, delivering a report. There are 55 nations awaiting approval. Smith Plank's expression brightened at this news. The AOS original intention was to isolate Huaxia, and if the supply chain were entirely severed. Predictions indicated Huaxia would not endure for more than a year. These 33 nations maintained close ties with Huaxia and were all major powers. If they refused cooperation, sanctions would be imposed upon them as well, Smith Plank asserted. This posed a significant disadvantage for them, as the Bear possessed vast resources, while Huaxia boasted a comprehensive industrial system. If the Bear abstained from participation, Huaxia could likely endure for 5 to 10 years. However, the AO organization could not sustain itself for such an extended period, as it was predicated on American interests. Should time exceed 5 years, the consequences would be dire. Lansport noted, they fear that once we have dealt with Huaxia, we may turn our attention towards them. As he spoke, an assistant rushed in. What is it? The Bear's ambassador, Yevsky, requests an audience. The two exchanged glances, hopeful that a late-night visit heralded favorable news. Minutes later, Yevsky took his seat and stated immediately, the Emperor has made it clear. He does not trust you. Smith Plank and Lansport frowned. 2 trillion must be settled within a year, and from tomorrow, the blockade against us must be lifted, Yevsky insisted. The two exchanged glances of delight, responding, no problem. Smith Plank then stood, saying, please convey my regards to the Emperor. Certainly, Yevsky replied before departing. He knew he had much to accomplish. Tomorrow would herald a monumental shift in the world. Should the Bear join the AO organization, Huaxia would face irreparable ruin, with no hope of resurgence. Impressive, Qian Yonyuan remarked, examining the blueprints Lin Feng presented. Lin Feng, curious, asked, aren't you supposed to be outfitting aircraft carriers with heavy artillery? What does this concern you? Anything related to firepower is within my purview, Qian Yonyuan replied with a grin, perusing the super sniper cannon blueprints. However, this design appears remarkably lightweight. Can its recoil truly be manageable? Chapter 67. My country needs me, do you not believe me? Lin Feng inquired. Of course not, Qian Yonyuan hastily replied. I am merely curious. Perhaps Newton could not manage it, Lin Feng remarked. Qian Yonyuan laughed heartily, fully aware that Lin Feng was jesting. Rest assured, this endeavor is not akin to aircraft carriers. It will be completed swiftly. Lin Feng nodded. In a significant announcement, the Emperor of the Bear Nation, Rovsky, declared its entry into the AO organization, simultaneously severing diplomatic ties with Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a weight in his heart. Li Xiang's prediction had come true. The Bear Nation could not resist temptation and had indeed joined the AO organization. This was a grievous blow to Huaxia. Historically, the two nations had maintained close relations, united by a common adversary. Furthermore, their resources complemented each other perfectly. Following this news, another report surfaced. The American White House expressed its welcome to the Bear Nation's accession to the AO organization and announced the lifting of all economic sanctions against it. Additionally, the U.S. stated it would revitalize the global structure, transforming India into a world factory while making substantial investments in the Bear Nation. This latter announcement bore little significance, essentially serving as an empty promise from the U.S. Lin Feng settled into his seat, wide awake, when suddenly Li Xinqiang's call came through. It has begun. How much time do you require me to secure for you? How much time can you obtain? Half a year, or at most, a year, Li Xinqiang responded. A year. Lin Feng contemplated, then asked, do you believe me? No, Li Xinqiang admitted, for data analysis suggested is fundamentally implausible. However, he smiled, adding, I believe in miracles. With that, he ended the call. Li Xiang, sitting nearby, was taken aback. How could a 29-year-old not believe in miracles while his aging father still did? The Bear Nation's announcement sent ripples of shock across the globe. This development truly unsettled many countries. Indeed, the allies Huaxia had painstakingly cultivated were likely to dissolve. The allure of controlled nuclear fusion was simply too potent. Alas, the decline of Huaxia seemed inevitable. Online discussion érupted. The Bear Nation's admission effectively delivered a final blow to Huaxia. In truth, if Huaxia and the Bear Nation had united, many nations would not have wavered. However, once the Bear Nation withdrew, Huaxia would inevitably stand alone. At this moment in Yanjing, Zhou Quanmin was presiding over a high-level meeting. Following the Bear Nation's announcement, over 20 countries declared the cessation of diplomatic relations with them. They were acutely aware that a national crisis was upon them. The simultaneous severance of ties by so many nations would undoubtedly pose a problem for resources. Indeed, our resources could sustain us for another year. The Minister of Economic Affairs stated, but the primary concern is the unrest among the populace, he continued, and many nodded in agreement. Social turmoil was their greatest fear. According to statistics, a significant number of individuals were attempting to flee abroad, particularly the affluent, fearing that life in Huaxia would soon become unbearable. The customs authorities are currently working tirelessly to impose a blockade, the Minister of Customs remarked, but if this situation persists, I fear it may incite riots. Additionally, there were concerns from urban management officials regarding widespread unemployment. Essentially, the meeting consisted of a single speaker while all others listened intently. Zhou Quanmin, Li Xinqiang, and Li Xiang remained silent throughout. Xiang, what is your perspective? Li Xinqiang suddenly asked. Li Xiang paused, surprised that he was called upon to contribute, considering he had been stripped of his position as chief advisor. He exhaled. Deep down, he remained perplexed as to why everyone supported Lin Feng's proposal. Yet, Li Xiang was a man of resolve. He was determined to address the issues at hand because he loved his country, just as his father did. He stood up and declared, "Open the customs. Anyone wishing to leave is free to do so." A hush fell over the room. This would result in a significant brain drain, someone voiced concern. And funding, another added. We are essentially entering an era of planned economy. Thus, an influx of talent and capital is futile. Li Xiang replied earnestly, forcibly retaining these individuals, whose hearts are not in this country, will only lead to destruction. I concur. Li Xinqiang raised his hand in agreement, regarding Li Xiang with appreciation. His decision to revoke Li Shiheng's power was not due to a lack of capability. Rather, he believed he needed some restraint. Moreover, we must instill in them sufficient confidence and fortitude, Li Xiang continued. Through the media, we must vigorously proclaim that this is the most trying time for our nation and our people. However, we have not yet lost. Our forebears stood tall, even under the oppression of powerful nations. We too shall prevail. As his words resonated, the room erupted in applause. After the meeting, Zhou Quanmin convened a press conference to announce the lifting of restrictions. The societal reaction was immediate and tumultuous. Indeed, following the lifting of restrictions, a multitude of people, predominantly businessmen, hastened to leave the country. Concurrently, the economic sector announced a suspension of the stock market, with no set date for its resumption. Finally, major media platforms began patriotic campaigns. In such an environment, societal unrest intensified. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a dedicated group began to strengthen their resolve. In city, a bespectacled Chinese expatriate sat on a sofa, watching the flickering news on the screen. According to statistics, Huaxia has lost a significant number of businessmen, scientists, and talents, exceeding 10 million. It was evident that this represented a catastrophe for Huaxia. Among those listed were their wealthiest individuals. Practically all of the top 10 tycoons had fled. The demise of Huaxia seemed a foregone conclusion. In response, several nations announced the opening of their ports, welcoming these individuals. The man, Yi Shuesen, frowned deeply at this news. A graduate of the prestigious Trust University in the United States, he was renowned for his intelligence and talent. As he furrowed his brow, his wife approached and asked, "What are you reading?" "It is because the domestic research environment was so distorted back then," Yi Shuesen replied. "Does that mean that now, with society so tumultuous, there will be a better environment?" His wife inquired. "Certainly not," Yi Shuesen responded earnestly, "but my country needs me now." Chapter 68. The completion of space-based weapons in a society rife with turmoil. One individual finds immense joy. Zhang Yuankai. It is evident that he has aided the United States in uncovering the mastermind behind the chaos. Yet, how does one go about this search? Under ordinary circumstances, opportunities would elude him, but with the current upheaval and rampant movement of people, a chance has presented itself. Zhang Yuankai understands that his moment has arrived. The person he seeks undoubtedly resides in Yinjing. On the very day he sets off, two significant events unfold across the Pacific. First, the Tellus missile has been fully assembled and awaits its final launch. Are you prepared? Yi, his mentor Charles, gazes at Yi Shuesen in confusion. He has departed, taking his wife with him. From now on, you will be responsible for the security of the Eastern District Research Base, Zhou Quanmin informs him. I recall that the Eastern District was merely tasked with ordinary production lines. When did it necessitate such a vast military presence for order maintenance? Zhang Yuankai laughs, keenly discerning the absurdity of the situation. The Eastern Military District has never been highly confidential, and the research area is of a standard classification. You need not concern yourself with that, Zhou Quanmin replies. Your duty is to ensure its safety. Zhang Yuankai acknowledges this, and the following day, he exchanges positions with the former security chief, Qin District Director. During the handover, Zhang Yuankai probes Qin District Director, yet the latter merely smiles, saying nothing. Zhang Yuankai refrains from pressing further and begins his role overseeing security. It becomes apparent that, apart from the military zone's outer perimeter, there exists an additional layer of protection managed by the National Security Bureau. This revelation piques Zhang Yuankai's curiosity. Could it be that, beyond the super aircraft carriers, there lies an even grander project? In his current state, Zhang Yuankai is unconcerned about leaking state secrets. Survival is his sole priority. This mirrors his past sentiments. After observing for several days, he identifies a key figure, young and a leading authority in the realm of space. Zhang Yuankai surmises that the project is indeed related to space. One day, he encounters two familiar faces, the bureau chief and Lin Feng. The bureau chief, a notorious fraud recognized across the internet, and Lin Feng, a privileged individual with an untraceable background. What brings the Bureau of Deception here? Zhang Yuankai wonders. He is acquainted with the bureau chief, having collaborated in the past. I advise you to remain silent upon entry. Otherwise, you may find yourself excluded next time. Lin Feng cautions earnestly. The bureau chief furrows his brow in irritation. Were it not for his eagerness to witness the space-based weapons appearance, he would not tolerate such indignity. At this moment, Zhang Yuankai approaches, greeting warmly, "Old Zhang, it has been a while." "Ah, old Zhang." The bureau chief chuckles heartily. "What a surprise to see you." "I just transferred here," Zhang Yuankai replies. He glances at Lin Feng as the bureau chief introduces him. "Allow me to present my apprentice, Lin Feng. I'm aware." Zhang Yuankai responds with a smile, a promising young talent. Lin Feng smiles, but shows little interest in their conversation. After a while, Lin Feng glances at the time and declares it's time to go. Zhang Yuankai refrains from inquiring about the bureau chief's purpose for being there. However, he cannot help but analyze the situation. The Bureau of Deception exists to mislead others and conceal grand projects. Thus, it is almost certain that something monumental is hidden within. This realization invigorates Zhang Yuankai. He raises his gaze to see Yang and approaching them, which prompts further speculation. The project must be nearing completion and preparing for deployment. Otherwise, Yang would not personally welcome these two eloquent individuals. In truth, Lin Feng and his companions are indeed present for the final assembly ceremony of the Tianjin. Interestingly, the base is prepared a screw specifically for Lin Feng to fasten. Upon entering, applause erupts. Lin Feng and the bureau chief behold the fully assembled Tianjin. However, it resembles not a sword but a crystalline, diamond-shaped orb. Observing from all angles, it is difficult to perceive it as an offensive weapon. Where's the promised space-based artillery? The bureau chief inquires, puzzled. Laughter ensues. The bureau chief, unperturbed, acknowledges his lack of understanding and seeks clarification. "So if I stand here, you can strike me with precision if given the coordinates?" The bureau chief exclaims in astonishment. "Indeed," Yang replies with a smile. The bureau chief, awestruck, gazes at the beautiful machine before him, exclaiming, "Space-based weapons are truly terrifying." Yang then turns to Lin Feng, saying, "Chief Lin, please." Lin Feng looks over to see a group of individuals lined up, awaiting his arrival. In reality, turning the screw merely involves pressing a switch, causing it to fasten automatically. He gently presses the button, and the machine whirs to life. All eyes are fixated on that solitary screw. With a definitive click, the Tianjin space-based artillery is officially complete. A significant portion of the staff is moved to tears. While Yang expresses his anticipation, "I can hardly wait to test its power." Olmi has always dared to use soft tactics against us, but has never mustered the courage to strike back, for decades ago. They tasted defeat. Chapter 69, Execution Plan. MacArthur, after a brief silence, Yang spoke. "Since it's complete, prepare for launch." "Huh? Just like that?" The commander paused, incredulous. "Why not?" Yang replied, puzzled. "Aren't you supposed to make some preparations, like checking the weather or establishing a no-fly zone?" The commander inquired. "Ah, it seems you possess some knowledge after all," leader Lin Feng teased. "Enough of that." The commander turned to Yang and asked, "Am I wrong?" Yang smiled and said, "Chief Lin's technology can easily overcome these concerns." The commander regarded Lin Feng with newfound admiration as they stepped outside to witness the rocket being readied for launch. "In order to avoid drawing attention, we chose the most ordinary rocket," Yang explained. Lin Feng nodded. The Tianjin possesses remarkable flight capabilities. It can even navigate autonomously. In the next moment, Yang addressed the launch team. "Prepare for launch." "Understood." Commencing preparations. "Loading. Fuel is ready." Testing rocket data. Rocket data is normal, a total of 3 stages. Requesting launch command. Upon hearing this, Yang turned to Lin Feng, who gazed up at the Tianjin loaded onto the rocket and then solemnly declared, "Launch permitted." Tianjin. "Yes. Launch." Group 1 received. Group 2 received. Initiating ignition countdown. 10. 1. Ignition. Boom. With a thunderous roar, countless staff members below were moved to tears. The Tianjin was a 3S level project, classified as top secret. Thus, even the launch was conducted with utmost discretion. It could be said that, barring any future conflicts, the Tianjin might remain shrouded in secrecy, and those involved in its research might never be known to the outside world. Lin Feng also raised his head, watching the Tianjin ascend slowly, until it became a mere speck in the sky. First cosmic velocity, second cosmic velocity, entering space. Everyone fixated on the screen, counting down 20 minutes for the rocket to reach the G1430 marker. Under the gaze of all, the spherical Tianjin landed steadily on the G1430 marker. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. It succeeded. It succeeded. Many embraced one another, and yawned and shed tears as Lin Feng patted his shoulder, while the commander remained in a state of bewilderment. Is it really that simple? Isn't a space-based weapon supposed to be a sci-fi fantasy? How could it succeed without any complications? Outside the gate, Zhang Yuankai, smoking a cigarette, suddenly heard a loud boom. Rushing outside, he saw the rocket soaring into the sky. What is this? Zhang Yuankai, lacking understanding of technology, felt an instinctive pull, sensing it might be what he had been searching for. Without a second thought, he pulled out his phone and captured a photograph. Simultaneously, he opened his computer, entered a website, and sent both the text and image. Upon completing these tasks, Zhang Yuankai exhaled, a sense of unease creeping in. Was it the anxiety of betraying his country, or something else? He wasn't quite sure, but he anticipated a surprise from the United States. If they could overlook him because of this, that would be ideal. Just then, footsteps approached. Zhang Yuankai quickly shut his computer and saw the commander and Lin Feng standing outside. Finished? Zhang Yuankai inquired. Yes, we're ready to leave, the commander replied. Zhang Yuankai greeted the commander, saying, No tea before you go? Next time for sure, the commander smiled. Lin Feng also exchanged pleasantries before they departed. Once they were out of earshot, the commander remarked, Zhang Yuankai seems much more enthusiastic than before. Was he not like this previously? Lin Feng asked, surprised. Indeed, the commander replied. He tends to be rather aloof. Perhaps the solitude in the western region has affected him. That's for certain. The National Security Bureau has its reasons for existing, the commander continued. Don't be misled by how amiable Chun Haidong appears. I assure you, he operates with utmost secrecy and is quite ruthless. If it weren't for your intervention last time, I might have lost a few pounds before making it out. Then I suppose I'm your savior, yet your demeanor towards me remains so ungracious, Lin Feng retorted. Enough with the interruptions, the commander rolled his eyes. In any case, never underestimate anyone. Those who reach high positions are never simple. And what about you? Lin Feng quipped. Me? The commander pondered, then patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, I have you, my exceptional disciple. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in disdain and quickened his pace. Where are you off to? I'm going to find Academician Qian. Lin Feng waved and walked away. You little rascal, the commander chuckled helplessly, straightening up and making his exit. His words held truth. He too was no ordinary figure anymore. All thanks to his prodigious disciple. At the Western Space Base in the United States, the sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds. Lanceport and the base commander, Pro-Sun, stood together, gazing upward. They were not observing the heavens, but rather the 7 missiles before them. Such splendid weather, Pro-Sun remarked. This kind of weather is perfect for killing, Lanceport replied. They both laughed, and Lanceport stood tall, addressing Pro-Sun, Colonel Pro-Sun. Present, Pro-Sun immediately assumed a military stance. Classified document number 98565. You are hereby granted operational authority to execute Plan MacArthur. Understood. Pro-Sun eagerly accepted the document, excitement radiating from him. I've dreamed of the day I could take action against them, and now that moment has truly arrived. The resentment from the Southern Sea will not simply fade away. I'll prepare immediately. Pro-Sun turned towards the launch department, announcing, All personnel, take your positions. Plan MacArthur is commencing. In an instant, the vast base sprang into action. Simultaneously, the U.S. Space Department and Air Management Bureau initiated a no-fly zone over the western region. Half an hour later, Lanceport and Pro-Sun stood at the back of the base, watching the large screen displaying the star markers. Beidou system, 7 in total. The preset targets are complete. Preparations to lock on. This time, we must leave no traces. As an old Chinese saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite back. Rest assured, even if it gets desperate this time, it won't be able to bite. Pro-Sun grinned, instructing, begin fueling. As he spoke, Lanceport felt a tightening in his chest. Fueling indicated that the plan was entering its most critical phase. While they awaited the fueling process, Wilson arrived, bringing with him the photographs of the rocket launch captured by Zhang Yuankai. What is this? Wilson, lacking technological knowledge, had come to the Western Space Base to consult experts. Chapter 70. The destruction of Beidou. Where did this come from? Prosen possessed a modicum of technological knowledge, but not much. He was astonished that even individuals of such caliber could be unearthed. Both Prosen and Lansport immediately took this matter seriously, with the former summoning the experts from the entire space base. Like satellites, ordinary satellites. Ultimately, it was an elderly expert who spoke. He held a high rank and wielded absolute authority within NASA. Ordinary? Wilson was skeptical and remarked, "You should take a closer look." The old expert, upon hearing this, became somewhat irritated and replied, "There are only a few models of launch vehicles from China, and this one is rather obsolete, belonging to their first generation of products. Nearly outdated. To put it bluntly, even India can develop rockets of this caliber now. Although China may not be as formidable as it once was, how could they possibly use such a rocket to launch something of great importance? Moreover, what could this diamond-shaped object possibly be? A weapon of destruction?" Upon hearing this, the three men were rendered speechless. The old expert spoke with reason and evidence, making his assertions credible. After this group of experts departed, Lansport turned to Wilson and said, "Don't be alarmed. I suspect Zhang Yuankai is anxious. He is eager to achieve results and free himself from our control." Wilson considered this and found it quite reasonable. Yet still, he responded with irritation. "Zhang Yuankai seems rather unreliable. Such matters are classified, and he has edited quite a bit of text, claiming it was launched from a secret base in the east." "Calm down," Prosen interjected. "Your arrival is timely. It is just in time to witness history." Wilson was taken aback, gazing at the 7 missiles, and joyfully exclaimed, "Is it complete?" Prosen remained silent until a voice from the front declared, "Fuel infusion complete. Ready for launch?" Prosen glanced at Lansport, who nodded slightly, and only then did Prosen respond. "Launch. Command received. Telly's missile preparing for launch. Target locked." Beidou's satellite. Lin Feng was indeed with Qian Yongyuan. This venerable academic was truly an enthusiast of firepower. "Let me tell you, I once studied sniper cannons. During that time, we encountered the formidable modern weaponry of the United States, which left us in a state of firearms phobia, you know? Thus, we aim to develop something immensely powerful. In truth, we possess numerous weapons that the United States does not have." Qian Yongyuan, while speaking, turned to Lin Feng and said, "Therefore, assembling this sniper cannon is not difficult, though materials are quite scarce, and production costs may be exorbitant. No worries, Lin Feng. I'm not envisioning arming every soldier in our nation with one. That would be terrifying." "Ha ha ha!" Qian Yongyuan laughed heartily. As his laughter faded, he held his assembly parts and said, "I'll go test the data now." "Go ahead," Lin Feng responded, not being an expert in this field, merely adding, "Be careful. Rest assured, after years of researching weapons, my intuition regarding danger surpasses your imagination." Qian Yongyuan smiled, waving goodbye to Lin Feng as he departed. Lin Feng then inquired, "Is there mobile phone service at this base?" "Apple S1T do, but Huawei S is fine," Qian Yongyuan replied, "and the signal is excellent." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng prepared to take out his Huawei VIP Diamond Edition. He turned to glance at Su Chenxi, who was intently engrossed in a game, only to discover that the woman seemed to possess eyes in the back of her head as she remarked, "My computer is domestically produced." Lin Feng felt a bead of sweat form, just as he opened his phone to check the news. He noticed the signal had plummeted from 5 bars to a mere 1. This Lin Feng paused, contemplating whether Qian Yongyuan had spoken in jest. He turned to Su Chenxi, who appeared to be enjoying her game, and asked, "Aren't you having connectivity issues?" "I'm connected to Wi-Fi," Su Chenxi replied. "Oh." Lin Feng wiped his brow and inquired further, "When did you obtain the password? Have you forgotten?" "I'm also a hacker." Impressive," Lin Feng said, sweating profusely, as he handed his phone to Su Chenxi. In no time, she connected seamlessly. However, Lin Feng's expression darkened when he realized the Wi-Fi was still unusable. Perhaps Su Chenxi observed her own disconnected network, surmising it might be Lin Feng's fault, and earnestly suggested, "Could you step aside?" In truth, it was not just Lin Feng. Across all regions within China, the network experienced severe disruptions. Many individuals soon discovered that navigation was rendered useless. The inability to locate oneself led to a deluge of calls to companies like Gouda and Baidu Maps. Back in error, please hold. In reality, they were equally helpless, resorting to such statements since their back-end systems were functioning perfectly. If both the positioning and navigation systems malfunctioned simultaneously, the sole explanation could only be that the Beidou satellites encountered issues. Yet, they dared not voice such concerns. At present, the GPS system had long been discontinued in China, leaving only the Beidou system operational. Amidst the chaos, it was not merely the mapping companies that were in disarray. Society itself was in turmoil. In the South Island Space Department, the highest-level alarm system had already been activated. During the midday hours, while everyone was merrily at work, an alarm suddenly blared. This alarm marked the first instance since the establishment of Beidou that such a measure was taken. Soon, it was discovered that their satellites had sustained damage. In an instant, the entire base entered a state of heightened alert. At that moment, all personnel were diligently attempting to re-establish communication with the Beidou satellites. However, what left them in a cold sweat was that no matter how hard they tried, they could not reach the main star of Beidou. What's happening? The base supervisor's eyes were bloodshot. If a problem arose, it was likely he would lose his position. Speak, the supervisor nearly roared. Silence ensued. Just as the supervisor was about to slam the table in frustration, a technician timidly spoke up. In such circumstances, it is highly probable that the main star has sustained severe damage, perhaps even what? The supervisor pressed. Disappeared, the technician replied. Disappeared? The supervisor was taken aback and quickly inquired, how many satellites are affected? How many remain operational? An older technician sighed and replied, 7. All 7 are gone. Chapter 71. The Revolver Toy? In Yanjing, the sudden incident left the Space Department in disarray. Both Yang and Zhou Quanmin attended the meeting to listen to the report. The probability of a strike was exceedingly high. The simultaneous disappearance of 7 main stars rendered the likelihood of an error almost negligible. After the technicians from the South Island base concluded their statements, they prepared to take their seats, but before they could settle, an expert interjected. Did everyone hear that? A strike, a strike. Who could possibly strike us? At this, the room filled with puzzled glances. Who could have carried out such an attack? The implication was clear. China possesses formidable defenses and monitoring capabilities concerning the Beidou satellites. Yet this time, they had not even detected the source of the assault. The only nation capable of such an act was the United States. Damn, those Americans! An elderly expert shouted furiously. As one of the developers of the Beidou system, he had poured his life's work into it and was naturally furious upon hearing of the attack. We retaliated as well. Someone else remarked angrily. The crucial issue now was evidence. A nearby individual questioned, do we have missiles capable of evading their detection? As he spoke, all eyes turned to the missile department, where Lin Feng's senior sister, Qin Ru, was present. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Qin Ru slowly shook her head. It was undeniable that to evade the opponent's monitoring, missile speeds must exceed double the norm. Currently, even the most advanced Eastern Express could not achieve this. Are we to just endure this indignation? The elderly expert's hands trembled with rage, his entire body quaking. The room fell silent. At this moment, Yang and Zhou Quanmin exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting not silence but amusement, and surprisingly, a hint of delight in Yang's gaze. However, both were seasoned foxes, adept at concealing their emotions. Zhou Quanmin broke the silence, stating, enough of this uproar. Our priority now is to maintain social stability. The others remained silent, and yet another elderly expert voiced, without the positioning system, many of our operations cannot proceed. How can we ensure stability? Then we shall use alternatives. Zhou Quanmin suggested. Alternatives? Such as those from Western Europe? We have been sanctioned by the AO organization. They certainly won't allow us access to the Galileo system. Fear not, Zhou Quanmin reassured. Trust me, we will soon restore functionality. Let us adjourn for now. Confusion spread among the attendees, but given Zhou Quanmin's stature, his confidence was noteworthy. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhou Quanmin and Yang remained behind. Yang remarked, you mentioned we have contingency plans, correct? That should boost morale. You fail to grasp the situation, Zhou Quanmin replied. The Tianjin project is classified. There is no need for disclosure. Moreover, If we reveal this, the Americans will undoubtedly misinterpret our intentions, leading to infighting among their allies in Western Europe. Yang smirked. You politicians are truly cunning, while we scientists remain straightforward, devoid of guile. What did you say? Nothing, Yang smiled. Minister are we? Of course, Zhou Quanmin confirmed. The Tianjin project was not developed for mere display. Indeed, Yang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I will consult Chief Engineer Lin immediately. Zhou Quanmin nodded yes. It is time to discuss our strategy. I have yet to finalize my approach. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Chief Engineer Lin, are you even listening to me? Yang Yin's voice trembled with urgency. Hello, Yang. You seem rather enthusiastic, Lin Feng replied. Not at all. How could I not be upset? The Beidou satellites were attacked, and I was previously involved in their development. Naturally, I feel both grief and anger. Yang Yin attempted to mask his emotions. Is that so? Lin Feng forced a smile, opting not to dwell on the topic. I have matters to attend to with academician Qian. I will seek you out later this evening in Yinjing. All right. Yang Yin could no longer contain his agitation. Lin Feng put down his phone, glancing at the positioning software, only to find it indeed non-functional. He rubbed his temples. Those Americans chose the worst time to strike. It is no wonder Yang is so stirred up. What is you so excited? At that moment, Qian Yongyuan walked in. Lin Feng noticed Qian was clad entirely in black and appeared to be smoking. His hair a disheveled mess. Curse it. I underestimated the power of this initial test of the sniper cannon. I nearly lost my life. Didn't you always have a keen intuition? Lin Feng chuckled. You dare laugh? Qian Yongyuan tossed his belongings aside, preparing to leave. Where are you going? To take a shower first. Why not wait until later? I could use your assistance. Impossible. I have a cleanliness obsession, Qian Yongyuan insisted as he exited. Lin Feng was unperturbed. He presumed the discussions in Yinjing were still ongoing. After a few minutes, Qian Yongyuan emerged, looking fresh and clean. What did you need my help with earlier? At that moment, Lin Feng produced a revolver and handed it to him. This toy is made of fine materials, Qian remarked. Lin Feng hesitated at the term toy, feeling somewhat discomfort. Nevertheless, he recognized the truth in Qian's words. A revolver truly seemed trivial compared to modern weaponry. Lin Feng's intent was to upgrade this revolver, considering that the mecha enhancements might not progress as swiftly as anticipated. Please assist me in modifying it, Lin Feng requested. There's no need for such trouble. I can simply give you one. I have plenty, Qian Yongyuan said, preparing to retrieve a weapon. I prefer this one. Lin Feng replied curtly, unwilling to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Qian Yongyuan immediately understood, saying, I didn't realize Chief Engineer Lin was so youthful yet sentimental. Very well, I shall modify it. It will certainly rival many weapons. Let me assure you, I am a firepower expert, not merely a figure of reputation. Lin Feng nodded as Qian Yongyuan took the revolver and left, saying, give me 5 minutes. Upon exiting, Qian Yongyuan returned to the firepower testing room. The guard outside cautioned, Academician Qian, please be careful. The fire from earlier has just been extinguished, and there is still considerable smoke inside. Fear not, Qian Yongyuan reassured, patting the guard's shoulder. I am preparing to test a revolver. It is quite safe. Chapter 72. The counterattack of orbital weapons. Upon hearing the news, the guard soldiers felt a sense of relief. A revolver. What an antiquated relic. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, he refrained from asking further questions and allowed Qian Yongyuan to enter. With a cheerful disposition, Qian passed through the recently constructed testing chamber, switching to a new one. After a brief moment, he raised his firearm and aimed ahead, uttering the sound Bayou as he pulled the trigger. Instead of the anticipated Bayou, a thunderous boom resonated, awakening him to a startling realization. In that instant, anxiety gripped him. How could anything crafted by the formidable Chief Lin be straightforward? What a fool I am. Success. All 7 satellites have been brought down. At the western base of America, jubilant cheers erupted among the personnel. The simultaneous launch of 7 missiles, resulting in the destruction of 7 satellites, marked a monumental technological breakthrough for American missile capabilities. Currently, the social turmoil in China has garnered no accusations against us. Wilson swiftly obtained this intelligence through his spies. With no evidence, How could they cast blame? Upon hearing this, Prosun scoffed, remarking that, as per their usual practices, they would likely resort to mere condemnation and insinuation. Both men shared a knowing smile. With the island plan now fully formed, who would heed China's outcry? Colonel MacArthur, you may now rest in peace. Prosun gazed forward with deep emotion and rendered a salute, which was promptly mirrored by the others. After the ceremony, Wilson glanced at the time and announced, I must take my leave. I have matters regarding Zhang Yuankai to attend to. Fear not. Zhang Yuankai is now caught between a rock and a hard place. His urgency in delivering intelligence indicates his desperate need for accomplishment, Prosun replied. Indeed, Wilson laughed heartily, offering a salute before departing. Prosun nodded in acknowledgement. Once everyone had left, he ordered a bottle of champagne to be opened, sitting in quiet admiration of the moment when the 7 satellites erupted in brilliant explosions, again and again. What a splendid display of cosmic fireworks. Cough, cough. Are you all right? The guard, dripping with sweat, pulled Qian Yongyuan from the rubble. Infuriated, Qian responded, I nearly lost my life. What do you think? Did you not say it was merely a test of the revolver? The guard asked, perplexed. Qian, feeling aggrieved, thought to himself that the nature of Lin Feng's device must remain a secret. After a moment's contemplation, he retorted, What business is that of yours? The guard, undeterred, recognized Qian's nature and knew he meant no malice. He was generally quite amiable towards the personnel at the base. Having successfully pulled him free, the guard inquired, Shall I call for an ambulance? Not necessary, Qian replied, scanning his surroundings. Where's my revolver? Right here, the soldier said, retrieving it from nearby and handing it over. Out of professional obligation, he took a glance at it. Having never seen such a device, he was taken aback when Qian exclaimed, Don't fire. It's dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Hey, it's just a revolver. How dangerous could it possibly be? The soldier scoffed. I used to be a special forces operative. Hello, special forces? Qian rolled his eyes. May I have my revolver back now? The soldier burst into laughter, returning the weapon to Qian, who hastily departed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was engrossed in his phone when the door swung open. Noticing the intrusion, he quickly stood and asked, Who are you? Coughing lightly, Qian brushed off the dust and declared, It's me. How could this be? Lin Feng inquired with genuine concern. You, Qian seethed. You had the audacity to tell me that this revolver was no ordinary weapon, nearly costing me my life. Lin Feng, at a loss for words, replied, I truly had no idea. He too was astonished. He had yet to test this device. After hearing Qian's description, he revisited the scene, and a chill ran down his spine. Is this what you call a revolver? Qian questioned earnestly. Lin Feng surveyed the wreckage, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. According to Qian, the testing sites for the firepower had been meticulously constructed, not only in terms of hardness, but also with explosion-proof features. Perhaps, when Lin Feng arrived in Yinjing, it was already late at night. His thoughts strayed from vengeance against America to the genuine damage inflicted upon the mechas. A mere ordinary revolver could yield such formidable results. What might happen upon future upgrades? Lin Feng shuddered at the thought. Stop searching. It's a holiday. Shen Haidong said. Today is her day off, and this bureau will personally ensure your protection. Lin Feng did not press for further details. It appeared that these individuals were reluctant to divulge much about Su Chenxi. The two of them drove directly to the Ministry of State Affairs, where most of the attendees had already gathered. Besides Yang and Lin Feng, there were also Zhou Quanmin and Li Guocheng. Can we confirm that it was indeed the work of America? If we misidentify them, the repercussions could be dire, someone remarked. This can be verified through the Tianjin system. Lin Feng asserted. Does Tianjin possess such capabilities? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Tianjin can already replace satellite positioning and monitoring. Otherwise, it could not achieve precise strikes. Lin Feng explained. The room erupted in jubilant excitement, but Lin Feng interjected, By the way, Minister Zhou, has the positioning system been integrated into Tianjin? It is ready for activation. Zhou Quanmin indicated towards Yang, and academician Yang is personally overseeing it. That is splendid. Lin Feng settled into his seat, adding, let us say, we are utilizing Europe's Galileo system. Bang! Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, Yang In's cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. What's wrong? Academician Yang? Lin Feng inquired. Yang glanced at Lin Feng several times, weakly murmuring, "It's nothing." Zhou Quanmin, stifling laughter, leaned in to ask Academician Yang, "How is Lin Feng's heart faring? You politicians truly have a dark side. We scientists, however, harbor no ulterior motives," Yang retorted, echoing his original sentiment. Unwilling to engage further, he suggested, "Let us discuss where to strike next." Unexpectedly, Li Guocheng interjected, "The Black Palace?" Chapter 73. Strike where it hurts. Most everyone was anxious. It was not that the Black Palace could not be attacked. Rather, should they engage, the Americans would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, leading to a potential nuclear conflict. "Not so fast," Zhou Quanmin interjected, "as much as I wish to strike." A profound silence enveloped the group, followed by knowing glances that erupted into laughter. "How about we take down their GPS? An eye for an eye?" Li Guocheng suggested. Both Yang and Zhou Quanmin found merit in the idea. However, Lin Feng remained pensive, lost in thought. "What are your thoughts?" Zhou Quanmin inquired. Lin Feng posed a question. Even if the American missile systems have advanced significantly, how can they ascertain that these 7 satellites are the primary stars of Beidou? You imply that the only entity we could have handed this information to is Country D, Lin Feng concluded. The group suddenly comprehended the implication. It was highly likely that Country D had shared this intelligence with the Americans, as it was among the first nations to join the AO organization. "Let us then target all of Country D's satellites," Lin Feng proposed, garnering unanimous agreement. When the agreement was signed, it was stipulated that Country D must not disclose any data, and now they had breached this covenant. "And what are the Americans?" Zhou Quanmin asked. "Where the offense originated. Let the destruction befall," Lin Feng replied. "After all, GPS is exceedingly inexpensive." The group felt a chill, for they understood that these 7 missiles had been launched from a space base on the American West Coast, a crucial military installation. Such an action was tantamount to bombing the Black Palace, though the pretext would differ significantly. The construction of such an expansive space facility far surpassed the costs of the Beidou system. "If we strike, let it be where it truly counts. It will serve as a warning," Lin Feng asserted, gazing at his companions. "What do you think?" Meanwhile, the Americans awaited what they anticipated to be a spectacle. However, the expected farce did not materialize. They had anticipated a press conference from Huaxia denouncing the Americans, or diplomatic correspondence rebuking them, or even chaos resulting from the absence of a positioning system. Yet, none of this occurred. The first 2 were understandable. Lacking evidence, Huaxia could only swallow their grievances. However, the latter was perplexing. Within 24 hours of the Beidou's 7 primary satellites being targeted, satellite positioning had inexplicably resumed. The official explanation stated, the Beidou system encountered a malfunction and temporarily utilized foreign systems. Foreign systems? Lansport pondered, bewildered. Which foreign systems could this refer to? Upon connecting the dots, he realized, GPS, Beidou, Galileo. Only these 3 systems on this blue planet could accomplish such feats. Though the Russians possessed a system, it was antiquated and ineffective. Given their tests, the smooth and precise nature of Huaxia's current system indicated it must be the latest development. Thus, it could only be Galileo. The Western European nations were nothing short of vampires, siphoning resources and clandestinely trading with Huaxia. Angered, Lansport exclaimed, "Sir, we cannot tolerate this affront." "Indeed," Smith Plant asserted, promptly seizing a satellite phone to dial the Western Alliance leader, Lewis. "What? Huaxia is utilizing our positioning system? Impossible." Lewis's immediate reaction was one of disbelief and denial. "Lewis, you signed a treaty upon joining the AO organization. Your actions are in violation of that agreement," Smith Plant declared. "Smith, we truly have not," Lewis replied hastily. Following their accession to the AO organization, they had severed ties with Huaxia, even losing their primary trading partner. In recent times, all transactions with Huaxia had been forcibly prohibited, let alone something of this magnitude. "The positioning system is a major project. It cannot be," Lewis insisted. "You understand it is a major project. You must have profited significantly from it, correct?" Smith Plant pressed. "We genuinely have not. I was merely speaking metaphorically." "Enough of that. You wish to straddle the fence," Smith Plant retorted angrily. Here's the deal. Sever your connection now, and you may still have a chance. That is not us. Lewis insisted, increasingly frustrated. Fine, if you assert it is not you, then open the central server, and I shall send someone for an inspection. That is impossible. Galileo involves our Western European security matters. Feeling guilty, are we, Lewis? Smith Plant reiterated, I command you to disconnect immediately. This is not a request, but an order. An order? Lewis echoed, incensed. Does the United States truly believe itself invincible? At the Tianjin Control Center, Lin Feng arrived accompanied by the bureau chief. To be frank, appeared somewhat out of place, clamoring to witness the unfolding events. If you continue to regard me with such eyes, I shall forfeit my salary this month, the bureau chief warned, wielding his authority over Lin Feng. Reluctantly, Lin Feng acquiesced, but as he prepared to enter, he noticed Zhang Yuankai inspecting a man clad in a suit. Who is that? The bureau chief inquired, approaching. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, Mr. Yi Shuessen, may I enter? Yi Shuessen asked. Certainly. Zhang Yuankai nodded. The bureau chief and Lin Feng were not subject to inspection, and after exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Yuankai, they proceeded inside. Who is that? Lin Feng queried, unfamiliar with Yi Shuessen. He was an eminent Chinese scientist in the United States, whose value was likened to half a master. The bureau chief gave a thumbs up in admiration. What do you research? And what are you up to now? Lin Feng asked. Hearing this, he felt a newfound respect. Regardless of his credentials, he at least remembered his roots. As the trio strolled, Yang and hurriedly approached from ahead. Upon seeing Yi Shuessen, he smiled but then turned to Lin Feng, stating, everything is ready. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Yang hesitated, glancing at Lin Feng, then grinned ruefully. Damn it, you say who is bureaucratic. Don't point fingers at Lin Feng. The state may dismiss anyone, but Lin Feng was indispensable. Lin Feng's admiration for Yi Shuessen grew, and he said, since Mr. Yi has just arrived, why not join us to witness a magnificent fireworks display? I do not enjoy fireworks, Yi Shuessen replied, turning to leave. Take me to my residence. I am fatigued. He perceived this as a welcoming celebration. This, Yang had found himself in a conundrum. Lin Feng had extended a friendly invitation, treating him as one of their own, yet he misinterpreted the gesture. Senior Yang, I apologize, Yi Shuessen reiterated. However, just as he took a step forward, he halted, as Lin Feng's calm voice echoed behind him. The Americans surely do not possess space-based weapons, do they? Chapter 74. Will he truly strike? Yexhuizen had to admit that it had been a long time since he last spoke in Chinese. He felt certain he had not misheard. And with that spirit and attitude, he stepped into the Tianjin Control Center. At first glance, the place appeared quite rudimentary. The simplicity referred not to the environment, but to its size and equipment. The small area and limited apparatus suggested, based on Yexhuizen's years of experience, that this could not possibly be a command center equipped with advanced technology. Upon a second glance, he found something peculiar. Despite the presence of a single projection device, Yexhuizen was astonished to see a complete and remarkably high-definition image displayed. He suddenly recalled the discussions he overheard upon disembarking regarding the beta system. This must be the secondary control center of the Galileo system, traded from Western Europe. Such centers typically allowed for observation, but not for control. He contemplated aloud. May I take a look? The technicians exchanged glances with Lin Feng, who nodded in approval. As Yexhuizen approached, he remarked, I have studied the GPS system, but I have not had any experience with Galileo, so I am quite curious. At his words, the entire base fell silent. Some individuals could hardly contain their laughter, while others even chuckled audibly. They were scientists, known for their rigorous demeanor, and laughter was rare unless truly unavoidable. Yexhuizen, hearing their amusement, paid it no mind. As he sat down, he was immediately struck by the difference. In simple terms, the image was astonishingly clear. To illustrate, if the highest quality GPS imagery was considered ordinary, then what he was witnessing now was ultra-high definition. No, it could be described as ultra Blu-ray quality. This was merely a metaphor. The clarity was such that he could discern even the minutiae of hair on people's noses from land. Realizing something was amiss, Yexhuizen remarked, is the Galileo system truly this advanced? At this, many could no longer suppress their laughter. Someone inquired, "Mr. Yi, do you genuinely believe Galileo could possess such sophistication?" Yexhuizen suddenly awakened to the implications. If Galileo had such technology, how could the United States remain unaware? This thought brought to mind Lin Feng's earlier words. Space-based weapons? No, that couldn't be possible. Yang stepped forward and confirmed, "Indeed, what lies before you is the first space-based weapon of China." The moment those words left his lips, Yexhuizen felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him. A space-based weapon? His homeland had developed such technology? It seemed inconceivable. He recalled that, while China's space technology had made significant advancements, it still lagged behind the United States. Is it true? Yexhuizen felt a surge of excitement. This was not merely a matter of national pride. It was a testament to the spirit of a scientist. Yang nodded vigorously, and Yexhuizen's gaze toward him transformed. He asked, "Senior Yang, how long did it take to manufacture this weapon?" 180 days, Yang replied. The expressions of those around them turned peculiar, and just as Yexhuizen pondered whether Yang had misspoken, Yang pointed towards Lin Feng, saying, "Allow me to introduce you." Yexhuizen furrowed his brow. He had heard of Lin Feng, a person of considerable influence, yet he felt a deep aversion to such individuals. "I am not the chief engineer of Tianjin. He is," Yang clarified. Yexhuizen paused, then abruptly stood and exclaimed to Lin Feng, "You are insulting science." Minutes later, Yexhuizen stared incredulously at Lin Feng. Concepts such as energy theories and global satellite navigation theories were entirely unfamiliar to him. A communication from the military inquired whether they could commence operations. "Shall we begin?" someone asked. Yexhuizen hastily vacated his position, his heart racing. He was about to witness the practical application of a space-based weapon. He glanced at Lin Feng, intending to apologize, but saw Lin Feng engrossed in his tasks. "Is the target coordinate confirmed?" Lin Feng inquired. "Still verifying. Please hold for a few seconds." Seconds? Yexhuizen was taken aback, realizing that these were not pre-locked targets, but real-time ones. Target locked. 32. All D-country satellites have completed their lock. Target, West Coast Space Base. All data finalized. Awaiting the final strike. "Wait," Yexhuizen shouted, disbelief flooding him. Had he misheard? Locking onto 33 targets at once? And attacking the West Coast Space Base of the United States? "Is there a problem?" Lin Feng asked. "And no," Yexhuizen stammered, though confusion lingered. He understood he was a newcomer. Lin Feng turned to the staff and commanded Tianjin. "Activate." Yes. Tianjin activated. The personnel pressed the button, and Yexhuizen's mind flashed back to a video he had seen online. No worries, he will strike. He looked at Lin Feng, and at that moment, realization dawned upon him. He truly would strike. The commander's words had not been mere exaggeration. Meanwhile, in the D-country Space Department, the atmosphere was already strained due to their status as a defeated nation, with military capabilities severely restricted and their endeavors in space fraught with challenges. However, as time passed and their economy surged, they began to make strides in their space endeavors. This explained their willingness to invest heavily in trade with China for advanced space technology. Recently, leveraging satellite technology acquired from China, they successfully launched the Ram-7 satellite. According to D-country's plans, the Ram-7 was to be the first of a new generation of satellites, with ambitions to connect all their satellites into a localized space network. Today, reports indicated that the Ram-7 was functioning normally. A staff member conveyed this to the higher-ups, who responded with delight. As long as they made it through today, they would have surpassed the verification period, confirming the Ram-7's success. Yet, just as the smiles were still bright, the screen before them suddenly went dark. Power outage? But this was the Space Department. How could they lose power? Moreover, the devices on the table were still illuminated. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the base. Report. Our space satellites have gone dark. What? Chapter 75. The might of space-based weapons. Yexhuizen was utterly astonished. Locking onto 32 satellites in one go was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the fact that the Tianjin could strike simultaneously. Such technology was unprecedented. Yexhuizen felt like a rustic, a mere country bumpkin, in the presence of this advanced knowledge. Yet, He could not restrain himself from asking, "Are you truly going to attack the West Coast space base?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng interjected, "Isn't it what the Americans desire, to leave no evidence behind? I will strike your base and see if he can find any proof." Yi Shueson swallowed hard, witnessing the technicians pressing buttons once more. Simultaneously, the diamond-shaped capsule opened wide. Tianjin, activate. What followed was a dazzling display as crystal-like lenses emitted brilliant light. In the twinkling of an eye, countless points of light shot forth. After traversing approximately 100 meters, the beams coalesced. At that moment, a singular ray hurtled toward the atmosphere, not aimed at American skies, but rather towards China. However, as it breached the atmosphere, the beam transformed into a colossal fireball, and it veered off course. At this moment, Yi Shueson had to concede he was indeed a bumpkin. What manner of technology was this? Only Yang En and his companions were left in shock. This was an enhanced version of the Qian Lao ballistic technology, a legacy of their forebears in China. Meanwhile, at the West Coast Sky Base, Plosin was packing his belongings with a look of elation as he was set to attend an awards ceremony at the Black Palace the following day. Just moments prior, a celebration had concluded within the base. As he prepared to depart, he heard someone exclaim, "What is that?" Plosin rushed outside, only to witness a radiant explosion in the sky. No, it was a roaring inferno. What is this? Plosin was perplexed, yet his instinct warned him of impending danger. "Intercept, intercept," he shouted. However, as his words fell, he felt his skin ablaze. Indeed, his clothes had ignited. Looking skyward, the last thought that flickered through his mind was divine retribution. He remained bewildered, yet it no longer mattered. This world would no longer concern him. Outside the West Coast, countless Americans beheld the night transform into day as they witnessed the fireball in the sky. Many captured it on film. Soon after, a tremor rattled the ground. A massive mushroom of flames rose into the air, engulfing the West Coast military base entirely. In an instant, videos were uploaded online, spreading across the globe. Gulp. Yi Shueson found it hard to believe. The technicians at the base shared his incredulity. Yi Shueson was astonished that Lin Feng dared to strike the West Coast space base and the power of the strike. "Are you certain it wasn't a nuclear bomb thrown at them?" Yet this precision strike was chillingly terrifying, as it had exclusively targeted the base. A nearby hill and even a road remained untouched. The technicians were astonished and exhilarated. Such a formidable weapon, and they had played a part in its creation. Their lives had been worth it. Only Lin Feng quietly observed the burning inferno, his attention shifting to a darker region nearby. It was shrouded in obscurity, even the Tianjin-S satellite system failing to penetrate the veil. What a powerful interference. Lin Feng felt a twinge of surprise, for the Tianjin's monitoring system should have been of stellar caliber. Yet, clarity eluded them regarding this military base's vicinity. "What is this place?" Lin Feng inquired of Yi Shueson. Yi Shueson paused, glancing around before responding peculiarly. "The 7th District, a place that seems to exist, yet also appears non-existent. What do you intend to do?" The First Lady was awakened by Smith Plong's urgency. As he hastily donned his attire, he exclaimed, "Something monumental has occurred. I must go outside." Despite her reservations, the First Lady felt a surge of astonishment. She observed Smith Plong hastily exiting, where assistants and security personnel were already preparing the vehicle. Air Force One was on standby. "Sir, the situation remains unclear," came the reply. Smith Plong wasted no time, boarding Air Force One as it soared toward the West Coast. Upon landing, he found Lanceport already present. "All gone?" Smith Plong inquired. "All gone," Lanceport replied, his expression laden with anguish. "This was one of our 3 major space bases. What the data and technology? Some technology is lost, but most can be retrieved from other locations," Lanceport stated. "That is a small mercy amidst this calamity." Smith Plong fell silent. A small mercy? After contemplation, he asked, "Have we determined the source?" "Currently, we cannot ascertain," Lanceport admitted awkwardly. Such an attack was unprecedented. Describing it as swift, precise, and ruthless would not be an exaggeration. As they lingered in the uncomfortable atmosphere, an expert hurriedly approached, stating, "Sir, the investigation results are in." What do they say? The explosion's traces resemble those of a cannon. What? A cannon? Both men were taken aback. Although cannons are powerful, their range is vastly limited. Then why haven't we investigated the surrounding area? We have, but found nothing, the expert replied. And do you truly believe a space base would permit such a massive cannon to exist undetected? The two men fell into silence. According to the West Coast Space Bases Surveillance Network, such an occurrence was impossible. Thus, a question arose. How did the attack transpire? The assailants were targeting the space base, the expert continued. How can you be so certain? Because the explosion's radius perfectly encompassed the base, neither more nor less. The expert's face betrayed a hint of fear. Precisely targeted explosions? Is that real? He hoped he was mistaken. Targeted at the base? Lansport suddenly recalled two words flashing before his mind. China? The answer flickered and passed. How could China possibly possess such power? Chapter 76, Divine Retribution. It is not surprising that Lansport immediately thought of Huaxia. The reason is quite simple. Just yesterday, there had been a precise strike on Huaxia's Beidou system here. However, it seemed far too unrealistic. Setting aside how Huaxia managed to do it, did they truly possess the audacity to retaliate? Moreover, to directly bombard one of their space bases? After contemplating, he made a phone call. To whom? Smith Planck inquired. Wilson Lansport, he replied. A few question marks flashed across Smith Planck's mind. Wasn't Wilson the head of the Huaxia team? What did it have to do with him? Lost in thought, he heard Lansport's voice. Are you aware of the situation at the West Coast base? No, came a response. You should wake up now. Check immediately to see if Huaxia is involved in this matter. With that, Lansport hung up. Smith Planck immediately asked, Are you overthinking this? Lansport pondered for a moment and said, There's a possibility that Huaxia brought Tianzhou, one close to the West Coast, and attacked us. At that moment, everyone was jolted awake. Wilson, already irritated from being roused, knew he had to complete the task assigned by his superiors. However, as he opened the internet and saw the news, he swallowed hard. This was likely the most severe incident since the 9/11 attacks. Lansport, reflecting on the situation, sent a message to Zhang Yuankai. 30 minutes passed, and Yi Shuesen was left in sheer shock. He could not comprehend why an attack resembling a laser would transform into a fireball upon entering the atmosphere. Why did the fireball change direction? Why? A multitude of questions flooded his mind. Coming to his senses, he quickly extended his hand, sincerely stating, I was reckless before, and I am truly sorry. I should not have judged a person by their age. Acknowledging mistakes is part of Yi Shuesen's character. Lin Feng smiled and replied, I do not mind such matters. Lin Feng's words were sincere, as he genuinely recognized Yi Shuesen's potential. Welcome aboard. Our space division has gained another talent, Lin Feng added with a smile. Hearing those words, Yi Shuesen scratched his head like an ignorant student, saying, But I know nothing. Just as you mentioned about the anti-gravity system, and so on. No worries, we are also learning along the way, Yang reassured him. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuesen's eyes widened in disbelief. So, it turned out that Lin Feng was the only one in the base who understood all the technology? After a brief moment of astonishment, his gaze transformed into one of fervor. Not only could he serve his beloved country, but he could also learn cutting-edge technology. Meanwhile, Yang, and observing the incessant stream of news online, asked, Chief Lin, do you think the United States can deduce that we are behind this? It no longer matters. Lin Feng replied, Since they struck first, they must anticipate the consequences. The online world erupted. If it had been a military base of another country that was destroyed, it would have been inconsequential. However, this was the United States. Initially, the U.S. attempted to suppress all media, but in a world where information flows freely, news swiftly spread globally. Hey, did you see the footage? I heard it was slowed down 10 times to be discernible. It's terrifying. What kind of attack was that? Preliminary assessments suggest it was artillery. Nonsense. Can artillery produce such power? It looks more like an airstrike. Do you think the U.S. has done too many bad deeds and has now faced divine retribution? In no time, the term divine retribution became the focal point of global discussions. This placed the United States in an awkward position, as they needed to find a scapegoat, much like during the 9/11 incident. However, who could they find now? Equally uncomfortable was Zhang Yuankai, who felt ridiculous upon receiving Wilson's information. Did he suspect that Huaxia had attacked their space base? Yet, Huaxia didn't even possess its own satellite system, relying on Europe, so how could they have launched an attack? As he pondered this dilemma, he saw the bureau chief and Lin Feng emerge. Honestly, he was genuinely curious. Had these two personnel from the War Ignorance Bureau truly come here for no reason? Old Zhang, care for smoke? The bureau chief asked cheerfully, offering a cigarette. No thanks, I'm on duty, Zhang Yuankai replied with a smile. The bureau chief wanted to share what he had just witnessed, restrained himself. He wouldn't divulge anything inappropriate, even to those he trusted most. Next time, the bureau chief said, pocketing the cigarette. Zhang Yuankai instinctively smiled and remarked, did you see? The U.S. just had one of its western bases bombed. What? The bureau chief feigned ignorance. Needing no time to react, which one? The space base. One of the 3 major U.S. bases? The bureau chief was overjoyed. Seeing this, Zhang Yuankai felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet he also sighed with relief. If the bureau chief was unaware, it likely meant that the incident was probably unrelated to Huaxia. The bureau chief continued to excitedly chat with him, while Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor. After they left, he remarked, Old Zhang would never guess that the one who bombed that base stands right before him. Lin Feng did not dwell on this thought. He merely found it peculiar that, despite a military base of their sworn enemy being destroyed, Zhang Yuankai seemed unable to muster any joy. At that moment, across the divide, Wilson was anxiously awaiting news. According to the information, Tianzhou 1 had not departed. No other channels had reported any connection to Huaxia. Upon reading this, Wilson let out a sigh of relief and promptly called the Black Palace. The call was answered by Lansport. I understand. All right, that'll be all. After hanging up, Lansport exchanged glances with Smith-Planck. Not Huaxia. There are pros and cons. The good news is that Huaxia is not as terrifying as we thought. The bad news is, where did this attack even come from? Deep in thought, Smith-Planck suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling Lansport. Inform Western Europe that if they do not cease their dealings with Huaxia and cut off the Galileo system, they should prepare for our retaliation. Lansport swallowed hard, his lips twitching. He initially thought Smith-Planck had come up with an insightful idea, but it turned out he was merely seeking a scapegoat. Immediately, Smith-Planck's voice echoed with indignation. Chapter 77. The substitute plan. That night, the high-ranking officials of the United States found themselves unable to sleep. Likewise, the leaders of the Eurasian Union were equally restless. A phone call from Lansport left Lewis feeling utterly distressed. No matter how he tried to explain, the other party remained unconvinced. Thus, Lewis had no choice but to convene an emergency meeting of the Eurasian Union. However, the most significant figure from Country D, Clerk, was unreachable, leaving everyone in a state of awkwardness, as Country D represented a pivotal part of the Union. Yet, one could hardly blame Clerk. He was grappling with his own crises as his nation's satellites suddenly went dark. How could he possibly concern himself with meetings when he couldn't even ascertain the situation at hand? If we were to grant them access to Galileo for their investigation, where would our dignity lie? However, they simply would not believe me. This meeting primarily revolved around discussions of dignity and the threats posed by the United States. Ultimately, Lewis, feeling utterly helpless, turned his gaze toward the group seated at the periphery, the think tank. This group possessed the clearest minds and the best perspectives within the Eurasian Union. My suggestion is, began Hicks, the chief strategist seated at the forefront, we should grant access to the United States. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with many individuals flushing with embarrassment, ready to express their discontent. We cannot afford to lose this opportunity. I will not interfere with your choices. I will merely outline the pros and cons, and never oppose the data. In Beijing, late at night, Zhou Liming sat in a room, feeling exceedingly anxious. This was no ordinary place. It was the National Security Bureau. In Zhou Liming's perception, those who entered here were largely traitors to the nation. Shortly thereafter, Chen Haidong arrived, accompanied by the bureau chief. Observing Zhou Liming's tension, he smiled and said, "Do not be so nervous." "How can I not be?" Zhou Liming replied with a bitter smile. "My father always said that one must never become a traitor." Chen Haidong laughed heartily, pointing at the bureau chief. He has been invited here twice. And look, he's perfectly fine. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking if you have nothing of value to say, the bureau chief retorted, his face reddening. Chen Haidong ignored him and turned to Zhou Liming. The reason we summoned you is to ask you a question. Would you be willing to become Lin Feng's substitute? Huh? Zhou Liming paused, his face instantly flushed. Please do not misunderstand. We're not trying to insult you. Rather, Chen Haidong quickly clarified. He had learned about Zhou Liming's strong sense of pride. You think? Zhou Liming exclaimed, still agitated. Am I worthy? Do we not agree that pride is of utmost importance? The explanation unfolded as the bureau chief began to elucidate the situation. Chen Haidong listened attentively. The crux of the matter was concern for Lin Feng. Following the emergence of Tianzhou 1, there would inevitably be numerous spies seeking information about Lin Feng. Lin Feng's identity was highly classified, yet no wall is impenetrable. Should information regarding space-based weaponry be leaked, the spies would become even more formidable. To address this, the bureau chief devised a decoy plan to find a substitute for Lin Feng. We can all perish, but Lin Feng must survive, he concluded. We understand this may be a humiliating task, and if you are unwilling, simply maintain confidentiality. I am willing, Zhou Liming interjected before the bureau chief could finish. The bureau chief hesitated. You are correct. We can all perish, but Lin Feng must survive. Zhou Liming replied, moreover, I am truly willing to sacrifice myself for Chief Lin. At this moment, both the bureau chief and Zhou Liming were deeply moved, while Chen Haidong coughed vigorously, exclaiming, Could you both not show some respect for me, as the head of a national security bureau? The two men turned to him. Did I ask you to die? I merely asked you to be a substitute, Chen Haidong said. We have never had an error in protecting our key figures. Zhou Liming felt a bead of sweat form. However, this plan will not be executed immediately, Chen Haidong stated, looking at Zhou Liming. If the United States takes note of the space-based weaponry, we will activate your role. I will await your call. Zhou Liming replied seriously, no need. Chen Haidong clapped his hands, and, at that moment, two muscular men appeared. He continued, If they come looking for you, it signifies the commencement of the plan. With that, Chen Haidong assured him, Do not worry, I will not let you die. I merely wish to apprehend those spies and scouts attempting to harm Lin Feng. Understood. Zhou Liming stood up and departed with the bureau chief. After a few steps, Zhou Liming whispered, Bureau chief. Yes? Perhaps I should write a letter of farewell. Could you keep it for me? Huh? The bureau chief was taken aback, only to hear Chen Haidong grumbling about trust among individuals. What is this? Lin Feng pondered as he jotted down notes at his desk. Love letters. The bureau chief casually placed them in a drawer, stating, Lin Feng did not inquire further, unaware of the substitute plan. Had he known, he would surely have opposed it. The bureau chief approached, curious about Lin Feng's writing, only to see 4 characters. Outer space, deep sea. What does that mean? The bureau chief asked. Untapped realms for humanity. Lin Feng mused. It refers to outer space and the deep sea. I can accept outer space, but what is there to explore in the ocean? The bureau chief countered. Consider how much of the blue planet is covered by oceans, Lin Feng replied. Of course, outer space is undoubtedly humanity's future direction. The bureau chief immediately thought of controlled nuclear fusion, feeling a surge of anticipation. Would he truly witness the real visage of outer space in his lifetime? As they conversed, a significant event unfolded between the United States and Europe. American scientists monitored the Galileo system and ultimately uncovered a major issue. The positioning services of Huaxia were indeed not provided by Galileo. Could it be that the beta system was not compromised? A scientist questioned, pondering how this Eastern power was growing increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 78. The military-industrial chain the following day, when Zhou Liming awoke. He was startled to find 2 muscular men beside him. You too, Zhou Liming exclaimed in surprise. As his senses gradually returned, he pondered how these men had gained entry. Rising from his bed, he mused, It seems the Americans have discovered our plans. They have initiated a thorough examination of the Western European systems, and the substitute plan is officially underway. The agent on his left interjected, Academician Zhou Liming. You still have a choice. No need, Zhou Liming replied while dressing. The safety of Chief Lin Feng is indeed of paramount importance. No one can ascertain how many foreign spies are lurking in this country. As soon as he finished speaking, the two agents snapped to attention and said in unison, "Comrade Zhou Liming, we are grateful for everything you have done for the nation." Zhou Liming exhaled deeply, stating, "I have but one request." "Speak," they urged. "Do not inform my wife and children, nor—" He hesitated before continuing, "Chief Lin." The two agents paused, then nodded in agreement. Zhou Liming sighed. The reason for not informing Lin Feng stemmed from his own pride. He held Lin Feng in the highest regard, even willing to sacrifice his life for him. Yet, as a brilliant scientist, he possessed his own dignity and could not bear the thought of others knowing he had become a mere substitute. For if the individual in question were not Lin Feng, he would never have consented to this mission. The Americans have gone mad. Zhang Yuankai was not far from losing his sanity either. Wilson, taking a grave risk, called Zhang Yuankai to inform him to expedite their actions. "Do you realize that with each step I take, I grow more perilous?" Chun Haidong's National Security Bureau is like a hawk watching its prey. Zhang Yuankai nearly roared. "You have no idea when he might notice me." "I do not care," Wilson replied. Zhang Yuankai's expression darkened, yet upon reflection, he recognized the truth in Wilson's indifference towards his safety. "I need answers to these secrets. If you can procure even one, you will be liberated," Wilson threatened unabashedly. "If you are of no use to me, why should I keep you around? Besides, last time you deceived me." "I—" Zhang Yuankai stammered. That was indeed a highly classified base. Otherwise, how could someone of my rank possibly have been denied entry? What was launched that day may indeed have been a secret. "Enough," Wilson cut him off. "Remember, your time is running short." Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuankai yanked out the card and crushed it in his hand. He paced back and forth, reluctant to take risks, knowing that the individuals from Huaxia were no ordinary adversaries. During the War of Resistance, their underground organizations had instilled fear in the enemy. It was time to move forward. He realized, taking a step closer to danger meant he had no alternative. In recent days, the international landscape has become increasingly tumultuous. The think tanks of the Russians, Western Europe, and the United States have begun to take significant actions to sever Huaxia's resource supply chain. Firstly, the Russians completely halted trade with Huaxia. They amassed a wealth of resources using capital, including rice, soybeans, vegetables, and more. These strategists understood that to cripple a nation, one must start with the people's livelihoods. Simultaneously, they dispatched numerous internet trolls to propagate theories of national regression across Huaxia's networks. Thus, when Li Xiang entered Li Xinzong's study, he found Li Xinzong's brow furrowed in concern. "Many smaller nations that once willingly supplied us with resources have now been threatened," Li Xinzong remarked. Although the Russians were not acting of their own volition, they ultimately aligned with their own interests. Li Xiang sat down, saying, "Father, may I share my thoughts?" "Of course." Li Xinzong nodded. Though Li Xiang may not have been the most stable in mind, he excelled in strategic thinking. "They prefer to use money to buy people, correct? Then we should reach out to more nations." Li Xiang continued, "The U.S. will surely have to offer incentives to win over these nations, which will only burden them further, causing the enemy to implode." Li Xinzong paused, then laughed heartily. "While implosion may be an exaggeration, we can certainly deal them a blow." Li Xian acerta. "Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you," Li Xinzong decided. "Father, but I—" Li Xiang was taken aback. "I am no longer the chief strategist." "Go ahead," Li Xinzong waved his hand. As Li Xiang departed, he recalled Lin Feng and reflected on the state of the nation. In truth, there was a hint of decline. Due to a lack of productivity, many were unemployed and reliant on state aid. Resources were also becoming increasingly scarce. Yes, the super-nuclear submarine, Lin Feng instructed Luo Shui as though discussing a mundane matter. Luo Shui listened intently, perspiration forming on his brow. As one of the leaders in charge of the super aircraft carrier, which was preparing to build its second vessel, Lin Feng unexpectedly handed him a new blueprint. "Is there a problem?" Lin Feng inquired. "No. None," Luo Shui stammered, unsure how to respond. Aircraft carriers symbolize supply, support, and naval power, while nuclear submarines represent underwater control and individual strike capabilities. After a detailed discussion, Luo Shui left with the blueprint, while Lin Feng gazed at the deluge of negative news, contemplating his next steps. The time had come for the plan to be fully executed. Huaxian needed a considerable amount of resources. Delaying further was not a viable option. Lin Feng could not afford to engage in lengthy dialogues with Luo Shui each time. To realize his vision, a complete military-industrial chain was of utmost importance. With this thought, Lin Feng dialed Li Xin's zone, only to find himself speaking with Li Xin. "Hello, this is Li Xiong," he answered, his tone noticeably more amiable. Lin Feng refrained from elaborating, simply asking, "Do you believe selling equipment will suffice to exchange for resources?" "You." Li Xiong felt a surge of indignation. This prodigal son was once again attempting to peddle technology. Observing his father's disapproving gaze, he maintained his composure, stating, "Selling equipment and technology can indeed break the blockade, but it's merely a temporary solution." "Thank you for your answer," Lin Feng replied before hanging up. Li Xiong was left speechless, pondering whether Lin Feng could exhibit even a modicum of respect. After ending the call, Lin Feng immediately contacted Zhou Chuamian. "What are your thoughts?" Zhou Chuamian inquired. "What unique traits does our nation possess?" Lin Feng posed. "We are vast and rich in resources, yet burdened by a large population. Our land is expansive, but are you reciting a lesson, leader? Who is the largest arms dealer in the world?" Lin Feng asked. "The United States," Zhou Chuamian answered. "Profitable, isn't it?" "Naturally," Zhou Chuamian replied succinctly, acknowledging the arms trade as a lucrative venture. "Weren't you involved in sales before? Then why can't that role be filled by us?" Lin Feng concluded. "Wait," Zhou Chuamian paused, suddenly recalling something. "Indeed, why can't that role be Huaxia's?" Chapter 79. Unlocking the Tier 3 Mall task. The members of the Ministry of National Affairs stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. The only term that came to mind was black-hearted. Lin Feng's actions were undeniably ruthless. He split 5-level technologies for sale, while only selling the first level for half a year. He even devised promotional activities, such as buy one, get one free. Most audaciously, he instructed Zhou Quanmin to inquire with Country D about their interest in satellite construction. "Isn't that a bit unscrupulous?" Zhou Quanmin remarked. "Are you feeling compassionate?" Lin Feng retorted. "Then let the chief do it." The chief rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Why don't you make the call?" Zhou Quanmin immediately declared, "I'm never merciful towards the enemy." At that moment, Lin Feng turned to Li Xiong and asked, "Do you have a way to inflate equipment prices?" In agreement with Lin Feng's thoughts, he nodded and replied, "Then I will leave this matter to you." Li Xiong was at a loss for words. After all, he was a strategist, not a merchant. Moreover, could Lin Feng allow him to finish his sentence? After the meeting adjourned, everyone began their individual preparations. For instance, Li Xiong actually went to do his homework. As for Lin Feng, he made a direct call to the affluent dog owner in West Asia, Prince Turkey. "Lin Feng, long time no see." Turkey harbored a deep fondness for Lin Feng. "Is our aircraft carrier performing well?" "Quite well. Are you interested in anything else? Perhaps frigates? We're currently running a promotion, buy one, get one free." "Apologies, but you know I harbor no ill will towards you. However, the Americans—" "I understand," Lin Feng interjected. "I'm not suggesting selling directly to you. I could sell them to your neighbors instead, allowing them to change the labels, and then you can proceed with the transaction. Is that even possible?" Turkey expressed his astonishment. However, the nearby Hanfu had long been a staunch opponent of the Americans and had not joined the AO organization this time. Considering the business aspect, it was not a forced transaction, yet this promotional event was undeniably appealing. Lin Feng sighed. "Let me put it this way. If we weren't in dire straits, these items would never be for sale. We also have concealed nuclear submarines available exclusively for VIP internal clients." "That's right. I'm talking about you, our friend." After hanging up, Lin Feng dialed the phone again, this time reaching out to the Kangaroo Nation. "The death of Rains is of no concern to me. And since he is gone, what more do you wish to discuss? I'm calling to inquire if you are interested in a 5th-generation fighter jet production line, which we can offer at half price. We feel a great sense of guilt and wish to compensate you." Upon concluding the call, he turned to find the chief, rolling his eyes. The chief thought Lin Feng's words were indeed frightening. "Are you seriously considering a 50% discount? Buy one, get one free?" The chief asked incredulously. What are you thinking? Labor costs don't come free. You're quite the spendthrift. Lin Feng, adopting an educational tone, replied, First, you raise the price, then you offer a discount. Haven't you ever participated in Double 11 sales? The chief was a serious military man. Take me with you. Lin Feng stood up. Did you not say you were busy? I have time now, Lin Feng said with a smile. The chief, unsure of Lin Feng's intentions, decided to bring him along. In truth, Lin Feng had a plan. The current secondary equipment was gradually becoming complete, and to progress further, he needed to unlock the Tier 3 shop system. But how could he achieve this? Lin Feng's first thought was to implement a point system. Previously, the system had indicated that spending over 5 million would allow one to draw a lottery, suggesting there was indeed a mechanism within the system. Consumption. Like many unscrupulous merchants, unlocking certain privileges often required a minimum expenditure. Thus, Lin Feng speculated that triggering the conditions for the Tier 3 mall might revolve around this principle. Currently, having spent 8 million points on supernuclear submarines and other equipment, Lin Feng needed to earn points anew. However, just as he and the chief were jovially exiting the building, the system chimed. Ding. Das Kriegred. Danger. 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 Is this a joke? Lin Feng's mind echoed the absurdity. Ding. With the system's assistance, the host has learned to analyze this system. Thus, a reward is granted. Ding. Unlock the Tier 3 mall task. 1. Capture the Super Spy K. 2. Achieve a consumption total of 66 million points in the points mall. 3. Locate the super energy material, annihilation. K. Lin Feng pondered, contemplating the 3 tasks. Though they appeared straightforward, they were all rather challenging. Capturing a super spy, achieving the requisite consumption, and acquiring an unknown super energy material. Hey, are you coming or not? The chief had distanced himself, seated in the driver's seat and inquiring. Lin Feng walked over, scrutinizing the chief. What's the matter? The chief felt a twinge of apprehension as Lin Feng's gaze felt predatory, akin to that of a wolf eyeing a plump sheep. Nothing, Lin Feng replied. Leader, you seem to have gained a bit of weight lately. Though he spoke casually, Lin Feng's mind was calculating. First, he needed to accumulate millions of points, and the chief was an excellent target. His superior had already been swindled out of over 2 million points without any indication of depletion. It was noteworthy that individuals of Yang and S stature would receive depletion warnings upon reaching 2 million. Thus, Lin Feng's leader was indeed a veritable cash cow. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng resolved to treat this cash cow, his leader, a bit better and inquired, Leader, how can you be in the driver's seat? Allow me to take over. Get lost, the chief retorted, pressing down on the accelerator. He had sworn never to ride in Lin Feng's vehicle again. They were anxious. They were indeed anxious. Lanesport chuckled upon hearing the Kangaroo Nation's report. Half price? Buy one, get one free? Has Huaxia truly descended to such depths? The Kangaroo Nation was in a situation they could not articulate. The Americans were also quite the exploiters. The last time they assisted in production, they charged exorbitantly. Now, with Huaxia offering a 50% discount to help them establish a production line, they were genuinely tempted. However, they restrained themselves. After all, the Kangaroo Nation was a loyal lapdog of the Americans. At that moment, in the southern region of the South Sea, another loyal lapdog, Pojiaxin, was facing a conundrum. The Tianzhou, one, laden with equipment, needed to traverse this area. Pojiaxin controlled the crucial shipping route, and the Americans had consistently pressured them to deny Huaxia's merchant vessels passage. However, this time, it was not a merchant vessel, but a super aircraft carrier that had obliterated the tellies. I'm sorry, but our shipping route is currently in disrepair. Pojiaxin's leader, Li Wenxiong, deceitfully claimed with his eyes closed. Yet, Yu Shengming, standing on the Tianzhou 1, was far less forgiving. He pointed at the dust cannon and declared, Either let us pass, or you'll never open it again. My aircraft carrier may not consume fuel, but I'm on a tight schedule for deliveries. We are benevolent businessmen. The customer is paramount. Chapter 80. Enormous transactions in recent international news. A substantial transaction has been completed between Huaxia and a Hanfu, spanning multiple domains and involving various pieces of equipment. On this day, the global online community erupted with excitement, marking the first major news since Huaxia faced sanctions from the AO organization. The trending topics included the Pagaxin Sea incident and the peculiar financial capability of a Hanfu, a nation not traditionally known for its resources, to engage in such dealings with Huaxia. Meanwhile, the situation at the Black Palace was tumultuous. The threat against Pagaxin has demonstrated a critical truth. The maritime security of the United States is increasingly compromised, especially considering Huaxia's possession of the most advanced super aircraft carrier on the Blue Planet. Furthermore, Launchspot remarked, a Hanfu has informed Kangaroo Country that they possess a fifth-generation production line available at a 50% discount. This seems to be merely Huaxia appointing a new spokesperson to continue their sales. Smith Plank quickly asserted, sanctions, sanctions, we must impose sanctions. We have always sanctioned a Hanfu. Launchspot retorted, dumbfounded. Then let other nations refrain from purchasing there. Smith Plank recalled that the AO organization only prohibited transactions with Huaxia, not with a Hanfu. It's already too late, Launchspot replied. According to intelligence reports, the wealthy households there have procured over $500 billion in equipment, and D-Country. D-Country is involved too? Smith Plank was astonished. They had no choice. Their satellites malfunctioned, Launchspot explained. They are under immense domestic pressure. At that moment, Smith Plank struck the table, declaring, inform Sector 7 that we require a super aircraft carrier. It is time to restore our maritime dominance. The following day, the United States held an emergency press conference to announce that purchasing a Hanfu's equipment was strictly forbidden. However, it was too late. Most of the items sent by Huaxia had already been sold. A Hanfu, as an intermediary nation, had inexplicably acquired some advanced fighter technology and numerous pieces of equipment, making this a triumphant trifecta of a deal. The international community hailed the mastermind behind this initiative as exceptionally talented. Rumors circulated that the fifth-generation fighter production line had ultimately been secretly sold to another nation, though a Hanfu did not disclose which one. 50% off, 50% off. Brandon, the leader of Kangaroo Country, was agitated. Their adherence to so-called principles had resulted in other nations reaping the benefits. How could he not feel envious? That very night, Brandon received a call from Zhou Quanmin. What is it? Brandon answered, his tone unfriendly. I wanted to tell you that the fifth-generation production line has been sold to a nation in gray state. Zhou Quanmin quickly stated. Upon hearing this, Brandon furrowed his brow, realizing Huaxia's cunning. You killed Ryans. 50% off. Zhou Quanmin hung up, leaving Brandon in distress. The other party wasn't imploring him to purchase. It was an open offer. Yet, who could resist the allure of a 50% discount? After some contemplation, he got up and made a call to Congress. Buy. Everyone else is buying. Why shouldn't we? Ryans is dead. We cannot allow ourselves to be outmaneuvered by the Americans again. With Huaxia's goods being sold at such low prices, we must seize the opportunity. Li Xiang gazed in astonishment at the list of transactions. Lin Feng is truly remarkable. He has actually managed to sell equipment, even to D-Country and Kangaroo Country, and at a premium no less. No, these resources are intended for the construction of the 3 major bases, Lin Feng remarked. Public sentiment is beginning to wane. Li Xiang exclaimed. So, distributing these items will resolve the issue? Lin Feng queried. Li Xiang fell silent. Recognizing this was merely a superficial solution to a deeper problem. You may leave. I am weary. Lin Feng abruptly waved his hand. Li Xiang, incensed, thought this is my office after all. Ah, I forgot this was your office. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, rising without even a word of apology. His thoughts were consumed by the tasks at hand, focused on the mission of being a super spy, accumulating points, and harnessing super energy. Unconcerned with the future, he pondered where to capture spies. This mission was absurd. Since I have awakened a technological system, why not assign me tasks related to science? Ding, would you like to cancel the mission? Lin Feng's lips twitched, realizing this errant system had its own temper. Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi rarely looked up. As an agent, you should know how to capture spies. What is the training process like? It's quite simple, Su Chenxi responded earnestly. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy, thinking, as expected of a super agent. First, capture the spy, then ascertain their identity, and finally detain them. Su Chenxi continued with unwavering seriousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened, contemplating. When did you learn a joke? Aren't you supposed to be an IC agent? Is your persona crumbling? Yet Su Chenxi remained cold and earnest, stating, to uncover a spy, one must understand what they desire. Lin Feng instantly grasped the implication, bait. However, he had no idea what the super spy case sought. Lost in thought, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened as understanding dawned upon him. Zhang Yuankai was not in a rush. As someone who had weathered many storms, he understood that haste was futile. The closest he could get to the Tianjin command center was still just outside its confines. Yet he comprehended the adage that proximity brings advantage. First, he could eliminate Yang and from suspicion, as Yang specialized in space, rendering it improbable for him to have developed a super aircraft carrier. Moreover, given his advanced age, he was preoccupied with target acquisition, systematically eliminating possibilities. Those who entered the facility were primarily technicians from the Space Department. Zhang Yuankai had nearly confirmed that this was a space base, likely related to a mysterious positioning system. Could it be that the device he had previously launched was the new generation satellite positioning system? Zhang Yuankai began to analyze seriously. Soon, he felt a wave of excitement, thinking this could be the correct answer. He continued his exploration until one day he noticed an unusual individual within the base, Zhou Liming. This young scientist had an ambiguous background, reportedly transferred from the Southern Isle. The Southern Isle, being coastal, was conducive to aircraft carrier production. Zhang Yuankai's suspicions were not solely based on the source of Zhou Liming's arrival. More importantly, he discerned the presence of two super agents concealed nearby. Only someone as observant as Zhang Yuankai could detect such subtleties. Chapter 81. 3-year return on investment when the full purchase of the 5th-generation fighter jet production line was completed in the land of kangaroos. The United States finally announced its plans. They would invest a staggering $1 trillion US to construct 3 super aircraft carriers. Moreover, the assembly of these vessels had already commenced, utilizing cutting-edge technology. The Americans realized that the current trajectory was untenable. Presently, China seemed to be in a state of complacency. Sanctions could be imposed, but any attempt to obstruct their maritime activities would be met with force. The Pentagon believed that regaining control over maritime routes was essential to effectively block China. Early that morning, the chief officer noticed Lin Feng engrossed in the news. He felt a surge of emotion, thinking that such a patriotic youth must be seething with anger. Fear not, you have done your utmost. He attempted to reassure Lin Feng in a parental tone. I was pondering, Lin Feng interjected, since they are manufacturing aircraft carriers. Why not sell some technology from the Tianzhou-1 to them? The chief officer's pupils widened in disbelief, thinking that Lin Feng had lost his senses, and replied earnestly, the United States is our adversary. Lin Feng, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down, chose not to elaborate. Indeed, adversaries are adversaries, yet business can be conducted with them. Lin Feng reasoned that once the third-tier marketplace was unlocked, equipment like super aircraft carriers would soon become obsolete. Furthermore, the prospect of engaging in trade with the U.S., while simultaneously opposing them, seemed exhilarating. China could achieve a dual victory. The chief officer, unaware of Lin Feng's thoughts, recognized that Lin Feng was not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. He said, I must attend a symposium to discuss the 3 major bases you have proposed. Will you accompany me? Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Following a recent transaction, Zhou Quanmin united the 5 major regions to convene a press conference, announcing the establishment of the 3 major bases. The domestic discourse surrounding this was fervent. Welcome, Chief Officer and Mr. Lin Feng. The host greeted them at the symposium. After exchanging pleasantries, the host posed a question regarding the construction of the 3 major bases outlined in the nation's 15th five-year plan. What are your thoughts, Chief Officer? The Chief Officer feigned a pained expression, a gesture both he and Lin Feng were well versed in. If you can speak, please do. If not, feel free to disregard. The host encouraged. Very well, the chief officer began. I understand that the 3 major bases are labor-intensive projects, yet our nation is currently under sanctions, and technology is being restricted. Establishing these bases could generate substantial employment opportunities. Moreover, they're essential for ensuring our security. As the chief officer spoke, he struggled to suppress a smile. The notions of employment and security were mere facades. He recalled a conversation with Lin Feng, who had bluntly stated that consolidating military factories would accelerate equipment production, resulting in increased sales. The chief officer felt an urge to reprimand him. Lin Feng had confidently assured Zhou Quanmin that they must not merely focus on the present, but rather on the future. Of course, Zhou Quanmin had also been influenced negatively, and upon learning Lin Feng intended to use the bases for business purposes, he would undoubtedly be the first to agree. "Mr. Lin Feng, what are your thoughts?" the host inquired. While discerning the chief officer's words proved challenging, Lin Feng's perspective was clear. Caught off guard by the inquiry, Lin Feng contemplated his previous deceptions and decided to speak truthfully, aiming to calm the public. "Rest assured, the nation has plans and objectives. The construction costs of the 3 military bases are not exorbitant." And as Lin Feng's words settled, they swiftly became the subject of hot news within 5 minutes. Lin Feng was indeed a talent. Perhaps he could transition into an economic expert. Did he truly understand the financial implications of constructing 3 bases akin to super cities? Oh dear, I feel we are veering towards the path of the former Soviet Union, placing undue emphasis on military industry at the expense of civilian needs. Netizens began to speculate. Presently, they were not attacking Lin Feng, nor demanding his resignation from the Combat Misinformation Bureau. After all, he had previously apprehended spies, and notably, Lin Feng was known for his candor. To this group of netizens, Lin Feng appeared merely as an innocent youth. At that moment, Lin Feng, embodying the essence of youth, felt utterly speechless. They had genuinely believed his fabrications, and now that he attempted honesty, they dismissed it. Regardless, he had inexplicably earned 100,000 points. Lin Feng was elated, as he was now closer to his goal of 16 million points, yet there remained no leads on the spies or any sign of Yin Yan. "Have you heard of Yin Yan?" Lin Feng queried Jiang Cheng. The assembly of controllable nuclear fusion was nearing its final stages, requiring only a bit more time and testing before it could be operational. This was also the reason why the construction of the 3 bases had been prioritized. Lin Feng, feeling exasperated, clarified, "Have you heard of new energy materials?" "Such as?" Jiang Cheng asked, bewildered. "Materials more potent than nuclear energy." "Is there anything more formidable than nuclear energy in this world?" Jiang Cheng replied, astonished. Lin Feng realized he had asked an unproductive question. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The super energy materials were provided by the system, and they could hardly be aware of them. "Focus on your work," Lin Feng patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder, deciding to bypass the topic of super energy for the moment and prioritize capturing the spies. He had carefully considered that since the system had hinted at the existence of super spies, it must be connected to him. Lin Feng believed he was the bait. Yet, he was reluctant to reveal his identity. The reasoning was simple. Despite having a formidable protective agent and advanced mech technology, foreign assassination attempts were insidious, and no one could guarantee complete security. Therefore, a flawless plan must be devised. To use himself as bait while ensuring the enemy could not disseminate any information before he was captured. The U.S. military-industrial complex was ramping up aircraft carrier production, striving to reclaim its dominant status. However, a perplexing issue continued to plague them: the unsolved mystery of the West Coast base. How did the explosion occur? How was the attack executed? Lance Porter was driven nearly to distraction by this conundrum. Suddenly, he recalled something Wilson had mentioned, along with an accompanying image: an ordinary rocket carrying a satellite. Lance Porter rose and sought out Wilson, whose words left him in a state of shock. Zhang Yuankai had indeed emphasized that he was guarding a highly classified secret base. Upon hearing this, Lance Porter immediately sprang into action, hastily making his way to the Space Department. Chapter 82. The Capture Plan. Super Spy K has been found. Within the confines of the American Space Department, a group of scientists fervently searched. The vastness of blue planet space made the task of locating a single satellite akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, Leveraging the GPS system and orbital theories, they ultimately succeeded in pinpointing this extraordinary satellite. A seasoned scientist cast a glance and remarked, "Nothing remarkable about it." Just then, a young scientist hurriedly approached and struck the keyboard with urgency. At that moment, the image on the screen began to shrink infinitely, followed by a line connecting the blue planet and the moon. G1430. The room erupted in astonishment. "Is there something unusual?" Lanceport inquired. "This marker lies between the moon and the blue planet, a position of peculiar significance," a scientist elucidated. "Our nation conducted a technical test on it in 1976, but it only operated stably for 3 hours. In 2008, we attempted another satellite test with results falling short of 1 hour. The difficulty of surviving between these two celestial bodies is immense." Upon hearing this, Lanceport's pupils dilated in realization. Did this imply that Zhang Yuankai's claims might hold truth? Contemplating this, Lanceport asked, "Can we ascertain what it is?" The scientist pondered before responding. "Judging by its appearance, it should not be an offensive weapon." Disregarding this statement, Lanceport contemplated for a few moments before declaring, "Destroy it." Since Zhang Yuankai began to observe Zhou Liming, he had remained vigilant. It was evident that the United States required absolute precision, necessitating proof that Zhou Liming was indeed the mastermind. In Zhang Yuankai's estimation, the likelihood was high. He had discreetly dispatched trusted associates to investigate Zhou Liming's background, which revealed that Zhou had studied relevant naval engineering. This revelation startled and delighted Zhang Yuankai. In the past, a cross-disciplinary genius emerging from Huaxia would have been a cause for celebration. Regrettably, he no longer belonged to Huaxia. After some contemplation, he relayed this information directly to Wilson. Eliminate him. Zhang Yuankai surmised that the Americans would not easily relinquish their grip on Zhou Liming. Yet, he yearned to liberate himself from their incessant control. Impossible, Zhang Yuankai acknowledged. Now is the time for negotiations. He was the most capable and accessible individual to approach Zhou Liming. However, his confidants, being military personnel, would not assist in executing Zhou. Thus, he would have to act himself. 3 days hence, someone will meet you in the southern region of Huaxia. Follow them, and you will successfully cross to the other side of the Pacific, Wilson stated. Why should I trust you? Zhang Yuankai replied. Because you have no other choice, Wilson countered. In this blue planet, do you believe there are places beyond Huaxia and the United States that remain unpenetrated? Given your past, it is evident you cannot survive in Huaxia. Thus, the United States is your only option. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuankai abruptly ended the communication. Though reluctant to acknowledge the truth, it appeared he truly had no alternatives. However, he resolved not to journey to the United States across the Pacific, but instead to seek refuge in other nations. Zhang Yuankai understood that once he completed his mission, the Americans would no longer pursue him. He sat down, lit a cigarette, and gazed at a photograph of Zhou Liming on his desk, murmuring softly, Zhou Liming, do not blame me. It is merely your ill fate. Huaxia, do not hold it against me. I only wish to survive. If this spy is indeed targeting me, how might I draw him out and simultaneously detect him? Lin Feng pondered for a considerable time, yet no strategy emerged. Surely, he could not openly declare that he was the one behind the scenes. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. The adversary might not only seek him, but also covet something else, perhaps vital data. Information on space-based weaponry. With this thought, a plan gradually crystallized in Lin Feng's mind. Su Chenxi, could you assist me with something? Su Chenxi remained silent until Lin Feng leaned in to whisper his elaborate scheme, causing her brow to furrow in concern. This is the plan, Lin Feng stated. Su Chenxi continued to withhold her response. Very well, I shall seek assistance elsewhere, Lin Feng conceded without pressure. However, just as he was about to depart, he heard Su Chenxi say, I want the latest model of a laptop. As Lin Feng finalized his plan, Lanceport arrived aboard the battleship Poseidon, carrying the Tellys missile to the land of cherry blossoms. The United States maintains 374 bases worldwide, and this military installation in the land of cherry blossoms ranks among the largest, housing numerous troops and cutting-edge weaponry. The nation's leader Ueda was already waiting at the shore to welcome him. Following their cordial handshake, Ueda cautiously inquired, "I wonder what brings you here this time." He observed a massive transport vehicle loading something that appeared to be missiles. "That is not something you need to concern yourself with," Lanceport replied. "While the land of cherry blossoms presents itself as an independent nation, its military authority is entirely under American control." Lanceport was correct. He had no obligation to account to Ueda. The choice of location in the land of cherry blossoms stemmed from Lanceport's recollection of the West Coast space base. If the situation proved true, it would be wiser to select a different nation. The land of cherry blossoms was an excellent choice. If everything materializes, the repercussions would solely befall the land of cherry blossoms. Ueda lacked the ability to read minds. Had he known this, he would surely have been infuriated. However, in the face of their American overlords, they possessed little choice. Lanceport stood by the seaside, observing the Telly's missile being transported to the base, glancing at the contaminated waters lapping the shore, and then gazing skyward, his expression growing anxious. If it were true, the implications would be terrifying. "I hope I am merely overthinking." After several hours, news finally arrived from the military base. "Sir, all launch procedures have been completed. Shall we commence the launch?" "Sir, should we wait for you?" "Not necessary," Lanceport replied calmly. "Understood." As the communication ended, Lanceport witnessed soldiers at the base activating the launch mechanism for the Telly's missile on the large screen aboard the battleship. Turning to his right, he could still see the sky soared silently orbiting the blue planet. Minutes later, the Telly's missile emerged, rapidly locking onto the sky sword with astonishing speed before hurtling toward it. Lanceport's imagination conjured the ensuing scene. This seemingly innocuous satellite would vanish into the void of space, reduced to cosmic dust under the onslaught of the Tellys. Chapter 83. A Call for Justice. Bombing the land of cherry blossoms at the Tianjin Command Center. Most personnel were indulging in the delightful flavors of afternoon tea when suddenly, the alarm blared. Immediate feedback was received. "We are under missile target lock. There are 5 minutes until impact." Data analysis concluded that the missile could not penetrate the Tianjin defense system, but it might cause minor fluctuations. "What should we do now?" The officer in charge that day promptly called Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was dining and, intrigued by the news, realized that the adversary had likely detected the anomaly of Tianjin and intended to strike. However, based on the current technology of Blue Star, the attack from the West Coast should not have identified Tianjin. It could either mean that the United States possesses a monitoring system far superior to his expectations, or the Super Spy K counterattack, Lin Feng declared. "If we retaliate, the space-based weapons will be exposed," the officer cautioned. "I never intended to keep the space-based weapons a secret," Lin Feng replied. "This is America's test of our space-based capabilities. I want them to understand. Testing could lead to demise." "Indeed," the officer inquired. "Shall we retaliate with the same measure as before?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment and asked, "From where are they launching this attack?" The officer glanced at the data, momentarily shocked, then stated, "From the land of cherry blossoms." Lin Feng was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. "The Americans are truly insidious." "Wait," Lin Feng exclaimed without hesitation. "If it's from the land of cherry blossoms, let us widen the strike radius." "What? What do you mean, what?" Lin Feng retorted. "Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered." The officer quickly grasped the implication. Chuckling, "Rest assured, I will steer clear of their nuclear power plants." As the distance closed in, Lanceport could no longer contain his clenched fists. The Telly's missile approached the first star position like a bolt of lightning, and Lanceport finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were to strike the West Coast base, such advanced technology would have reacted long ago. Yet, before Lanceport could fully relax, the scene shifted dramatically. Suddenly, the previously dormant Tianjin activated all its lenses, and in an instant, countless red lasers surged toward the Telly's missile. The high-speed Telly's missile was obliterated in an instant. Lanceport and all the experts and soldiers watching this spectacle widened their eyes in disbelief. "What is this? Is this a weapon from Huaxia?" Before the scene concluded, the red lasers, having destroyed the missile, swiftly coalesced into a beam of light, hurtling toward Blue Star. At that moment, Lansport could hear his own heartbeat. He witnessed a massive beam transforming into a colossal fireball upon entering the atmosphere, reminiscent of the divine retribution that once struck the West Coast military base. "Look!" shouted a soldier stationed outside the aircraft carrier. As Lansport stepped outside, he was met with blinding brightness. He beheld the fireball in the sky, descending like a shooting star, its speed far exceeding that of the tellies. No wonder the experts said it resembled artillery. Lansport swallowed hard. Everyone else mirrored his action, silently captivated by the visually stunning scene unfolding before them. Moments later, a deafening explosion echoed. Flames, smoke, instantly enveloped the expanse of land. The enormous fire intertwined with the sea, transforming the coastline of the land of cherry blossoms into a true inferno. Lansport recognized the dreadful reality of the situation. In an instant, news of the land of cherry blossoms facing divine retribution erupted across the internet. The specifics remained unclear, but it was evident that the devastation was severe. Rumors circulated that the United States was involved. Opinions varied, with some claiming a nuclear leak in the land of cherry blossoms, while others suggested a military experiment that triggered a massive explosion. Only the United States and Huaxia knew the truth. Zhou Quanmin, realizing the urgency, called Lin Feng, asking, "Why haven't you reported this? Time is of the essence." Lin Feng replied, "Are you certain this isn't a vendetta?" Zhou Quanmin inquired. Lin Feng paused, then both burst into laughter. Lin Feng asked, "Has the United States condemned us yet?" "I believe they are contemplating this very issue. Should they speak, it would inadvertently amplify our influence," Zhou Quanmin replied. Lin Feng chuckled. "In truth, we could announce it ourselves." What do you have in mind?" Zhou Quanmin questioned. At that moment, discussions were ongoing within the Black Palace regarding the incident. However, their progress was far slower than Zhou Quanmin anticipated, as their scientists were still debating the nature of the weapon. Is it an orbital cannon or a satellite missile? "I believe it's a form of illusionary attack, a highly advanced GPS system. As we launched our assault, they immediately fired their missiles from within Huaxia." They argued animatedly, voices clashing, until a young scientist stood up, proclaiming, "This is the space-based weapon we have longed for yet could never attain." The United States has also been researching space-based weapons, but the complexity of the programming is beyond their reach. To develop a mature space-based weapon, they would require at least another 30 years of research and countless resources. As his words concluded, the room fell silent. A super aircraft carrier, space-based weapons. The Huaxia that once seemed so innocuous had now become a formidable force. Smith-Plang and Lansport were preoccupied with their thoughts. Whether it was an orbital cannon, a missile, or a space-based weapon, they contemplated whether to disclose this information to the world. Just then, the door swung open, and Smith-Plang looked up, abruptly standing and instructing everyone except Lansport to leave the room. Outside stood 7 men clad in suits, each adorned with a combination of English letters and Arabic numerals. Zone 7. Chapter 84. Zone 7. The Hades Project. Smith-Plang took a deep breath. It is widely acknowledged that on Blue Star, the power of the President of the United States is unparalleled, capable of managing domestic affairs and even intervening in the internal matters of other nations. However, only a select few are aware that within the borders of the United States lies a place beyond the reach of Smith-Plang. Zone 7. A clandestine base shrouded in mystery. The archives of the National Affairs Council hold scant records about it. In fact, during the administration of the African-American president in 2008, an attempt to investigate the secrets of Zone 7 nearly led to a fatal incident. Throughout the years, Zone 7 has rarely made its presence known. Yet each appearance has unveiled remarkably advanced technologies, such as supercomputer chips and Ford-class aircraft carriers. However, the most staggering revelation remains: the moon landing. The Apollo moon landing program was simply unattainable at the technological level of 1969. Under normal technological progression, executing such a plan was impossible. A middle-aged man, appearing around 50 yet resembling a man in his 30s, entered the room. "You may call me Hades," he spoke slowly, Smith Plang was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Hades the name of the Western deity of the underworld? This is merely a moniker. In Zone 7, we do not possess real names, Hades explained. It is akin to why the initial plan was named Apollo. Those who emerged from Zone 7 were referred to as Apollo. The two men suddenly understood. Hades entered and took a seat, and Smith Plang was filled with excitement, for he perceived Hades as the savior from their predicament. I'm already aware of all the circumstances. The explosion at the West Coast Space Base has awakened us. Space-based weapons are not to be feared. Upon hearing this, both men exhaled in relief. Space-based weapons are not to be feared. This indicates that Zone 7 may possess even more formidable weaponry. Unlike the former Soviet Union, Huaxia boasts a rich history and exceptional wisdom. If the United States seeks to reclaim its hegemonic status, a conflict between Huaxia and the U.S. is inevitable. Hades continued, our arrival serves not only to assist you in reclaiming the dominance of the Blue Star Empire, but, more importantly, to further the plan that I hold in my hands. Hades passed a document to Smith Plang, who eagerly accepted it and began to peruse. The cover read, The Hades Project. As he opened the first page, his expression shifted dramatically. The military officer, impeccably dressed, was to partake in an interview today, where he would unveil a significant piece of news. Huaxia would be held responsible for the explosion in Sakura country. Huaxia now possesses space-based weaponry. Thus, the officer was exceedingly excited, having even pleaded with Lin Feng for 2 hours to secure the first opportunity to speak. However, just as he was preparing to take the stage, a staff member nearby remarked, Have you seen? The United States has held a press conference condemning us and has announced that Huaxia possesses space-based weaponry. What? The officer was taken aback. The United States had spoken? Based on our earlier speculations, it was highly probable that the United States would conceal this information. The officer pulled out his phone and was met with a flurry of trending news online. Shock! Our nation possesses space-based weaponry. The United States divulges this information. The dragon rises. Our country actually possesses space-based weaponry. In addition to the U.S. press conference, there was also an official video released by the United States. This system showcased the space-based weaponry and the complete footage of the counterattack from space-based weapons. Within a mere half hour, it garnered over 3 billion views worldwide. Yet, the vast majority of nations opted for silence, with only 2 countries responding, the United States and Sakura country. The latter, seemingly unhinged, launched a frenzied assault on Huaxia, demanding an explanation. Upon witnessing this, the officer pondered and decided to call Lin Feng. Did you see? What? Lin Feng replied. The United States has announced this news. The officer stated. Lin Feng was astonished. He summoned the technicians at the Tianjin base to open the news and, after a brief glance, remarked, This is indeed unexpected. Is there a conspiracy at play? The officer expressed his concerns, but Lin Feng remained silent, deep in thought. The United States revealing this information seemed detrimental with no conceivable benefits. Why would they disclose it? Indeed, the host promptly asked, Officer, hello. You must be aware of today's hot news. I recall you mentioning some time ago that our nation was researching space-based weaponry. Upon hearing this, the online audience was taken aback. When the officer first made that statement, who would have believed it? Now, it had become a reality. This, the officer stammered, feeling embarrassed. I remember that such secrets should be classified. Doesn't this constitute a leak? Or did you have prior communication with the higher-ups to deceive the adversary? The host, lacking tact, brought up a sensitive topic. The officer felt even more uncomfortable, wishing the host had chosen a different question. Nevertheless, the officer, being a seasoned official, cleared his throat and replied earnestly, Indeed, this is part of the plan. It is also the mission of our department. That is all the information. Lin Feng indicated the documents on the floor to others. Deliver them to the designated location. These documents served as bait to lure the super spy K out. Understood, the staff member replied. With some rare free time, Lin Feng sat down to rest. Just as he pulled out his phone, he came across a news report. The D-country foreign ministry condemned Huaxia for its audacity in using space-based weaponry to destroy their satellite, alleging that Huaxia had sold them the satellite production line and technology and now demanded a return. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite simple, Lin Feng said. I ask you, did D-Country purchase the satellite production line from us? Well, it seems not, the others paused. The previous equipment sale occurred in Afghanistan, with no involvement from Huaxia at all. Thus, they should address their grievances with whoever sold it to them. Moreover, they had declared a severance of relations with us. Why should we concern ourselves with them? Lin Feng smiled and remarked, however, those who are willing to speak up now indicate their firm allegiance to the U.S. Those who remain silent tell a different story. Chapter 85. Brother Lin Feng is truly remarkable in the Smoko region of the Bear Country. The entire Di Luo Palace was enveloped in silence. The meeting had persisted for half an hour, yet the attendees remained mute throughout. The most awkward among them was their chief strategist, Joyce, who had once confidently asserted that data could not lie. The revelation that Huaxia possessed space-based weaponry was utterly unexpected. Wasn't such technology the domain of science fiction? This left them feeling rather embarrassed. They understood well that in this era, whoever harnessed the most advanced technology would lead the entirety of Blue Star. The emergence of super aircraft carriers and space-based weapons warranted their utmost vigilance. I do not believe this signifies that the future belongs to Huaxia, Joyce insisted, unwilling to concede defeat. Currently, Blue Star remains under the control of the United States. We have only just begun to lift economic sanctions. Just look at our GDP growth last quarter. Must Huaxia aim cannons at us before we realize the gravity of the situation? It was evident that opinions were divided. Some advocated for severing ties with the AO organization to foster relations with Huaxia, while others favored continuing alignment with the United States. A cacophony of voices filled the room. Joyce articulated a poignant truth. Even if we manage to maintain our initial friendship with Huaxia, our status as neighbors means our relationship cannot be overly amicable. The presence of the United States ensures that our ties remain stable. But what if the United States were to falter? Let's not forget that historically, we have seized considerable territory from them. Joyce's words were incisive, for he was a strategist of exceptional intellect, well-versed in the psychology of those around him. Upon hearing his remarks, Lovsky furrowed his brow in apparent agreement. At that moment, an agent entered and announced, "Your Majesty, a call from the Black Palace." Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood by the window, gazing at the distant mountains and forests. There lay the Space Command Center of the Tianjin, which was in the process of relocating, though the relocation was merely a facade. Lin Feng pondered a crucial matter. For the United States to locate the Tianjin among the vast expanse of satellites, they must first be aware of its existence. Therefore, they must have prior knowledge of information related to the Tianjin, including its appearance. Given this scenario, it was imaginable that the adversary was indeed cognizant of this base's existence and had possibly witnessed the launch of the Tianjin. This analysis was not solely his own. It stemmed from Su Chenxi, a woman of agile and meticulous thought who was now confidently approaching the base. As Lin Feng neared, Zhang Yuankai stepped forward to speak. In truth, he held little interest in Lin Feng. His sole purpose in waiting at the door was to engage with Zhou Liming. "Who is she?" Zhang Yuankai inquired, casting a glance at Su Chenxi. Since the area had been secured by the National Security Bureau and military forces, Su Chenxi had rarely entered, as her identity was meant to remain concealed in order to protect Lin Feng. "My girlfriend," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Very beautiful," Zhang Yuankai remarked, smiling in return. Though he was not particularly surprised. It was only natural that someone with Lin Feng's connections would attract a partner of such beauty. What astonished him was whether Lin Feng could actually bring her inside. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Feng proceeded onward. Upon reaching the second level, occupied by the personnel of the National Security Bureau, Lin Feng merely stated, "My people," and the Bureau promptly granted them entry. Zhang Yuankai observed this scene with mild astonishment. Lin Feng's authority was evidently substantial, even allowing him to escort an outsider into the premises. "My father has entrusted me with full responsibility for this data transport operation," Lin Feng declared, winking energetically. Su Chenxi bit her lip, seemingly reluctant. "Acting skills," Lin Feng whispered. "You promised me the latest laptop," Su Chenxi murmured back. Lin Feng nodded, only to hear Su Chenxi clench her teeth again, forcing out an unnatural tone. "Brother Lin Feng, is truly remarkable. That evening, Zhang Yuankai reclined in a chair, gazing into the distance. What occupied his thoughts? The future. Lin Feng's presence had illuminated possibilities he had not previously envisioned. If he could obtain information regarding space-based weaponry, perhaps he could avoid the peril of assassinating Zhou Liming. Alternatively, he could hand Zhou Liming over to the Americans for elimination. Zhang Yuankai was convinced that if he presented this information to the United States in exchange, he would acquire immense wealth. Initially, he had contemplated killing Zhou Liming, knowing full well that the data guarded by the National Security Bureau was beyond his reach. However, Lin Feng's words today had offered him a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng, the individual labeled as Huaxia's most prominent second-generation official, held privileges beyond ordinary comprehension. More significantly, he was young. Young individuals engaged in such endeavors often lack foresight. Therefore, not a problem, Wilson remarked, intrigued. If you can indeed procure that information, I will grant you a new identity and a fortune. I swear it on my honor as Wilson. It's a deal, Zhang Yuankai agreed, contemplating further. I provided you with Zhou Liming's residence. Tomorrow presents my sole opportunity to act. We must ensure that you strike at the precise moment to avoid alarming the target. Understood, Wilson replied with a smile. Best of luck to you. To us both. Zhang Yuankai concluded the call, quietly observing the pitch-black night sky. He knew that sleep would elude him this night. When dawn broke, upon arriving at the base, he found that the National Security Bureau personnel had already commenced the transport of the documents, confirming Lin Feng's role as the responsible party. Zhang Yuankai smiled faintly and approached. He was a meticulous individual. While he was unfamiliar with Lin Feng's character, he understood that young men typically cherish their girlfriends. At this moment, 2 American agents were covertly making their way to Lin Feng's residence, intent on capturing one person, Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi, however, was skeptical. How could the enemy act upon his words? She sat there, playing the piano throughout the morning. After all, her public persona was that of a music student. Feeling somewhat bored, she continued until she heard footsteps approaching. Momentarily startled, she resumed her playing with an impassive expression. Outside, the 2 American agents glanced at the photograph in their possession. A demure, delicate girl, she appeared to lack physical strength. That's her, the muscular agent on the left declared. One is sufficient. Why send 2 of us? The agent on the right questioned. Chapter 86, Exposure. The super spy. Good morning. Lin Feng greeted Zhang Yuankai. Good morning, Zhang Yuankai replied, surveying the surroundings with a smile. I am here to assist with your transfer as part of the peripheral security forces. Thank you for your help, Lin Feng responded politely. He held no trust or suspicion toward Zhang Yuankai. In Lin Feng's eyes, even the personnel from the National Security Bureau were not entirely reliable. After all, the super spy K had managed to infiltrate the system, indicating a significant identity, likely with access to some core secrets. We're all serving the nation, Zhang Yuankai remarked. Rather, we serve the people, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Right, Zhang Yuankai said, smacking his forehead. I can be forgetful sometimes. Lin Feng glanced around and said, Let's sit for a while. It seems we cannot proceed just yet. As he spoke, he produced a cigarette and offered it to Zhang Yuankai. Care for one? Zhang Yuankai hesitated. Is it appropriate to smoke during a mission? It's fine, Lin Feng said, adopting a carefree demeanor. I'm in charge here. Zhang Yuankai chuckled, accepting the cigarette. I'll smoke it after the mission is complete. Suit yourself, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. As they sat watching the bustling crowd, Zhang Yuankai suddenly remarked, This mission is quite significant given the scale. Indeed, Lin Feng chuckled. Once this mission is accomplished, I will gain some prestige. Zhang Yuankai smiled at this. And your father is? He stopped himself, realizing it was inappropriate to pry. I was merely curious. Lin Feng did not mind. He smiled in return. Just then, Zhang Yuankai's phone rang. He glanced at it and answered, saying a few okays before hanging up. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng paused his smoking, narrowing his eyes slightly. Zhang uncle, I see you still converse in English. Zhang Yuankai surveyed the area and chuckled. When speaking with Americans, of course, one must use English. Lin Feng feigned ignorance, though the revelation shocked him profoundly. He had assumed that the super spy K was merely someone among the guards or at the base. He never anticipated that such a spy would reach Zhang Yuankai's level. No wonder the system had personally singled him out. What do you mean? Lin Feng continued to act, asking, given our current tensions with the United States, do you still maintain contact with them? So what? Zhang Yuankai replied with a sardonic smile. Are you a spy for the Americans? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, preparing to feign outrage, but Zhang Yuankai continued, seemingly unfazed. Lin Feng, your girlfriend's name is Su Chenxi, correct? Lin Feng was taken aback and had yet to react when Zhang Yuankai added, currently, she is in my custody. So, will you report me? Or will you prioritize your girlfriend's safety? Lin Feng recalled a saying, appearing furious while feeling elated. Everything was proceeding as per his plan. Su Chenxi was captured, and he was being threatened. Beast! Lin Feng exploded, resembling a reckless youth. His hand instinctively reached out, ready to strike Zhang Yuankai. Yet, Zhang Yuankai remained unfazed, saying, if others find out, I may perish, but your girlfriend will undoubtedly die. Such a beautiful young lady. At that moment, a National Security Bureau agent happened to pass by and approached, asking, Mr. Lin Feng, is everything all right? All is well. Lin Feng quickly masked his expression. I was merely exercising. The agent showed no reaction, merely stating, we will commence the transfer shortly. You are on vehicle number 1. Understood, Lin Feng nodded. Zhang Yuankai remarked, this information you possess. Quite the ambition you have, knowing it pertains to space-based weaponry. Lin Feng's pupils dilated as he retorted angrily. Do you realize you are a soldier of Huaxia? Zhang Yuankai chuckled. If given the choice, who would willingly betray their country? I have no other options. Betrayal is betrayal. There are no excuses, Lin Feng sneered. Zhang Yuankai was not perturbed. Lin Feng's reaction only confirmed his assessment of him. A young man lacking cunning, yet possessing significant connections. Now, I present you with 2 choices, Zhang Yuankai said to Lin Feng. First, report me. The agents are right beside us. Second, photocopy the resources and hand them over to me, and I will ensure your girlfriend's safety without anyone being the wiser. You are coercing me into treason. Lin Feng replied coldly. You are aware this is coercion, Zhang Yuankai said with a smile. I am confident that if this comes to light, your father's status will protect you. Lin Feng appeared deep in thought at this. Zhang Yuankai was astonished. Truly, the most prominent offspring of officials could achieve, even this? After all, this was a matter of treason. Once in the vehicle, Lin Feng settled into the back seat, with Zhang Yuankai following as per Lin Feng's request. As a commanding officer, all were obliged to heed his orders. I have prepared a location 500 meters ahead where we can complete the photocopying and exchange. Zhang Yuankai stated. The vehicle's soundproofing was excellent. The driver could not hear their conversation. Upon arrival, Lin Feng commanded stop. Immediately, agents rushed over, asking, what seems to be the problem? First, send these documents inside, Lin Feng instructed. The agent hesitated. This is against the protocol. This is a temporary arrangement from above. Lin Feng replied expressionlessly. Do we need to inform you of every matter? Certainly not, the agent acknowledged, displaying professionalism as he complied with the order to send the documents inside. Zhang Yuankai's associates were already inside, preparing to photocopy the materials. However, those inside were only tasked with photocopying and had no knowledge of the contents. Half an hour later, a pile of documents lay stacked. Lin Feng remarked, are you satisfied now? Yes, Zhang Yuankai replied. Now our transaction is complete. Not quite yet, Zhang Yuankai said, looking at Lin Feng with a hint of amusement. Given your stature, you will serve as my shield. Chapter 87. The dead do not whisper secrets. Su Chenxi found herself firmly restrained in a room by 2 burly men. Her innocent and fearful gaze stirred a twinge of compassion in the hearts of her captors. Yet, as agents of the United States, they could not afford to show mercy. In fact, they entertained thoughts of indulging in other, more nefarious activities with such a beautiful girl. Such thoughts often lead to immediate actions, especially among a group of agents typically constrained by their desires. The crux of the matter was Su Chenxi's extraordinary beauty. Exchanging glances, the 2 men inched closer to her. What do you want? Su Chenxi asked, her demeanor pitiable. Do not be afraid. they replied, their eyes glinting with greed as they approached. Please, don't come any closer, she implored, her terror palpable. Fear not. We are quite capable. We shall ensure your satisfaction, they assured her, unable to suppress their urges any longer. At that moment, a smile unexpectedly graced Su Chenxi's lips, causing the men to pause. Could it be that this seemingly delicate woman was also consumed by her own desires? With that thought, the man on the left turned with surprise, attempting to grasp her shoulder, only to find his hand caught in a vice-like grip. Crack! The man looked up, his voice stifled, meeting Su Chenxi's icy gaze as she calmly declared, I told you not to come closer. The two men were taken aback. A woman had just crushed their bones with her bare hands. What kind of strength was this? Before they could react, her fist was already flying toward them. Soon, the room was filled with anguished cries, and then silence, as Su Chenxi emerged unscathed from the chaos. What does Lin Feng intend to do? Chun Haidong listened intently to the report from the agents. He was keenly aware of everything concerning Lin Feng, yet Lin had left no prior instructions. Only a cryptic command. Do not intervene in what follows. Chun Haidong felt a headache coming on when an agent interjected. A multitude of strangers has suddenly arrived at Academician Zhou's residence. How many? They are surrounded, the agent replied. Chun Haidong sprang into action, asking, Can we ensure Academician Zhou Liming's safety? Yes, the agent assured confidently. But we must leave a survivor. Chun Haidong insisted. Meanwhile, a fierce gun battle erupted at Zhou Liming's home. Zhou, inside, listened to the gunfire with rising trepidation, aware that executing this decoy plan was fraught with danger. Yet he was willing to take the risk. If it were not him, it would be Lin Feng, who was far too vital to the nation. Rest assured, no one will breach this place, an agent reassured him. Zhou nodded, but as an unarmed scientist, his anxiety remained palpable. Let's go. Lin Feng commanded those outside. Understood, the agent from the National Security Bureau replied. Then Lin Feng added, You will personally deliver these documents to Academician Yang'an. Aren't you going? The agent hesitated. I have matters to attend to, Lin Feng replied coldly. The agent sensed the deviation from protocol, but dared not question further. Once the convoy departed, only Lin Feng and Zhang Yuankai remained. We should be on our way, Zhang stated. Indeed, Lin Feng replied impassively as he entered the vehicle, adding, How can I ensure Su Chenxi's safety? She poses no threat to me, thus I shall not harm her. And you? Where will you go? Lin Feng inquired. Naturally. I will take these items and leave this place, Zhang replied, starting the engine. Unbeknownst to him, a vehicle followed closely behind. Su Chenxi was inside, tasked with guarding Lin Feng. Despite Lin Feng's reassurances of his safety, Su Chenxi had the authority to disobey orders, as her true command came from above, stating she could perish. But Lin Feng must not. As she observed the vehicles moving forward, Su Chenxi felt an urge to take action, but hesitated, believing Lin Feng must have a plan. After all, he had orchestrated so much. Merely capturing Zhang Yuankai was not in his character. While maintaining her distance, Lin Feng and Zhang engaged in conversation. Why become a traitor? Lin Feng queried. That is not for you to know, Zhang Yuankai retorted. You are leaving. What is there that cannot be disclosed? Lin Feng pressed. After a moment's reflection, Zhang responded. Have you heard of the 306 Yanjing incident? Lin Feng pondered. I have heard some accounts. It was rumored that Zhang had captured a traitor within the military selling secrets, which propelled him to his current position. However, the truth was that it was Lin Feng who had sold the information, framing Zhang in a conspiracy with the nation of Sakura. Who was he? Lin Feng inquired. My sole rival, Zhang revealed. After all these years, I have nearly forgotten his name. Perhaps you prefer not to mention it, Lin Feng suggested. Because it brings discomfort. Zhang admitted with a bitter smile. I do not quite understand. There are numerous opportunities for advancement. Why would your father assign you to the War Ignorance Bureau? Do you truly wish to know? Zhang asked, curiosity piqued. I am somewhat intrigued, he replied, gazing ahead as they approached their destination. Upon arrival, Zhang exited the vehicle to retrieve a bag laden with documents. What is your plan? Lin Feng inquired. Zhang contemplated before answering. To deliver these documents to the Americans in exchange for wealth and freedom. And then, Lin Feng pressed. Why do you assume I have further plans? Zhang chuckled, then added. Indeed, I do have another plan. What is it? Lin Feng questioned. Zhou Liming, Zhang responded. Lin Feng paused, realization dawning. He is the one behind this, isn't he? Zhang affirmed. Hearing this, Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his demeanor shifting to one of urgency. You did not harm Academician Zhou, did you? It appears it truly is him. Zhang replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. Your anxiety is futile. When I acted, they acted as well. Lin Feng's expression darkened. In stark contrast, Zhang laughed heartily, abruptly raising a firearm that had appeared in his hand, his face shadowed with malice. Do you know why I am revealing this to you? Lin Feng remained impassive. He understood that someone like Zhang Yuankai had long forsaken any moral boundaries. Promises were worthless. Because, Zhang said slowly, the dead do not whisper secrets. Chapter 88. The impossible truth. At the moment Zhang Yuankai raised his gun, Su Chenxi, high above in the mountains, had already drawn her weapon. Although she was 100 meters away, Su Chenxi felt confident that she could deliver a fatal shot. However, her concern was whether Zhang Yuankai, given his reflexes, would fire back at the sound of the gunshot. Unexpectedly, she heard Lin Feng say, "Do not shoot." Su Chenxi paused. Who are you speaking to? Zhang Yuankai asked, bewildered. Lin Feng, however, continued to speak to himself, stating he cannot die yet. Who are you talking to? Zhang Yuankai shouted, panic rising within him. At that moment, he pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot echoed, Su Chenxi leaped like a startled rabbit, her anxiety propelling her to aim her weapon. She intended to kill Zhang Yuankai. Yet, the next scene sent a chill through her and made Zhang Yuankai gulp in fear. They both witnessed the bullet seemingly suspended in midair, hovering before Lin Feng. This spectacle, while not overly flamboyant, was visually striking. Superpower? This was the first thought that flashed through the minds of the spy and the elite agent. Zhou Liming sat anxiously, the gunfire coming in bursts and intervals, until the door swung open. He sprang to his feet, filled with trepidation. At that moment, a voice from outside called out, Academician Zhou is safe now. Zhou Liming glanced at the two muscular agents beside him, still shaken from the ordeal. Is safe now, the agent reiterated. Zhou Liming swallowed hard, as he caught a strong whiff of gunpowder and blood. Just then, Chen Haidong entered with several agents, surveying the scene before addressing Zhou Liming. You have worked hard. Zhou Liming closed his eyes and nodded slowly. You cannot leave yet, Chen Haidong warned. There are corpses everywhere. You are an ordinary person and should not witness this. I fear it may leave you with psychological scars. Zhou Liming swallowed again, touched by Chen Haidong's consideration. After a moment's thought, he asked, How many people? At least over 100, came the reply. Over 100. Zhou Liming exhaled, saying, You really think highly of me. After a moment's reflection, he added, No, it should be said that Chief Lin is truly important. Suddenly, Zhou Liming raised his head and asked, What if? Chen Haidong paused. Announce that I'm still alive? Are you mad? He exclaimed in shock. As long as I am alive, their target will not shift to Lin Feng. Chen Haidong fell silent, observing Zhou Liming's serious expression. He understood this was highly unethical and unfair to Zhou Liming. However, just as Su Chenxi had received her orders, she could die. They all could die, but Lin Feng must not. Clang! The crisp sound of metal falling resonated. Who are you really? Zhang Yuankai looked at Lin Feng, finally realizing something was amiss. He raised his gun, intent on shooting wildly, but the next second, he turned and fled. He understood that against a superpowered individual, ordinary weapons were futile. Lin Feng, however, had no intention of pursuing him. He simply remarked, Time to get to work. Upon hearing this, Su Chenxi dashed in the direction Zhang Yuankai had escaped. A short while later, Lin Feng heard 2 gunshots ring out. After about 10 minutes, he saw Su Chenxi return, dragging Zhang Yuankai along. Blood flowed from his hands and feet, his expression one of utter agony. Stop the bleeding. He won't die, Su Chenxi said, her mood seemingly grim. Lin Feng glanced at her and suddenly remembered he had not informed her about the mech. Zhang Yuankai had just fired, and she must have been extremely worried. Apologies, Lin Feng offered. Su Chenxi remained silent, merely tossing Zhang Yuankai onto the ground and stepping on him. Zhang Yuankai, in pain and confusion, thought, Why is he apologizing if you were stomping on me? Lin Feng bent down, coldly stating, "Are you surprised?" Zhang Yuankai was not merely surprised. He was utterly stunned. He realized that this official offspring before him was far more than just an ordinary bureaucrat. This was a trap. "When did you start doubting me?" "I have never doubted you," Lin Feng replied. "I doubt everyone." Zhang Yuankai, awakening from his stupor, looked at Lin Feng once more and asked, "Who are you really?" Lin Feng, sitting on the ground, lit a cigarette and said, "I won't interrogate you. That task is for the National Security Bureau." "Kill me! Kill me!" Zhang Yuankai shouted. "Falling into Chun Haidong's hands will be worse than death." Lin Feng remained unimpressed as he picked up a bag of documents, saying, "I want to concern myself with you. I have other matters to attend to." "What matters?" Delivering this bag of documents to the Americans, Lin Feng replied. "This." Zhang Yuankai was bewildered, then suddenly enlightened. "This bag of documents is fake. Truth and falsehood intermingle," Lin Feng remarked. "The Americans are likely to believe it." Hearing this, Zhang Yuankai gazed at Lin Feng as if he were a demon, asking, "Whose plan is this?" "What do you mean by that question?" "Indeed, this must be Zhou Liming's plan," Zhang Yuankai stated. "Fortunately, he is dead." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned and drew out his revolver. He acknowledged it. In that moment, he felt the stirrings of murderous intent. Just then, Su Chenxi put down her phone and said slowly, "Rest assured, Academician Zhou is not dead." That was part of the plan. Lin Feng was taken aback. It seemed the National Security Bureau had concealed certain actions from him. "Congratulations, you survived," Lin Feng reiterated, lifting the bag of documents, while Zhang Yuankai stared at him in terror. "Zhou Liming is not dead? Why is he not dead?" He had too many unanswered questions. Lin Feng, seeing his pitiful expression, pondered for a moment before saying, "If you cannot understand, then keep it to yourself. I want to tell you. Your arrest was merely part of the plan. Now, I must execute the other half of the plan." With that, Lin Feng took the bag of documents and departed with Su Chenxi. Having invested so much effort, it was clear that capturing Zhang Yuankai was not the sole objective. Zhang Yuankai quietly watched their retreating figures, listening to the sound of vehicles from the National Security Bureau nearby. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Not Zhou Liming, but him. Zhang Yuankai found it hard to believe. Yet in that moment, his instincts told him it was true. 4. When Lin Feng's identity perfectly aligned, all questions inexplicably fell into place. He recalled a saying, "When all other possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Chapter 89. Have you ever seen an exploding engine? Chen Haidong arrived. Upon exiting the vehicle, he noticed Zhang Yuankai sprawled on the ground. After a moment's contemplation, he instinctively stepped on him. "Are you even human?" Chen Haidong exclaimed, his anger palpable. Zhang Yuankai was a significant figure. If he chose to, he could divulge all the defensive strategies and information of the Western borders to the Americans. This was crucial border defense we were discussing. Zhang Yuankai felt a chill run down his spine, for he understood that Chen Haidong's presence marked the beginning of a nightmare. "Arrest him, don't let him die," Chen Haidong instructed disdainfully. Yet, Zhang Yuankai locked eyes with him and asked, "Is it true? Is Lin Feng really that person? Why is there a dog barking?" Chen Haidong retorted. One of the agents holding Zhang Yuankai immediately punched him in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood and retch in agony. Once Zhang Yuankai was secured in the vehicle, Chen Haidong inquired, "Where are those two rascals?" Chen Haidong was furious. Lin Feng had concealed such a grand scheme from him. "Commander Lin says they have gone to negotiate with the Americans," an agent replied. The agent pondered for a moment before adding, "Are you sure?" "Commander Lin and Su." Chen Haidong turned sharply. The agent quickly clarified, "Yes, it is indeed time for some discipline. I will definitely inform you in advance next time," Lin Feng remarked, looking at Su Chenxi. However, Su Chenxi ignored him. Lin Feng recognized that he had indeed underestimated the situation, yet he had conducted tests. Ordinary firearm attacks could not penetrate the defenses of the true damage mech. As Lin Feng contemplated how to appease the sulking agent, he was surprised to hear Su Chenxi speak up. "It's all right. I understand that superpowered individuals must conceal their identities." Lin Feng was at a loss for words. thinking she was overthinking the matter. This is a mech, not a superpower, he clarified. I am aware, Su Chinsi replied, but it must not be known to outsiders. Lin Feng, thoroughly speechless, decided against further explanation, as a transparent mech was indeed an astonishing concept, one that even scientists found hard to believe, let alone an agent like Su Chinsi, who was accustomed to simpler games. Both of them peered through binoculars at the scene ahead, where a transaction was unfolding. An agent disguised as part of the National Security Bureau handed over a large bag of documents to an American operative. Where's Zhang Yuankai? The American asked. He said he wouldn't come. He doesn't trust you, the agent replied. Upon hearing this, the American was convinced. He tossed a bag of money to the National Security Bureau agent and then picked up the documents, stating, "How can I guarantee the authenticity of this?" "You can wait for the news or verify it yourself," the agent suggested. After several minutes, the American seemed to have reached a conclusion, saying, "All right." The National Security Bureau agent took the money without further inquiry and left. This transaction could be deemed complete. Lin Feng observed this scene with a sigh of relief, while Su Chinsi inquired what will happen next. A portion of the documents was authentic, yet one aspect concerning the engine assembly had been altered. How was it modified? Su Chinsi asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Feng wore a teasing smile as he responded. Have you ever seen an engine that explodes? At the National Security Bureau, Chun Haidong covered his ears, pleading, "Stop cursing, just stop." Two agents beside him quickly turned away, unable to witness the scene. The one cursing Chun Haidong was Lin Feng. Yet, it wasn't only them present. Zhou Liming was also there, equally berated. Who else knows? Lin Feng inquired. The bureau chief, Chun Haidong replied, betraying his ally. Damn it. Lin Feng swore, but Zhou Liming, touched by the moment, remarked, Commander Lin, this was my voluntary decision. Voluntary, my foot, Lin Feng retorted, turning to unleash a verbal tirade that traced back to his origins. Zhou Liming dared not lift his head, while others watched in trepidation. Though it has transpired, as long as I continue in this identity, then, Zhou Liming boldly stated. Lin Feng frowned. I agree with this matter, Chen Haidong added. Though Lin Feng was reluctant, as long as he remained safe, they were indifferent. What do you mean? You want to vote? Lin Feng queried. Yes, Chen Haidong recalled, realizing they were in the National Security Bureau. All right. Lin Feng raised his hand and glanced at Su Chensi. Chen Haidong also focused on Su Chensi, who unexpectedly raised her hand in unison with Lin Feng. Chen Haidong then looked at the two agents nearby. Sensing Chen Haidong's gaze, they prepared to speak. Yet, Lin Feng shot another glance at Su Chensi, who immediately understood and threw the two agents out. There was no contest. Those two agents stood no chance against Su Chensi. This is unfair. Unfair, Chen Haidong shouted. 2-2, Lin Feng grinned. Let's do it this way. Whoever comes in next, if they raise their hand, they are with me. If not, they are with you. Agreed, Chen Haidong nodded, confident this was the National Security Bureau, his domain. After 3 or 4 minutes, they heard the bureau chief's voice gradually approach. Hey, why are you two standing at the door like wooden logs? Who bullied you? The door swung open, revealing the bureau chief's slightly portly figure. Chen Haidong felt a surge of joy. The bureau chief would surely align with this plan. However, Lin Feng unexpectedly produced a revolver, pointing it directly at the bureau chief. Chen Haidong and Zhou Liming were taken aback, but they saw the bureau chief raise his hands and say, Disciple, let's discuss this calmly. Put down the gun. I know it wasn't right to keep this from you, but the outcome is favorable. Lin Feng smiled, though Chen Haidong and Zhou Liming glared at the bureau chief, cursing, You scoundrel. What are you doing? Spineless wretch. How can you speak like that? Have some decorum, the bureau chief retorted. Meanwhile, in the American Black Palace, Smith and Plank were elated, observing Wilson. Zhou Liming is dead, this, Wilson stated, is the information on space-based weapons. We have verified it. You have made a significant contribution, Smith and Plank remarked, rising to pat Wilson on the shoulder. Your shoulders will bear an extra star. No, too. Everything is for the nation, Wilson proclaimed loudly. And Zhang Yuankai? Lonspot cautiously inquired. I don't know, however, I suspect he won't come to see me, Wilson replied. That old fox must have vanished, but he's of no use to us now. The other two nodded in agreement, and Smith and Plank jested, With a fierce scientist like that gone from Huaxia and the theft of space-based weapon data, I wonder how they are feeling now. Lanspot chuckled. What can they do? They can only stew in their frustration. Chapter 90, A Conscience. But not much as the words fell. The laughter among the crowd grew louder. With the advent of space-based weapons, we have gained another card up our sleeve, proclaimed Smith Plank. Lance nodded in agreement. Hades emerged from the 7th District, bringing not only the Super Ford aircraft carrier, displacing 250,000 tons, but also 2 formidable weapons. Now, with space-based weaponry in our arsenal, the future is undoubtedly ours, declared Smith Plank, his eyes shimmering with ambition. Relay my orders. We must construct space-based weapons at any cost, and as soon as possible. Yes. Ding. Mission accomplished. Locate the Super Spy K. As Lin Feng listened to their conversation, the system chimed in his mind. He let out a sigh of relief. The task was finally complete. The second task was not particularly arduous, merely accumulating points and spending money. However, the third task was somewhat daunting: super energy annihilation. What on earth was that? What is this? Are you truly so reckless as to hand an explosive blueprint to the Americans? Chen Haidong spoke with barely concealed amusement. Are you interested in taking the position at the National Security Bureau? I can arrange that for you. Before Lin Feng could respond, the bureau chief interjected with irritation. What do you mean, is the National Security Bureau so esteemed? Are you trying to poach someone right in front of me? Your Bureau of War Disruption lacks even an official structure. As the two old men began to bicker, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he called out to the quarreling duo, "How will you handle Zhang Yuankai, since you have other plans?" "Zhang Yuankai will remain in the shadows for now," replied Chen Haidong. "I believe in putting on a full show," Lin Feng said. "I need the enemy to perceive the authenticity of this matter." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted, and they began to sweat nervously. Lin Feng had truly calculated the human heart to its fullest extent. When Lin Feng exited the National Security Bureau, he encountered Zhou Quanmin at a press conference, exuding an air of fervor as he vehemently condemned the Americans for their heinous act of killing Zhou Liming. With a choked voice and reddened eyes, he proclaimed, "In 3 days, we shall hold a memorial service to honor our great scientist, academician Zhou Liming." Instantly, the entire internet fell silent in mourning, filled with indignation. The designer of space-based weapons had perished? How malicious the Americans were. Farewell, academician Zhou. Lin Feng and the bureau chief watched with amusement, while Zhou Liming appeared quite uncomfortable. "What are you thinking?" Lin Feng inquired. "You could sell your life to me, and you were indeed involved in the space-based weaponry project." Zhou Liming remained silent, feeling a sense of disgrace beneath such a heavy pretense. The bureau chief chuckled. "Academician Zhou, will you attend the memorial service in 3 days?" After the bureau chief spoke, Lin Feng laughed, and Zhou Liming, momentarily stunned, reacted with an outburst. "Are you serious? Would you attend your own memorial service? What kind of insult is that? How can you claim to be a senior academician and a cultured individual with such disgrace?" Not long after, news of Zhang Yuankai's arrest sent shockwaves across the nation. If Lin Feng's previous star-shattering plan was the most significant counter-espionage case, then the Zhang Yuankai incident was the pinnacle of counterintelligence. For several consecutive days, this case trended online, with all of Huaxia denouncing Zhang Yuankai for treason. However, after the storm had passed, some keen observers noticed that the behind-the-scenes list of this counter-espionage case intriguingly included Bureau of War Disruption, Lin Feng. What the hell? No wonder he's the biggest second-generation official on the internet. I don't share that opinion. The National Security Bureau has always been meticulous about such matters. Lin Feng must have been involved. In no time, a self-proclaimed insider leaked information, confirming Lin Feng's crucial participation in the case. This revelation intensified the uproar. If this experimental device is successful, it signifies our mastery over controllable nuclear fusion, Jiang Cheng spoke with fervor. In truth, whether or not he developed controllable nuclear fusion was inconsequential. Controllable nuclear fusion was destined to mark a historical epoch. While controllable nuclear fusion may not permanently resolve the energy crisis, it would undoubtedly elevate humanity to heights previously unattainable. It was akin to the distinction between the steam age and the non-steam age. Lin Feng gazed at the vast apparatus before him when someone shouted, "Initiate ignition." As the machines flickered, the visuals displayed the nuclear reactor beginning to activate with the aid of technology. This device was aptly named, "Chasing the Sun Beep Beep Beep." The machines began to resonate. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Cheng, noting his tightly clenched fists. The equipment whirred to life, and a flurry of data appeared on screen. First error detected. Jiang Cheng's heart raced as he rushed to inspect the situation. The entire base sprang into action. After half an hour, a resolution was finally reached. Just as the team exhaled in relief, a second error occurred. Thus, by midnight, everyone was utterly exhausted, yet the reactor had been operational for over half an hour. According to standard logic, if the reactor maintained stability for over an hour, it would be deemed a success. Consequently, everyone waited in silence. 57, 58. All held their breath. But just as the timer hit 59 minutes, a cacophony erupted from the base, and the supercomputer displayed, "Critical error. Evacuate. Shut down the reactor." Jiang Cheng shouted, reacting swiftly, though his heart bled. However, Lin Feng grasped his shoulder, urging him, "Press on." In this moment, no one understood controllable nuclear fusion better than Lin Feng. "Normal. It's normal," a technician shouted, eyes wide with excitement. "We have normal energy output." At that instant, the base erupted in jubilation. Jiang Cheng was so overwhelmed that he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Lin Feng comforted him while dialing Zhou Quanmin. "Controllable nuclear fusion. Successful," Lin Feng announced. "Really?" Zhou Quanmin's reaction caught Lin Feng off guard. "Thank goodness it succeeded. What is the matter?" "Just now, the Americans announced that controllable nuclear fusion is successfully operational." "On the same day?" "Indeed," Zhou Quanmin confirmed. "So soon," Lin Feng mused, realizing that the Americans had progressed beyond his expectations. Logically, it was only a matter of time before the Americans achieved success in their research, but the speed was astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "By the way, since they have announced it, we need not disclose our progress." "Why?" Zhou Quanmin initially questioned, but then comprehension dawned upon him. "Let them tear each other apart." Lin Feng chuckled. While the implementation of controllable nuclear fusion could not remain concealed, the Americans were oblivious to the fact that it was independently researched by Huaxia, likely believing it was sold to them by the AO organization. Zhou Quanmin paused for thought, and Lin Feng promptly added with utmost seriousness, "You have misunderstood me. I occasionally help elementary school students cross the street." "I know," Zhou Quanmin replied earnestly. "One could only say you possess a conscience, but not much." Chapter 91. KGED biological base. On the day the controlled nuclear fusion was announced, the world erupted in a fervor. At that moment, the scientific community on Blue Star was abuzz with discussions about this groundbreaking news. Numerous experts and scholars emerged, fervently proclaiming that the world would inevitably belong to the United States. Energy fuels immense productivity. Although China possesses space-based weaponry, weapons cannot satiate hunger. Indeed, China would emerge as the most significant victim of this revelation. As the discussions unfolded, another piece of news refocused global attention on the United States. The U.S. Department of Defense declared that they had mastered the technology of space-based electromagnetic railguns, with plans to construct one in space within the next year. Instantly, this announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. The most elated among them was undoubtedly Joyce, who had once championed the continuation of support for the U.S.-led AO organization. In retrospect, this decision proved to be remarkably astute, liberating him from immense pressure. Similarly, member nations of the AO organization, including those in Western Europe, breathed a sigh of relief. The advent of controlled nuclear fusion and space-based railguns reaffirmed that the United States remained at the pinnacle of global power. Upon receiving this news domestically, it became evident that space-based weapons and railguns represented formidable technological advancements capable of delivering devastating strikes from the cosmos. Consequently, the Chinese leadership convened a meeting. However, this gathering yielded little constructive dialogue. Notably, Zhou Quanmin opted not to attend, instead seeking out Lin Feng. "Do you take me for a magic cat?" Lin Feng chuckled ruefully. Despite his jest, Zhou's expression conveyed that he indeed regarded Lin Feng as something extraordinary. What is your perspective? The railgun is indeed a terrifying weapon, yet primarily serves as a tool for aerial assaults. Lin Feng felt no trepidation. The space-based weaponry provided by the system could not possibly be inferior to the railgun. I'm astonished by how rapidly U.S. technology has advanced. Upon hearing this, Zhou instinctively glanced at Lin Feng, but replied, "There is currently no information on that front." He then handed Lin Feng a piece of paper, stating, "This organization is called Listening to the Wind, our underground network in the United States." When did it commence? Lin Feng inquired. Since the War of Resistance. Zhou's revelation startled Lin Feng. The foresight of the previous generation was indeed remarkable. Lin Feng exhaled, accepting the paper as Zhou continued. The organization is led by Bai Yiling, who poses as a citizen of Sakura country. And the code? Lin Feng pressed. What code? Don't spy films always have codes? Zhou rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion. Times had changed. Codes were no longer necessary. After bidding Zhou farewell, Lin Feng sought out Jiang Cheng. The fundamental reason Lin Feng harbored no fear of the United States lay in his anticipation of unlocking the third-tier marketplace within the system. Currently, only one final task remained to achieve this: super energy annihilation. If you suggest there might be a force more potent than annihilation, Jiang Cheng pondered before responding. It should exist in space. Space, Lin Feng mused, contemplating the challenge. The second-tier marketplace indeed contains space technology, albeit limited to near-space travel. Noticing Lin Feng's serious contemplation, Jiang Cheng refrained from interrupting until he resumed. There exists another possibility. Lin Feng regarded him intently. Deep sea, Jiang Cheng elaborated. The oceans on Blue Star are vast, with numerous areas covered by thick ice. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. In fact, both answers aligned with his own speculations. Days later, controlled nuclear fusion was officially operational. The first established base was named Gonggong, after the ancient Chinese water deity, a name imbued with profound significance. With the implementation of controlled nuclear fusion, wastefulness became a non-issue, as it harnessed energy to its fullest potential. On this day, Li Xiang finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Apologiza, Li Xinzong Murja. Bowing to someone superior to you is not a disgrace. Li Xiang stood there dumbfounded. What's wrong? Li Xinzong's temper flared. I called him yesterday, but I couldn't get through, Li Xiang lamented. Perhaps he has blocked my number. Li Xinzong was speechless. However, the true reason Lin Feng did not answer his calls was that he was preoccupied. Landing on the moon? Zhou Liming was taken aback by Lin Feng's words. Indeed, Lin Feng confirmed. Previously, you were executing the lunar exploration project in the Southern Isles, were you not? But we currently lack the complete lunar landing apparatus and technology. Now we possess them. Lin Feng waved his hand, and Su Chenxi promptly placed a box of documents before Zhou Liming. Zhou hesitated, then rose to inspect the contents, his lips twitching. Such impressive materials were contained within such a shabby box. He felt embarrassed, yet soon he joyfully embraced the box, mumbling to himself. Upon reaching the doorway, he encountered Luo Shiwei. The two were not well acquainted, but exchanged nods of acknowledgement. As Luo entered, he greeted Lin Feng, who inclined his head slightly, inviting him to take a seat. How is the construction of the Gonggong base progressing? Lin Feng inquired. At this pace, it will be completed in 100 days. Luo Shiwei replied. What about the construction of the super nuclear submarine? Lin Feng pressed. That should be roughly on schedule, Luo noted, observing Lin Feng's changing expression. Is something amiss? Lin Feng stated, I require several fleets for deep-sea exploration. Curious, Luo Shiwei asked, what specifically are we probing for? Unknown substances, Lin Feng replied earnestly. All undiscovered materials. Half an hour later, Luo Shiwei departed hastily, fully aware that even Lin Feng's serious directives were of utmost importance. Hours later, the first fleet of nuclear submarines departed from the Shihai Island base, embarking on a journey of deep-sea exploration. Simultaneously, a significant event unfolded in Chinatown across the Pacific. A masked team stealthily infiltrated Chinatown, abducting over 1,000 Chinese individuals, encompassing men, women, and children. They were captured without resistance and transported to a secret base located in the eastern United States. This base was named KGD, the largest biological research facility in the United States. Chapter 92. The provocation of the third country, let go of me. Are you disregarding the law? A group of Chinese people shouted below. To some extent, they no longer belonged to the Huaxia people, as most among them had escaped from Huaxia and acquired American nationality. Above the gate, Hades stood with a woman, who inquired, "Are you really not going to inform Smith and Prang?" "There is no need for that," Hades replied. "You must understand, he cannot know everything. Let them know what they need to know." "Understood," the woman nodded. "By the way," Hades turned and asked, "have we recently captured a spy?" "Indeed," she confirmed. "Tell that fool Wilson to expedite the eradication of this organization." Hades remarked coldly, "I do not wish for our plans to be unveiled to the world before we are ready." With a resounding explosion, a target more than 300 meters away erupted violently, causing all the snipers to widen their eyes in astonishment. They had been invited here under the pretense of testing a new sniper rifle. "Is this what you call a sniper rifle?" the company commander of the sniper unit remarked, gazing at Qian Yongyuan. "Do you want one?" Qian Yongyuan asked. "Yes, of course," the commander replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The weapon was undeniably impressive, stirring their interest. "What is the maximum range?" 2,500 meters, Qian Yongyuan stated. 2,500 meters? The commander was taken aback. Naturally, sniper rifles were not merely judged by distance. Anything over 1,500 meters was considered top-notch. 2,500 meters was a world record caliber, not to mention the damage it could inflict. "Is there a problem?" Qian Yongyuan inquired. The commander was filled with fervor, believing that this rifle was extraordinarily precious. One of a kind. He even contemplated whether to bestow a name upon it. Unexpectedly, Qian Yongyuan shouted to the soldiers behind him, "What are you dawdling for? Each of you should have one. Do you want me to fetch them for you?" The commander was rendered speechless. "What did you just say?" "In nothing. It already has a name." Qian Yongyuan recalled Lin Feng's words and replied. "What is it?" the commander asked. Qian Yongyuan looked at the sniper rifle and said, "Dragon Sniper." "Dragon Sniper?" The commander was puzzled, noticing no dragon patterns on it. Yet he replied, "All right, that sounds quite formidable." This particular sniper rifle was the only weapon in the second-tier marketplace with a name inscribed upon it, known as the Dragon Sniper. After the weapons were distributed, the commander led the sniper unit away, for most of the military personnel were stationed at the borders. The territory of Huaxia was connected to numerous countries, and given the current international situation, many nations were on the verge of action. Among them, the third country to the south led the charge, followed by the monkey country, engaging in minor provocations at the behest of the United States. At that moment, this sniper unit was being dispatched to the southwestern region to participate in border defense. Lin Feng received daily reports concerning the progress of lunar missions from the deep sea and the southern islands. Currently, 5 controllable nuclear fusion devices have been assembled domestically, deployed across 5 regions, alleviating the energy crisis. Consequently, many car owners noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Since the blockade, fuel prices have been decreasing day by day. As for the food supply, the previous incident where Lin Feng had cleverly maneuvered resources had significantly eased the pressure. Abroad, numerous countries were immersed in the development of controllable nuclear fusion, hoping the United States would soon share the relevant technology. However, the U.S. had stated that everything would prioritize American interests before extending to other nations. Eventually, as the allies of AO began to protest, the U.S. hastily distributed 1 controllable nuclear fusion device to each major power, successfully placating the public. Yet, there was one country that considered itself a major power but did not receive a device. Thus, the people of that nation sat within the Black Palace, seething with discontent. This person was the leader of the third country, Demo. "Oh dear, there's truly no way," Smith Prang expressed with deep regret. "I understand that your southern nation desperately needs this technology, but we can only produce so much. We had intended to send a machine your way, but..." Lansport chimed in, "You know the Bear Country. They are not as accommodating as you. Are you implying that our southern nation is too easygoing?" Demo retorted angrily. "Of course not," Lansport quickly clarified. "What I meant is that you are a civilized nation, unlike those wild bears. Demo snorted in response. We have decided and proposed that during tomorrow's World Union meeting, Huaxia will be stripped of its 5 seats, Smith Prang stated. But what? Demo's agitation surged, his emotions flaring. The 5 seats were something they could only dream of. However, you must first prove that you can contend with Huaxia, correct? Smith Prang pointed out. Demo's demeanor deflated at this, realizing that with the Tianzhou #1, they stood no chance. Are you foolish? That is not my intention. I mean, you could strike from the land, Lansport suggested. Huaxia's land forces are quite ordinary, and their southwestern region is remote, primarily mountainous, making transportation inconvenient. Rest assured, we aren't asking you to engage directly, Smith Prang added. Just a little nudge, no need for full confrontation. Lansport continued. Here's the deal. To preemptively congratulate you on joining the 5 powers, we will gift you a controllable nuclear fusion device. Upon hearing this, Demo's spirits soared. Meanwhile, Lansport and Smith Prang exchanged knowing glances, both wearing amused smiles. A conflict between Huaxia and the United States seemed inevitable. Thus, letting the third country test the waters of their power was undoubtedly a brilliant strategy. That night, as Lin Feng peacefully slumbered, he was abruptly awakened by the commotion outside. Upon stepping out, he saw Su Chenxi standing vigil at the entrance. What is happening? Lin Feng inquired. The third country has declared war on our southwestern region, Su Chenxi replied. The third country? Lin Feng paused, bemused, feeling both anger and amusement. Was this nation still not awake? He chuckled helplessly and turned back to resume his sleep, feeling as though he had just heard a joke. Chapter 93. The defense of Old Delhi, southwest battlefield. A thunderous cannonade resounded, igniting the land. The spark was ignited by the demands of the Athra nation, citing the mysterious disappearance of soldiers as a pretext to invade the borders of China for a search. This incited the current conflagration of gunfire. However, heavy artillery had yet to make its entrance, though under the prevailing circumstances, it seemed merely a matter of time. The district chief stood by the railway tracks, awaiting reinforcements for an entire day and night, finally witnessing their arrival. To his bewilderment, it was a sniper company. Truth be told, dispatching merely a single company in the face of an impending war between nations felt rather frivolous. From its location, what was the most direct route to the Old Delhi of Athra? That very night, the sniper company prepared to march, weapons in hand. Are you truly going? The district chief questioned, incredulous. You will be the distraction, drawing their attention, the company commander replied. Yet, the district chief protested, how will you evade their satellites? Fear not. The commander reassured, we carry no cumbersome equipment, and we have the assistance of space-based weaponry. In the aircraft, the district chief pressed further. At this, the commander brandished his sniper rifle, declaring, we have snipers. On the brink of despair, the district chief could scarcely believe that these individuals intended to engage aircraft with sniper rifles. Utter madness. Just comply with the orders. No need for so many questions. The conflict raged for a day and a night, captivating the world. As it stood, the skirmish had yet to escalate into a full-scale war between the two nations. But Athra frequently broadcasted their victories. They had advanced 500 meters into enemy territory and were swiftly progressing, with each retreat of 1,000 meters from the adversary. It seemed that China was indeed a paper tiger. They had even seized one of the enemy's barracks. Almost every 500 to 1,000 meters, Demo convened a press conference, reveling in the unfolding events. He recognized that the United States was using them as pawns, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the bountiful rewards of their agreement. Firstly, they secured a controllable nuclear fusion device. Secondly, they gained a seat among the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Thirdly, their victorious assault against China significantly enhanced their international standing. Demo felt a swell of pride. Meanwhile, experts worldwide began their analyses. They posited that, due to prolonged sanctions, China's economy had regressed, rendering it incapable of military support. Others speculated that China might be mired in internal chaos, unable to confront external warfare. Such news and discussions proliferated until Lin Feng, the chief of the Leadership Bureau, accepted an interview and remarked, Athra has made a ruckus for a day and a night, It is time for them to be taught a lesson. Mischievous children deserve a reprimand. Simultaneously, the sniper company crossed the border into Athera, advancing with remarkable speed while clad in civilian attire, observing the vehicles of Athera. Our underground organization has proven quite adept, managing to procure such resources and passes, one soldier remarked, glancing at his attire and the vehicles that had been allowed to pass. Hey, espionage isn't exclusive to the Americans. We simply choose to remain silent, the commander chuckled. As they progressed, their journey remained largely unimpeded until they gradually approached a city, Old Delhi. As the political and cultural heart of Athera, the commander exclaimed, "We have arrived, disembark, comrades." One soldier, peering ahead, remarked, "Is it truly this easy to enter? Did you not consider why?" Another responded, "Without the interference of space-based weaponry and the assistance of our underground comrades, do you think it would have gained entry so effortlessly?" More importantly, the commander gestured to the compact weaponry they carried, asserting, "This is what truly matters." Indeed, it was inconceivable to bring a sniper rifle into a city. A soldier inquired, "Commander, how shall we engage?" The commander surveyed Old Delhi and posed a provocative question. "Do you believe a single company could encircle this city?" The group fell silent, only to hear the commander proclaim, "Our ancestors nearly turned them into a battle for Old Delhi in just a few days. Today, we must not bring shame upon ourselves." Online, many believe the chief was merely posturing, as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continued to condemn and protest. Until that night, when the sound of cannon fire echoed through Old Delhi. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldiers left behind were alarmed, yet they searched in vain for adversaries. All they could see was the city engulfed in flames. Yet, from whence came this barrage? That night, Old Delhi faced relentless bombardment, forcing Demo to mobilize the entire army for the defense of the city. However, despite the deployment, no signs of artillery could be found. Meanwhile, the commander of the sniper company orchestrated his unit, directing them in various directions to unleash their firepower. Those unaware might have mistaken them for a demolition squad. The battle unfolded swiftly, for this sniper rifle possessed minimal recoil and rapid firing capabilities. In merely half an hour, the impact was profound. From above, Old Delhi appeared ablaze, as if it had succumbed to an invasion. Athera's soldiers frantically sought targets, yet one saying rang true: "If you can locate the sniper's position, he is either no longer there or already dead." After 30 minutes, the sniper company regrouped and departed northward. "Is it truly that simple?" One soldier questioned, uncertain. The commander smiled. "I suspect Athera's forces will think they are haunted." The vehicle erupted in laughter. By the following day, they conducted searches in the vicinity, still finding no signs of life, only the capital of Old Delhi, shrouded in smoke and flames. "I have a question." The district chief regarded them with admiration. "How did you manage to achieve this without bringing artillery?" The commander shook his sniper rifle, chuckled, and patted the chief's shoulder, replying, "We won. Why concern ourselves with the details?" When Lin Feng awoke to the news, he immediately recognized the handiwork of the sniper company. Ideally, they could have simply deployed space-based weaponry to deliver a single strike, yet a different approach was deemed necessary. No need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Furthermore, military officials were eager to witness the efficacy of the sniper artillery. Thus, the snipers dispersed around Old Delhi, unleashing a barrage that night. The casualties were few, yet many structures in Old Delhi lay in ruins. More importantly, the forces of Athera were thrown into disarray. Within a mere day and night, they had transformed from victors to defenders of Old Delhi, a bitter pill to swallow. Lin Feng remained disengaged, methodically issuing blueprints as if he were a machine devoid of emotion. Individual combat mobility platform. Level 2, super tank. Level 2, handheld electromagnetic cannon. Level 2, combat armor. Level 2. Finally, after a month had passed, Lin Feng accumulated and exhausted a total of 66 million points. He received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, spending 66 million. Ding. The host's VIP level has been elevated to 3. Ding. The host only needs to complete the third task to unlock the level 3 marketplace. When Lin Feng heard this, he still could not breathe a sigh of relief. The most challenging task is this third one, and at present, he has no clue whatsoever. On this day, Lin Feng sought out Jiang Cheng and presented the information he had gathered. In recent days, the Shihai Island base has dispatched a total of 6 exploration teams to the Blue Star Ocean, their paths encompassing the 5 great oceans. However, due to special circumstances, the exploration teams did not venture into the waters of enemy nations. Do you truly believe that Blue Star possesses more potent energy materials? Jiang Cheng remained skeptical. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Jiang Cheng carefully examined the reports, stating, "Chief Lin, if this continues, it will be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Lin Feng smiled wryly, for if there were choices, he too would prefer otherwise. Lin Feng shook his head. Jiang Cheng sat down. Speaking earnestly, countless scientists once relied upon the discovery of radioactive elements like polonium and radium, leading to Rutherford's identification of the hydrogen nucleus as a positively charged unit, termed a proton, culminating in the formal discovery of nuclear fission in 1938. So, Lin Feng inquired. During this time, many lives were lost, Jiang Cheng replied. These individuals perished due to radiation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly understood and remarked, "Are you suggesting that if Blue Star indeed harbors more powerful energy materials, they would inevitably exhibit this characteristic?" Precisely, Jiang Cheng nodded, asserting, "The likelihood of this is almost 100%. Chapter 94. Free electricity in the heart of the Pacific Ocean. A soldier aboard a nuclear submarine surveyed the horizon, pondering aloud what exactly they were searching for. The captain, overhearing him, furrowed his brow and replied, "Are you questioning your duty?" The soldier, taken aback, quickly assured him, "Of course not. I'm merely curious." The captain relaxed slightly and explained, "Since this is an order, we must execute it. Moreover, I have heard that not only our submarine, but half of the fleet has been deployed." "Yes, sir," the soldier responded with a salute. The captain patted him on the shoulder, but just then, the machinery emitted a sudden alert, and the entire submarine trembled. Initiating hull correction. Activation complete. Investigating the cause. The crew reported, "Captain, we have confirmed it is due to a massive water displacement." The captain's expression tightened. After all, the submarine was designed to withstand such immense underwater currents. As the cameras captured the scene, an enormous wave of seawater surged toward them. Fortunately, the submarine had already activated its correction systems, mitigating the risk. Suddenly, the machinery beeped urgently. "Report. We have detected a colossal object directly above us." "How large?" "Comparable to an aircraft carrier." The soldier gulped audibly. "Maintain deep dive," the captain commanded, glancing at the radar, where indeed a massive shadow loomed. Abruptly, the shadow shifted, rolling over and charging towards them. "No, not an aircraft carrier," the captain gasped. "Shall we engage?" The captain hesitated, but after a brief moment, he decisively ordered, "The enemy has located us. Fire." "Yes." Activating level 1 attack status. "All personnel, prepare." As the crew methodically readied themselves, the radar suddenly shifted direction, causing confusion among them. "Cease fire." The captain called out to the soldier poised to strike. The soldier turned to see the captain swallowing hard, incredulously staring at the monitor. Is that a shark?" All soldiers collectively gulped. "A shark the size of an aircraft carrier. What a jest." The captain, astounded, turned to the nearby sailor and inquired, "What waters are we in?" The soldier, after a moment's thought, pointed toward the direction the shark had vanished, saying, "Ahead lies the infamous Bermuda Triangle." Defeated, and in just one day and night, within the Black Palace, Smith Plant was filled with frustration. "Have they activated space-based weapons again?" Smith Plant asked. "Not at all," Lanceport replied. "Our surveillance satellites have been monitoring their weapons, and we have not observed any signs of attack." Smith Plant, puzzled, continued, "Then how is it that the people of the A3 nation claim they were bombarded, yet we cannot locate the source? How am I to know what goes on in their minds?" Lanceport replied with a sigh. "In just one day and night, they have transformed into the nation of the old Delhi Defense War. Who can fathom that?" Both men, disheartened, realized their initial plan to have the A3 nation probe the situation had backfired. "Perhaps we should let the Monkey Nation take action," Smith-Plant suggested. Lanceport nodded in agreement, stating, I shall reach out immediately. As he pondered how to persuade the Monkey Nation, Lanceport made his way to the diplomatic district and initiated a phone call. However, midway through his explanation, the second-in-command of the Monkey Nation interrupted. Apologies, but I have pressing matters to attend to. We'll talk later. The line went dead. Lanceport was left in a state of bewilderment, as were those around him. Wasn't the Monkey Nation known for its prowess in combat? Now it seemed they were frightened. Meanwhile, the second-in-command of the Monkey Nation, Hu Haibing, cursed as he hung up the phone. In truth, DMO was aware of the intentions of the Americans, and so was Hu Haibing. There was no need to inquire. The Americans would soon offer substantial incentives, but one needed to be alive to seize them. He had no desire to end up like the A3 nation, embroiled in a capital defense struggle within a day. Currently, online discussions were rife, with some referring to the troops from Huaxia who were demolishing positions in Old Delhi as the Ghost Army. Though the lion was not as fierce as it once was, it remained a lion. Hu Haibing sighed in regret. Just as the tumult of this war began to settle, another wave of turmoil emerged. The GDP data was released. According to the World Economic Organization statistics, the Bear Nation had become the fastest-growing economy, followed closely by the A3 nation. However, the United States ranked 6th. Despite the considerable benefits the U.S. had offered in forming the AO alliance, it had undeniably reaped even greater rewards. After all, Smith-Plant's mantra was, America first. Make America great again. Netizens worldwide, particularly from the AO member nations, expressed their delight at the newfound data. Especially the citizens of the A3 nation seemed unfazed by the bombardment of their capital. What was the data from Huaxia? People were eagerly awaiting the results. As various nations were announced, finally, the name Huaxia appeared. Rank 128, growth rate -13. 5. A wave of shock rippled through the global online community. Once, Huaxia had been the world leader in economic growth, causing the United States to tremble. Now, it teetered on the brink of the bottom. In a flash, numerous economic experts emerged, and the World Economic Organization declared, Huaxia is close to bankruptcy. This statement sent shockwaves across the globe. However, the citizens of Huaxia, upon seeing this data, felt a pang of sorrow. Although their salaries had certainly decreased and job opportunities had dwindled, they sensed an overall improvement in their living standards. For instance, gasoline was now priced at a mere third of its former cost, and pork was only 3 yuan per gene. On this very day, a middle-aged man arrived at the Electric Utility Bureau as his bank card had encountered issues, necessitating a visit to pay his electricity bill. Please hold on, a staff member said. The man sat down, but after half an hour, his patience began to wear thin. Could you please hurry? He urged. After another half hour, just as he was about to lose his temper, the staff member stood up and said, Sir, you may leave now. The man paused, then angrily retorted, I came all this way to pay my bill, and you are doing nothing. This is sheer laziness. The staff member, still smiling, replied, Sir, you have misunderstood. I asked you to wait for an hour because, effective immediately, all ordinary residents across the nation will receive tiered free electricity. Your usage falls within the first tier, so there is no charge. The middle-aged man, taken aback, could hardly comprehend what he had just heard. What? Approximately 6 months later, they would embark on a lunar exploration program. Zhou Liming confidently informed Lin Feng of the plans. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Just then, Li Xiong rushed in from outside. What brings you here? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Li Xiong, however, set down his notebook and replied angrily, by distributing such benefits. You are effectively walking straight into the trap of becoming a middle-income nation. The so-called trap of developed nations refers to the phenomenon where a country embarks on extensive welfare distribution before actually attaining the status of a developed nation. Lin Feng remained unperturbed. He understood Li Shiheng's temperament, although that individual had previously offered an apology. His nature was such that he felt compelled to voice his discontent whenever he perceived something amiss. What exactly constitutes the trap of developed nations? Lin Feng inquired. It is quite simple. If we continue to allow the United States to steer the progress of this blue planet, we will perpetually remain incapable of achieving developed nation status, Lin Feng asserted. Awaken from your slumber. Do not let numbers deceive your vision. If people are unable to satiate their hunger, if sustenance lacks flavor, and if security is absent, how can they possibly innovate? At that moment, Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Luo Shui hastily approached from outside, speaking as he walked. Chapter 95. The Quest for the Giant Shark. When Luo Shui entered, he cast a glance at Li Xiang. The latter, displaying understanding, nodded slightly to Lin Feng and said, "I shall take my leave now." Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. Luo Shui, observing Li Shiheng's departing figure, chuckled. This lad only bows to his father. I didn't expect him to yield to you as well. He's sharp-witted, though a bit impulsive. Lin Feng, as he picked up the data, remarked with some guidance. He could turn out quite well. Luo Shui smiled, remaining silent as he awaited Lin Feng's further scrutiny. Lin Feng's immediate focus was on reports from the Arctic Ocean and the vicinity of Antarctica. In recent days, they had indeed uncovered numerous new findings, but regrettably, none pertained to the so-called energy materials. As he perused the documents, Lin Feng felt a sense of disappointment. Could it be that super energy materials were lost in the vastness of space? Just as he was about to return the materials to Luo Shui, an idea struck him. Why is one report missing? During a search in the Pacific Ocean, a team had encountered an incident that led them to return and await further investigation. What happened? Lin Feng casually inquired. The captain reported that while probing a certain area, they had spotted a massive shark. Noticing Lin Feng's calm demeanor, Luo Shui added, "This shark is said to be the size of an aircraft carrier." An aircraft carrier? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. He recalled Jiang Cheng's words. If super energy existed, then radiation would too. And radiation was the root of mutations. Lin Feng turned to Luo Shui and said, "Where are the members of that fleet? I wish to meet them." Li Guochang surveyed the 100 individuals before him and stated, "Sign here." The leading captain, Wang Yuanliang, looked perplexed at the confidentiality agreement laid out before him. After returning from the Pacific and recounting their observations, they had been subjected to an investigation, culminating in a personal audience with Li Guochang, who presented them with a confidentiality agreement. "May I inquire what we are to keep confidential?" Wang Yuanliang asked. Li Guochang glanced at the document, and upon seeing it, Wang Yuanliang was taken aback. The agreement stipulated, "What you have witnessed today and what has been discussed must remain undisclosed, even to your superiors." Wang Yuanliang swallowed hard, pondering the nature of this confidentiality agreement. He took up a pen and signed, followed closely by the others. At that moment, Li Guocheng declared, "Enter." After a brief interval, Lin Feng emerged slowly alongside Luo Shui. Wang Yuanliang and the other soldiers immediately recognized Luo Shui, knowing he was a prominent figure in the nation's marine engineering sector. However, the identity of the young man beside him soon dawned on them. This was the rumored scion of the highest echelons of power in Huaxia. They found themselves momentarily bewildered, while Lin Feng, unfazed by their thoughts, approached and asked, "Please recount that day's events in detail." Wang Yuanliang was slightly startled, but then replied, You believe us?" After he elaborated, Lin Feng inquired, "Where did this occur?" "The Bermuda region." Jiang Cheng hastily set aside his work to converge with Lin Feng at the Shihai Island base. After hearing the details, he pondered. "What do you think?" Lin Feng asked. "I have studied the mutations caused by nuclear radiation. To some extent, long-term exposure can lead to alterations in biological genes, resulting in either mutations or death, or unpredictable changes." Jiang Cheng articulated like a biologist. "If it is indeed possible, Godzilla may not merely be a legend." "Do you concur?" Lin Feng queried, dismissing the notion of mere hallucination. Jiang Cheng responded, "Given their prolonged existence in the deep sea, such occurrences are not entirely surprising." The following day, upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Li Guocheng convened a meeting in Yanjing before hastening to Shihai Island. "You cannot go," Li Guocheng asserted. "Indeed," Jiang Cheng agreed. "The Bermuda Triangle is merely a myth. And nuclear submarines are remarkably safe." Lin Feng remarked, "We must have faith in our domestic capabilities." "That is not the reason," Li Guocheng countered. "I am not seeking your opinion. I am here to inform you. Within our borders, you have Su Chensi to protect you, and the National Security Bureau can weave a protective net. However, in the depths of the ocean, we are powerless, Li Guochang stated earnestly, gazing at Lin Feng. Would your presence not pose a danger? Lin Feng retorted. At the very least. Jiangcheng reflected before saying, I have fulfilled my aspirations, but Chief Lin, the future of Huaxia still requires your intervention. Observing the expressions of Li Guochang, Luo Shui, and Jiangcheng, Lin Feng felt the urge to voice something, but found himself at a loss for words. He nodded and said, Very well, I shall heed your counsel. The three exhaled, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from their hearts. After nearly half a day, Jiangcheng, fully equipped, boarded the nuclear submarine, accompanied by Wang Yuanliang and his team. He was not naive. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng patted Wang Yuanliang on the shoulder and said, You all must return safely. Indeed, Wang Yuanliang responded, touched, as he assisted Jiangcheng into the submarine. Just then, Jiangcheng, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly clasped his mouth. Academician Jiang, are you seasick? Wang Yuanliang gasped. And no, it's fine, Jiangcheng insisted, pressing his mouth shut. I took some medication. I will be all right. Don't inform Chief Lin, or he might insist on accompanying us. Wang Yuanliang was left speechless in astonishment. What was Jiangcheng's status? An academician, willingly enduring physical discomfort merely for the safety of a young man? At that moment, Wang Yuanliang was convinced. Lin Feng was undoubtedly much more than the privileged offspring portrayed online. As Jiangcheng and his team set sail, domestic social media erupted, with the top trending topic reading, Free electricity? Influencers on platforms like Weibo and Douyin rushed to verify with the power grid authorities, and the results were unanimous. Civilian electricity would be free, provided the first tier did not exceed 200 kilowatt-hours, rendering it entirely costless. Instantly, the internet buzzed with excitement. Finally, I can run the air conditioner and sleep. Stop sleeping and start pondering what is happening in our nation. Has the government truly given up? Impossible. Could it be that we have developed controllable nuclear fusion? Haha, stop dreaming. We are not members of the AO organization. Netizens voiced varied opinions, with some expressing concern while others reveled in joy. However, across the Pacific in the United States, the news left them bewildered. They haven't even implemented free electricity. And Huaxia has already done so? Have their leaders lost their minds? Smith Plang chuckled, though unease lingered in his heart as he ordered Wilson to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. Chapter 96, Revelation. Controlled nuclear fusion. Wilson was growing increasingly agitated. Hades had assigned him a significant task concerning the Whisper organization, only for another mission to arise from the Black Palace. Recently, the Whisper organization had been gathering intelligence throughout the United States, and Wilson's responsibility was to safeguard Hades' identity as well as the confidentiality of various ongoing projects. It was common knowledge that a confrontation between Hua and me was inevitable. Thus, in the face of impending conflict, the one to reveal their cards first would inevitably suffer the greater loss. However, this task should not prove overly challenging. Wilson picked up the phone, momentarily lost in thought. He realized that the number of spies he could deploy in Huaxia was dwindling. Damn it. Wilson recalled Lin Feng and mused. Could this fellow truly be a nemesis to spies? Meanwhile, Lin Feng was unaware of Wilson's thoughts as he was preoccupied with numerous responsibilities. For instance, he needed to inspect the construction of the Gonggong base and frequently accompany his superior to lectures. His superior was profoundly moved, shedding tears and snot, when he noticed Lin Feng engrossed in his phone. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be reassuring your leader? He queried. Recording, Lin Feng replied. He appeared rather ungrateful, especially with the current buzz surrounding free electricity. With a smile, Lin Feng remarked, Why have I never met the senior brother you mentioned? His superior pondered. I have no idea which department he has gone to. Lin Feng was rendered speechless, casting a disdainful glance at his superior, thinking to himself, after all that boasting, you don't even know where he is now. He felt exasperated. This leader seemed only capable of wielding his salary as a means of intimidation. Is it truly conceivable that the free electricity stems from our nation's development of controlled nuclear fusion? The host posed a pivotal question. We wish to know, but the information we've received indicates that our economy has regressed severely, prompting the government to avoid burdening residents. Lin Feng replied, his eyes reddening. Is that so? The host turned to his superior, who merely cleared his throat and solemnly stated, some things cannot be spoken. Following this symposium, netizens across the nation were left in tears. They did not trust the words of the superior, but they believed Lin Feng. After all, in their hearts, he epitomized honesty and the essence of a second-generation official. From that moment, I resolved to strive diligently to contribute to society. So do I, came the reply. Eventually, the United States will discover that we are employing controlled nuclear fusion, and at that point, your credibility will falter, your persona will crumble. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng responded without a second thought. When that time comes, I'll simply say, I don't know, for I'm merely a second-generation official. How much can I truly know? Hearing this, his superior raised his thumb in admiration, thinking to himself, you must be the true leader of the Bureau of War Deception. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Upon reaching this region, Jiang Cheng's complexion had turned exceedingly pale. Wang Yuanliang attempted to persuade him to turn back multiple times, but Jiang Cheng remained resolute. And you? Jiang Cheng inquired. We are soldiers, Wang Yuanliang replied. Military orders come first. Do you mean to say my life is less valuable than yours? Jiang Cheng retorted. Wang Yuanliang and his comrades were deeply moved, yet Jiang Cheng added, regardless, we cannot allow General Lin to come. His life is undoubtedly more precious than ours. Wang Yuanliang and the soldiers were left speechless, pondering the true nature of this Lin Feng. They maneuvered the nuclear submarine into this enigmatic area steeped in lore since the age of exploration. In truth, Bermuda had previously been debunked. Many scientific experts asserted that there was nothing mystical about it, merely that its remote positioning in the deep Pacific with few surrounding islands rendered it prone to accidents. Nevertheless, given the sighting of a colossal shark during their last venture, Wang Yuanliang ordered the nuclear submarine to maintain a heightened state of alert. Fortunately, after half a day's navigation, they encountered no anomalies. Jiang Cheng, however, fixated his gaze upon the ocean floor of the Bermuda region. If they were to seek materials, it would undoubtedly be found beneath the waves. Alas, their instruments detected no fluctuations, no radiation. Everything remained remarkably tranquil. Let's take a break, Wang Yuanliang urged, genuinely concerned for Jiang Cheng's well-being. Jiang Cheng rubbed his forehead and nodded. Just as he prepared to rest, the floor beneath him began to tremble violently. What is happening? It has appeared. A soldier shouted, his tone laced with disbelief. Even upon witnessing it for the second time, the enormity of the sight left him in awe. While Lin Feng and his colleagues were engrossed in discussions about free electricity, a piece of intelligence swiftly reached Wilson's office. Initially, Wilson had been selecting a suit in his office when he received internal news regarding his impending recognition from Congress for utilizing Zhang Yuankai to pilfer data on space-based weaponry. Thus, when an agent, breathless, approached him holding a sealed dossier, Wilson greeted him with a smile, asking, "What is it?" Pausing for a moment, he speculated that perhaps news from Huaxia had arrived, and he continued to smile. "What is the matter?" "You'll see for yourself," the agent replied. Wilson slowly unsealed the document. In the instant he laid eyes on the content, his smile froze. It bore 5 words in English. Controlled nuclear fusion. Chapter 97. The vanished nuclear submarine at that juncture. Wilson felt his heart nearly cease its rhythm. Though merely a quintet of words, their implications were profound. China possessed controlled nuclear fusion? How could this be? Their most potent instrument for containing China had always been controlled nuclear fusion. If China possessed it, their containment strategy was rendered futile. Wilson, recognizing the urgency, seized the document and hastened out. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office, Smith, Plang was in a state of agitation. The inclement weather, with its incessant rain, was compounded by Deemer's vexations. The crux of the matter was that, once again, India had failed to secure a permanent seat on the UN Security Council. Originally, if India had withstood the war against China, all would have been well. However, India's fecklessness had thwarted their plans. Consequently, numerous nations had withdrawn their support. Thus, even without China's representative present, they had failed to expel China. Smith, Plang had offered his consolations, yet endured considerable exasperation. Upon seeing Wilson's approach, his demeanor was far from affable. "What is it?" Wilson, unperturbed, strode forward and presented him with the document. What is the meaning of this? The true reason for China's free electricity, Wilson began, is their utilization of controlled nuclear fusion. What? Smith, Planck exclaimed, rising abruptly. This revelation was of seismic proportions. After a moment of contemplation, Smith, Planck stated gravely, some nation must have engaged in clandestine trade with China. Lin Feng had been occupied of late. The construction of one of the three major bases, Gongong, was progressing rapidly, and his expertise was required for various technological armaments. Consequently, Director Zhu frequently found himself without Lin Feng in a strategic deception bureau for weeks on end. On this particular day, as Director Zhu sipped his tea, he observed Li Guocheng approaching and invited him to join him. "Where's Lin Feng?" Li Guocheng inquired, scanning the room. "That lad is forever flitting about, now inspecting aircraft, now tanks," Director Zhu remarked. "Though nominally a member of my strategic deception bureau, I have little control over him." "Be serious," Li Guocheng urged. Director Zhu adopted a solemn expression. "I believe he is inspecting a base." Li Guocheng siga. "What is amiss?" Director Zhu inquired. Li Guocheng hesitated before saying, "The Pacific Fleet has vanished." Director Zhu was perplexed, but Li Guocheng abruptly turned and departed. At that moment, Lin Feng was indeed at a base, but not Gongong. Rather, he was at another base named Tongtian. This base was the largest and most complex of the three. Liu Jiantong, involved in the base's construction, had observed numerous peculiarities. According to the initial designs, this base was intended for the Sky Combat Team, but it was far more intricate than either Gongong or the third base, Pangu. "Does Tongtian base harbor some secret?" Liu Jiantong asked Lin Feng. "No," Lin Feng replied, sipping his water. "You are dissembling," Liu Jiantong countered. "I have seen the blueprints for Pangu base, and the discrepancies are vast." Lin Feng finally looked up and smiled. "Academician, Liu's discernment remains sharp. Age has not diminished your acuity. I may as well confide in you," Lin Feng continued, but he paused, looking at Liu Jiantong, who immediately nodded. "Rest assured, I am the soul of discretion." Lin Feng then revealed, "This base will eventually take flight." Liu Jiantong was first taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you saying?" He recalled that beneath the base were three cavities for controlled nuclear fusion reactors, and that numerous sections were replete with aviation components. However, such a colossal base taking flight. "Not yet, it is not yet complete," Lin Feng explained. "And we lack the necessary funds." Liu Jiantong concurred. The cost of launching such a gargantuan base into the air would be astronomical. China was currently self-sufficient, but possessed little surplus capital. Therefore, my visit is not solely to assist you with the sixth-generation fighter technology, Lin Feng continued. I wish to establish several fifth-generation fighter production lines at Tongtian base. Liu Jiantong paused. Our sixth-generation fighter is nearing completion. Why establish fifth-generation production lines? To sell them. Sell production lines? Of course, to sell aircraft. Lin Feng explained. Fifth-generation fighters will eventually become obsolete for us, but other nations covet them. Consider Kangaroo Country. Despite their animosity towards us, they are eager to purchase them. Liu Jiantong considered this. There is truth in what you say, but we are still under sanctions. The Americans are likely preparing countermeasures against your previous tactic. So what? Lin Feng retorted. If someone declines to purchase your product, it is not necessarily due to poor quality, but rather insufficient affordability. A fifth-generation fighter costing $50 billion is riddled with flaws. However, a fifth-generation fighter costing $500 million, in their eyes, is flawless. Someone is seeking you, Su Chenxi announced. It is nothing of consequence, Li Guocheng stammered. However, Lin Feng was not easily deceived. Li Guocheng's visit at this hour must be related to Jiangxing. His gaze sharpened. Has something occurred in Jiangxing? Li Guocheng, realizing he could not conceal the truth, exhaled deeply. Indeed. When did this happen? After venturing into the Bermuda Triangle. The last communication? They reported. Encountering sharks and giving chase, Li Guocheng replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of apprehension. The lives of hundreds of individuals were at stake. We have dispatched an aircraft carrier, Li Guocheng added. I wish to go, Lin Feng declared. Li Guocheng hesitated. Tianzhou is capable of dominating the current oceanic domain. There is no cause for trepidation, Lin Feng asserted. Very well, Li Guocheng conceded. Lin Feng hung up the phone, his heart filled with anxiety. He hoped that it was merely a signal issue. After all, humanity, far from conquering the stars, remained in awe of the ocean. Chapter 98. A lonesome blockade. For 3 consecutive days, the AO nations were relentlessly bombarded by the United States. Following the revelation that China had developed a controllable nuclear fusion device, immediately, suspicion fell upon the first nations to achieve this technological breakthrough. While countries like Sakura Country, Western Europe, and Kangaroo Country were manageable, the internal investigations at Reach Bear Country took a different turn. We are merely cooperating. We agreed to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs, Rostovsky firmly stated upon hearing that the U.S. intended to send a delegation to investigate them. This matter is grave, Smith-Prang acknowledged. How grave is not our concern, Rostovsky countered, unwilling to make concessions. Though he had agreed to join the AO organization, it was solely for the sake of controllable nuclear fusion. He did not wish to diverge from the global path. He was also curious about what had provoked Smith-Prang's frantic demeanor. Controllable nuclear fusion. Smith-Prang nearly bellowed. China possesses controllable nuclear fusion. Rostovsky's understanding deepened. He had heard rumors about China implementing free electricity recently, becoming the world's first nation to announce free civilian power. Initially, he thought it was madness, reminiscent of Bear Country's past. Now, upon learning of controllable nuclear fusion, the implications dawned on him. With such technology, the cost of electricity could plummet, especially considering China's already top-tier power grid. This is not our doing, Rostovsky asserted. Since we have agreed to join the AO organization, I have no intention of watching China rise unchecked. Consider how little information and how few devices we have received. We are barely managing. Smith-Prang fell silent. It is worth noting that even the United States had not been so audacious as to directly utilize controllable nuclear fusion for power generation. He hung up the phone, and Lansport, who dared not meet his gaze, inquired, "Should we continue the investigation?" "Yes," Smith-Prang replied. "Furthermore, conduct a thorough internal investigation. I suspect Chinese spies may have stolen our controllable nuclear fusion technology. Indeed, the truth cannot remain concealed, especially not something as monumental as controllable nuclear fusion." Soon enough, news of China's achievements spread across the internet. What? Is this real? My God, we struggled to join the AO organization for controllable nuclear fusion, and they already have it? The AO organization had seemingly blocked off their efforts in vain. Americans were likely furious. As the world watched with bated breath, various national netizens expressed their opinions. Though most were apprehensive, the majority of countries were members of the AO organization, naturally wishing for China to falter. However, the sentiment among Chinese netizens was vastly different. What? Did I read that wrong? Ha ha! I knew the country wouldn't just offer free electricity out of nowhere. No wonder my air conditioner smells like nuclear energy. It's powered by controllable nuclear fusion. This revelation ignited a frenzy across social media and sent major news outlets into a tailspin, frantically analyzing the origin of the device. Was it a new technology or an existing product? Real or fake? Consequently, high-ranking officials in China faced relentless inquiries from the media. Yet, very few were privy to the truth, and even among those who were, many dared not speak. Take, for instance, the retired commander, who, in his leisure, had sought to engage in discussions about such matters. However, after a few encounters with the National Security Bureau, he refrained from speaking further. He understood that the current situation required either someone of Zhou Chuanin's stature to address it or Lin Feng to take the lead. Most likely, it would be his disciple who would ultimately make the decision. The commander was not mistaken. While Lin Feng was en route across the Pacific, he received a satellite call from Zhou Chuanin. Has it been exposed? Lin Feng felt both surprised and unsurprised. With China now implementing free electricity and lowering fuel prices, something was amiss. What do you mean? Zhou Chuanin inquired. I have an idea. Meanwhile, Li Guocheng observed Lin Feng's expression after he hung up, then took out his phone. Monitoring the signals from Tianzhou, he noted that the call was not domestic, but to the United States? Surprised, He thought that had it not been for Lin Feng's significant status, he might have been apprehended on the spot. However, Li Guiqing harbored no doubts about Lin Feng. Only curiosity. In the United States, a charming young woman smiled at an American man. The man, grinning broadly, was not just any individual. He held a position in the U.S. Congress. However, the woman speaking in Sakura country's language was even more extraordinary. Bai Yiling, leader of the Listening Wind organization. Her Japanese identity merely aided her in remaining undercover. As Bai Yiling patiently extracted information, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, her expression instinctively shifted to one of tension. Is something wrong? The American asked. I need to use the restroom. Bai Yiling replied in fluent English. Lin Feng, came a voice on the line. I know, she responded. Zhou Guanyin had mentioned him, and her responsibilities would soon be handed over to Lin Feng. You shouldn't call directly. Rest assured, the encryption of Tianjin is currently unbreakable by anyone on Blue Star, Lin Feng reassured her. Upon hearing this, Bai Yiling relaxed slightly. However, it is always wise to exercise caution. After a brief pause, she asked, is there anything else? One matter, which may cause you some trouble, Lin Feng continued. Such as? Have you recently stolen a document regarding controllable nuclear fusion? Lin Feng queried. Bai Yiling hesitated before firmly stating, no. Are you certain? Bai Yiling, momentarily taken aback, thought it impossible for her to have stolen such information. However, she quickly regained her composure as Lin Feng added, if not, you now find yourselves in possession of it. I understand, she acknowledged. I will ensure Listening Wind remains low profile for a while. Do not worry, Bai Yiling assured him. We are delighted by the chaos. The more disarray, the more advantageous it is for us. Additionally, if this credit falls upon us, we will be pleased. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Feng expressed sincerely. Bai Yiling paused but swiftly ended the call. Reflecting for a moment, she smiled. This newly appointed superior seemed quite competent, at least, with a sharp mind and a silver tongue. However, as she lifted her gaze, the smile faded. As a spy, she must always ensure she remained within the narrative. Otherwise, her life would be at stake. Meanwhile, Lin Feng gazed out at the vast ocean before him, as soldiers called out behind him. Ahead lies the Bermuda Triangle. Chapter 99. Deceiving the whole world at the same moment, Zhou Guanyin picked up the phone and called the bureau chief. Are you asleep? You dare not admit it if you are, leader, replied the bureau chief. Zhou chuckled. It's your turn to take the stage now. What? The matter of controllable nuclear fusion. Exposure? Just say it was the Wind Listening organization that stole American data, Zhou said. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief slapped his thigh and exclaimed, if this gets out, it will surely send the Americans into a frenzy. Their FBI will probably investigate all their officials. Zhou smiled. Whoever thought of this terrible idea? What a brilliant notion. The bureau chief quickly flattered. It must be your brilliant leadership. Stop with the flattery, Zhou replied. Such a malicious idea was conceived by your disciple. The bureau chief was taken aback, then said, now that makes sense. With that, both burst into hearty laughter before hanging up. The bureau chief muttered to himself, this terrible idea is truly remarkable. The next day, the bureau chief accepted an interview with Donghai TV. Welcome, bureau chief, the host greeted him courteously. However, she was quite cunning. She began with a discussion of free electricity and then swiftly shifted the conversation, asking, how did we achieve controllable nuclear fusion? That change in topic was rather abrupt. The bureau chief remarked with a wry smile. Haha, please don't mind. If you can't speak on it, you needn't, the host chuckled. This was a standard line for her interviews. It's nothing, the bureau chief said. Eventually, this matter will come to light. I believe those who contributed should be rewarded. Unfortunately, they are not in the country. What do you mean? The host sensed something intriguing. I'll ask you a question first, the bureau chief interjected swiftly. Has America achieved free electricity for all? No, the host replied, adding, the American elite does not prioritize the welfare of its people as we do. The bureau chief smiled. It's not merely that. In a certain sense, America cannot. Cannot. The host looked puzzled. America was the first to announce the implementation of controllable nuclear fusion technology and has already begun mass production. Suddenly, the host seemed to understand. Her expression tense as she asked, what we received couldn't possibly be the technology if we merely stole a device. Do you think we could provide free electricity? Zhou exclaimed. Even though the host was female, she responded with a curse, taken aback by the unexpected answer. So what is this technology? She inquired. Upon hearing this, the bureau chief felt a pang of reluctance. He yearned to proclaim to the world that this technology was invented by his disciple, Lin Feng. Yet, he could not, both for the greater good and for Lin Feng's safety. Suppressing his feelings, he said, "It's the Wind Listening Organization." What is that? The host asked, confused. An organization, the bureau chief explained. A clandestine group that has been gathering intelligence for us abroad since the last century. By chance, they obtained it. Is this something we can disclose? The host stammered, taken aback. Why not? The bureau chief laughed. We are already isolated. What do we need international friendship for? As he spoke, the camera zoomed in on him, capturing his commanding presence, making his words sound particularly formidable. We are civilized people, and instead of saying we stole, we should say we borrowed. Incredibly, the AO organization had truly locked themselves in isolation. Other nations were left astounded, having relinquished so much to join AO. Only for Huaxia to be the first to acquire the technology while they merely obtained a device, all while depending on America's whims. Huaxia's netizens were delighted. The bureau chief is right. In today's competition among great powers, there are no gentlemanly agreements. For years, American spies have been causing havoc in Huaxia, and everyone is fed up. Now, we can finally vent our frustrations. However, while Huaxia's netizens celebrated, the news spread to the international scene, igniting outrage. I'm so furious. Who would have thought Huaxia is like this? They still claim to be an ancient civilization. Exactly. They were incensed, denouncing Huaxia's shamelessness. Yet, their anger stemmed not from a genuine belief in Huaxia's immorality, but rather from a sense of loss, an egregious loss at that. So, besides condemning Huaxia's lack of integrity, what else could they say? Some media outlets, like flies, flocked to the White House. Yet, no one emerged to speak. Conversely, the FBI sprang into action, launching an overnight investigation into all scientists and politicians involved in controllable nuclear fusion. In just one night, they apprehended 10,000 individuals, including the American whom Bai Yiling was currently in contact with. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had stirred such turmoil through an interview, was acutely aware of the magnitude of the situation. For this time, the system rewarded him. Ding! You have successfully deceived the entire world, earning 8 million points. 8 million. This was the highest reward Lin Feng had ever received. However, Lin Feng was not in the mood to celebrate. While the points were splendid, his priority was to save lives. Chief Lin, our submarine fleet has already set sail, Yu Xingming informed Lin Feng, approaching him without first reporting to Li Guocheng. Someone of Yu's stature was well aware of the hierarchy. Currently, Lin Feng held the highest rank. We have given instructions in advance, Yu Xingming stated. None, he continued. The waters of the Bermuda Triangle are quite deep, and all our instruments are operational. Lin Feng pondered deeply. If only the super-nuclear submarine were completed at this moment. He had meticulously studied the system. The weapons in the secondary marketplace were sufficient to establish Huaxia's dominance over the entire Blue Planet. However, escaping the Blue Planet and venturing into deep space was another matter entirely. Only by unlocking the tertiary marketplace could such a feat be accomplished. Chapter 100, Declaration of War. Returning to the bipolar power struggle in the depths of the ocean. Several nuclear submarines were diligently searching for the elusive traces of the missing submarine within the Bermuda Triangle. While Bermuda may appear modest on the Blue Planet map, in reality, it encompasses an immense expanse of sea. It is unclear when the area became shrouded in terrifying legends, such as tales of aircraft and vessels sinking mysteriously. However, with time, scientists and experts repeatedly explained these phenomena, leading to the gradual fading of Bermuda's myths from human consciousness. The search operation endured for 3 days and nights, yet yielded no results. As time passed, Lin Feng grew increasingly anxious. His impatience stemmed not from a lack of resolve, but rather from concern for Jiang Cheng's safety. Perhaps I should deploy additional warships, suggested Li Guocheng. Jiang Cheng has made significant contributions to the nation. We cannot afford any mishaps. No, Lin Feng replied firmly. If even a nuclear submarine can encounter peril here, the risks for other warships are far too great. Li Guocheng reflected on this, acknowledging the urgency, yet understanding the necessity of caution. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng remained oblivious to Lin Feng's search efforts, having just awakened from unconsciousness, with him being the last to regain consciousness. Are we? A crew member gulped nervously, glancing at Wang Yuanliang beside him. Wang Yuanliang, equally incredulous, stared at the greenish viscous substance and the crimson flesh surrounding them, his lips twitching slightly as he murmured, "Most likely, we are inside a shark." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present transformed into a blend of disbelief and astonishment. Jiang Cheng regained his memories. They had encountered a massive shark and had been relentlessly pursuing it, only to be ambushed unexpectedly. "Are we filming a movie?" Someone remarked incredulously. "I don't know." Another crew member replied, "We have weapons. We can blast our way out." The crew hurried to the weapon indicators, only to discover that all the weapons displayed ominous red exclamation marks. This was inconceivable. After all, this was a nuclear submarine, constructed from the world's most resilient materials, the gastric acid and mucus. Jiang Cheng stated coolly, "Do not be deceived by our apparent safety. Perhaps it can dissolve even a nuclear submarine." At this, the crew fell into a stupor, skepticism evident in their eyes. Jiang Cheng added, "You must understand, this is no ordinary shark." In that moment, tension gripped the group. "What do we do now?" Someone began to panic. Silence enveloped them until, after several moments, Jiang Cheng finally spoke. "Release the signal. I believe there must be a rescue team outside." Wang Yuanliang nodded in agreement. As an operator swiftly initiated the process, he noticed a cluster of alarming data and exclaimed, "Is it possible that our nuclear reactor has been corroded? The readings indicate massive radiation levels outside." What? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crew. The nuclear reactor was no trivial matter. If it were completely corroded, they would be left without power, and perhaps its destructive potential could trap them here indefinitely. "I swear it wasn't me," Lanceport protested, shaking his head vigorously. Even as the second-in-command of the U.S., he had endured a grueling interrogation by the FBI for an entire day and night. "Someone must be held accountable," the FBI director stated. "It's simple. Find the source of the leak." Lanceport replied, "How the technology of controllable nuclear fusion was leaked remains a mystery. However, China has declared it publicly, and accountability is required otherwise." The director interrupted, "War." Upon hearing this, Lanceport fell into deep contemplation. This was indeed a significant issue. The U.S. had long profited at the expense of others. Now, with China publicly asserting its advantage before numerous media outlets, if the U.S. remained inactive, its global prestige would diminish. However, the current situation was fraught with uncertainties regarding China, space-based weaponry, super aircraft carriers, and the ghost army that had seized Old Delhi in a single day and night. It seemed that this isolated island, once abandoned on the Asian continent, had grown stronger while its previous wealth had been entirely forsaken. When our railguns, sixth-generation fighters, and aircraft carriers finally emerge, that will be the moment we initiate war. The director fell silent, swallowing hard, and refrained from further commentary, gesturing for Lanceport to leave. As Lanceport took a few steps, he added with a smile, "By the way, let us not forget that we possess space-based weapons as well." The director smiled, revealing a hint of amusement. "In that case, we might consider it a stalemate." "How can that be considered a stalemate?" Lanceport retorted indignantly as he walked away. "What we have lost is controllable nuclear fusion technology." He exited the FBI office, heading directly toward the White House. He now comprehended that the greatest challenge facing the U.S. was not the loss of technology, but rather the loss of public trust. The AO organization, built upon controllable nuclear fusion, had united numerous nations in an effort to sanction China. Yet, China had distanced itself even further than the U.S. itself. One could only imagine the immense pressure facing the U.S. diplomatic corps. Upon entering Smith's office, Lanceport was greeted by mountains of paperwork. He observed Smith's visibly agitated demeanor. "We should be in a situation similar to that time." Lanceport began. "When?" Smith inquired. "As time progressed to the fifth day, Lin Feng began to feel a sense of despair when, suddenly, a nuclear submarine transmitted communication. We have detected the K-37 signal. Upon hearing this, the entire crew erupted with excitement. Which team are you? Lin Feng inquired. We are the K-19 submarine, the captain responded. We are tracking the signal, but we have yet to locate the K-37. Continue tracking. We will be with you shortly, Lin Feng instructed. Understood, the captain said as he prepared to direct the crew to continue their pursuit, only to notice that they were all staring, wide-eyed, at something. He looked up and saw the image of a massive shark on the display screen. Is it truly that large? The captain found it somewhat exaggerated, but maintained his composure. Where's K-37? Contact them immediately. The captain's irritation grew as he believed a soldier should not be distracted at such a critical moment. Unexpectedly, a crew member timidly announced, "The signal from K-37 aligns with the direction of the shark's movement. They are being pursued." The captain's heart raced, only to hear the crew member add, "The signal indicates that K-37's source is coming from within the shark." At this revelation, the captain's hand, clutching the communicator, froze mid-air, mirroring the shock reflected on his face. Chapter 101. The enigmatic Leviathan. Upon arriving in the Sky Arc 1, Lin Feng was utterly astounded by the news. A shark had consumed a nuclear submarine? A wave of unease washed over him. Could Jiang Cheng and the others, had they perished? It's premature to draw conclusions. Li Guocheng countered. We've seen cases of individuals rescued from the bellies of pythons. Surely, their chances aren't entirely extinguished, even if they were entirely swallowed. As Li Guocheng displayed the image of the shark, he was momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "How did this monstrosity grow to such proportions? Can such colossal beasts genuinely exist in the ocean?" Lin Feng was equally perplexed, yet he clung to a sliver of hope. "Shall we obliterate it with the dust cannon?" Li Guocheng suggested. "Absolutely not," Lin Feng immediately retorted. "Aside from the dust cannon's sheer destructive force, which would pulverize the shark, the critical issue is the nuclear reactor within the submarine." Li Guocheng grasped the situation. "What, then, is our course of action?" "Have a nation dispatch shark anesthetics immediately," Lin Feng instructed. "Understood," Li Guocheng responded, moving to arrange it. Lin Feng added, "Everyone, simply maintain surveillance. Do not provoke it." Several hours later, 13 fighter jets descended, carrying experts and the much-needed anesthetics. The lead expert meticulously explained the application of the anesthetic, stating, even for a shark weighing 21 tons, this quantity would be excessive. Pausing, the expert adjusted his spectacles and gazed at the screen, inquiring, "What is the size of the shark we are dealing with?" Their initial reactions upon seeing it were remarkably similar. Lin Feng patiently inquired, "Are you certain that this anesthetic will be effective on creatures like sharks?" "Absolutely," the expert replied, visibly excited at the prospect of anesthetizing such an enormous shark, an event that would undoubtedly be a highlight of his career. "Let's proceed, then," Lin Feng instructed Li Guocheng. "Time is of the essence." Li Guocheng nodded, signaling the fighter jets and submarines to prepare. The plan was to administer the entire dose of anesthetic within 30 minutes, necessitating synchronized action from above and below. Sharks, by nature, dive when attacked, the expert explained, consulting a book. Therefore, we must await its ascent. The fighter jets will strike first. Both Lin Feng and Li Guocheng approved of the strategy. After tracking the shark for nearly 30 minutes, the fighter jets above spotted it nearing the surface. "This is Squadron Leader 6375. I believe we have reached the optimal moment to strike. Requesting permission to commence." The pilot radioed. "Commence," Li Guocheng commanded. From the heavens, the fighter jets swiftly launched the modified anesthetic darts towards the shark. All eyes were glued to the screens. "Submarine team, prepare," Li Guocheng ordered. Just as the submarine team was preparing, a cry of astonishment erupted from the Sky Arc 1. Lin Feng swiftly turned to witness an unbelievable sight. The anesthetic darts fired from the fighter jets were being deflected by a layer of deep blue light. What is that?" The expert stammered aghast. "What movie is this from?" "Send me the name," Qin Yongyuan exclaimed as his initial reaction. After Lin Feng earnestly described the situation, Qin Yongyuan's expression turned serious. It appears to be an energy shield, he stated. Do such things genuinely exist? Lin Feng asked, surprised. Theoretically, Qian Yongyuan replied. It's not entirely surprising. We once conducted an experiment using a specialized device that employed infrasound to interfere with bullets, causing them to halt mid-air. The results were promising, but the project was terminated due to its high-risk nature and various other factors. Strictly speaking, that infrasound acted as an energy shield. Would breaching it suffice? Lin Feng inquired. Affirmative, Qian Yongyuan confirmed. However, exercise caution. Excessive firepower could ignite the nuclear submarine. Ending the transmission, Lin Feng nodded to Li Guocheng. Since the origin of the energy shield could not be determined, they would proceed incrementally, starting with the fighter jet's machine guns. The outcome: fighter jet attacks proved futile. Naval guns were deployed, but they too failed to penetrate the shield. Sniper fire was ineffective. Light missiles were equally useless, as one failure followed another. The shark, increasingly agitated by the attacks, grew restless. Lin Feng pondered the situation. It seemed the only options remaining were the Dongfeng missile, the dust cannon, and orbital weaponry. However, the destructive power of these options was far too great, and Lin Feng felt uncertain. Once the shark enters a frenzy, it will become erratic. The expert warned Lin Feng. Time is running out. Despite being unsure why the military personnel were deferring to Lin Feng, he followed suit. A sniper cannon, Lin Feng proposed. Would that work? However, the sniper cannon's strength lay in its explosive force, and its ability to breach defenses was only marginally better than that of other sniper rifles. By that logic, it should be comparable to a light missile. As Lin Feng contemplated this, the shark suddenly leaped out of the water, sending a massive wave crashing down, even engulfing the Sky Ark 1. The Sky Ark 1 remained unfazed, and the crew was unconcerned. However, the near miss triggered a sudden realization in Lin Feng. The mech. His mech. Wasn't it called true damage? Could it be? As Lin Feng's excitement grew, Li Guocheng was also struck by a thought. Could it be? He quickly looked at Lin Feng, eager to know what ingenious plan the prodigious youth had devised. To his surprise, Lin Feng produced a revolver. Oh! Li Guocheng sighed in disappointment. Never mind. Faced with such a formidable energy shield, why would he pull out a revolver? However, Lin Feng clutched the revolver tightly, staring intently at the shark in the distance. This scene, however, appeared comical and peculiar to the expert, Li Guocheng, and the assembled soldiers. Because that revolver probably couldn't even reach that far. Lin Feng disregarded the stares of the crowd, muttering to himself, "It has to penetrate. It can penetrate." Chapter 102. The Might of the Super Revolver. Assassination. Observing Lin Feng standing in silence for an extended period, Li Guocheng felt an urge to speak. Yet he could only conclude that Lin Feng was harboring some inner turmoil, expressing his pent-up frustration through this posture. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng abruptly pulled the trigger, and the sound of gunfire erupted. What Li Guocheng heard was not the antiquated bang of a revolver, but rather a resounding thud. What was this? Li Guocheng instinctively wondered who had disobeyed his orders and dared to fire. To his astonishment, he witnessed a colossal burst of flames erupting from Lin Feng's weapon, racing towards the shark like a meteor. Was this a revolver? Everyone's gaze was fixated on the firearm in Lin Feng's hand, swallowing hard, as if they had encountered Spectre. The majority present were gun aficionados, even artillery experts. Yet none had ever witnessed such a spectacle. Lin Feng paid no heed to their stares, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the shark. In the next instant, the bullet, ignited by friction, plunged into the sea, striking the shark. The surveillance footage revealed that the shark had once again emitted a delicate energy shield. However, at the moment the bullet collided with this protective barrier, to everyone's astonishment, they saw the bullet effortlessly penetrate the energy shield, as if it were merely passing through thin paper. In that moment, the entire vessel fell into silence, every pair of eyes fixated on the revolver in Lin Feng's grasp. What on earth was this weapon? Aircraft crew, prepare to engage. Attack. Minutes later, the anesthetic plan was executed flawlessly. Following the unraveling of the energy shield by the super revolver, all the anesthetics successfully infiltrated the shark's body. The creature, now nearly deranged, frantically circled in an attempt to escape. Lin Feng and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, for the experts had indicated that, given its massive size, it would take approximately half an hour for the effects to manifest. Li Guocheng decisively ordered that they quietly track the shark during this 30-minute interval. However, while the external chaos began to subside, the situation within the vessel was far from comfortable for Jiang Sheng and his team. Were it not for their seatbelts, they would have surely been tossed about, suffering severe injuries. Jiang Sheng had succumbed to unconsciousness, and nearly everyone else had fallen into a deep slumber. Only Wang Yuanliang retained his composure, managing to withstand the shark's violent thrashing. He felt a mixture of concern and relief, aware that something significant must have transpired outside to incite such behavior from a shark. He could only hope. With that thought, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside, half an hour passed swiftly, and everyone was elated to see that the shark appeared ready to close its eyes, preparing for the laser dissection. Li Guocheng inquired of the experts, "Where is the shark's abdomen located?" As the experts prepared to consult their materials, a sudden exclamation interrupted them. Everyone turned to find that just as the shark had seemed to close its eyes, it opened them once more. The anesthetic had failed. Panic ensued among the crowd. If we increase the dosage, perhaps. Yet Lin Feng, observing the shark's desperate will to survive reflected in its eyes, sensed instinctively that this creature had become acutely aware of its peril and would not grant them a second chance. He raised his super revolver once more. "Where is the shark's vital spot?" "The gills," an expert declared without hesitation, his gaze fixed eagerly on Lin Feng's weapon. He was curious whether Lin Feng could accurately aim from such a distance. A misfire to the abdomen could have dire consequences. Nevertheless, Lin Feng stood resolutely, his eyes glinting with numerical data. The real damage mech was not solely defensive. It possessed another function, targeting. As a companion piece to the mech, the super revolver was undoubtedly equipped for coordination. Beep. Target locked. As the mech's data loaded, Lin Feng fired again. His expression remained placid, even confident. A memory surfaced. When he had been bestowed with this mech, the system had given the revolver a name. The hour has come. Boom. Seconds later, the sea was awash with crimson, the scent of blood thick in the air. All present watched as the shot struck the shark's gill with precision, and someone quickly reported, "The shark has closed its eyes. It is sinking." A collective sigh of relief echoed among the crew. Lin Feng, too, felt a weight lift as he sank to the ground. Li Guocheng approached and patted him on the shoulder before sitting beside him. "Quickly, commence retrieval," Lin Feng urged. "Orders have already been dispatched," Li Guocheng replied, casting a glance at the revolver in Lin Feng's hand. "When will this weapon be mass-produced?" Hearing this, Lin Feng could only smile wryly, knowing that explanation would be futile. He had contemplated the revolver's uniqueness. Its bullets were special, requiring storage via the real damage mech, with each load limited to 3 rounds. In simpler terms, unless the entire mech set was replicated. Li Guocheng merely hinted at this, understanding Lin Feng's enigmatic nature. After all, it had been made clear that anyone daring to probe into Lin Feng's background was playing with fire. After a brief moment of psychological respite, Lin Feng and Li Guocheng rose, gazing in awe at the shark being gradually retrieved from the depths. "How did this even come to be?" "I do not know," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head, still in shock. The sensation was akin to encountering a prehistoric creature, or perhaps akin to a scene from a film. Due to its immense size, the Tianzhou, one was required to secure the shark's position in the water as the laser team prepared for a direct incision. At this juncture, the expert played a crucial role, studying the situation before determining the incision point. "Be cautious," Li Guocheng reminded the laser team's leader. "Understood." The leader approached with utmost care, and after a while, with the assistance of a laser, the shark's belly began to be delicately opened. The expert rifled through his notes, declaring, "This is rather peculiar." "What is peculiar?" Lin Feng inquired. "The lifespan of sharks can be quite lengthy, yet this one appears to be relatively young," the expert remarked, adjusting his glasses. Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of intrigue, but within moments, the exterior of a nuclear submarine began to emerge. "It's K-37, someone exclaimed. They all realized they were witnessing a historic moment. The rescue of a nuclear submarine from within the belly of a shark. The entire rescue operation spanned half a day, during which frantic calls were made to the individuals inside, but there was no response. When the submarine's door finally came into view, they resolved to force it open, only to be startled when it swung open effortlessly. "Captain Wang?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wang Yuanliang appeared pale as a ghost. Yet upon seeing the national flags on the soldiers' shoulders, his eyes glistened with emotion. "We've come to rescue you," he exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. But he managed to add, "There are vital items inside." Chapter 103. Super Energy Materials. When Lin Feng encountered Wang Yuanliang, he observed the rescue team transporting the unconscious individuals one by one. "It's nothing serious. They merely fainted." The captain of the rescue team responded promptly. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wang Yuanliang sighed in relief. "What did he say before losing consciousness?" Lin Feng inquired. "Yes. He mentioned that he hoped the rescuers outside wouldn't employ heavy firepower, or else everyone would perish," Wang Yuanliang replied. Lin Feng was taken aback, and, glancing towards the distant shark, suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Could it be? Lin Feng's expression grew peculiar. At that moment, the recently revived Jiang Cheng opened his eyes, gazed at the azure sky, surveyed the surrounding soldiers, and then locked eyes with Lin Feng, tears streaming down his face. He was merely a scientist, unaccustomed to such overwhelming circumstances. Wiping away his tears, he quickly stated, "Chief Engineer Lin, the super energy material is likely inside the shark, at the Shihai Island base, one of the most significant military installations on the eastern coast." All personnel were mobilized. They were required not only to sign a confidentiality agreement, but also to utilize every means necessary to disperse all fishing vessels from the Pacific to this location, citing the reason as a military exercise. Soon, under the protection of a contingent of soldiers, they finally beheld a colossal aircraft carrier. The Tianzhou 1 slowly approached. However, confusion arose when they noticed the ocean behind it was stained crimson. "Why is the sea red?" someone exclaimed. As the assembled